Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 283 to Chapter 329. The curtain of night fell, and energy rushed into the heavens. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it pitch black like ink. Old crows cried out mournfully, creating a miserable and terrifying scene. Thousands of soldiers cried out and horses neighed. Their iron clothes flickered, and killing intent rushed into the heavens like a flood. The great earth trembled and rumbled with noise. This type of scene was extremely shocking. Thousands of savage beasts galloped, forming a dark mass that stretched across the horizon. They turned into a torrent of steel that destroyed everything in its path. Wherever the iron spears went, everything was turned into fine powder. Chilly winds whistled about. All types of towering ancient trees were uprooted and shattered in the sky. Wood shavings and leaves fluttered about chaotically. This was a powerful wave of killing intent. It engulfed everything. Trees and ancient vines were uprooted and rushed into the sky. Even large rocks that were tens of meters in length were immediately shattered. There was nothing that could stop these soldiers and horses. Wherever their spears went, anything that had a form would be destroyed. There are treasures in the depths of the earth, world-shocking divine treasures. Many cultivators couldn't hold themselves back anymore. They were incomparably excited as they rushed forward. Now, there was no need for anyone to say anything. Everyone knew that there was a great secret beneath this great earth. Even if it wasn't the ninth secret, it would still be extraordinary. In just a short period of time, thousands of soldiers and horses rushed out. This type of large scale was rarely seen, and it was difficult to imagine what was underground. Under the night sky, light flickered. Many people brought out their magical treasures and struck towards the soldiers and horses that were like a flood. Something shocking happened. The dozens of cultivators at the very front had their magical treasures shattered and their bodies hacked apart. They met with misfortune the moment they made contact. Blood surged and heads fell. The thousands of soldiers rushed over and trampled the dozens of corpses into meat paste. They couldn't stop their advance at all, the powerful soldiers and terrifying horses. Wherever the iron spears went, many cultivators couldn't contend against them. Roar. The thousands of soldiers roared. Black energy surged and surged upwards, turning the great earth pitch black. Dark clouds were about to descend onto the ground. Everyone retreated. There were so many soldiers, and every single one of them was terrifying. When they gathered together, it made people tremble in fear. If they fought alone, they would undoubtedly die. Roar. The thousands of soldiers and horses roared. Death aura rushed into the sky, causing a few cultivators to fall from the sky. The result was tragic. The horses trampled over them and turned them into a bloody paste. Thump, 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 in the depths of the ancient tomb, the sound of drums actually transmitted out. It was oppressive and sorrowful, making people frightened. The nether soldiers and horses on the ground leaped into the air at the first instant. The horses galloped through the void and charged into the sky. Energy engulfed the heavens. Thousands of men and horses covered the sky, forming a pitch-black expanse. They brandished their iron spears and charged at the cultivators. Everyone was shocked. These soldiers were far more powerful than they had imagined. All of them could fly in the air, and they were a terrifying force. Moreover, their speed was extremely fast, like a black tide surging over. There were too many cultivators in the sky. It was impossible for everyone to escape. Many of them did not have time to escape and were forced to fight. Chong, dang, zheng, black mist surged, iron robes flickered, and all kinds of weapons clashed. It was a life-and-death battle. The soldiers were powerful. And hundreds of cultivators fell into the encirclement, unable to resist. Wherever the iron spears passed, weapons were shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. The soldiers charged through, and hundreds of people were turned into meat paste, dying a violent death. Of course, there were also many soldiers killed in the process, turning into black mist and dissipating in the sky. Boundless celestial being, the compassionate Taoist chant echoed in the sky like the sonorous voice of the Grand Tao. The simple and unadorned ancient Taoist temple made entirely of limestone appeared in the sky above the tomb. Boundless celestial being, these 4 words rang out continuously like a tsunami, grand and righteous. The people of the Dao One Holy Land made their move, using their supreme grand Dao to suppress these ferocious Yin soldiers. The voice of a young Daoist priest was in the lead. It was like the sound of nature, extremely pleasant and melodious. This kind of saintly voice was everywhere in the world. Ripples spread out from the ancient Daoist temple, and the sound waves flowed in all directions like water. Many people quieted down. As for the thousands of Yin soldiers, they started to fade under the sound of the young Daoist priest's heavenly voice. They charged towards the ground in fear, wanting to escape back to the underground palace. Boundless celestial being. The young Daoist priest's heavenly voice was very clear, like pearls falling to the ground. The Yin soldiers had nowhere to hide, so they quickly turned into mist. In just a moment, more than half of the thousands of troops had disappeared. The heavenly voice was like water, cleansing all directions. When the moving voice disappeared, all the Yin soldiers were gone, and even the void was purified. Everything was peaceful, and the stars and moon flickered. Many people gasped, then couldn't help but admire the people of the Dao One Holy Land. That young Daoist priest purified thousands of Yin soldiers with her heavenly voice, shocking everyone. Duanda nodded. The little Daoist nun from the Dao One Holy Land is indeed extraordinary, the future divine king of the Ji family. You were born at the wrong time. You should be invincible in the Eastern Baron, but now there are so many people who can fight against you. Bad Daoist, don't fan the flames. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at him. Daoist, should we retreat or stay? Yi Fan asked. Duanda answered, we're poor second generations, we can't compare to these disciples from the Holy Lands. We should retreat, but the situation is different now. Yi Fan nodded, so many people from the Holy Lands are here, and the tomb is no small matter. Can we fish in troubled waters? That's right, there's no rush to leave. Duanda agreed. Yao Shi, Ji Ziyue, and Ji Haiyue were speechless. These two didn't even talk behind their backs. Of course, these two had their own ulterior motives, so they weren't really discussing. Thump, 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 in the depths of the earth, the muffled drum sounds rang out again. Yin energy surged out like billowing smoke, covering the moon and stars in an instant. It was as dark as the ocean. Obviously, the Yin soldiers were about to attack again. The expressions of the cultivators on the surface changed. The tomb was very ferocious, and the Yin spirits were endless. Purple energy came from the east, illuminating the sky. A faintly discernible celestial palace flew above the tomb. Purple light sprinkled down like stars, rushing into the tomb. Celestial music played. The palace above was like a pavilion in the celestial realm, distant and illusory. It seemed unreal. Purple energy fluttered, incomparably auspicious and auspicious. It was the best way to suppress the Yin energy. The water-like purple light annihilated the smoke-like Yin energy. Someone from the Z mansion has made a move. Is it one person or many young disciples purifying it? Yi Fan asked. Duanda looked up at the celestial palace. If it's one person, it really won't be simple, but it's very likely. The purple energy disappeared and the tomb calmed down. Clearly, the rulers below knew that the people above weren't easy to deal with, so they didn't send more people. This is bad, I have a premonition that there's something undefeatable below. Duanda frowned. At this time, a golden ship hundreds of meters long flew over. It was dazzling, and a sword light slashed down, causing the ground to crack. The people from the Super Yen Holy Land had made their move. Clang! 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 The sword energy was like a dragon, as thick as a mountain. It pierced through the heavens and earth with a biting cold killing intent. Many people couldn't help but tremble. The powerful sword intent destroyed everything and split the earth, nothing could stop it. Many people couldn't endure it even though they were watching from afar. It was as if the heavens had released their killing intent. The stars moved, and the coldness seeped into their bones. Facing this kind of sword light, they wanted to kneel down. The Super Yen Holy Sword is indeed heaven-defying. When it reaches its peak, it can cut through everything and create a small world, Yao Shi said to herself. It's powerful and shocking. Ji Haiyue with the Divine King physique nodded. Not long after, the earth was cut open, and the earth was cut hundreds of meters high. The mysterious tomb was about to be revealed to the world. Clang! 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 The sword light that was like a true dragon caused the earth to shake violently. The sword light encountered an obstruction. The golden battleship flew away, and the people from the Super Yen Holy Land stopped. This was a great rift valley. An ancient tomb had appeared, and below it was a massive underground palace. This wasn't a tomb in the normal sense, but rather an ancient city that revealed a corner of its magnificent city gates to the world. The underground palace from over 10,000 years ago was indestructible and intact. Without a doubt, there were mystical Tao patterns carved into it that allowed it to survive to this day. The ancient city gates were originally half open, with wisps of black fog emitting from them. But at this moment, they suddenly slammed shut, isolating it from the outside world. Humanity's 9 secrets, let me see just what is so special about them that they can shock the world. The golden-winged little Pung cried out. He was the first to move. He turned into a beam of golden light and landed in the Great Rift Valley, standing in front of the underground palace's stone gates. Bang! In his hand, a pitch-black weapon appeared. It was as heavy as a mountain, causing the void to collapse. As he swung it, the void began to hum and tremble. Dang! The golden-winged little Pung grasped the great desolate halberd. He struck the underground palace's gates with a heaven-shaking sound. The seemingly indestructible city gates actually began to crack. Dang! Even the immortal underground palace couldn't withstand such an impact. More cracks appeared on the city gates. Up above, everyone was left dumbfounded. This Sky Rock Race Little King's supernatural strength was shocking. The great Yen Saint sword hadn't been able to forcefully cut him, but he had actually smashed it apart. Dang! The golden-winged little Pung swung the great desolate halberd a third time. The black halberd pressed down on the void, causing the void to shake. The massive city gates were smashed apart by him. His courage was unparalleled. It was hard to imagine just how formidable his combat strength was. It could be said that he had the strength to pick up mountains, and his aura was unrivaled. Suddenly, the sound of a monstrous flood filled the air. Countless spectral soldiers rushed out from the underground palace, rushing towards the golden-winged little Pung. You think you can kill me with just your abilities? He stood alone in front of the city gates, grasping the black great desolate halberd. He shouted out, 108,000 swords. At this moment, tens of thousands of golden lights shot out. Tens of thousands of golden swords shook the heavens and earth. This was an indiscriminate attack, destroying all that stood in its way. Zheng, 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 zheng. The 108,000 swords moved in unison. All of the spectral soldiers that rushed over were cut down. Only he stood alone in the center of the battlefield. The golden-winged little Peng's figure was tall and strong. His golden hair fluttered without any wind, dancing in the air like a golden sun. His eyes were extremely sharp, like heavenly swords being unsheathed. The light that shot out from his eyes caused one's heart to race. I'll take a look at the human race's 9 secrets first. He shouted and rushed into the underground palace. Not good, we absolutely cannot let the monster race obtain it. The cultivators above shouted. They all moved into action and rushed into the underground palace. The spectral soldiers were endless. If they wanted to enter the city, they could only kill their way through. There was no other way. The powerhouses opened up a path and killed their way to the front. The Jiang family's divine body left behind an afterimage. It flashed and disappeared into the city gates. The wavering light Saint Child shone with a dazzling holy light. He was impervious to all techniques. He was like a divine furnace that overflowed with divine flames as he slaughtered his way into the city. Then, the superfluous evolution Holy Land, the All Beginnings Holy Land, the Purple Mansion Holy Land, and the Tao One Holy Land all sent people. They flashed and disappeared into the underground palace. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Experts from all directions and many great sects' disciples all rushed forward. They weren't willing to fall behind as they fought a great battle against the spectral soldiers. No one knew what was going on in the depths of the underground palace or how terrifying it was. However, everyone was striving to be the first to kill their way in. The mist was hazy. Even the Jade Lake Saintess moved. She was no longer indifferent as she entered the ancient city. Then, Beauty Jade bloomed like a divine lotus. She was bathed in multicolored light and also disappeared with a flash. Purple Moon, wait here. Don't follow me. A terrifying battle will erupt inside. I'm going in. After the Ji family's future divine king finished speaking, she disappeared in an instant, only leaving behind a divine moon image. Yaoshi laughed softly and also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Big brother. Little Purple Moon called out, but she didn't receive any reply. A good opportunity to fish in troubled waters has come. Zheng de brat, let's also make some preparations. The heartless Taoist chuckled. Yifan nodded and said, we only came for the 9 secrets. Everything else is empty. The 9 secrets might be difficult to obtain. There are most likely things inside that we can't deal with. Duanda paced back and forth. He didn't immediately take action. Kill. Shouts of war shook the heavens. There were cultivators and spectral soldiers everywhere outside the underground palace. Inside the canyon, the tomb was like an abyss. Only a corner of the city gate was exposed. As for how grand and vast it was still impossible to estimate. Large numbers of Nether soldiers rushed out, unable to kill them all. A few of the great sage's disciples had already entered. Many sects and other forces' disciples followed closely behind, killing the Nether soldiers and forcing their way in. Thump, thump, thump. The war drums were like thunder, resounding in the depths of the underground palace. The Nether soldiers were like a black tide, surging out continuously. Many cultivators died. However, for the 9 secrets, many forces could not retreat. Large numbers of cultivators killed their way in, brandishing their weapons to fight against the Nether soldiers and Nether horses. Then, someone shot out fire, burning a large area, turning the Nether spirits into nothingness. Kill. Battle cries resounded everywhere. Corpses littered the ground in front of the underground palace. The Nether soldiers were very brave, but many people were trampled into a bloody pulp. 2 hours later, the battle cries gradually weakened. No one knew how many people had died. The area in front of the city gate was scarlet. Flesh and blood mixed with the soil, forming a muddy area. The bloody puddles were red and unbearable to look at. The city gate finally quieted down. The number of Nether soldiers decreased sharply and could no longer be seen, no longer charging out. Most of the surviving cultivators had killed their way in. Everyone, are we still going in? A cultivator's face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. There were over 100 people in front of the city gate, and all of them had ugly expressions. Some female cultivators were vomiting. They were not strong enough, so they had been watching from afar. Only now did they approach. There are not many Nether soldiers left. It is most likely safe now. We can go in. Another cultivator spoke with a pale face. This ancient tomb is too terrifying. It is not a place we can enter freely. There will most likely be even stronger Nether spirits in the depths. Someone objected. In the end, a small number of people entered. Most of them were more rational and rushed out of the canyon, returning to the surface. 3 figures descended from the sky and arrived in front of the underground palace. Dao leader Duan, are you going in? Jiziyue asked. Wait a while more. Duanda was very calm and not in a hurry at all. Yifan smiled. Aren't you afraid that the 9 secrets will be obtained by others? Aren't you in no hurry? Good things can't be rushed. Even if they go in first, they might not be able to get it. Duanda was very calm. Buzz. Suddenly, the underground palace shook violently, and the yin qi inside became even denser. Many cultivators cried out in alarm, followed by battle cries. Duanda's expression changed as he said, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The truly powerful things have just appeared. Muffled roars and intense fighting ensued. The depths of the underground palace were in chaos, and miserable cries could be heard everywhere. Are you sure that this is the mausoleum of that ancient family? Why do I feel that something is off? Yifan asked. Something is very wrong. There are too many yin spirits. These things need a very long time to be born. Duanda frowned. Another hour passed, and the depths of the underground palace finally quieted down. The roars disappeared, and not long after, someone staggered out. Their hair was disheveled, their faces pale, and they were all heavily injured. Many of them had terrifying claw marks on their bodies, and some of them even had their arms torn off. How was it inside? What did you guys encounter? Duanda moved forward with a simple and honest look, and asked with concern. Damn it, don't mention it. It's a ghost's nest with malicious spirits everywhere. The deeper we go, the more powerful the things we encounter. I don't know which bastard discovered this great tomb and dug out the Yellow Springs water. What bullshit 9 secrets, I lost an arm because of you. A large man continuously cursed as he staggered away. Duanda rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. In just a short quarter of an hour, many people rushed out of the underground palace. They were all people who wanted to retreat and didn't want to take any more risks. Alright, it's time for us to go in. If we don't go in, there won't be anything left. Duanda decided to move. Yifan said, this poor Taoist doesn't want to go in. This place isn't good, and there probably won't be any 9 secrets. Jiziyue also stopped in her tracks. If her brother couldn't deal with the things inside, it was useless for her to go in. She felt that it was more appropriate to ask the elders for help. In that case, this poor Taoist will get the 9 secrets alone. Duanda flashed and disappeared into the city gate. Little Taoist, you should leave this place as soon as possible. Jiziyue thought for a moment, then flew out of the canyon and rushed into the distance. This place was too dangerous. Even if he wanted to fish in troubled waters, he probably wouldn't be able to get anything. The Yin spirits were endless, so Yifan didn't act rashly and continued to wait outside. Suddenly, the figure of a big dog entered his eyes. The Black Emperor was like a lone wolf as it scuttled down the steep terrain from the canyon. Not only had Yifan changed his appearance, but even his origin had changed. For example, his smell. Even if it was a dog spirit, it wouldn't be able to tell that it was him by smell. Black Emperor. Over here. Hearing the call, the big black head was shocked and bared its teeth as it looked over. It's me. Don't make a sound. Use your spiritual will to transmit your voice. Yifan didn't expect that it would come here. His originally peaceful mind became active again. This guy could even break the restriction of a great expert. If he entered the underground palace with it, he would most likely have a certain chance of success. The big black dog's face darkened, and he said, I was just about to look for you. I accompanied you to the Immortal Palace to save people, but in the end, I didn't even get anything. I worked hard for you for nothing. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? F***ck. The big black dog was so angry that he almost couldn't pounce over. Yifan transmitted his voice, don't be angry. That old demon was clearly sealed in your divine bell. How could you not get the ancient scripture? That disaster has temporarily merged with my divine bell. I can't refine it, so I can't get the ancient scripture at all. The big black dog was very depressed. Yifan smiled and said, that's easy. When Pangbo comes out in the future, I'll ask him to take you in as the mountain guardian divine beast and teach you the supreme ancient scripture. The big black dog's expression was unfriendly, and he said, Brat, do you believe that if I shout that the source root of all things is here, a group of people will rush over and tear you to pieces? Forget it, we're 2 grasshoppers on the same rope. Let's not fight over anything. Let's enter the underground palace together and see what benefits we can get. You want me to help you break the restriction, right? The big black dog looked as if he had seen through him. Yifan's expression was calm, and he said, this is a ghost nest. I'm letting you in because I want you to get some benefits. There are most likely no restrictions that can be broken. If you want me to help, just say it. Don't make it seem like I need to thank you. The big black dog bared his teeth. I want to ask you, can you carve a Tao pattern that can allow you to travel through space? Yifan looked at him seriously. The big black dog said proudly, who am I? I'm number 1 in this world, and there is no Tao pattern that I can't carve. As long as you can provide me with the origin, I can even send you to the middle state. Really? Yifan was tempted. Of course it's real. Yifan's eyes lit up, and he urged, then let's not waste time talking. Hurry up and carve it now. I don't need it to be able to travel millions of miles. As long as it can travel 1,000 miles, we can use it as a path of retreat later. Carving this kind of thing requires special materials. Do you have a profound jade platform? The big black dog asked, rolling his eyes. I've collected some. Yifan tossed out a large piece that was several meters long. It was black and translucent, and shone with a sparkling and translucent luster. There was another reason why he didn't enter the underground palace. The great sage was determined to obtain the 9 secrets, so those grand elders had definitely come. They were most likely guarding outside and sealing off this place. Now that the Black Emperor was here, if he could carve a Dao pattern that could allow him to travel through space, it would be equivalent to helping him resolve this hidden worry. A quarter of an hour later, Yifan and the big black dog entered the underground palace. Of course, they didn't walk together. They walked one after the other, and the big black dog transformed into a 2-foot-long dog to avoid being recognized. This underground world was extremely vast. The deep underground palace connected together, and it was unknown where it led to. It didn't seem like a great tomb, but more like a large underground castle. Along the way, they saw many corpses. Occasionally, 1 or 2 ghost soldiers would charge out, but this couldn't stop Yifan. After all, it wasn't a charge of thousands of soldiers. When we go in later, pay more attention to a fat Taoist priest. No, he changed his appearance, it's like this. Yifan transmitted his voice to the big black dog. You mean, you want me to bite him at the crucial moment and snatch the treasure? The big black dog looked at him sideways, and said, You still have the nerve to ask me to do such a stupid thing? Actually, if possible, I'm willing to bite him myself, but my teeth aren't sharp, so I can't compare to you. That bastard will definitely find the treasure. As long as you keep an eye on him, I guarantee you'll return with great rewards. This ancient tomb was magnificent, like an underground palace. The stone pillars were coiled with dragons, and the tomb walls were carved with phoenixes. It was very exquisite, and the underground palace was connected one after another. Meow. Suddenly, a mournful cat's cry sounded out. A black light rushed out from a stone hall, pouncing towards Yifan, as fast as black lightning. This was a giant creature, 5 or 6 meters long, and its sharp claws were more than a foot long. It looked like a big black cat, but its body was covered with scales. It was strong and powerful, and its teeth were like daggers, shining with a cold light. Yifan punched out, and the big black cat was shattered. Apart from turning into a thicking qi, there was also a pool of dirty blood left behind. The Black Emperor revealed a dignified expression, and said, The Yin body produced blood. This place is really fierce. I'm afraid it has been sealed for 10,000 to 20,000 years. After going several miles deeper into the underground palace, Yifan became more and more startled. He saw a giant spectral soldier that was over a dozen meters tall. It had transformed into flesh and blood, but half of its body had been cut off, as if it had been wounded by the great desolate halberd. Moments later, Qingyi saw dozens of Yin soldiers with scales all over their bodies, and there were many shattered Dao Palace-grade weapons lying around them. They looked as if they had been burned, and half of their bodies were missing. This was very similar to the Alcade Saint Sun's Saint Light technique. Rumble rumble rumble, yellow waters surged. A great river passed through the underground palace, rushing forwards. The yellow water made one's heart palpitate, and a rancid smell filled the air. Before long, Yifan saw many golden-clothed spectral soldiers. They shined with a brilliant light and their complexions were ruddy, as if they had a life of their own. However, they had already been killed. Then, they saw several massive piles of bones. Giant snakes moved in and out of them, all of them fierce and vicious. Then, they saw a lake of blood. There were also life forms swimming in it, but they seemed to be afraid of the people in front of them and didn't rush over. After advancing for a total of over a dozen miles, they finally arrived at the end of the underground palace. The scenery here had completely changed. The Yin aura had been swept away, and the area ahead was brightly lit. It was incomparably bright. There was a jade palace that was located at the end of the underground palace. It was extremely holy, and rays of auspicious colors bloomed, and rays of multicolored light shot out in all directions. The surroundings were lush green, and there were actually many strange flowers and plants growing in this underground world. This is really strange. I thought it was a ghost nest, but in the end, it's a palace that's blooming with holy light. Yifan was slightly surprised. These buildings were golden in color, but they were almost translucent. They were like gold and spirit jade, and they were extremely magnificent. When the large black dog saw this scene, he was given a huge fright, and said, F***ck, could this emperor have seen wrongly? Such holy power, could it be that they want to become a martial emperor through corpses? Ji Haoyue, the little golden-winged Pun King, the Jiang clan divine body, and the people from the various holy lands have all entered. I wonder what they will discover. There was a divine light in Yifan's eyes. The Black Emperor was bewildered. It hesitated, worried that someone wanted to use a corpse to become a martial emperor. Yifan shook his head. It's impossible for a corpse emperor to appear. There are sounds of a great battle inside. If there really is such an existence, then even if all the cultivators of the eastern wasteland were to come, they would all perish. This building was made from gold and jade. It sparkled with a brilliant yellow light, as clear as crystal, seeming both real and illusory. They walked up the stairs. The jade steps beneath their feet flowed with auspicious light. There wasn't a hint of yin energy, but rather the fragrance of flowers. The jade buildings were surrounded by flowers and plants. As they walked into the first jade palace, a rich spiritual energy rushed towards them. Everything was sparkling and sparkling, all of the objects were carved from spirit jade. Let's split up so we don't attract attention. Yifan took the lead and walked forwards. The Black Emperor shrunk his body to a mere foot long. He was like a cat as he strode forwards, stealthily moving forwards. Within the first palace, the ground was covered in blood. Many cultivators had died violent deaths, their corpses nearly torn to pieces. There were also several ghost soldiers, no, perhaps they should be called ghost generals. Although they had been hacked to death, they were still vivid and lifelike. They had a pair of 2-meter-long black wings on their backs. As he tapped them with his fingers, they emitted a clanging sound, they were indestructible. It looks peaceful, but there are still such things guarding this place. This really isn't a good place. Yifan hesitated for a moment and then walked forwards. The second palace left him shocked. If he stepped on the ground, blood would submerge his feet. Besides the corpses of cultivators, there was also an 8-headed snake. The snake's corpse lay on the ground, its blood flowing all over the place. The entire palace was submerged, and the stench was incomparably foul. For yin energy to give birth to such a powerful flesh and blood, it really is terrifying. I didn't think it would be killed in the end. The Black Emperor was flabbergasted from afar. Yifan found a cut on the great desolate halberd. It had been hacked to death by the little golden-winged roc. This future king of the monster race was truly brave. Thud, 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 in the quiet palace, the sound of Yifan's own footsteps echoed out. As he entered the third palace, a silver light rushed towards him, accompanied by an evil wind. He was startled and formed a hand seal. With a loud dang sound, the creature was shaken away. This was actually a flying yiksha that flickered with silver radiance. Its appearance was sinister, and it had a pair of silver wings. It was robust and powerful, and with a low roar, it threw itself murderously at him again. This was the first time Yifan had seen something like this. Legend had it that it was at least as strong as the 4 extreme hidden realms. It was extremely powerful and hard to deal with. But he was not afraid, because although this silver-winged yiksha was frightening, it was already at its last gasp. Half of its body had already been smashed by someone, and now it did not have much strength left. He swung out his golden palm, and it seemed like an enormous seal that could overturn the heavens as it fiercely chopped down, shattering the winged yiksha with a bang. There were over a dozen silver-winged yiksha's corpses on this floor. They were equivalent to cultivators of the 4 extreme secret realms, but they were all killed by the disciples of the various sacred grounds. The strength of the younger generation of the Holy Land's successors was evident. Similarly, there were also corpses of human cultivators in the main hall. The casualties were heavy, and the scarlet blood was more than the silver blood. The ground was red. Not long after, Yifan entered the 4th floor of the main hall. There were even more corpses of human cultivators. The entire floor was strewn in disorder, and a bloody mist lingered around. There were 6 special corpses in this floor. They were not human, but 6 Yuhua Taoists. All of them were skin and bones, and they wore Taoist robes. Their skin and flesh were shiny and dry, wrapped around their bones. There were some short feathers growing on the surface of their bodies. When one touched them, their bodies felt as heavy as 10,000 caddies, and the feathers made clanking noises. These were not formed from Yin energy, but were refined by someone after a true cultivator passed away. With a Yin spirit as their master, these powerful ancient corpses possessed unimaginable battle prowess that surpassed the 4 extreme secret realms. 6 Yuhua Taoists have been killed. Their powerful golden bodies have been broken. These Holy Land descendants are indeed terrifying. Although Yi Fan was surprised, he wasn't too surprised. Ji Haoyue and the Jiang clan's divine physique could fight across secret realms after revealing their phenomena. They could even kill experts of the older generation, let alone these 6 Taoists. This tomb is really unusual. There are even Taoists here. I wonder what else will jump out. I'm starting to wonder if there's really someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, who wants to become a monarch with a corpse. The Black Emperor muttered to himself. There were even more corpses on the 5th floor. There was no place to stand, and the ground was covered in bloody mud. Occasionally, white bone fragments would splatter out and stick to the translucent jade walls. What happened here? Don't tell me everyone died here? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, Yi Fan sensed the remnant power of the extreme path. At the same time, he found 3 special broken bones in the bloody mud. They had a jade-like luster. The Black Emperor was shocked. These are 3 jade bone corpses. They must have been almighty when they were alive. After their deaths, they were refined and possessed by a Yin spirit. Although they can't compare to almighty beings, they are still extremely terrifying. They can even find the corpses of almighty beings. Yi Fan was quite shocked. It was obvious that Yan Ryu had used an extreme weapon to shatter the 3 jade bone corpses. There were still traces of extreme divine might left. Yi Fan listened carefully. After a while, he heard the sounds of intense fighting. The battle had started again and it was very far from here. He didn't stop and walked towards the 6th floor. This was a rather long journey, at least 5 kilometers away. In front of him, there was only one bright palace left. It shone brightly in the pitch-black underground world. The depths of the earth had been hollowed out. The 6th palace was especially far away, as if it was floating in the air. It looked even more ethereal. The last hall, all the secrets are there. Yi Fan was excited. There might be 9 secrets, or there might be others, but it was definitely an extraordinary place. He quickly rushed forward. In the pitch-black underground, the Black Emperor walked like a cat, extremely agile. He opened up a distance and followed closely behind. When he arrived at the last hall, Yi Fan felt the immortal might of the extreme path, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Extreme weapon. The Black Emperor's eyes flickered, he wanted nothing more than to snatch it over. Right in this last light palace, there was clearly a great battle going on. Even after using the extreme path weapon, it was still so intense. One could imagine how powerful the opponent was. He did not immediately enter. He stopped in the distance with the Black Emperor and waited quietly. Boom! The entire underground world was shaking, but the 6th floor of the palace was dazzling and did not collapse. It was still standing tall, and it was obvious that there were extraordinary Tao patterns engraved on it. In this hall, there was a board with 4 words engraved on it, Light Palace. Boom! The ground trembled again and again, all of them erupting from the Light Palace, but it remained motionless and did not collapse. Why do I feel that this Light Palace is a little familiar? The Black Emperor was bewildered. Just at this moment, Yi Fan was shocked. They had reached the end of the Jade Palace, but there were still 3 huge objects in the pitch-black area behind them. They were sitting in the darkness and did not emit any light. That's 3 coffins. His heart trembled. 3 coffins, the smallest one was as big as a palace, and the 3 coffins were taller than the other, standing tall in the darkness. 6 ancient halls, 3 large coffins, combined together, it is 9 words, the number that the ancients paid the most attention to. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Boom! The Light Palace suddenly shook, and then quietened down. The extreme path immortal might decreased sharply, and slowly returned to normal. Is it over? Yi Fan was ready to move. Suddenly, the Light Palace was in chaos, as though they were fighting over something. As expected, it's over. Forget about those 3 coffins, let's enter the Light Palace to take a look. Yi Fan flew over. When he was about to get close, the Black Emperor's body shook, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. It's him, what did you see? Yi Fan hurriedly stopped, and turned around to look at him. How is this the Light Palace? This is clearly the Emperor's former sleeping palace. Which bastard brought it here and changed its name? The large black dog cursed in a low voice. What? Yi Fan's heart trembled. No matter how he asked, the Black Emperor did not say anything else, and only responded with silence. Yi Fan had no choice but to stride toward the Emperor's sleeping palace. This Light Palace was very deep, and the extreme path immortal might was still overflowing, but many human cultivators were almost about to start fighting each other. In the center of the grand and spacious palace, there was a divine altar floating in the air. It was completely black, but streaks of auspicious light shot out from it, and it was very mysterious. What attracted people the most was that there was an ancient beast-hide scroll on the divine altar. It looked very ordinary, but it instantly caused everyone to become excited. Everyone wanted to rush over, snatch it, and make it their own, because it was very likely that it was the 9 secrets, the strongest descendants of the Dayan, Wanchu, Jiang clan, Zifu, Dao Yi, Ji clan, Yao Light, and other great sage clans were all unscathed. In the palace, Ji Haoyue, the Yao Light Saint, Yao Shi, the Jiang clan divine body, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden, and the others were all on guard. They all wanted to make a move and snatch the ancient beast-hide scroll on the black divine altar. Yi Fan felt that only one important person was missing, and that was Yanruyu. She had an extreme path weapon, so how could she have disappeared? There, he discovered that there was an ancient pagoda in the palace. At first, he thought it was just a decoration, but now he realized that it was an extremely terrifying weapon. The ancient pagoda was translucent, and he could vaguely see that Yanruyu was being suppressed on the 5th floor. Light flickered in her hand, and she was using the extreme path weapon to resist. This pagoda had a total of 7 floors, and on the highest floor sat a hazy figure. It was him who was controlling the ancient pagoda and suppressing Yanruyu. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was definitely incomparably powerful. Although this ancient pagoda was a great weapon, how could it be compared to the extreme path weapon? The difference was too great. This person had used his absolute strength to seal the demon race princess who had the extreme path weapon. He was the protector of the 6th floor. Yi Fan's heart went cold. Many of the saint children present didn't make a move to help. They all had their own thoughts while Yanruyu was resisting the terrifying expert. The black divine altar that was floating in the center of the palace emitted streaks of auspicious light. It made people feel incomparably comfortable. That beast-hide scroll was very close at hand, and many of the Holy Land's descendants were ready to fight at any time. However, no one dared to be the first to snatch it. What exactly is that black stone platform? How can it float in the air on its own? Yi Fan transmitted his divine sense. The Black Emperor seemed very excited as he said, "That's AF** King Treasure, a primal chaos stone. It's the bed that the great Emperor used to sleep on." Dian, 10,000 beginnings, Purple Mansion, Jiang family, Purple Mansion, Ji family, Alcade, Dao Yi, and Jade Lake Holy Lands had existed together with the world. Their inheritances had lasted for tens of thousands of years, and they had endured countless tribulations. At this moment, these heaven-gifted Holy Land descendants all felt fear in their hearts. No one dared to be the first to attack, otherwise they would become everyone's target. "Since you are so modest, you might as well give it to me." The little Pun King strode in and thrust the great desolate halberd into the ground. With a loud bang, the entire temple shook. It was unknown just where he had been hiding, but now he appeared. He swept his eyes over everyone present, possessing a wild nature. The descendants of the Holy Lands were all stunning characters, so no one feared him. But the atmosphere was still tense, because a chaotic battle was about to erupt. Weng, the little Pun King moved. He swung the great desolate halberd and the entire radiant temple dimmed. The void twisted and deformed. The future king of the sky rock race turned into a beam of golden light, rushing towards the chaos stone. He stretched out his hand to snatch the ancient beast hide scroll. You dare! Everyone present attacked together, preventing him from touching the floating chaos stone. Saint swords, heavenly melody, ancient pagodas, and others all rushed over. 108,000 swords. The little Pung King shouted. His entire body bloomed with golden light. Tens of thousands of swords clanged as they rushed in all directions. This was an indiscriminate attack. The radiant temple was immediately thrown into chaos. The delicate balance had been broken. Many saint sons had no choice but to attack. Killing intent filled the air. This was the little Pung King's goal. He did not want to fight so many powerhouses alone, but to break the calm and have everyone fight for it. He had the advantage of being the fastest under the heavens, so he did not fear a chaotic battle. The more chaotic it was, the better it was for him. He instantly retreated, breaking away from everyone's encirclement and rushing out of the temple. Now, there was no way to stop. The calm had been broken. Everyone only had a single goal, and that was to rush towards the black divine altar to fight for the ancient beast hide scroll. The Jiang family's divine body was decisive. He summoned a crimson divine furnace. It was impossible to see its shape, but it was surrounded by divine phoenixes as it flew towards the chaos stone. Yaoguang Holy Child was also quite straightforward. He brought out a cauldron that was covered densely in dragon patterns. It was filled with the aura of the great Tao and released a heaven-devouring power to suck the black divine platform into the cauldron. Not only did the two of them want to snatch the ancient scroll, but they also didn't want to let go of the chaos gems. The others naturally didn't want to fall behind. They each took out their weapons and forcefully collected the black spiritual platforms. The Light Palace was the former resting palace of the great emperor. Otherwise, it would have been smashed into powder by the top experts of the younger generation. Even so, it still shook for a while. But even with so many saints attacking, they couldn't move the chaos stone in the slightest. It was like the root of heaven and earth, the pillar of the universe, unshakable. Return. Wavering light Saint Child shouted softly. The cauldron covered in dragon patterns floated up and down, swallowing and spitting out holy light. It released a shocking fluctuation, but it still couldn't take away the primal chaos stone. Rise. A divine moon appeared above the head of the future divine king of the Ji family, forcing the people around him back. The moonlight sprinkled on the black divine altar. Even though the divine body was shocking, it couldn't move the black stone at this moment. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the palace. Qingyi and 3 other young top experts of the demon race appeared and entered the Light Palace. Apart from them, Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Lu Kou, Jiang Huiran, and the other descendants of the great bandits also entered in a line. Some of them had some light injuries. Damned coffins, we can't open them at all. It was very obvious that this group of people had gone to the back. There were 3 ancient coffins there, and each one was as big as a palace. Unfortunately, they couldn't open them. They came back here empty-handed. Attack. These people all attacked, rushing towards the primal chaos stone at the center. The black divine altar released streaks of auspicious light. It was mysterious and heavy. It didn't move in the slightest and quietly hung there. Why is it so heavy? It wasn't that no one wanted to directly grab the ancient scroll, but they couldn't walk over at all. They felt a huge pressure when they were still several dozen zhang away. Let's go all out. Now, there was no need to be afraid of anything. It was time to truly snatch the treasure. The premise was that they had to rush over. Only then would they have the qualifications to do so. Clang, 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 the descendant of the Super Yen Holy Land used the divine sword to open the way. The sword radiance was like a dragon, piercing forward. He walked with difficulty, approaching the primal chaos stone bit by bit. On the other side, the Alcade Saint was like a celestial king descending to the world. He displayed the Alcade's peerless secret art. Once the sacred light technique was used, it was known to be invincible. His body was dazzling and bathed in holy light. Even his hair had been dyed gold. It was also very difficult for him to approach the black stone platform step by step. At this juncture, no one could hold back. Whoever could get the ancient scroll first would pretty much be the one to get it. This was because the masters of the great sage wouldn't fight for it. Otherwise, the entire eastern wasteland would be plunged into misery and suffering. They could only rely on the younger generation to fight for it. This was a kind of test for them. It was also the first great clash between the weak and the strong. Who would become the king of the eastern wasteland in the future would gradually be revealed. Yaoxi's forehead emitted strands of sparkling light that wrapped around her body. She was slim and graceful as she walked forward. She was like a bright pearl in the raging sea, like a lightning fairy moving in the dark clouds. She swayed back and forth, fluttering about. The future divine king of the Jiang family was extremely mysterious. Even now, he still hadn't revealed his true appearance. He was covered in iron clothes, and even his head was like this. He was wrapped in a thick divine armor. There was no need to doubt the strength of his divine body. His steps were firm as he advanced in a perfectly straight line. He was determined to obtain the ancient scroll. Divine splendor overflowed, and he indeed had the bearing of a divine king. A divine path appeared beneath his feet, leading to the primal chaos stone. He was truly like a divine king patrolling the heavens, sweeping his eyes in all directions. The top experts of the demon race were also unwilling to fall behind. They began to approach the primal chaos stone. Not to mention whether or not they could cultivate the ancient scroll, just this black stone was priceless. If they really couldn't move it away, it would be worth it to get a piece. The descendants of the 13 great bandits also began to move, rushing forward. In addition, there were people from various great sections. There were no less than 100 people. Many of them were heavily injured, but now they also took action. Many young experts from the Radiant Palace took action, but they couldn't immediately approach. They could only watch helplessly as they got closer bit by bit. How can the bed of the great emperor of the past be so easily approached? The Black Emperor sneered. Yi Fan frowned. Could this really be the resting place of a great emperor? However, no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. He asked the Black Emperor. Of course not. Yi Fan also felt that if it was the tomb of the great emperor, it would definitely be much more terrifying than this. In the past, the demon emperor Yin twin tombs had caused the various great sects of the eastern wasteland to fight for 2 years, suffering heavy losses. The Black Emperor said, only this palace belonged to the great emperor. I don't know who changed it into the Radiant Palace. However, there might really be a terrifying existence here. The 3 coffins behind make me feel uneasy. Is there any way to take away the primal chaos stone? Yi Fan asked. This sex treasure is indeed attractive, but it's too heavy. You definitely won't be able to take it away. Actually, this emperor also wants to take it away and sleep for a few years. Unfortunately, there's really no way. The Black Emperor was extremely unwilling. What a pity. Yi Fan was very regretful. The primal chaos stone contains a holy object that was taken out by the great emperor to refine weapons. However, the black stone is also priceless. If one were to cultivate on it, their speed would increase by several times. It is a type of treasure. Other than extreme weapons, it is very difficult for ordinary weapons to shatter it. This is a natural primal chaos seal. If it falls into the hands of a supreme expert, it will be invincible and can smash anything. The big black dog drooled. Which great emperor are you talking about? Yi Fan felt that this damn dog was too mysterious to know so much about the matters of this great emperor. The big black dog felt that he had said too much, so he immediately shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. In the end, he was forced into a corner and opened his mouth to bite Yi Fan. Fine, you can't say it. Tell me, can I obtain that ancient scroll? Boom. The golden-winged little Peking returned, looking around disdainfully, and said, this time, no one is specifically targeting me. Let's fight for the treasure with what we have learned. Get lost, don't block my way. He was expressionless, and coldly rebuked Yi Fan, treating him like an ant. The golden-winged little Peking strode forward. Some people who didn't go up to fight for the treasure all made way for him, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Suddenly, he turned back. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp, and he turned to face Yi Fan, and said, "You actually dare to have killing intent towards me. People like you from the mystery realm of the Doctrine Palace, I can crush 56 of you with one hand." Chi. Suddenly, the void trembled slightly. The future divine king of the Ji clan used the Great Void technique, passing through space and closing in on the primal chaos stone. The golden-winged little Pung King was shocked. Fearing that he would fall behind, he turned into a beam of golden light and rushed forward. He charged with the extreme speed of a heavenly Pung, wanting to break through the seal. Boom! The divine light palace shook, and the primal chaos stone shot out brilliant rays of light. Streak after streak of auspicious light descended, causing the space to distort, forming a unique force field. In this instant, everyone who had rushed forward was frozen, and it was almost impossible for them to move. Many holy sons were also bound. Ji Haoyue was forced out of the void, and was frozen 15 meters away from the primal chaos stone. The golden-winged little Pung King's extreme speed was also useless, and it was as if he had sunk into a swamp. The bed of the great emperor has been stained with his aura, and not just anyone can touch it, the Black Emperor said to himself. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The ancient great emperor was unimaginable, and the primal chaos stone was already so terrifying after being stained with his aura. It was really shocking. Is there really no way? He asked with his divine sense. F***ck, brat, you really deserve to be struck by lightning. The large black dog was extremely furious. Hearing this, Yi Fan knew that there was a chance. This guy was so indignant, which meant that he most likely could pass through. They have all been frozen, so you indeed have a chance now. Don't you have the source root of source chi of all things? The primal chaos stone is unable to freeze this sacred treasure of the sect. Fine, then I will reveal my true form today, and snatch the food from the mouths of these holy sons and holy daughters in front of everyone. As long as he drew out his cauldron, he would definitely be recognized. Rather than that, he might as well directly reveal his true form. Yi Fan walked out of the main hall, and arrived at a place where there was no one around. He revealed his true form, and then changed into another set of clothes. I am going to enter your cauldron, and see if I can take the primal chaos stone away later. The large black dog bared his teeth. That damned wicked Taoist priest has not appeared yet, so I have to be more careful later, Yi Fan said to himself. Isn't he just a lousy Taoist priest? How dare he snatch food from my mouth? I will bite him to death. I might as well just kill the golden-winged little Pung King and all these holy sons and be done with it. Yi Fan strode back. His voice was very calm, but if others knew about it, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Yi Fan strode towards the light palace. A 1-meter-tall cauldron hung above his head. Wisps of source chi fell from it. The Black Emperor was hidden in the cauldron as a hidden weapon, waiting to strike at the critical moment. As soon as Yi Fan entered the palace, everyone gasped. His cauldron was too eye-catching, and people could not help but pay attention to it. The source chi of all creation source chi was something that could not be found in the entire Eastern Barren territory. His entire cauldron was made of this thing, and there were no other impurities. This could be said to be the prototype of an ultimate weapon. It was something that could drive people crazy, and it was the dream treasure of the descendants of the land of the great sage. Immediately, everyone present was excited. Even though many people had not seen Yi Fan before, they could guess that he had arrived. Because in the world, he was the only one who had such a sacred item. A disciple of a large sect jumped out and said, a sacred item like the source chi of all creation source chi is something that even the land of the great sage can only dream of. You are just a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace secret territory. What right do you have to have it? What kind of person do you think can have it? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Not everyone dashed towards the chaos stones and was fixed there. Many people with weaker cultivation levels and felt that they could not compete for the chaos stones stood in the hall and did not fly into midair. The sacred item should be held in the hands of the large sections. Only then can it carry the will of the world and not let the sacred item be covered in dust. He looked aloof. Come, tell me which sect you are from. Let me wash my ears and listen carefully. Yi Fan looked at him. Don't play dumb. You have the guts to come here. Don't think about leaving today. Leave the cauldron behind. The disciple revealed his murderous intent. You think you can get it? Yi Fan laughed and glanced at him. This person was only at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace. Although it was not bad for his age, it depended on who he was compared to. Today, many sons of saints had gathered. The so-called geniuses of the Holy Ji Palace secret territory were really not enough. Ignoring the saints, even the weakest of the people who were frozen had a cultivation level at the fourth firmament of the Tao Palace. I'm from the North Region's Disillusionment Palace. Even if you hand over the cauldron today, you won't be able to keep your life. He turned around and said to the others, senior brothers, junior brothers, what are you waiting for? Capture him, kill him, and take the cauldron. The powerful sons of saints were all imprisoned, and the geniuses of the various sects were also frozen in the air. The strongest person on the ground was only at the third heaven of the Holy Ji Palace secret plane. In a sense, this was their chance, and there were no top cultivators of the younger generation fighting for it. If he could snatch the source root of myriad chi, it would be much better than any primal chaos stone. This was a sacred item exclusive to a great emperor. Its value was immeasurable. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. I've heard of the Disillusionment Palace, a great sect of the Northern Domain. But aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your reputation by robbing me so openly? If there are still so many people who are going to die, let's kill him. This disciple was the first to charge forward. Whoosh, there was a flash of light, and he disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the other three closed in. They appeared and disappeared like ghosts, flickering in and out of existence. It was impossible to capture their trajectories. This was their trump card. The name of their sect was Disillusionment, referring to their movement techniques. They were like ghosts, making it difficult for others to capture them. In addition, 3 of them were at the same level as Yi Fan. They were all at the second heaven of the Holy Ji Palace, so they had nothing to fear. Hand over the cauldron and we'll give you a quick death. The disciple at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace did not dare to step forward. He cooperated with his senior and junior brothers to attack. You want to kill me just because I handed over the cauldron? We'll give you a quick death. Our Disillusionment Palace is never one to drag things out. We'll definitely kill you in one strike, one of them mocked. These people had heard of Yi Fan's name before, but they had never taken him seriously. As disciples of a great sect of the Northern Domain, these disciples were all proud and arrogant. In their eyes, outside of their holy land, there was no one who could be their match. What shameless boasting. If that's the case, why don't I send you on your way together? Yi Fan looked calm. Chi. A disciple of the Disillusionment Palace made his move. A large sky blue net descended. It was like the stars in the sky, sparkling brilliantly. Shwa. The blue net enveloped him. The few of them laughed and were about to refine it when their expressions changed. It was an afterimage, not the true body. It was obvious how fast Yi Fan's speed was. Crazy Ole's footwork reached the extreme as he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Pa. 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 Deep and powerful sounds rang out together like a single sound. The 3 experts of Disillusionment Palace seemed to be struck by lightning as they were all struck by a palm. Pfft. The 3 of them were torn apart almost at the same time, disappearing from where they stood and turning into a mist of blood. You. The remaining disciple at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace looked horrified. Is this the great sect of the Northern Domain, Disillusionment Palace? Yi Fan said with a smile. My Disillusionment Palace's outstanding disciples are locked up there. If not, you would have long been dead. This disciple was stubborn and did not beg for mercy. Oh, who are they? Point them out to me. Yi Fan looked into the sky. Many people were locked in place by the chaos stones. Senior brothers, avenge me in the future. The disciple shouted loudly. Unfortunately, you used your stubbornness in the wrong place. In a while, I'll test how strong your senior brothers are. Yi Fan shook his head and suddenly attacked, killing him. You really don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. You actually dare to come here. A person slowly walked out from the crowd. He was very calm, as though he was staring at a dead person. He looked at Yi Fan and said, There's nothing to say. Leave this cauldron behind and kneel to the side to await punishment. This tone infuriated Black Emperor, who was hiding in the cauldron. He nearly leaped out and attacked. However, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This person was at the fourth firmament of the Tao Palace and was much stronger than the people around him. He originally believed that the fourth firmament Tao Palace cultivators had flown into the sky and were locked in place by the Chaos Stones. He never expected that there would be someone hiding in the crowd. And who are you? Song Tianfeng, a disciple of the Northern Domain's great sect, Five Elements Hall. He walked forward in a very calm and composed manner. Yi Fan had crossed realms to kill immortals and had killed some third firmament Tao Palace cultivators. However, he had never truly fought a fourth firmament Tao Palace cultivator before. He found it very dangerous. Did you not hear what I said? Song Tianfeng held his hands behind his back and said with a calm expression, "Leave this cauldron behind and kneel to the side to await punishment." Yi Fan smiled brilliantly. His snow-white teeth shimmered with a crystalline luster. His delicate face looked very young and even had a tinge of innocence. Is it funny? Are you waiting for me to break your legs before you are willing to kneel? Song Tianfeng was still slowly walking forward. I'm laughing at the fact that you really don't understand me at all. Yi Fan wiped away his brilliant smile and shook his head. There is a need for me to understand a dead person. Song Tianfeng pressed forward step by step. He reached out a pitch-black hand that was as large as a house. It came pressing down fiercely as he shouted, "Kneel." Duo. Yi Fan lightly shouted as a golden sword beam shot out from his glabella. His powerful perception manifested and rushed forward. The other party did not know that he had such a trump card. He had actually walked so close to him. It was a suicidal act. Ah! Song Tianfeng screamed as he held his glabella and staggered backward. But it was all too late. He had walked too close to the front and it was impossible for him to avoid this calamity. His perception was severely injured and with a thud, he knelt on one knee. You. Just as he spat out a word, an inch-long golden sword rushed over and pierced through his forehead with a pu sound. Bang! Song Tianfeng grunted as his corpse fell to the ground. Many people did not know that Yi Fan killed with his perception. They were all shocked. It was not until one of them exclaimed that the others understood. Yi Fan, you really have the guts of an immortal. You dare to interfere in this situation. Several people came out one after another. The lowest cultivation level was at the second level of the Tao Palace, and there were 2 people at the 4th level. People of the Ji family. Yi Fan's face darkened. He had a great grudge with this family. On the other side, a few more people came out of the crowd. They were disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land, and there were also experts at the 4th level of the Tao Palace. The Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land moved. The others also gathered together, including the great sage. Although they did not make a move, they all aimed at Yi Fan's cauldron. It was obvious that they wanted to seize it. At the same time, everyone took out a weapon and held it in front of their foreheads, afraid that he would attack with his perception. Ha ha ha. Seeing them like this, Yi Fan could not help but laugh. Today, Yi Fan's name was destined to spread, making the disciples of the great sage's land so afraid. In fact, after today, many people would change their expressions when talking about Yi Fan. The first thing they would think of when facing him was defense. Whoosh! Yi Fan leaped up. He did not want to waste any more time in case something unexpected happened. The ancient cauldron was only a meter tall. Above his head, a black and yellow aura fell. It was like silk ribbons, strand after strand. It was very thick, and it protected him tightly. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head was unobstructed. The auspicious colors shot out by the chaos gems were all easily dissolved by the myriad source chi. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. This holy item was too heaven-defying. It was indeed an immortal material that even the great emperor dreamed of, even the extremely rare chaos gems couldn't stop him. Facing the myriad source chi, they were powerless. Everyone wanted to take it for themselves. This was definitely the rough embryo of an extreme Tao weapon. In the future, once it produced Tao and reason, it would definitely be able to rule the eastern wasteland and suppress the world. The wicked Taoist didn't appear. Yi Fan muttered to himself, but he did not dare to lower his guard. He was ready to cross the void at any time. With a few steps, he arrived in front of the strange black stone. Chi. With a flash of light, he grabbed the ancient scroll in his hand. Only then did he relax. Then, he tried to put away the chaos gems, but he felt that his divine power was not enough. It was difficult to succeed. This black stone was too heavy. If it was not refined, it was almost impossible to take it away. Put down the beast-hide ancient scroll. The people below were really anxious. They had worked so hard, and if it was taken away by someone else, they would not be willing. Are you all scolding me? Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I might accidentally kill your saint and saintess. Yifan looked down. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The most outstanding disciples of the Holy Lands and sects were all frozen in midair. Only Yifan was not affected. If he went crazy, it would be really bad. Thinking of this, everyone felt a wave of fear. Swoosh, with the cauldron on his head, Yifan walked forward and arrived not far away from the little Pun King. His right hand was like a golden millstone, and it swung out. Bang, the little Pun King was immediately sent flying, but he was quickly frozen again. The force field formed by the chaos gems restrained everything, and it was very difficult to struggle. Brat, you can't kill me. The little Pun King's eyes flashed with a wild light. After being frozen in midair, he only spoke now. Bang, Yifan punched out again. His golden fist was heavy and powerful. It hit the little Pun King into the chaos gems, and the hall shook. In the surroundings, the expressions of the saints changed, but no one said anything. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Yifan walked forward while looking around. Jihaoyue, the Alcade Saint, Yaoshi, the Jade Lake Saintess, everyone's expression changed. Under Yifan's gaze, the saints and saintesses of Dian, Jiang Clan, Wanchu, Zifu, Daoyi, and the others felt uneasy. They were afraid that he would kill them. The people on the ground were very nervous. They were afraid that Yifan would make a crazy decision and kill their saint children and saintess. That would cause great chaos. However, it was clear that they were worrying too much. Although the saint children were uneasy, they were not afraid. Everyone had their own methods to protect themselves. Yifan quickly frowned. It was indeed very difficult for him to kill these people. The force field of the primal chaos stone was too strong. Most of the divine power he used would be neutralized. He had the cauldron made from the chi of all things, but he could not use it to get close to these people. Otherwise, they would also break free. The force field formed by the primal chaos stone was all-pervasive and filled every inch of space. The divine power he used was infinitely weakened. He could not even use his cauldron to suppress others. If he did that, the other party would immediately obtain freedom due to the chi of all things. Yifan walked in the air. When he passed by Jihaoyue, he stopped. This made the people of the Ji clan extremely nervous. Their hearts were in their throats. You can't kill me, Jihaoyue said calmly. A divine moon shone and protected his body. You know that my holy physique can restrain your phenomenon. Even if I can't kill you, I can beat you half to death. Then try. The divine moon was like lightning and merged with Jihaoyue. His entire body overflowed with lustrous light. For Purple Moon's sake, I'll deal with you later. Yifan walked away with large steps. He arrived in front of the primal chaos stone and slashed with his golden hand again. Bang! The little Pun King was sent flying 3 meters away. He was fixed there by the powerful force field and could not move anymore. Very good, I like this cauldron. You have to keep it for me. In the future, I will find you to take it. The little Pun King's words were cold. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Bang, bang, bang. Yifan did not say anything and continued to attack. He hit the little Pun King here and there, but his strength was just right. He was afraid that he would accidentally fly out of the force field. He really did want to kill the future king of the Tianping race, but just as he had expected, the primal chaos force field affected everything, and the divine power he unleashed was reduced by more than half. Yifan had lost track of how many punches he had thrown out. He could feel his arms aching. However, the primal chaos field was simply too powerful. He was simply incapable of killing his opponent. Ha ha ha. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the little Pun King's mouth, but he was laughing crazily. Chi. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out from between Yi Fan's eyebrows. Buzz. The space trembled, and a light flashed inside the little Pun King's body. A small silver pagoda rushed out, and entered the center of his forehead. Ding. A sweet-sounding sound rang out. The small silver pagoda trembled slightly, but it was not destroyed. With a flash of silver light, it entered the space between his brows. At the same time, the little Pun King let out a loud roar. His entire body shone brightly, and a lifelike heavenly Pun cast from gold rushed out, pouncing toward Yi Fan. The roar of a dragon shook the heavens. Following closely behind the heavenly Pung, a terrifying true dragon leaped out and danced in the air. It tore apart the restriction and rushed towards Yi Fan. Supreme Pung seizing dragon technique. The little Pun King had been patiently waiting and did not use this divine technique to protect his body. Only now did he suddenly attack, wanting to kill Yi Fan in one move. This divine technique was peerless and extremely powerful. Only after reaching the 4 extreme secret realms could one use it. Last time, when he fought against Yi Fan, he could not use this technique and was full of regret. At this moment, a golden Supreme Pung and a green true dragon rushed out, causing many people to tremble. He can even use this technique in the primal chaos force field. The little Pun King is too powerful. How terrifying is his battle prowess? This is truly shocking. It's too inconceivable. Many people were tongue-tied and incomparably shocked. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Yi Fan used the old lunatic's footwork and flashed past the Ping and true dragon with a swoosh. Even someone as powerful as the little Pun King could not move freely in the primal chaos force field. The golden Ping and the green true dragon quickly dimmed. Buzz. The void trembled. A Ping and a dragon, vivid and lifelike, filled with a divine sense of power, appeared beside him and coiled around him. Having failed to kill Yi Fan in one move, he knew he had no more chances. The dragon wrestling technique turned into the dragon wrestling diagram and protected his body. It stuck to the surface of his body so that it would not be cancelled out by the primal chaos force field. Yi Fan attacked fiercely. Even though he could not kill the little Pun King, he still wanted to beat him up. He kicked with his feet and hacked with a golden palm. Hee, why bother? You can't kill me at all. There was a trace of blood at the corner of the little Pun King's mouth. He sneered and said, "Be careful, don't break my cauldron." Yi Fan did not reply. He took out the fire divine furnace and stored it inside. Then, he used the fire-urging art and began to refine him. Even if I can't refine you, I will still peel off a layer of skin. Since he could not use the cauldron, he could only take out the furnace to torture the other party. Brat, this little bit of temperature is far from enough. You still have a long way to go if you want to refine me. It's so warm and comfortable here. Put in more strength. The little Pun King's wild voice came out. Buzz. The primal chaos stone actually trembled slightly. Rays of auspicious light shot out and entered the furnace, making it incomparably bright like a burning sun. On the fire divine furnace, the blurry divine birds disappeared instantly and entered the body of the furnace, making it extremely hot. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. The fire divine furnace could actually draw upon the power of the primal chaos stone for its own use. Behind him, the others all revealed strange expressions, especially the future divine king of the Jiang family. His body trembled, and 2 beams of divine radiance rushed out from his eyes. He seemed to be extremely shocked. At first, the little Pun King was still mocking him, but soon, he became silent. Then, he let out a low roar. This shocked everyone. What kind of furnace was this? Could it be that it could even refine the little Pun King? It could actually draw upon the power of the primal chaos stone. This was somewhat inconceivable. Dong, dang, chong, the little Pun King struggled violently and began to move in the primal chaos field. One could imagine what kind of dangerous situation he was facing. He was definitely struggling with all his might. Then, Yi Fan opened the lid and poured out the golden wing. He wanted to see how he was doing. In the end, everyone's expression changed. The magnificent future king of the Tianping race was burned until his entire body was pitch black. It was as if he had fallen into a pit of coal. Brat. However, his eyes were still sharp, shooting out like two beams of lightning. Very well, even if I can't refine you today, I will burn all your feathers. Yi Fan slashed him in with a backhand. He closed the lid and placed the Li Fire Divine Furnace on the Primal Chaos Stone. This? Everyone's heart went cold. If this continued, the little Pung King would definitely be refined to death. It was only at this moment that many of the sons truly felt a trace of fear. Being killed by a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace was really not worth it. At the moment when Yi Fan turned around, many of the sons acted almost in unison. Light flashed between their eyebrows. They moved their most powerful weapons there to protect their consciousness. Yi Fan's gaze swept across everyone. This made them somewhat nervous. They might not really lose their lives, but to be burned into charcoal in front of everyone was too humiliating. This was especially so for the few women. They were peerless beauties, and if they were blasphemed like this, it would be worse than killing them. The successor of the Dao One Holy Land was a very young female Taoist nun. She had the aura of the Great Path. She stood there quietly, but there was no lingering mist or radiance. She was very ethereal, and no one could see her true appearance. Before this, she had purified thousands of nether soldiers just by chanting the 4 words Infinite Celestial Being. The supreme wondrous sound shocked everyone. At this moment, she let out the sound of nature, like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was very pleasing to the ear. She said, "Benefactor Yi, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be in danger." On the other side, the Jade Lake Saintess also said in a melodious voice, "All the sects have supreme elders here. You should leave as soon as possible." If there was anyone who could still remain calm, it would definitely be Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and the others. They were unperturbed and did not worry at all. They even secretly transmitted their voices to help Yi Fan come up with ideas. "Brother Yi, we might as well go big. Put them all into the furnace and refine them into ashes. In the future, there will be no one in the entire eastern wasteland who can compete with us." "That's right. These people have always been an eyesore. We'll turn them into ashes in one breath. Let the great sage go and cry." Yi Fan did not make a sound. He arrived in front of the Yaoguang Saint Child and brandished his millstone-sized golden palm, fiercely hacking down. However, the Yaoguang Saint Child was invincible. When he used the sacred light technique, it was as if a layer of golden mist covered the surface of his body. His defensive power could be said to be number 1 in the world. "Do we have enmity?" The Yaoguang Saint Child was beaten until he was trembling, but his words were still very calm. Yi Fan did not say anything. He knew that this person was extremely terrifying and was determined to obtain his cauldron. He had gone to the Broken Cloud Mountain range several times to chase after his traces. He even suspected that the person who had pretended to be an archaic creature in order to seize the phoenix blood gold was not old Saber Honcho, but the Yaoguang Saint Child. Every time this thought arose, he felt that the Yaoguang Saint Child was incomparably terrifying. In order to achieve his goal, he would use any means, fair or foul. He would even kill his own people without hesitation. In particular, he could still be so calm at this moment. This state of mind was very unusual. He would definitely be a great enemy in the future. Yi Fan did not say anything more. He directly opened the furnace and threw the Yaoguang Saint Child inside. With a clang, the furnace lid was closed. It was very neat and tidy. Below, the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land turned pale with fright. They had never thought that Yi Fan would be so decisive. He directly threw their Saint Child into the divine furnace. He was planning to refine him into ashes. "You offended the Ji family. Do you still want to become enemies with the Yaoguang Holy Land?" the people below shouted. "Every time the Ji family chased after me, you Yaoguang Holy Land's people joined in. You've been enemies with me for a long time." Yi Fan sneered. Dong, dang, quang, inside the Li Fire Divine Furnace, the little Pung King constantly roared. The Yaoguang Saint Child also let out muffled groans. It was obvious that he was enduring an unimaginably high temperature. In the Light Palace, some people rushed out. They wanted to attract the supreme elders of the major sects and kill Yi Fan. However, when they left the palace gate, they were suddenly surrounded by hundreds of large flags. They were lost in the middle and could not rush out at all. This was the Dao pattern restriction that Yi Fan had specially laid down when he came in. It had been used in the Immortal Palace. It could even trap the physical body of an old demon. Everyone was in chaos, but there was no way. They could not rush out at all. This place was completely isolated from the myriad realms. I want to know, where did you get this furnace? The future divine king of the Jiang family suddenly transmitted his voice. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It seemed very mysterious. Could it be related to your Jiang family's divine sun furnace? Yi Fan suddenly turned around and looked at the divine body of the Jiang family, who was covered in divine iron armor. It's far from the divine sun furnace I've seen before, but it has a similar aura, the divine king of the Jiang family replied. Yi Fan did not waste any time and directly arrived in front of Xianxia. This caused her expression to immediately change. The grudge between the two was too deep. Xianxia had a celestial body, graceful and elegant. Her appearance was peerless and could cause the downfall of cities and countries. She had the charm of a demoness and the noble temperament of a saintess. It was very tempting. However, at this moment, she could not calm down. The situation was very bad for her. You are a beauty, but... Yi Fan formed a large golden hand and lifted Xiaoxi's chin, almost teasing her. Yi Fan, you. Below, the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land were almost in an uproar. The saintess represented holiness and could not be blasphemed. Yi Fan actually did such a thing in public. The others were also nervous. Yi Fan was extremely daring. He was definitely not only targeting these people. Perhaps the inheritors of the land of the great sage were all in danger. He might even blaspheme the land of the great sage. In the Eastern Barren territory, more than half of the saints and saintesses had come. They were likely to be the next batch of saints, representing the future and hope. If Yi Fan attacked crazily and killed everyone present, he would be able to wipe out the entire younger generation of the Eastern Barren territory. This would definitely lead to the decline of geniuses and the end of an era. This was an immeasurable loss. Just thinking about it sent chills down people's spine. It's you. Xiaoxia was very calm. She only spat out these two words. Yes, it's me. Yi Fan created a golden hand and held her chin. His expression was calm. These words were very normal. Bystanders wouldn't notice at all. But in reality, only the Saintess of Jade Lake could understand the hidden meaning between the two. Xiaoxia recognized Yi Fan from the Li Fire Divine Furnace. He was the young Taoist. They had entered the Absolute Beginning Forbidden Zone together and had seen him take out this furnace. However, it was also because of this that the Yaoguang Saint's calmness and terror were revealed. Just now, he was so calm. Before being thrown into the furnace by Yi Fan, he had only asked, "Do we have a grudge?" In reality, whether it was the young Taoist or the real Yi Fan, they didn't seem to have a grudge. Yi Fan only guessed that the immemorial creature was the Yaoguang Saint in disguise. He couldn't be sure. Thus, he didn't say anything and directly threw the Yaoguang Saint into the furnace. Xiaoxia struggled slightly. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Don't tell me you want to throw me into the furnace too? Unfortunately, there are no more black flames inside. Otherwise, I could send you both on your way. Yi Fan shook his head. You. At this moment, Xiaoxia was shocked. The golden hand created by Yi Fan had sent her flying. With a bang, she hit the Chaos Stone. If you don't die, I'll return your bra. Yi Fan smiled calmly. These words were secretly transmitted. He only had one purpose, to shut her up. Clang. The lid of the Li Fire Divine Furnace was opened. Yi Fan directly threw Xiaoxia in without any hesitation. He was very decisive. Just at this moment, the little Pung King rushed out. His whole body was pitch black, and he was almost burnt to a crisp. Alcade Saint Child followed closely behind. It was as if he had fallen into a coal mine. Bang, Yi Fan did not hold back at all. The void palm imprint smashed down on the little Pung King's head, knocking both of them back into the little Pun King's head. Clang, the five-colored lid flew back and covered the divine furnace once again. The raging flames inside burned fiercely, burning the entire furnace red. The primal chaos stones shot out streaks of auspicious colors, providing it with divine power. You. The light-shaking realm cultivator's expression shifted. You blasphemed the Holy Virgin and threw her into the furnace. How heartless you are. Many people in the Yaoguang Holy Land were so angry that their bodies were shaking. If someone wants to kill you, are you going to worship him? Yi Fan asked. When have I, the light-shaking realm, ever made things difficult for you? Do you know who they are? Someone gnashed their teeth. I don't need to explain anything to you. Enemies are meant to be killed. I don't care what her identity is, Yi Fan replied calmly. Many people were shocked. Even the light-shaking saintess had been thrown into the furnace. She was a peerless beauty, and the descendants of the Holy Lands were all in danger. It was obvious that Yi Fan was not afraid of anything. When he attacked, he showed no mercy. What a waste, what a waste. The light-shaking saintess is about to turn into ashes. There is one less beauty in this world. Lu Ko transmitted his voice. He was full of regret. Wu Zhongtian transmitted his voice and scolded, that's how it should be. As long as it's a great enemy, no matter who he is, even if he is a real deity descending to the mortal world, he should be refined. He should be iron-blooded and merciless. Yi Fan did not reply. Instead, he walked forward and circled around the area. He did not attack again. You should leave quickly, the Jade Lake Saintess transmitted her voice. Otherwise, you will really be in danger. Thank you for your kindness. Yi Fan smiled. Then, he thought about it and said, in the future, I might bring the pure phoenix blood gold to the Jade Lake. He glanced at the descendants of the Holy Lands such as Dian, Wanchu, Daoyi, and Zifu. He did not attack them because he had no conflict with them. The people below heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Yi Fan would throw everyone into the furnace without saying a word. Whoosh, in the next moment, Yi Fan arrived before Ji Haoyue. A golden hand materialized, wanting to throw him into the furnace and refine him together. This made the people of the Ji clan very nervous. However, Yi Fan stopped in the end. He thought of Ji Ziyue and how she built a cenotaph for him. Never mind, I will keep your divine body. I will meet you when I enter the secret realm of four extremes. Yi Fan returned to the Chaos Stone and sat cross-legged on it. He used a fire spell and circulated his divine power. He had made up his mind to refine the three experts. Here, there was a force field emitted by the Chaos Stone that negated the divine power. It was impossible to kill them with true battle techniques. Perhaps only this strange furnace could refine them. The Chaos Stone shot out beams of auspicious light that entered the furnace. It became even hotter and redder. The sun engraved on it disappeared and also entered the furnace. This was destined to be a long time. Yi Fan was very vigilant. He was ready to take out the profound jade platform and cross the void at any time. He wanted to stay in there for a bit longer to completely refine the three experts. During that time, he produced the Beast Hide Scroll and began to study it carefully. At this time, he was shocked because there was a piece of silk in the scroll. There were some ancient characters and a map on it. The 9 secrets, there really was the 9 secrets. He had thought that this tomb had nothing to do with the ancient clan, but he had guessed wrong. This was the tomb of the ancient clan's ancestor. There was no 9 secrets heart art on the silk. There was only a map and some explanations. The distant ancestor of this ancient clan was very far-sighted. He frankly said that there was no such thing as an immortal dynasty, much less an eternal clan. In the long river of history, even some holy lands and ancient clans had been destroyed, let alone ordinary clans. He didn't want one of the 9 secrets to disappear because of the decline of his clan, so he left this silk behind. Back then, he had obtained the secret art from a mysterious place. The location was marked on the silk. If there was fate, one could follow the path he had walked to find it. An open-minded character with the same sentiments as Divine King Jiang Taishu. Yi Fan's expression didn't change as he put away the silk. The others didn't know that there was such a secret in the ancient scroll. Only now did he start to read the ancient scroll. There were many characters on it and a clear map. Yi Fan's expression changed as he skimmed through it. This was because he saw a familiar topographic map. There were 9 dragon veins surrounding and protecting a mountain. This was the topographic map of the Purple Mountain. It was the demon mountain suppressed by Great Emperor Wuxi, and such a map had actually been passed down. Black Emperor. Yi Fan transmitted his voice with his divine sense. The large black dog hid in a cauldron. He didn't know how much divine power he had used, trying to put the chaos gem into the cauldron, but he was so tired that he was foaming at the mouth. He couldn't move it at all. I've finally realized that when I'm with you, I'm always working hard for nothing and getting unlucky. Stop complaining. Look at this map. Yi Fan put the ancient scroll into the cauldron for the large black dog to examine. Damn it, as expected, someone obtained a trace of the Great Emperor's fur and even found out the location of the Emperor Mountain. By now, Yi Fan didn't need to guess too much. This imperial palace that had been changed into the Light Temple was undoubtedly the resting palace of Great Emperor Wuxi. This chaos gem was Great Emperor Wuxi's bed in the past. After the large black dog finished cursing, he suddenly fell silent, and didn't speak for a long time. Black Emperor, what's wrong? Could it be that you've been cursed by the tomb? Brat, do you want to harm people? The Black Emperor suddenly asked. What do you mean? Yi Fan asked. Give this map to whoever you don't like, the Black Emperor replied calmly. What do you mean? If that's the case, won't others know about the Purple Mountain that's guarded by 9 dragons? That place will no longer be peaceful, and people will dig it up. Yi Fan knew that the large black dog definitely had a deep connection with the Purple Mountain. Calculating the time, more than 100,000 years have passed. Perhaps the Purple Mountain is about to surface, the large black dog said woodenly. He was a little dazed. What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid that the Purple Mountain will be destroyed by the various great sage? Yi Fan asked. Unless there are still great emperors in this world, no one can obtain anything from the Purple Mountain, the large black dog replied in an extremely certain tone. It was as if he had regained his senses, and he said, you can give this map to whoever you don't like. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he immediately thought of many things. There was most likely going to be a huge storm at the Purple Mountain. Are you sure that the various great sage lands can't obtain that Wuxi scripture? Yi Fan was most concerned about that stone scripture in the Purple Mountain. Unless there is a living great emperor, or if there is a complete jade pendant, no one can open the ancient scripture, the Black Emperor replied with certainty. This large black dog knew too much, but Yi Fan couldn't force him to answer, so he began to seriously ponder. Since these holy lands have nothing to do, I might as well let them divert their attention. He made up his mind, and began to laugh coldly. He wanted to give the ancient scroll away, but he lacked a very good excuse. Why hasn't the wicked Taoist appeared yet? Yi Fan had always been on guard against him, but now he really hoped that he would jump out and give him a hot potato. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the Temple of Light, and an extreme pressure swept out, even the chaos gems trembled. The ancient pagoda in the temple suddenly collapsed. Yan Ruyu stood alone in the field, and she used an extreme weapon to turn the ancient pagoda into dust. Her opponent was turned to ashes, and she broke out of the pagoda. At the same time, many disciples of the Holy Lands quickly retreated, and the people leading them were all elites at the 4th heaven of the Tao Palace. Just now, they had all been guarding around the ancient pagoda, so there was no need to think too much about their motives. Not every holy land had an extreme weapon, and there were only a few in the eastern barren lands. If Yan Ruyu died here, for some people, it would be a greater opportunity than any other. Unfortunately, many of the holy sons had long been frozen in midair. This was something they themselves hadn't expected. Daoist Duan, what do you mean? Yan Ruyu stood elegantly in the center of the field, staring at the void in front of her. A fat figure appeared. Duanda smiled awkwardly, and said, I was afraid that something would happen to Princess Yan, so I stood guard. This damned fatty. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This fellow had indeed been here for a long time. He had hidden his strength well, and his appetite was too big. He had actually set his sights on an extreme weapon. Yan Ruyu's expression was calm, and her flawless face was expressionless. she didn't say anything more. Her palm glowed brightly, and the extreme immortal might became even more terrifying. Duanda quickly retreated and said, "Princess Yin, please don't misunderstand. How would I dare rob you? The Peacock King, Blue Flood Dragon King, and Old Rock King are all outside unless I don't want to live anymore." When these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Not only had the grand elders of the Holy Land come, but even the 3 demon kings had appeared at the same time. "Duanda. I'm telling you, my grandfather, Wu Dao, is here too." Wu Zhongtian gritted his teeth. When Duanda heard this, he immediately shrank back. He had once plundered someone's ancestral grave. If he were to be blocked here, it would be unthinkable. "Black Emperor, hand it over." Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. He pulled the ancient scroll out of the cauldron and held it in his hand. Right at this moment, something that shocked everyone happened. With a broken bowl on top of Duanda's head, he actually rushed towards the primal chaos stone like a ghost. The force field couldn't stop him. Swoosh! Duanda rushed past with an inconceivable speed. He snatched the ancient scroll from Yi Fan's hand in one go. It could be said that he came and went like a ghost. He laughed heartily, and his big mouth almost cracked open to his ears. However, he wasn't satisfied. A big fat hand actually grabbed towards the cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head. Woof, 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 dog barks resounded throughout the main hall. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Duanda screamed and shook his right arm repeatedly. At this moment, he was bitten 17 or 18 times, from his finger to his arm. Immeasurable. Motherf * King Celestial Being. Whose dog is this? Immeasurable. Motherf * King Celestial Being. Whose dog is this? Duanda bared his teeth and cried out in pain, shaking his arms. However, he couldn't get rid of the Black Emperor at all. The big black dog could swallow a large roller after opening its bloody mouth, and it was biting with all its might. "Ah, ah, 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 woof, woof, woof." Duanda and the big black dog were both barking. One was in excruciating pain, and the other was biting hard. One wanted to get rid of it, and the other refused to let go. The Black Emperor's body was quite large, and the huge head that stretched out from the cauldron was quite fierce. It bit Duanda and almost swallowed half of his body. Clang! The big black dog's large paws pressed down on the broken bowl on Duanda's head. He suddenly abandoned the unscrupulous Taoist priest's arm and bit the broken bowl with his mouth, trying to snatch it back. He had never been one to suffer losses. Even though he had intentionally given the animal hide scroll to Duanda, he felt that he couldn't let Duanda have it for free. Seeing the treasure, he wanted to take Duanda's divine object for himself. Unscrupulous. Celestial being, this is so infuriating. It had always been him who snatched other people's treasures. Today, not only was he bitten by a dog, but he was also robbed by a dog. Duanda was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. The broken bowl trembled slightly, and a terrifying destructive force was released. The Black Emperor was shocked, and a golden bell rushed out of his divine sense, jingling and shaking. At the same time, Yi Fan helped, activating his cauldron and attacking the unscrupulous Taoist priest. However, this broken bowl still made people's hearts palpitate. It contained unimaginably terrifying power, but it didn't really release it. The big black dog's heart skipped a beat. A crack appeared on his forehead, and the third vertical eye opened, shooting out a black light that penetrated Duanda's sea of consciousness. Yi Fan also felt danger. Without saying anything, the small golden lake between his eyebrows also shot out an inch-long golden sword, slashing at Duanda's forehead. Whether it was the big black dog's golden bell or Yi Fan's cauldron, they were both blocked by the broken bowl. The weapon attack wasn't very effective. However, the divine sense attack was too sudden. Duanda cried out and was hit on the spot, staggering back. Woof, 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 the large black dog's bark shook the heavens. He suddenly rushed out of the cauldron and lay on the bowl, using the golden bell as a shield. He hugged the bowl tightly and refused to let go. At the same time, his powerful divine sense surged forward like a tidal wave. Not good, retreat quickly. Yi Fan roared in a low voice. This bowl was no ordinary item, and it would strike fear into one's heart. He was afraid that something would happen to the large black dog. Before the Black Emperor retreated, he bit half of Duanda's body and tore his Daoist robe apart. He transformed into a black light and returned to Yifan's cauldron. The heartless Daoist priest was bitten miserably. His Daoist robe was torn and tattered, making him look like a beggar. There were teeth marks all over his body, making him look as miserable as one could imagine. Boundless celestial being, damn it, I've been bitten by a dog. Boundless Wuxer, F***ck, I've bitten your nose, the large black dog retorted. Where did this dog demon come from? The heartless Daoist priest had a wretched expression. Looking at the teeth marks all over his body, he really wanted to eat black dog meat on the spot. This was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. Whose nose was left unchained? The large black dog also had a displeased expression, and shouted loudly. The heartless Daoist priest's nose almost became crooked from anger, and he said, I still want to say, whose dog was left unchained? I haven't finished speaking yet, whose nose was left unchained? The large black dog bared his teeth. Everyone present was dumbfounded. These two fellows were really outrageous, and they didn't know what to say. Yet Yifan wanted to laugh loudly. This damned fatty had never suffered a loss, and had snatched many of his things. Afterwards, he had been stuffed into the demon god's tomb by the various great sage masters, and he had still come out alive and well. It was rare for him to suffer a loss today. Forget it, I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. The large black dog had gained enough advantage, and in the end, he revealed an expression of I can't be bothered to pay attention to you. The heartless Daoist priest pointed at the Black Emperor, and was just about to say something, but he was interrupted by Yifan. Daoist priest, what do you mean? He deliberately darkened his face, and stared at Duanda with an unfriendly expression, and said, although we have some friendship, but to scheme against an old friend like this, do you think it's acceptable? Immeasurable celestial being, this humble Daoist is afraid that little brother Yi will suffer a loss. With so many people eyeing you covetously, this humble Daoist is afraid that little brother Yi will suffer a loss. Fatty, you will suffer retribution for being so greedy. Yifan didn't say anything more. He looked unhappy, but he was laughing heartily in his heart. Duanda could freely enter and exit the force field formed by the primal chaos stones, and the field energy couldn't lock him down at all. The black and swarthy broken bowl overflowed with ripples, and counteracted this kind of confinement. The Black Emperor transmitted his voice to Yifan, and said, there must be something extraordinary in this broken bowl. It seems like it's sealed, and he doesn't want to expose it. It's really unimaginable. Yifan nodded in agreement. He didn't want to really fall out with this damned fatty. This guy hid his strength deeply, and he didn't know how many trump cards he had. The others were also very shocked. They couldn't guess what kind of strange treasure Duanda had, but it was definitely very shocking. Shwa. With a flash of light, Duanda withdrew from the force field formed by the primal chaos stones, landed on the ground, and kept the ancient scroll in his bosom. Everyone stared at him, especially the holy sons and holy daughters who were frozen in midair. They were all extremely unwilling, not because their cultivation was weak, but because they lacked treasures. There was nothing they could do about being trapped here. Daoist priest Duan, do you want to leave? Yan Ruyu stepped forward and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Facing the demon race princess who was wielding an extreme weapon, Duanda acted as if he was facing a great enemy, his expression unsettled. Boom! On top of the primal chaos stones, the flame divine furnace trembled. The three people sealed inside did not want to sit still and wait for death, so they did their best to attack. Yao Guang Saint Child, Golden-Winged Little Pung King, and Yao Shi were not ordinary people. Yifan secretly transmitted his voice and said, Black Emperor, can you help me seal this furnace? Even if we leave the primal chaos stones, we can ensure that they won't be able to rush out. This is difficult. The Black Emperor frowned and said, although this broken furnace is very sturdy, it's a little strange. I'm afraid there's no way to engrave Dao patterns on it. Think carefully and see if there's any way. Yifan felt that time was of the essence. He was afraid that he didn't have time to refine the three of them. Engraving Dao patterns requires a large amount of precious materials. Where can I find them in such a short period of time? There's no way. The Black Emperor shook his head. I need materials. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart stirred. He thought of the secret technique in the Tao scripture. There were only a few strokes, and the contents were limited. However, he had seriously studied it before. He had once used that forbidden technique, using an artifact to suppress one's body and achieve eternity. 9 mysterious ancient characters. I don't need any other precious materials. As long as I engrave them on the artifact, I can achieve suppression. Yi Fan quickly took action. This time, he was not suppressing himself, but the 3 experts. Black Emperor Protector. His expression was solemn. He could not refine the 3 experts here, so he planned to completely seal them. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from outside the main hall. Someone was forcefully pulling out the great flag that Yi Fan had set up, and was about to break in. All the holy sons and holy daughters revealed expressions of joy, feeling that their people must have arrived. Not good. Yi Fan calmed himself down and emptied his mind, engraving an imprint on the Li Fire Divine Furnace. His expression was incomparably solemn. Using his mind as a brush, he engraved an unrecognizable ancient character on the lid of the furnace. Every stroke was extremely focused, and he temporarily forgot everything outside. Shwa. With a flash of light, the first imprint was completed, and he struck it into the lid of the furnace. However, he didn't dare to relax. He didn't know if this strange furnace would erase this kind of imprint. After all, its self-recovery ability was very abnormal. There's no sign of it disappearing. It seems like it can be preserved. He was delighted. You actually know how to engrave this kind of thing? The large black dog had just seen that character with his own eyes and was extremely shocked. What's so special about it? Yi Fan asked. This is a character that only the Great Emperor can recognize. It's the pattern of heaven and earth, and it's very difficult for outsiders to understand what exactly is going on. The large black dog stared at Yi Fan, and said, You've mastered a few characters. When the time comes, you must teach them to me. Yi Fan's heart instantly skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything. He quickly calmed his emotions, calmed himself, and began to engrave characters again. Shwa. With a flash of light, the second ancient character, the third ancient character. He engraved 7 ancient characters in a row, and the lid of the furnace suddenly became misty, firmly sealing the furnace. However, the others didn't pay attention to all this. Everyone was staring at Duanda. After all, that ancient scroll had been obtained by him. Boom! Outside the great emperor's bedchambers, many people were moving, and several hundred great flags were pulled out one by one. In the end, there was a violent tremor, and over a dozen people walked in. These dozen or so people looked to be in their 30s or 40s, but no one knew how old they really were. All of them walked calmly, and their expressions were calm. One could tell at a glance that they had extraordinary temperaments. One of them wore a 5-colored feather robe, and he was naturally proud and extraordinary. His brows were straight like swords, and he looked disdainfully at everyone in the main hall. Finally, 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes, and he stared at Ji Haoyue. Kong Teng, what do you want to do? Someone beside him shouted. In the main hall, everyone was shocked. Who was Kong Teng? He was the Peacock King's eldest true disciple, and he had inherited the Peacock King's supreme mysterious technique. His strength was unfathomable. In the past, it was he who had chased Ji Haoyue to the ends of the earth in the southern region, and he had almost died outside. Don't worry, I won't make a move here. After all, you have more people, and my demon race only has a few people, Kong Teng replied coldly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. None of the dozen or so middle-aged people were easy to deal with. They were all extraordinary figures in the land of the great sage, and they were half a generation or even a generation older than the youngsters present. Whoosh, whoosh. The light flickered continuously, and Yi Fan finally imprinted the last 2 words into the lid, completely sealing the divine furnace of Li Fire. At this point, he let out a long sigh. Taoist Duan. Kong Teng glanced at the chaos stones, and then stared at Duanda. The dozen or so people who came in with him all had great backgrounds, and their statuses were not lower than his. They were all geniuses in the land of the great sage, and they all stared at Duanda. Everything can be discussed. Duanda smiled insincerely, and he took out the ancient scroll. Eldest senior brother, please save the saint and the saintess. A light-shaking realm disciple stepped forward, and respectfully bowed to a middle-aged man. This was a man who looked to be about 37 or 38 years old. He was tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was incomparably handsome, and people could not help but be in awe of him, as if he was an immortal king. Many people present were shocked, and they immediately knew who this person was. This was Chu Lingkong of the light-shaking realm, and he had almost been chosen as the saint in the past. Is that so? Someone actually captured the saintess and the saint of the light-shaking realm at the same time? Chu Lingkong's eyes were as deep as the ocean, and he looked into the air. Yi Fan's expression was calm, and he sat cross-legged on the chaos stones, still casting fire spells. The three geniuses in the furnace spoke calmly, and he said, I want to suppress them for a year, and then release them to the Holy Land when the time is up. Everyone's expression changed. A small cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace dared to suppress the descendants of the Holy Land. If this got out, it would definitely shock the world. He actually dared to say such a thing, and there was not a single person from the land of the great sage who was not shocked. This was a monster, and they had more or less heard of his name before, but none of the geniuses from the Holy Land cared. Today, they were destined to remember this name. Little uncle, that is the criminal wanted by the Ji clan, Yi Fan. The people of the Ji clan also came forward and bowed to a 38 or 39-year-old middle-aged man. How courageous, daring to come here. The genius of the Ji clan clasped his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. Many people recognized him. He was Ji Yuanqing of the Ji clan. He had a medium build and wasn't very tall, but he had the aura of the great Tao. He was very ethereal, like a piece of void, and people couldn't catch a trace of him. He gave people a feeling of nothingness. This was the sign that he had cultivated the void scripture to an extremely high level. Back then, he fought with the eldest disciple of the Peacock King, Kong Teng, from the southern region to the Central Plains. He was very famous in the land of the great sage. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ji clan had a divine body, Ji Haoyue, the future leader of the clan would definitely be him. Where did the little Pung King go? At this time, Kong Teng also raised his head. His sharp eyebrows were raised and a sharp aura rushed out. Apart from Yan Ruyu, there were other beasts on the ground. One of them came forward and reported, the little Pung King was also suppressed by Yi Fan. What? 3 heaven's favorites were suppressed by him alone? These people's expressions changed. They were half a generation older than the younger generation and were all geniuses. However, they also paid attention to the chosen saints and saintesses. The little Pung King and the wavering light saint seemed to have the potential to become emperors. They were similar to the ancient emperors when they were young. They couldn't help but be surprised that they were suppressed by one person at the same time. Kong Teng took a step forward. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. He was born with pride and looked majestic even when he wasn't angry. He stared at Yi Fan in the air and said, no wonder my teacher has high hopes for you. You are indeed extraordinary. Whether it is luck or strength, to be able to suppress these 3 means that you have a place in the younger generation. The eldest disciple of the wavering light Holy Land, Chu Lingkong, walked forward. He was tall and slender like a celestial king. His eyes were as deep as the stars. He stared at Yi Fan and said, release them. Yi Fan had suppressed a total of 3 people, and 2 of them were from the wavering light sacred land. This made him frown slightly. If this matter spread, it would have a great impact on the wavering light sacred land. Yi Fan stood up and smiled brilliantly. He said, I was just about to tell everyone that I'm definitely going to keep these 3 people. It's impossible for me to let them go. I want you to stop trying to kill me within this 1 year, and stop searching for my whereabouts. If you can do that, I'll let you go after a year. Everyone was shocked. They never imagined that Yi Fan would dare to state such a condition in front of so many geniuses from the sacred lands. Are you confident that you can leave this place? Chu Lingkong's expression was calm, but his eyes were sharp. Boom, suddenly, the direct disciple of the Peacock King, Kong Teng, took action. His palm struck out, causing the entire hall to shake. He stood in front of the door, blocking Duanda's path. At the same time, Chu Lingkong, Ji Yuanqing, and the others made their move as well, cutting off the unscrupulous Daoist priest's path forward, preventing him from escaping. Daoist priest Duan, why did you leave without saying goodbye? These dozen or so people were all very calm. They had been famous for many years, and each of them was very shrewd and vigilant. Duanda couldn't run even if he wanted to. These dozen or so people were all geniuses from the previous generation. If they joined hands, they could almost fight against powerful existences and kill some sect masters of great sections. Duanda had a bitter expression on his face. He chanted a Daoist name and said, "This humble Daoist just wanted to go out and get some fresh air." He didn't dare to force his way in. His current situation was very bad. There were more than 10 geniuses blocking his way in front, and behind him, there was the threat of the demon race princess wielding an extreme weapon. It made him feel uneasy all over. Boom, the entire light palace almost flipped over due to the violent tremors. No one knew how great the force was. Even the primal chaos stone at the center of the hall shook. The force field was somewhat unstable, and it was affected by a powerful shockwave. Everyone's expression changed. They were extremely shocked. Duanda shrank his neck and said, "Everyone, run quickly. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. There are 3 big coffins behind us. Something must have broken out of the coffins." As he spoke, he wanted to slip out. "Daoist priest Duan, you should just stay here obediently," Ji Yuanqing said coldly. Kong Teng and Chu Lingkong's eyes were like lightning. The dozen or so people all revealed killing intent and were ready to attack him at any time. "I'm doing this for your own good. Really, this humble Daoist can swear to the heavens that those 3 coffins are not something we can touch." Duanda pointed at the sky. "Don't worry, it's the supreme elders of the great sage's land." Chu Lingkong replied coldly. "You guys really dare to touch them? Those are the absolute coffins of 3 talents. Someone wants to use a corpse to become a martial emperor. He must be an incomparably terrifying character." Duanda's face was somewhat green. If he can't become a martial emperor when he's alive, how can he become one after death? He won't be stronger than the great sage's land. "My teacher is enough to suppress him," Kong Ting said indifferently. Duanda's expression changed again and again. The Peacock King looked down on the southern region. Even the great sage's land couldn't do anything to him. He was indeed extremely powerful. Boom! The violent energy impact almost blew the entire great emperor's palace away. If it was any other building, it would have long been turned into ashes. But this was Great Emperor Wusher's residence. It was stained with his aura and engraved with the great emperor's lines. Even if it was an almighty being, he wouldn't be able to destroy this place. A loud roar resounded. The mountains and rivers shook. Ain Mountain under the ground directly collapsed. The entire underground world shook violently. It was as if the most terrifying earthquake had happened. Roar, another loud roar shook the mountains and the earth. Some of the weaker cultivators in the hall were directly crushed to pieces. The survivors were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even Kong Teng, Ji Yuanqing, Chu Lingkong, and Duanda's expressions changed. It was obvious that an almighty being had made a move. The strength of a person at that level was unimaginable. He could directly shatter mountains and rivers with a roar. "It's my teacher." Kong Teng's expression was solemn. Yi Fan also recognized the voice. It was the Peacock King's voice. He was fighting a peerless expert alone. Ji Yuanqing and Chu Lingkong's expressions changed again and again. The Peacock King's divine power was unfathomable. 800 years ago, he swept across the southern region. He had fought against the Alcade Saint Lord and the Ji family's Saint Lord. He had never been defeated in his life. His divine bravery was rare in the world. The Ji family had a deep impression of him. More than a year ago in the southern region, the Peacock King's roar had shattered many famous figures of the Ji family. He had even killed their supreme elder with one slap. "Quick, close the door. Otherwise, there won't be many people left here. They will all be killed by my teacher," Kong Ting said. He wasn't thinking for the sake of the Holy Lands. Because there were also some demon race cultivators and people of the 13 great bandits here. More than a dozen people moved and sealed the Light Palace, isolating them from the outside world. And at this time, the Peacock King attacked with true fire. His divine power was monstrous, spreading far and wide. His roar shook the mountains and rivers. Boom! In front of him, the 5 palaces that had been broken through before were all destroyed by his roar. They became ruins. He and an expert flew across the sky, fighting fiercely in the air of the underground world. Yi Fan had seen the Peacock King before. He looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. He was very delicate and handsome. Who would have thought that he would be so brave in a real battle? Brat, don't refine those 3 people. Let's leave quickly. This Peacock King is a bit scary, the Black Emperor urged. Yi Fan nodded. Anyway, he had already sealed the Little Pun King, Yaoshi, and Yaoshi. It didn't matter if he could refine them or not. Suddenly, the roar of a pun filled the sky. The entire underground world was oppressed, making people's souls tremble. The old Pun King has appeared. He is indeed terrifying. Many people's expressions changed. Yi Fan was even more shocked. That was the ancestor of the Little Pun King, a giant of the demon race. His battle strength was monstrous and he had the fastest speed in the eastern wasteland. Even the great sage lords had a headache dealing with him. Brat, let the Little Pun King out, Kong Ting said. Let the son and daughter out, Chu Lingkong said indifferently. I really don't know how you can escape. Ji Yuanqing shook his head. Yi Fan did not panic. He said, there are people from all the Holy Lands here. In front of all of you, I will say it again. Don't disturb me for a year. Otherwise, the 3 people I took away will die a violent death. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You think you can negotiate with us? Someone rebuked. Although these people were well-mannered, their faces immediately darkened when a small cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace repeatedly made such demands. On the side, the 2nd and 3rd layer disciples of the Holy Ji Palace mocked him. You are about to die, and you still dare to talk big. Do you really think you are a mighty figure? Yi Fan smiled and said indifferently, what's so great about a holy land? I will visit the Ji family and the Alcade one by one. When the time comes, I will openly borrow your ancient scriptures. This was very disgraceful. Borrowing the ancient scriptures of a holy land was easy to say, but other than the great ancient emperors, who could do such a thing, unless they could conquer this holy land, how could they do so? This was a blatant declaration of war. No matter what Yi Fan was like in the past, from this day on, his name would spread to all the major sections. He would be known for the first time. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You have a primordial trash body. What capital do you have? You have no future at all, and yet you dare to speak so shamelessly? The dozen geniuses and the son and daughter saints did not say anything, but the young disciples could not stand it and rebuked him one after another. Then we will meet in the future. I, with my primordial trash body, will learn from all of you. Yi Fan stood on the Chaos Stone and glanced at everyone. Swoosh, with a flash of light, a mysterious jade platform appeared on the Chaos Stone. Yi Fan trembled as he stepped onto it. Not good, stop him. At this moment, everyone came to their senses. The other party could actually carve a moving spatial platform. This shocked them. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Yi Fan disappeared from his original spot. At this moment, Duanda charged over like a ghost. He also wanted to use the mysterious jade platform to cross the void. Crack, however, at this moment, the mysterious jade platform suddenly shattered, and Duanda was sent flying. Unscrupulous celestial being, it's a one-time use platform. Duanda was so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. Behind him, more than 10 people surrounded him. All of them had unfriendly expressions. Unexpectedly allowing Yi Fan to escape, no one felt proud. Everyone, let's study this ancient scroll together. There is no need to be so nervous. Duanda's smile was uglier than crying. Thousands of miles away, with a flash of light, the cauldron made of the myriad source chi rushed out of the void. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor appeared from the cauldron. Quick, continue to carve Dao patterns. This time, we have to go 10,000 miles away. That old rock king has the world's fastest speed. A distance of 1,000 miles is nothing to him. The Black Emperor didn't delay and quickly moved. Soon, they finished carving. Then, they traversed through the void again and went 10,000 miles away. After traversing through the void many times, they were completely far away from Lizhou. After being separated by more than 20 oases, Yifan heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he was out of danger. On that day, the news seemed to have grown wings and spread to the surrounding regions. A cultivator named Yifan suppressed the Alcade Saint, Little Rock King, and Yaoshi. This shook dozens of continents. In just a few days, Yifan's name shocked hundreds of oases and spread to half of the north region. Many people knew that a cultivator named Yifan was going to suppress 3 prodigies for a year. Who was Yifan? There were some rumors in the past, but most sects didn't know about him. From now on, most people in the north region would no longer be strangers to him. Little Rock King and Alcade Saint were people who had the potential to walk the path of a great emperor. They were rare opponents in the younger generation of Eastern Baron and were the future Eastern Baron king. However, they had been suppressed by a nameless cultivator. Without a doubt, the news would spread more and more people would know about it. From now on, everyone in the world would know about him. This wasn't an exaggeration. Yifan suppressed Yaoshi, Little Rock King, and Alcade Saint and took them away. This would cause his name to spread to all the sections. Have you heard of a young man named Yifan? He suppressed the golden-winged Little Pun King, a top expert of the demon race's younger generation. I did hear that. Is it true? I heard that he is only a 15 or 16-year-old cultivator. How could he suppress the sky rock kind who can compete with the ruler of the immortal body? Your news is too outdated. It has gone crazy in the north. This is definitely true. The people from the Hall of 5 Elements saw it with their own eyes. This was a discussion in a tea house. News like this spread like wildfire across more than half of the north. In a gambling house not far away, a group of powerful cultivators were also discussing this topic. This is insane. Not only was the Little Rock suppressed, the son and daughter of the Alcade Holy Land were taken away as well. This is unbelievable. No way. Are you sure this news is true? The 2 representatives of the young generation from the Alcade Holy Land were suppressed by someone? That's just too far-fetched. There is no mistake. The people from the Palace of Disillusionment witnessed everything. A few of their disciples were killed by the little cultivator named Yifan. They saw it with their own eyes. This is too shocking. Where did this Yifan come from? He even managed to suppress Yao Guang's son. You should know that there are rumors in the sects that Yao Guang's son is undefeatable. How did he get taken away so quickly? What is the Yifan's background? Does he really have the ability to control the sky and earth? He took down 3 heaven's favorites at once. How shocking! Everyone in the gambling house discussed. Many people found it hard to believe and felt that this was too surreal. The Alcade son was highly regarded among the young generation of the humankind. Many famous figures were no longer his opponent. The other Holy Lands all feared him and thought that this future Alcade saint would have unimaginable achievements. However, he was suppressed by someone else. How could people not be shocked? The golden-winged Little Pun King and the Alcade saint almost represented the future of the monster race and the human race, but now they were suppressed by the same person. Just who is that Yifan? What is his background? Which sect does he come from? Why does he have such a method to suppress 3 geniuses? The Ji clan once put him on the wanted list. Some time ago, there were portraits of him in some cities, and I even took a look at them. I heard that he was somewhere between the Sea of Reincarnation and the secret plane of the Holy Ji Palace. I didn't expect him to cause such a stir in the end. As the news spread, bits and pieces of information about Yifan were slowly unearthed. Although it was still incomplete, many cultivators in the northern domain had a rough understanding of him. Damn it, this brat is a ruthless person. He was beaten into the 6th level of the fire field and did not die. Half a year later, he came out and did something that shocked the entire southern region. He burned the highest elder of the Ji family to death. He's just a little cultivator without any foundation, yet he was able to cross the void from the southern region of the Eastern Barren Territory to the northern region. I really don't know how he did it. I guess he snuck in. From some holy land. How surprising. From tea houses to restaurants, from one city to another, and from one oasis to another, the news spread very quickly. Half a month later, many sects learned about the incident. Everything about Yifan gradually became clear. It was only then that people were surprised to find that he was actually a barren body of the ancients. He has such a physique, yet he has also achieved extraordinary achievements. It's surprising. Could the sacred body of the ancients be able to regain its former glory? Impossible. He hasn't broken through the secret plane of the Holy Ji Palace, and he hasn't broken the curse. There might be a chance if he really enters the secret plane of the four extremes one day. A little cultivator from the secret plane of the Holy Ji Palace actually suppressed 3 geniuses. He has the yellow origin root. This is really shocking. Is this a sign from the heavens that the hope of the sacred body of the ancients has appeared? Yifan had a cauldron made of the source chi of myriad. This was the most crucial news, and it affected the nerves of many people. Many people wanted to find him. Especially the Holy Lands, their desire for holy relics was even stronger because not every holy land had a great emperor who possessed an ultimate weapon. Since ancient times, there were not many great emperors, but it did not mean that only great emperors could create holy lands. Holy lands that were not created by great emperors were equally terrifying because their accumulation was very deep. Some of them imitated nature and engraved the imprints of the great Tao. Some of them had obtained nameless inheritances and possessed unfathomable foundations. There were also some that had produced generations after generations of sages. After a long period of accumulation, they created supreme scriptures. Not a single holy land was unworthy of its name. All of them were extremely powerful, even beyond people's imagination. The only thing they lacked was an ultimate weapon. After all, the great emperors had long since ceased to exist. Only the ultimate weapons left behind were the most powerful things. Holy lands that did not have a great emperor naturally wanted holy relics. The latest news is that Yaoguang Holy Land and Ji Clan are offering an astronomical reward. Anyone who can provide relevant information can get 3 square meters of yuan. This is really a big deal. Anyone who can provide clues about Yifan can get 10,000 kilograms of source qi. Wealth moves people's hearts, northern region will be in an uproar. This is not the most shocking news. The bigger reward is at the end. If you can provide information about Yifan's whereabouts, you can get 30 square meters of source qi. 30 square meters, a whole 50,000 kilograms of source qi, this is a heaven-defying price. Once this news spread, northern region was shaken. Many people started to move, trying to find Yifan's whereabouts. Obviously, this price was not because of Yifan, but because of the existence of the source qi of myriad. Many people sneered. Holy relics were priceless, even 1,000,000 kilograms of source qi was not enough. Any powerful force would not exchange it if they got it. Many cultivators started to move. Many people knew that even if they got the holy relics, they could not keep them. If they went to other holy lands, they could ask for a higher price than the Ji Clan and Yaoguang Holy Land. In the southern region of eastern wilderness, Taishan's clumsy peak was a scene of withering vegetation. Ever since Yifan left here and burned the Ji Clan's grand elder to death, Taishan Peak had suffered a lot of pressure. Even the sect leader of Taishan had to order the other disciples to return to the main peak. Clumsy Peak, which had just shown signs of prosperity, became desolate again. Now, weeds were growing here, dead trees were everywhere, and yellow leaves were flying. In the whole peak, only Li Ruoyu was there. He sat quietly among the ruins. You really have a good disciple, making the Holy Land restless. The sect leader of Taishan landed on Clumsy Peak. He had received the news from northern region. He is not my disciple, but it is worth it to have such a disciple. Even if Clumsy Peak is withered, with such a person, it will be able to develop in the future, Li Ruoyu answered. You are quite open-minded, but the pressure on Taishan has increased a lot. The sect leader of Taishan clasped his hands behind his back and looked into the clouds. Everyone hopes to have a disciple who can shake the world. Even if they die, they can smile in the underworld. But there must be a limit. Otherwise, it will be a disaster in the future. Also in the Taishan sect, there was a man in blue who was as handsome as jade and as otherworldly as an immortal. He gently plucked the strings of his guqin and played a beautiful piece. Many flowers bloomed with the sound of the guqin, and hundreds of birds flew to worship and dance because of the sound of the guqin. After the sound of the guqin, he looked up at a beautiful woman in white and said, "Junior sister Xiaoman, what kind of place is your hometown? I want to hear about it. I also want to tell you about Jifan." In the northern region, in a palace of the Ji clan, Ji Ziyue ground her shiny canines. She sighed and muttered to herself, "So that little Taoist was him." Then, she wrinkled her nose and hugged one of Ji Haoyue's arms. "Fortunately, I didn't throw him into the furnace. I will catch him sooner or later." Ji Haoyue's divine moon covered his body, and dragon chi coiled around him. The aura of a divine king had already begun to appear. The holy city of the north was a magnificent city that occupied an area of who knew how many miles. Since the beginning of records, this city had never changed its location. No one knew how long it had existed. The first ancient city of the north and the first divine city were both its names. Legend had it that in the distant past, it had been floating in the sky. There were powerful cultivators of the northern plains and the royal family of central plains who lived here all year round. At this moment, even some of the top figures in the city knew of Yifan's name. A powerful cultivator of the northern plains was laughing wildly in the holy city, startling many people. "Old Rock King, no matter how arrogant you are, every time you see me, your chin is almost raised to the sky. You have a prodigious descendant, but you can't be like this, saying that even 18 of my direct descendants can't defeat a descendant of yours. What happened in the end? You bragged too much. What great emperor's path? Didn't you get suppressed with a flip of your hand? Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, the old Rock King is searching for his descendant all over the world. Otherwise, I would be able to enjoy your shocking battle again." An older member of the royal family of Central Plains snickered. At this moment, if one were to say who was angered, the old Rock King was not the most furious. The people of the Wavering Light Sacred Land were the most furious. The Grand Sacred Land, the two leading figures of the future, were taken away by someone just like that with a furnace, not leaving a single one behind. The Holy Son of Wavering Light had the ambition of a great emperor, and his name shook the sacred lands. His performance was acknowledged by everyone, but now, he was taken away by someone with a broken furnace. This made them feel humiliated. Yifan's words had long spread to the various great sections. In the future, he would pay a visit to the Wavering Light Sacred Land and the Ji family. This made all of the sacred lands feel humiliated. This was a small cultivator declaring war against an undying inheritance. In the past half a month, the winds and clouds surged. It was difficult for the northern region to calm down, but not a single person could find Yifan. At this moment, he did not feel any sense of danger. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a graceful youth. He often appeared in the gambling dens, appearing extremely carefree. "Golden-winged little Pung King, holy son of Wavering Light, Yao Shi, all of you should quiet down a bit. If you make me angry, I'll throw you all into the Origin Ancient Mine." Yifan held the Li Fire Divine Furnace and threatened the three people inside. However, what kind of mentality did the golden-winged little Pung King have? How could the Holy Son of Wavering Light and Yao Shi possibly yield? Their bodies were inside the copper furnace, attacking at it every day to break the seal. "I still have a use for you guys right now. Don't make me make a bad move, or else I'll suppress this furnace in a latrine pit for 10,000 years. When Yifan's words sounded, even the indifferent Holy Son of Wavering Light almost cursed out. Yao Shi was even more so, angered to the point where her face lost color. However, the effects were clear. Even someone as arrogant as the golden-winged little Pung lost his temper. Li Zhou's 9 secrets came from a very mysterious place. Yifan studied the silk carefully. According to what was written on it, it was very far away, close to the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Holy Cliff was an ancient name. It was marked on the silk, and it was the place that contained the 9 secrets. Yifan felt that the name was a bit special. He couldn't help but ask the big black dog, "Black Emperor, have you heard of the Holy Cliff?" The big black dog's heart skipped a beat. How do you know this name? I threw the ancient scroll to Duanda and kept this silk. It mentions the location of the 9 secrets. Yi Fan didn't hide anything from the Black Emperor. This place is very unusual. A great emperor went there and felt something when he saw the ancient cliff, so he went there to pay homage, the Black Emperor said. What kind of place is it? Yi Fan was even more surprised. There's a rumor that a sacred body of the ancients died there, and his blood dyed the stone cliff red. The great emperors of the ancients were all lonely and invincible. They traveled to the ancient cliff because they thought that if the sacred body was still alive, they would be worth fighting. There's actually such an anecdote. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. This was an unusual place. The 9 secrets was in that area, so he had to go there. However, he didn't want to leave right now. With the silk in hand, the 9 secrets couldn't run away. When the time came, he could just follow the map. At present, what he needed the most was to increase his level, not to urgently search for secret techniques. These days, he went to dozens of cities, constantly buying stones, and then went to uninhabited places to cut them open. In addition to what he had before, he had accumulated more than 5,000 kilograms of source. Right now, he could already break through to the 3rd heaven of the Doctrine Palace, but he wasn't satisfied. He really wanted to advance to the 4th heaven. However, it was too difficult. He needed 50,000 kilograms of source. This was a dizzying number. It was difficult to rely on stone gambling alone. Maybe it's time to go to the holy city, Yi Fan said to himself. After more than half a month, the storm in Lizhou didn't subside. On the contrary, it became more and more intense. The other person in the limelight that day, Duanda, was in a worse state than Yi Fan. The heartless Taoist priest was indeed a character. That day, under those circumstances, he actually found an opportunity and successfully escaped. However, his following days were extremely difficult. All the Holy Lands were searching for him at the same time. Wu Dao of the 13 Great Bandits was roaring as he chased after him, and the demon race was also pestering him relentlessly. After fleeing for half a month, Duandelian was so tired that he almost vomited blood. He was almost skinned alive. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and threw the ancient scroll away. But even so, he didn't have it easy. Wu Dao of the 13 Great Bandits seemed to have locked onto him, and didn't stop for even a moment. He chased after him day and night. Someone noticed that Duanda had lost a great deal of weight in this half a month, and his entire body was covered in bloodstains. But the only thing that surprised everyone was that he was still alive and kicking, and he didn't show any signs of being unable to hold on. This damn fatty is really lucky. All the Holy Lands didn't kill him, and even Wu Dao couldn't catch up to him. Yi Fan was a little speechless. According to the latest news, Duanda was chased by Wu Dao to the point where there was no road to heaven or door to hell, and he fled in the direction of the central state. After the ancient scroll was thrown out by the heartless Taoist, the descendants of all the Holy Lands fought each other, which shocked the older generation figures. Their battle prowess was extremely astonishing. We have to return to the stone stronghold and move the people away. I reckon that after a period of time, the battle for the ancient scroll will have a result, and the great sage will most likely sit down and discuss it. That wasn't the 9 secrets, but a world-shocking map. If all the great sects understood it, there would definitely be huge waves. It wasn't something a single sect could monopolize, and that place couldn't be conquered by a single holy land. He didn't want the people of the stone stronghold to be attacked, so he wanted to settle them down in advance and get them far away from the Purple Mountain. If all the Holy Lands attack the Purple Mountain, the other places will definitely be empty. At that time, there might be an excellent opportunity. I need the source. Yi Fan was full of desire. Half a month later, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor returned to the stone stronghold. This place was just like before, and there weren't many changes. This place was far from being rich and beautiful. The stronghold surrounded by reddish-brown stones was very desolate, and there was very little vegetation. This was merely a small oasis that spanned a dozen or so li. However, the people here were in a very good state of mind. They dug for source for a living, so they didn't have to worry about their lives. They could go to the distant oasis to exchange for daily necessities. Little brother Yi has returned, and there's also that. Black Emperor. The people in the stone stronghold warmly greeted him, almost calling the big black dog by the wrong name. When they heard that they were going to move away from this place, many of the elders became silent. They had lived here for generations, and it was difficult for anyone to accept suddenly leaving. We have no choice but to move. In the future, this place won't be peaceful, and there will be a huge storm. Yifan patiently explained. In the end, he had no choice but to invite Zhang Wuye over and briefly explain the situation of the Purple Mountain. Hearing that all the Holy Lands were coming, Zhang Wuye's expression changed. He sighed and said, "Our ancestor told us to guard this place. Could it be that we have to leave now?" The Black Emperor stretched out his massive head, and said, "Leave. Your clan will have great fortune in the future." Yifan had heard that the first ancestor of the Zhang clan, that Yuan Taoist master, had once said that if they stayed here to pay respect to the Purple Mountain, they would have great fortune in the future. For many people, completely leaving this place was a sad process. Yifan didn't rush them, because there was still plenty of time. Even if the ancient scroll fell into the hands of the Holy Lands, it would be very difficult to have any results in a short period of time. The various parties were in a struggle, and they needed to constantly compromise and redistribute benefits. However, it was at this moment that the big black dog discovered something. When he ran over to the Purple Mountain to take a look, he actually discovered a human figure. Someone had already arrived. "Are you sure?" Yifan was shocked. This was really too fast. "That person is extremely terrifying. I only saw a shadow, and he disappeared in a flash," the big black dog said in a low voice. The Black Emperor only vaguely saw that person wearing a Taoist robe, standing at the peak of the Purple Mountain, and then instantly disappearing, giving it a huge fright. Wearing a Taoist robe? Could it be that damn fatty has come? But, wasn't he chased in the direction of the middle state? Yifan was puzzled. It's definitely not that fatty. He can't possibly be that fast. I remember those who have been bitten by me very clearly. This person is extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Yifan felt that he needed to leave as soon as possible. This place was no longer peaceful, and this storm had arrived even faster than he had imagined. "Hurry up and tell them to pack up quickly. I'm going to take a look outside." He left the stone stronghold, and headed to Flat Rock City to gather information. In the end, he found out that the Holy Lands hadn't made a move yet, and the storm of the ancient scroll had yet to subside. What's going on? The Holy Lands have no future, yet someone has arrived first. It must be a supreme elite. Yifan secretly guessed that this person had definitely already viewed the ancient scroll. When Yifan returned, he saw the big black dog several dozen kilometers away from the stone stronghold. He asked curiously, "Why are you here?" An oxnose came and entered the stone stronghold. "I can't see through him, and I'm afraid he'll harm me." "So, you ran out?" Yifan was shocked. He was slightly worried about the people in the stone stronghold. "Don't worry. With his cultivation level, he definitely won't make things difficult for mortals. However, I don't know why he entered the stone stronghold. This Taoist you speak of, could it be the one we saw at the peak of the Purple Mountain? It's most likely that oxnose. Otherwise, how could there be two supreme elites in the same area?" The big black dog pondered for a moment, then said, "Go and see what he's doing." Yifan thought for a moment, and then changed his appearance, disguising himself as Wang Shu. Even his essence and aura were almost the same. Now, he was about to leave this place. Wang Shu was not in the stone stronghold, and was purchasing the necessary resources in Flat Rock City. He returned to the stone stronghold in Wang Shu's appearance. The moment he returned, he saw that there were many people surrounding the stronghold, and many of them were discussing. "What's going on?" Yifan asked. "An old Taoist has come, and he's very strange. He's taken a fancy to Fifth Master Zhang's millstone, and he's also taken a fancy to Dumbo's millstone. He's planning to buy them. This old Taoist's eyesight is too poor. Even I can tell that the millstone definitely don't have source, and he actually wants to buy them at a high price. I really don't know what he's thinking." Yifan's heart suddenly jumped, and he hurriedly walked forward. There was an old Taoist in the crowd, and he wore an ancient Taoist robe. He looked quite old, and his hair had even turned white from washing. This kind of clothing is a little different from the current era. Yi Fan's heart moved. The style of the Taoist robe was very ancient. His expression was calm, but he was actually shocked inside. In that instant, his spirit sense made him feel as if he was facing a slumbering primordial dragon. However, the spirit sense only flashed for a moment, and he quickly lost that feeling. He was calm, and there was nothing strange about him. This was an old Taoist with white hair that reached his shoulders, and he looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He was hale and hearty, and was currently earnestly looking at Dumbo's millstone. "I'll give you 5 kilograms of source, and I'll take this millstone," the old Taoist said to Dumbo's parents. 5 kilograms? The surrounding people were all shocked. Even Yi Fan was a little puzzled. He was also seriously looking at the millstone, but he did not notice any abnormalities. In the end, the old Taoist bought the millstone and began to dissect it in front of everyone. Stone chips flew everywhere. He was very careful, as if he was afraid of damaging some precious treasure. He peeled off layer by layer, and did not use a bold and decisive chop at all. However, in the end, the millstone turned into stone chips, and nothing was cut out. The old Taoist frowned, stood up, and pointed at the stone millstone in front of Zhang Wuye's house not far away. "I'll pay 10 kilograms of source for this millstone." This? The people in the stone stronghold were quite shocked. "Fifth Master, what's the origin of these stone millstones and millstones?" Yi Fan asked Zhang Wuye in a low voice. "I've never heard of any origin." Zhang Wuye frowned and thought carefully for a long time. "It's been used for generations, and there's nothing special about it. In any case, I can't see any source in it." Suddenly, Zhang Wuye's expression changed, and he exchanged a glance with Yi Fan. They thought of the same possibility. Could these millstones and stone millstones have been left behind by their ancestors on purpose? One must know that the Zhang family's ancestors were not ordinary people, but an eccentric person of their generation. If they had been left behind by their ancestors on purpose, it must be extraordinary. With their eyesight, they could not see anything special at all. "Are there many of these stone tools in the stronghold?" Yi Fan asked. "The specifics have not been calculated." Zhang Wuye's fingers were trembling. Could it be that the eccentric person had left behind the most ordinary stone blocks, millstones, and stone millstones for his descendants? Yi Fan's heart trembled. Just what was this old Taoist's background? The old Taoist robes were clearly not from this era. They looked extremely ancient. "This stone roller has been used by my ancestors until now. I don't plan on selling it." Zhang Wuye tactfully refused. The old Taoist's skin was bronze in color, and his white hair draped over his shoulders. His body was dry, but he was full of energy. His voice was like a golden bell, sonorous and forceful. "I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you 25 kilograms of origin source as a base. Moreover, if you cut something out of the roller, I'll pay you according to the market price." Zhang Wuye was a bit embarrassed. He had already seen that the old Taoist was not an ordinary person, and it would be inappropriate to refuse again. He muttered, "This, boom." At this moment, a loud sound came from the horizon. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky, and an extremely powerful energy fluctuation was transmitted. The Purple Mountain, the epicenter was the Purple Mountain, which was protected by the 9 dragon veins. Even from a distance, one could feel the ground shaking there. The old Taoist quickly turned around and gazed at the horizon. His eyes were like 2 golden pearls, and his dry body was overflowing with a terrifying aura. At this moment, he didn't seem like a person, but rather a colossus, like a barbaric dragon that hadn't appeared in 10,000 years. The people around him almost collapsed to the ground. Swoosh! The old Taoist flew into the sky. His Taoist robe spread out, almost sweeping up the entire stone stronghold. He pointed with his finger, and the entire stronghold stabilized. Yi Fan's scalp went numb. This old Taoist strength was too frightening. Just now, he had spread out his robe sleeves subconsciously, but it had such great power. The old Taoist turned into a gray mist and rushed toward the Purple Mountain, causing the sky to tremble as if a true dragon had crossed the sky. The eastern wasteland is too big. Experts come forth in large numbers, but not all of them come from the Holy Lands. There are many eccentric people who roam the great swamp and wild forests, Yifan said to himself. The eastern wasteland was boundless. It would take several years to fly from one end to the other. If an ordinary person walked on foot, they wouldn't even be able to cover half the distance in 100 lifetimes. On this vast land, there was the mysterious great wasteland that stretched for millions of miles. There was an endless lake that was as boundless as the ocean. There was an ancient palace that floated eternally in the sky. There was also the 100-herb garden that was left behind from the ancient times that could bring the dead back to life. Many sacred lords would leave the sacred grounds in their later years and choose to enter the great desolate. It wasn't strange for them to meet a peerless expert or an ancient character. What happened to the Purple Mountain? Many people in the stone stronghold were extremely nervous. Hurry up and pack your things. Get ready to leave this place at a moment's notice, Yifan urged. He hesitated for a moment, then soared into the air and flew toward Mount Purple. The Purple Mountain's aura was extraordinary. It stood majestically like a purple sword piercing through the clouds. There were many blade marks and axe marks on its surface, engraved with the marks of time. It was an enormous black flood dragon that was several hundred zhang long. It was unknown if this was its original body or if it deliberately extended its flood dragon body. It was terrifying to the extreme. It coiled around the peak of the Purple Mountain. Its black body was tightly bound like a steel wall that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It was tightly bound to the mountain and couldn't be moved. The black flood dragon's body was covered in dense scales. Each scale was more than half a meter long and flickered with a black light. It was filled with a powerful feeling. This enormous creature was currently uprooting the mountain. It wanted to use brute force to break the mountain and open up this place. The commotion just now was caused by it. This black flood dragon has read the ancient scroll and found its way here. Yifan frowned. The sacred grounds hadn't arrived yet, but some powerful existences had already made their move. Duo! The old Taoist let out a light shout. His voice was like a golden bell, causing the void to tremble. On top of the Purple Mountain, the black flood dragon shook violently. Its enormous body seemed to have been smashed by a large hammer. It swayed continuously, causing the mountain peak to shake. Although the old Taoist was dry, he stood in the void. And was full of pressure. It was suffocating as if he was a sleeping dragon. On top of the Purple Mountain peak, the enormous black flood dragon let out a low roar. It was like a mouse that had seen a cat. Its body trembled and curled up into a ball. Then, it didn't dare to make a sound and flew away from the back of the mountain. At this moment, it didn't look like a giant black flood dragon that was several hundred zhang long at all. Instead, it was more like a loach that slithered away. Those hiding in the dark, come out. The old Taoist's voice was calm, but there was a dignified aura that made people unable to resist. 3 old men appeared. Each of them was full of vitality like a great furnace. People could feel the terrifying fluctuations of life from them. Yifan was apprehensive. Before the arrival of the great sage, those who could read the ancient scroll were definitely unparalleled experts. Who are you, Tao friend? An old man asked. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He had the aura of the great Tao and gave people an unfathomable feeling. I've long since forgotten your name. You all should leave. This place isn't something you can have any ideas about. The old Taoist was extremely calm. He didn't show any anger, but he exuded an imposing aura. Even though he was a monk, he still made people's hearts palpitate. Aren't you a bit too unreasonable? There is no master here, so what right do you have to let us leave? The old man who spoke was extremely old. He was like the abyss of the great Tao and couldn't be fathomed. The old Taoist didn't say anything else. With a wave of his sleeve, crazy winds stirred up. The 3 white-haired old men were sent flying in the blink of an eye and immediately disappeared into the distance. This shouldn't be an old holy lord that entered the great wastelands after his lifespan came out, right? Yifan was shocked and had this thought. The Violet Mountain was grand and majestic like a pillar that supported the heavens. It towered over the boundless Scarlet Land, displaying its majesty. The old Taoist stood in the air with his back to the Violet Mountain. He looked into the distance and said, "You all came out as well. Do I have to send you off one by one?" His eyes were a faint golden color and his body was as sturdy as copper. His ancient Taoist robes fluttered in the wind. He didn't have the demeanor of an immortal and instead resembled an immortal monarch. Chi. 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. 5 figures were forced out of the distant sky, all of them in a sorry state. Apparently, the old Taoist had no intention of injuring them. Otherwise, these people would be in danger. Among them, there were 4 old men. These people were too old, and almost all of their teeth had fallen out. Moreover, they were emaciated, not to mention skin and bones. Their heads were very bald, and only a few strands of hair remained. Almost all of them had fallen off. Yi Fan was shaken because he recognized these elders. He had seen them in the small world created by the ancient sages. They were the old subordinates of the Green Flood Dragon King and were nearing the end of their lifespans. Who would have thought that they would also come? There was also a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was tall and straight with sharp eyebrows. His face was as sharp as a knife and he exuded a heroic spirit. This was the eldest disciple of the Peacock King, Kong Ting. "May I ask which senior you are?" These old demons were nearing the end of their lives. Their status and strength were comparable to the supreme elders of the Holy Lands. They were extremely old, but after seeing the old Taoist, they felt extremely uneasy. The pressure the old Taoist exuded was too great. He didn't seem like a human at all and was more like a terrifying bottomless pit. He calmly said, "Everything from the past has long been forgotten. All of you, leave." The old Taoist didn't say anything else. He waved his sleeves and a gray mist filled the sky. With a rumble, everyone was swept away and disappeared into the horizon. Among them, only Kong Ting wasn't sent flying. His body flickered with primal chaos as he dashed into the distance. Primal chaos, divine light. The old Taoist was somewhat astonished. He reached out and grabbed at the void. Buzz. The sky trembled and Kong Ting, who had already rushed into the distance, was immediately restrained. His expression changed as he shouted, "Old Taoist, what is the meaning of this?" Not only did he inherit the Peacock King's mysterious technique, but even his pride was somewhat similar. He didn't feel any fear and even attacked. Boom, Kong Ting flipped his hand, and a large black seal appeared, shooting out tens of thousands of auspicious signs towards the old Taoist not far away. Chaos stones. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the black stone in the great emperor's bedroom? Who would have thought that it would fall into the hands of the Peacock King and his disciple? As soon as the black seal appeared, it caused the pressure in the area to increase, making it hard for people to breathe. It quickly became larger, filling up the skies, a dark and boundless mass. An inconceivable force field appeared, locking down the void. Boom, the auspicious signs descended, as if the 9 heavens Milky Way was hanging upside down. The pressure was so heavy that it made one feel suffocated. Even if one was a powerful cultivator, if placed within it, they would still be crushed to pieces. However, the old Taoist priest was not affected. He was not afraid at all as he muttered to himself, "This is a wisp of innate killing intent extracted from a chaos stone." Ding! With a light tap of his finger, the black seal froze in place and quickly shrank. He grabbed it with his hand, and it instantly appeared in his palm. Bang! The black stone seal shattered, turning into a ball of chaotic energy that lingered between the old Taoist's palm and fingers. Suddenly, a long roar sounded. A wisp of dense killing intent appeared in the chaotic energy. A multicolored peacock appeared, releasing blazing radiance, wanting to shatter that palm. "Youngest brother, it's you." The old Taoist priest revealed a strange expression. His palm flickered with radiance, fixing the multicolored peacock in place. "You are Big Brother Crimson Dragon." The multicolored peacock was a wisp of the Peacock King's divine will. It entered the chaotic energy to help its disciple when necessary. In the distance, Yi Fan's heart trembled. This old Taoist priest was the Peacock King's sworn big brother. As expected, he had a great background. "It's me. I came into being again, but I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I arrived in the northern region." The old Taoist nodded, letting go of the chaotic energy and the multicolored peacock. On the side, Kong Ting was stupefied. Master's big brother, what kind of person was that? Big brother Crimson Dragon, where did you go? Why did you suddenly disappear 1,500 years ago? I thought you died. The Peacock King asked. Yi Fan was apprehensive. What kind of person was this? He disappeared for 1,500 years all of a sudden. It was said that the Peacock King had been cultivating for more than 2,000 years. This old Taoist priest was probably close to 3,000 years old. It's a long story. I was trapped in the sacred cliff and almost died there. I was trapped for 1,500 years. The old Taoist priest sighed. The sacred cliff? The cliff that was dyed black and red by the blood of the sacred body of the ancients? The multicolored peacock looked surprised. I couldn't find the blood of the sacred body of the ancients. Instead, I accidentally entered the formation carved by a great emperor and was almost refined to death. Ha ha ha. I see that Big Brother Crimson Dragon has become more powerful now. One who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune. The black peacock laughed. After 1,500 years of meditation, I've finally gained some enlightenment. I'm a little stronger than before. The old Taoist priest smiled and nodded. I was thinking that in this world, the person who wants to kill us silently hasn't even been born yet. How could Big Brother Crimson Dragon die? The Peacock King laughed. Brother, you've had a great opportunity. Judging from the innate murderous aura that was captured, you've obtained a natural seal of chaos. With it in your hands, the great sage lords will probably be worried. I just got it not long ago. I was just about to kill Sacred Lord Alkaid. Big Brother, come with me immediately. This time, I plan to kill him. As expected, the Peacock King took away the Stone of Chaos. What shattered just now was just a wisp of essence of chaos, not the real body of the seal. Should we leave immediately? The old Taoist priest really wanted to return to the stone stronghold because the stone materials there shocked him. It might contain something he needed. Yes, we'll leave immediately. The Peacock King's divine sense turned into a 16 or 17-year-old youth. He said, I let the monster race cultivators come here to lure the Alkaid Holy Lord who is in this area over. I'm going to intercept and kill him halfway. I think he's already received the news. We'd better leave quickly. All right, I'll go with you. After the old Taoist priest said this, he swept his gaze over the surroundings. With a light shake of his sleeve, several dozen people, including Yi Fan, appeared. Most of them were small local cultivators. Because they heard the commotion, they came to check. At this moment, they were all trembling with fear. There weren't many people in this world who dared to kill a sacred lord. You guys had better leave as soon as possible. This is not a place you can participate in. The old Taoist priest swept an indifferent gaze over them. Big Brother Crimson Dragon, we haven't seen each other for 1,500 years. Let's have a good chat on the way. With a flash of light, the Taoist priest and the Peacock King disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kong Teng also left quickly. So someone who can fight against a sacred lord is this terrifying. It's really frightening. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Every time he saw someone of this level fight, he would have a new understanding. The more he understood, the more he felt that the great sage lords were terrifying. The large black dog appeared on the horizon, turning into a black light and running over. He cursed, hurry up and leave. This kind of ruthless person makes me feel a great danger. They quickly returned to the stone stronghold. At this moment, Wang Shu and the others had also returned. Time was pressing. To leave this place as soon as possible, Yi Fan discussed with them and put them into the pristine jade bottle. Then, he took out the cauldron and stood in the sky. All the stones were put into the cauldron. With a rumbling sound, even the foundation was uprooted. The stones that the Red Dragon Taoist had his eyes on were definitely not ordinary. If it weren't for this old Taoist, who knew how many years it would have taken to learn the secrets of these stone tools, including the stone rollers, the stone piles, the foundation stones, and so on, a large pile of stones were all put into the cauldron. Suddenly, this place became much more barren. At the same time, the Black Emperor had also finished carving the Tao pattern. They directly crossed the void and left this place first. Half a month later, Yi Fan appeared in Shu Prefecture. He found Tu Fei and asked him to help settle these people. As soon as they met, Tu Fei stormed over excitedly. "Where's the stove? Show it to me." Since he knew that the little rock, Yao Shi, and Yao Guang were subdued, he hated that he couldn't find Yi Fan immediately to see what was going on. Yi Fan didn't have a way to deal with him. He took out the stove and showed it to Tu Fei. "Haha." Tu Fei laughed, holding the stove in his hand and shaking it. He sent a message to the stove. "Yao Guang Saint Child, Yao Shi, are you okay? I miss you a lot." Thud, the Li Fire Divine stove was shaken hard. It bulged up, shaking Tu Fei so much that his ears buzzed. "Can this broken stove seal them?" He slapped the stove hard, shaking the people inside. Yi Fan retrieved the stove and said, "It's not a problem to subdue them for 1 or 2 years. Hurry and find me a place to settle the people in the stone stronghold." Eventually, Tu Fei led him to a place called Hao Prefecture. This oasis was several thousand miles wide. It was his grandfather's territory. It wasn't a problem to settle dozens of families there. They just needed to find a place with verdant hills and limpid water. The environment was much better than the stone stronghold. "Hey, you don't need to carry stones when you move, right?" Tu Fei gawked, dropping his jaw. It was because the big pile of stones was like a small mountain. They looked ordinary and nothing special. The people in the stone stronghold were satisfied with this beautiful place. Since they had bought a lot of materials, they didn't lack anything. They just needed to build a house. The villagers were excited. They were all enthusiastic about building a new house. Yi Fan directly secluded. 10,000 kilograms of spring was enough for him to enter the third sky of the Dao Palace. For 1 whole month, he was immersed in an ethereal state. His body was changing magically. The Western Emperor scripture was marvelous. Yi Fan urged it quietly. He felt so incredible. During this month, he could hear the passing self chanting. Inside the Dao Palace, there seemed to be Buddhist chants. The sounds of ancient sacrifices tore through space and time, drifting through the air. Although he was born in the present, there was a me living in the past. Some people thought that the passing self was chanting for the present. Of course, many people didn't agree with this. The top characters believed that it was the Dao self. The side of one's Dao nature was capturing traces of the Dao and stirring the great Dao of the world. Whether it was the passing self or the Dao self, during this month, they were stirring the world to nourish the life Lord, allowing the me of this life to be immortal. During this month, the 5 energies in Yi Fan's Dao Palace were like dragons that danced in the air. He listened to the sonorous sounds of the great Dao. His body glowed, constantly transforming. After the 30th day, the Western Emperor scripture stopped circulating. The essence energy in the sky crazily rushed down, completely submerging Yi Fan's seclusion area. This continued for 3 days. With a loud boom, rocks shot through the air. Yi Fan stood up, his eyes shooting out 2 beams of divine light in the shape of dragons. His black hair draped over his shoulders as he stood tall. His body was filled with great power. He felt as if he could kill a dragon with 1 punch. He had an inexhaustible amount of power. Yi Fan's golden fist was full of power. When he waved it gently, the void buzzed and trembled. He had the illusion that he could kill a real dragon. The 1,000-meter-tall waterfall poured down. It was white and rumbling. Yi Fan stood in the pool and punched upward. The waterfall flowed backward like an upside-down white ribbon. He broke through his original realm after a month of closed-door training. The sacred body of the ancients is indeed terrifying. Tu Fei was speechless. Yi Fan lifted a huge rock that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms with 1 hand. He turned sideways and threw it with all his strength. The rock shrunk quickly and disappeared into the sky. At the end of the horizon, a flock of wild geese flew by and were all smashed down. Tu Fei was dumbfounded. After a while, he yelled, "What a beast! You smashed a flock of wild geese with a rock that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. I've never seen a freak like you." Yi Fan's physique was too strong. He had the strength to move mountains. Who could withstand such a rock? Woof! 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 In the distance, the angry barking of a dog came from 20 miles away. The Black Emperor howled, "Damn it! Is there any justice in this world? I can't even sleep and get smashed by a rock from the sky. Tu-Fei was dumbfounded. When he heard the black dog's howl, he laughed wildly. Woof. Tu-Fei, just you wait. I know you did it. The black dog howled in the distance. Damn it. It's none of my business. Tu-Fei cursed. Yi Fan stood at the foot of the 1,000-meter-tall stone mountain and waved his golden fist. Puff. 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 It was as if he was punching mud. Every punch went into the mountain easily. In the end, he swung his golden fist and punched hard into the mountain. What a beast. Tu-Fei's jaw almost dropped. He took out an 8 trigrams bronze mirror with purple mist. He threw it forward and said, "Let me test your current cultivation." It was a purple bronze mirror. It was a weapon that only cultivators in the 4 ultimate secret realms could use. It was strong and solid. It fell like a purple mountain. Clang, Yi Fan flicked his finger. His golden finger struck the copper mirror, releasing a crisp caw sound. The 4 extreme treasured mirror unexpectedly cracked apart. It was as dazzling as fireworks as it shattered in midair. Purple splendor soared into the sky, and a powerful energy wreaked havoc in all directions, causing the waterfall to flow backwards and the stone mountain to shake. However, Yi Fan remained unmoved. Tu-Fei screamed pathetically. Is your body made of a holy treasure? My baby. He was extremely distressed. Although he had many weapons, it still hurt him to have one of them destroyed so easily. Yi Fan's vitality was like a raging river. He could feel how powerful his body was. After cultivating the Western Emperor Sutra, he had finally entered the 3rd heavens of the Tao Palace and cultivated the divine treasure of the liver. Of the 5 elements, he was of the wood attribute. However, he still hadn't cultivated to the God realm, so he didn't have the protection of the God realm like others. At the same time, he realized that he was cultivating against the 5 elements. His heart was of the fire attribute, his lungs of the metal attribute, and his liver of the wood attribute. He first cultivated the divine treasure of the heart, then the divine treasure of the lungs, and finally the divine treasure of the liver. Fire subdued metal, and metal subdued wood. If there were no accidents, his next realm would be the divine treasure of the spleen. This was because the 5 elements were of the earth attribute, and would subdue earth. You don't need a weapon. Your body is stronger than any treasure. Tu-Fei was envious. I lack source. I need a large amount of source. Tu-Fei's expression was complicated. He sighed and said, as long as you have source, you won't have a bottleneck in the Tao Palace secret realm. You can advance by leaps and bounds. So, I want to borrow source. How much source do you have? Lend it to me, and I will return it to you tenfold in the future, Yi Fan said seriously. He felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to enter the 4 extreme secret realm. My little source isn't even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. You should know that if you want to enter the 4th heavens of the Tao Palace, you need 50,000 kilograms of source. This is a dizzying number. How much source do you have? Yi Fan really wanted to break through. I have a little more than a cubic meter. About 4,000 kilograms. That's less than 5,000 kilograms. You're the descendant of a great bandit. Tu-Fei rolled his eyes and said, if a great bandit had a lot of source mines, he wouldn't be a bandit anymore. Plus, how would I dare to touch my grandfather's treasure house? Source is a big problem, Yi Fan said to himself. You don't have to rush. I'll go out and help you gather 20,000 kilograms. Tu-Fei planned to find Li Heishui, Lu Kou, Jiang Huiren, and Wu Zhongtian. I have a useless body. It's not worth it for you to help me like this. I, Tu-Fei, am not a pretentious person. To be honest, I have a feeling that you might be able to break the curse of the sacred body of the ancients. Think about it. If one day you become a complete sacred body of the ancients, I won't have to cultivate for the rest of my life. I can still roam the eastern barren territory and the central plains. As long as you're alive, my descendants can roam the world. A complete sacred body can live for tens of thousands of years. What if I'm stuck in the Tao Palace secret realm for the rest of my life? Yi Fan asked. If you can't break through, you can give me the myriad chi cauldron. I can fix the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar, Two-Face said half seriously and half jokingly. Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog appeared on the horizon, looking murderous. It was sleeping obediently, but it was beaten black and blue by someone. It was extremely displeased. I'll leave now. I'll be back in a month at most, or half a month at least. 7 square yuan will be fine, Two-Face said and flew into the sky. The big black dog ran over with a dark face. He stared at Yi Fan with an unfriendly expression and said, "Why do I suddenly feel that you did it? What did I do?" Yi Fan pretended to be confused. Stop pretending. Damn it, a boulder weighing tens of thousands of kilograms fell from the sky and slammed me under it. Ordinary people can't do that. The big black dog's bald tail was about to reach the sky. Yi Fan refused to admit it no matter what. He managed to deceive him and avoid a battle between a man and a dog. The stone village had been rebuilt. It was located in the green mountains and clear waters. The houses were very beautiful, much better than before. The most important thing was the change of environment. Young girls and children were the happiest. They could soak in the clear spring every day and play, no longer facing the sandstorms like before. The stones outside the village were piled up into a small hill, but most of them were foundation stones. Yi Fan moved all the stones from the original stone village here, afraid that he would miss something. Yi Fan and Zhang Wuya were busy, picking out the stone rollers, stone blocks, and stone mills from the pile of stones. There were more than 50 stone tools in total. The big black dog was watching from the side, afraid that he would miss something good. "Old man, are you sure you want to cut it open?" Yi Fan asked. "Cut it. I want to see what my ancestors left behind," Zhang Wuya answered calmly. Yi Fan cut 3 stone blocks, but they were all useless stones. There was nothing. Zhang Wuya also cut open 4 stone locks, but there was also nothing. Could it be that we guessed wrong, and that old Taoist made a mistake? The two of them looked at each other. "Why are you being so careful? Shatter them all in one breath." "Be more straightforward," the big black dog urged. "Go away." Yi Fan glared at him. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted out. It was like an orchid or musk, refreshing and intoxicating to the bones. "What's that smell?" As expected, a dog's nose was the most sensitive. The Black Emperor was almost lying on the stone roller, drooling. Something came out. Zhang Wuya's expression was serious. He was cutting a stone roller, and the fragrance was seeping out from the cracks in the stones. Yi Fan was shocked. He threw down the millstone in his hand and moved closer to take a look. This was really strange. How could there be fragrance seeping out from cutting stones? Could it be that some sort of primordial creature was sealed inside? His finger flickered with a golden light, indicating for Zhang Wuya to step back. He took the stone roller, and the big black dog also stared at it. Chi, 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 stone fragments flew everywhere. Very soon, more than half of the outer layer of the stone roller had been peeled off, and Yi Fan discovered that there were traces of water seeping out. Zhang Wuya had used a bit more force just now, and this stone roller was very brittle. A crack had appeared on it, and the traces of water had flowed out from this crack. The source of the fragrance had also come from it. "There's a treasure." The big black dog had a square head and large ears. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he stared at it attentively. Yi Fan carefully peeled off the stone, and finally, he cut out a flesh fruit from the center of the stone roller. It was pink in color, and looked a bit like a peach. It's meat." The big black dog was slightly dumbfounded. "What is this?" Yi Fan was puzzled. He had read the Book of Origin Heaven before, but he had never seen this kind of record. Zhang Wuya was also slightly dumbfounded, feeling that this was inconceivable. The fragrance was coming from this flesh fruit. Its skin had already been broken, and half of the transparent liquid had flowed onto the stone roller. The fragrance assailed the nostrils, making one want to swallow it in one gulp. "It smells so good. Could it be the fruit of immortality?" The big black dog's eyes shone with a green light. When Zhang Wuya heard this, his heart stirred, and he said, "The ancestors said that the things sealed within the stone are not limited to the source. These should be rare and wondrous stones. The things inside are unpredictable. Yi Fan stared at these stone tools. There was no such record in the Book of Origin Heaven. This flesh fruit had surpassed the category of stone materials, and could only be classified as wondrous stones. Most likely, these things left behind by the Yuan Taoist master had an extraordinary significance. The color of this fruit has changed, and the fragrance has also faded. What's going on? Zhang Wuya's expression changed. The pink flesh fruit gradually turned green, and the fragrance had indeed become much fainter. Hurry up and eat it. Otherwise, the spiritual essence will disperse. The big black dog was anxious. Yi Fan was somewhat uncertain. Could this thing be eaten? He dipped his finger in a drop of liquid and placed it in his mouth. In that instant, he felt unbearably bitter, and he almost raised his head to the sky and howled. It was extremely bitter, and his tongue instantly went numb. Then, he felt as if the world was spinning, and he almost fell to the ground. Let me have a taste. The big black dog eagerly took it. With a crunching sound, he bit off a piece and swallowed it whole. Woof! 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 In the next instant, the big black dog seemed to be convulsing. He barked incessantly, and spat with all his might. Then, white foam came out of his mouth, and he lay on the ground and began to convulse. Zhang Wuya was completely frightened. He had originally wanted to have a taste, thinking that it would be some kind of fleshy celestial fruit. But now, it was as if he was avoiding snakes and scorpions. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan finally recovered. He was no longer dizzy, and he asked in astonishment, "What fruit is this?" At this moment, the big black dog had almost become a dead dog. Only his 4 limbs were still convulsing, and he kept foaming at the mouth. Yi Fan examined him, and felt that his life should not be in danger. However, his current state was quite terrible, and he did not know when he would recover. He swept his eyes over the remaining stone tools, and for the first time, he felt the seriousness of the situation. These are all rare treasures left behind by the Yuan Taoist master. We have no idea what use they have at all. Let's not cut them anymore, and wait until we understand them in the future before we act. Yi Fan vaguely felt that these might be extraordinary things. It was possible that the Crimson Dragon Taoist was looking for this kind of flesh fruit. This was most likely a priceless treasure. At this stage, without understanding it, they definitely could not act rashly. This stone millstone has already been cut open by you. Let's cut it open and take a look. Preserve the other stone tools, Zhang Wuya said. Yi Fan nodded. He had already cut open several stone tools, but he had only cut out a flesh fruit. This millstone might not be able to cut out anything. But when he peeled off the stone skin and cut into the center of the millstone, tens of thousands of divine rays shot out. It was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. Yi Fan peeled off the stone skin. When he reached the center of the millstone, 10,000 streaks of divine radiance shot out like golden needles, making one unable to open their eyes. All of this happened too suddenly. Many layers of stone close fell to the ground, and the stone heart was like a small sun that couldn't be looked at directly. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. What kind of treasure is this? Could it be a divine spring? Zhang Wuya turned his head to the side. His eyes were slightly swollen from the piercing pain caused by the divine radiance. Did he really cut out the source of God? This was also the first thought that came to Yi Fan's mind. His heart was thumping. What he lacked the most right now was energy. He narrowed his eyes and carefully observed it. This was a very small bead, only the size of a soybean. It was made of light and didn't seem like a tangible substance. It seemed like a small ball of the most divine light source. After completely peeling off the stone core, this speck of light actually didn't sink and instead floated in the air. It was extremely mystical, as if it was the origin of heaven and earth, making one couldn't help but approach it. Zhang Wuya didn't dare to look directly at her. He observed her out of the corner of his eye, involuntarily reaching out with his rough old hand to touch her. All of this was a subconscious action. Even the big black dog, who had fainted and was twitching on the ground, was foaming at the mouth as it moved towards them, as if it was being summoned. Divine source, Yi Fan could already confirm that this was a source formed from the spiritual energy that had existed since the beginning of the world. It was a rare treasure in this world. It would never sink, and it possessed the purest and most original essence of heaven and earth. It made one involuntarily bow down to it. All of these were the characteristics of the source of God, and they were exactly the same as what was recorded in the Book of Origin. This was the first time that Yi Fan had come into contact with the source of God. The pure and holy aura that came from his fingertips made his entire body feel comfortable. It was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze, warm and comfortable. It was as if his body was being baptized. This was the divine source. It possessed unimaginable divine effects, and it was a divine object that even the Holy Lands would fight over. Every time it appeared, it would cause a huge commotion. However, this piece of God source was too small. It was only a tiny grain. Compared to the huge piece of God source that sealed the primordial creature, it was really insignificant. However, it was definitely a rare treasure. Once it was spread out, many people would fight over it. There were many different types of divine origin, and each had different effects. Yi Fan was not very familiar with them, and he had not touched upon the most profound of origin studies yet. This is definitely not worth 100,000 kilograms of origin source, even though it was a divine source, its size was too small, far from enough. He needed 30 square meters to break through to the fourth heaven of the Tao Palace. A single divine essence could not solve the problem. This is the source of God. What did our ancestors leave behind? Xianxia muttered to himself. After he had come into contact with the divine source, he felt that his body had become much lighter, and his qi and blood had become much more vigorous. The divine source had a great effect on ordinary people. It was not like the sacred body of the ancients, which had a strong resistance. Legend has it that there are dozens of types of God source, and some of them have incredible effects. I really want to see all of them. Yi Fan looked at the remaining stoneware. Although he was very tempted, he did not plan to continue cutting. The preciousness of these stone tools probably did not lie in the small pieces of God source. It was very likely that they were flesh fruits. If he continued cutting them now, it would be a waste. He did not know how to use them, so it would be a pure waste. After a long time, Yi Fan and Xianxia finally calmed down from the shock. After all, this was a divine source, and anyone who saw it for the first time would inevitably feel the same way. The Black Emperor had fainted. Otherwise, he would have jumped up to rob it. He had always been thinking about the divine source. Xianxia had more or less heard about it. He knew that Yi Fan's physique was special and that he needed a large amount of origin for cultivation, so he asked him to keep the divine source. In the end, Yi Fan did not decline it. He indeed needed a large amount of origin, and he could only return the favor in the future. The pink fruit that was peeled from the stone tools had strong medicinal effects. The big black dog fainted for 5 days before gradually regaining consciousness. However, it still could not get up, and it would twitch from time to time. Damn it, I've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. What kind of bullshit tea stone is this? The fruit it produces is extremely poisonous. Even a true dragon can be poisoned to death, it cursed as it twitched. Serves you right. Who told you to be so greedy and want to swallow it first? Yi Fan said. The big black dog had the urge to kill, but it could not stand up. Occasionally, it would even spit out a mouthful or two of white foam. It was obvious that it would not be able to recover without half a month's time. Yi Fan studied it for a very long time, but he still could not figure out what use this fruit had. In the end, he left it unsettled. In the end, he left this beautiful place. Now, he only had one thought, and that was to search for the origin and break through as soon as possible. Even if it was to rob a holy land, as long as there was a chance of success, he would not hesitate. He had a very strong sense of urgency. When Yi Fan came to the outside world, he heard many news. The disturbance in the ancient scroll became more and more intense. The Peacock King had almost succeeded in intercepting and killing the Alcade Divine Master. It had stirred up endless waves that shook the whole north region. If it were not for the Ji clan's Divine Master and the Alcade Divine Master traveling together, a shocking change would definitely have occurred. Even so, they still paid the price in blood. Several grand elders of the Ji clan and the Alcade Divine Master had been beaten into ashes by the Crimson Dragon Daoist. The Alcade Divine Master had even been hit by the Peacock King's chaotic treasured seal, and was not lightly injured. The impact of this matter was very great. No matter if it was the Crimson Dragon Daoist reappearing or the Peacock King wanting to kill the Master of the Holy Land, they were both extremely great waves. During the time that Yi Fan was in seclusion, the North region was in an uproar. The waves were turbulent, and every day was not peaceful. Now, the Purple Mountain was no longer a secret. Many important figures already knew about it, but no one dared to act rashly. 9 dragons protecting a mountain was something. That involved ancient emperors. Even peak-level experts would feel trepidation in their hearts. Of course, many cultivators were more tempted and wanted to find opportunities here. However, they were all waiting for a chance, and no one was willing to make the first move. Many years ago, the tomb of the demonic beast emperor was too shocking. There were mountains of bones and seas of blood. Several great sage attacked one after another. The black pool was filled with corpses, but they still could not conquer the Een tomb. They allowed it to sink into the ground and disappear. Having been taught a bloody lesson, the Eastern wilderness experts naturally would not be as impulsive as the last time. Many holy lands gathered in the North region to discuss the Purple Mountain. It was inevitable that they would join forces. The Jade Pool meet was postponed indefinitely. The Purple Mountain's influence was too great, so everyone's attention was focused on it. Even before the Purple Mountain was opened, a storm was brewing. There were even holy lords that were injured. It was obvious how great the commotion would be. After understanding all of this, Yi Fan stroked his chin. All of this had something to do with him. After thinking of a way to send the ancient scroll out, he had indeed pierced through the heavens. How much is a divine source worth? Yi Fan could not estimate. Tu Fei needed to borrow 10,000 kilograms of divine source, so he had to think of a way to settle the rest himself. It was a massive number. Maybe it's really time to go to the Holy City. Over the past few days, he had been studying the Origin Heaven book in preparation to go all out. The fire cloud state was as red as fire. There were fire cloud trees everywhere. This strange tree species was unique to the state. The fire cloud tree not only had leaves that were as red as fire, even the tree trunk was a reddish-brown color. From afar, it looked like a sea of fire. It was more like a sunset, befitting its name. Ever since he entered the state, he had seen the most plants along the way. There were far more red plants than green. It could be described as a little green in a sea of red. This state was not very far from the Holy City. It would take at most 11 to 12 days of travel. As Yi Fan traveled, his goal was clear. He wanted to go to the gambling Holy Land. Fire Cloud City was the center of the state. The city walls were majestic, like the Great Wall. It was majestic and ancient. It was a rather famous city. Legend had it that there used to be a powerful family clan of the desolate East. It had a heritage of more than 100,000 years, but unfortunately, it had turned to dust tens of thousands of years ago, disappearing under the starry sky of history. It explained that there was no immortal heritage, nor was there an eternal family clan. Everything would come to an end one day. Just as he walked in front of the majestic city gates, Yi Fan saw 2 portraits of him. They were the arrest warrants of the Alcade and Ji family. The 2 great inheritances offered a sky-high bounty. Anyone who could provide relevant clues would be able to receive 10,000 kilograms of source, and if they could provide the exact location of Yi Fan, they would be able to receive 30 square meters of source, a whole 50,000 kilograms of source. It could be said to be a heaven-defying price. The central cities of all the oases had such bounties. Yi Fan was sick and tired of it. Who would be willing to be wanted and hunted down? As expected of the gambling Holy Land, there are tens of thousands of kilograms of source. He knew why he was so valuable. Besides the grudges between the 2 sides, the most important reason was that the other side wanted the myriad source chi in his body. If they could get it, even 1,000,000 kilograms of source would not be able to stop them. You want my cauldron and life with just 50,000 kilograms of source? What a good idea. Yi Fan stood in front of the city gates and sneered. On the horizon outside Fire Cloud City, dozens of mounts rushed over. These mutated beasts' feet did not touch the ground as they walked in the air. The knights on them were clad in shining iron clothes. They were G family's people. Damn it, there's almost no valuable information. I really don't know when we can find that brat. If he dares to appear, I'll crush him with one hand. A young knight from the G family said coldly. Humph. The leading young man snorted and glanced at him, saying, Ji Yunting, don't underestimate him. Someone at the fourth heaven of Dao Palace might not be able to suppress him. Ji Yunting sneered and said, he's just an outdated, crippled body. What's so great about him? Even if someone at the same level can't beat him, I don't believe that someone at the fourth firmament of the Dao Palace can't smack someone at the second firmament of the Dao Palace to death. Damn it, this trash is hiding. If he dares to come out, I will trample him to death with 1 foot. Don't be arrogant. The Alcade Saint is so strong and the golden-winged little Peking is so arrogant. Yet, they were still taken away by him. The leading young man was very composed as he warned the other young experts. Ji Yunting was unconvinced as he said, that's because the chaos gems fixed the people present in place. If not, how can a tiny trash like him take away the top young experts of the 4 extreme mystic realm? If he really dares to come out, I will kill him with 1 finger. Another expert from the G family's younger generation was also filled with anger. They were in charge of searching in the fire cloud state. Over the past few days, they had been suppressing their anger and were filled with resentment. They wished they could immediately find Yifan. This kid made us go through the wind and rain to search for clues every day. I really wish I could slap him to dust. This Yi kid is just a trash, yet he has caused such a stir. He better not let me catch him or I will crush him like a bug. These young experts were filled with resentment as they rode their mounts into the city. A sneer suffused across Yifan's lips as he said, a bounty of tens of thousands of pounds, why don't I claim it myself? Using the enemy source to fulfill his bottomless pit was the most ideal. With a flick of his sleeves, he entered Fire Cloud City with a flash. The streets of Flaming Cloud City were very old. The blue stone on the ground was full of potholes, which was the result of pedestrians stepping on it. One could imagine how old it was. The city was full of life, and everywhere was fiery red. The people of this state loved the fire cloud trees. They were like huge torches on both sides of the road, like fire dragons lying on the side of the street. Yifan walked on the street, very relaxed, like an ordinary person. He was touring the ancient city with a completely casual look. In the past, this city had produced the clan of the ancients. Although it no longer existed, there would be some young cultivators coming here every year, hoping to obtain some kind of inheritance. Unfortunately, the eternal family that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years had become the dust of history, leaving nothing for future generations. Yifan was not in a hurry to act. He did not go to find the Ji family. Instead, he walked along the ancient street and carefully observed the city. He felt the heaviness of time. This was the accumulation of time and time. The ancient city was indeed extraordinary. It had experienced so much time that it made people feel a kind of heaviness. The city was very prosperous, worthy of being the center of this oasis, but it was not noisy. On both sides of the wide ancient street, the fire cloud trees sprinkled a large area of shade. There were many pedestrians, but it was not crowded. For a long time, Yifan had been cultivating. Occasionally, he would relax and wander around the ancient city, feeling a little ethereal. The people coming and going could not affect him. He went with the flow and walked on the ancient street aimlessly. He became more and more relaxed, and his spirit and spirit became one. He actually entered a wonderful state. Yifan's clothes were not stained by a speck of dust. He was light and elegant. Every movement of his seemed to be one with the world. He walked in the crowd, but it was so natural. Every step he took produced a trace of Tao. In the palace, the passing self was chanting for this life. The Tao self was connecting the world, comprehending the great path, and nourishing the life lord. The mental cultivation method recorded in the Western Emperor scripture ran on its own. At the same time, Yifan's golden sea of bitterness fluctuated. A green lotus trembled, and the mist was hazy. The secret technique obtained from the remains of the sacred body of the ancients, combined with the Tao scripture, ran on its own. At this moment, the profound arts ran parallel to each other, harmonizing with nature. The sea of reincarnation and the Tao Palace pulsed, and divine power flowed from top to bottom, making him feel as if he was connected to the heavens and the earth, as if he was flying through the clouds. Yi Fan was as ethereal as the Tao. Although he was standing in the sea of people, he seemed to be standing in the clouds, giving off a sense of transcendence. He knew that this was a kind of wondrous profound realm, it was a kind of comprehension and comprehension towards cultivation. The sea of reincarnation and Tao palaces resonated in harmony, allowing his Tao energy to grow endlessly. Yi Fan walked all the way down and unknowingly arrived at a special place in the city. This place was the center of the city, but there were no magnificent buildings. There were many ancient trees planted here, and it wasn't limited to the fire-clad tree. There were all kinds of evergreen trees and ancient vines. Many of the old trees would require more than 10 people to wrap their arms around them. The ancient vines were as thick as a person's waist. It was truly astonishing to find such a place in the center of a city. These were the traces left behind by the clan of the remote antiquity in the past. There were many rubble under the old vines, recording the rise and fall of the clan in the past. In truth, the entire ancient city used to be a corner of the clan of the remote antiquity, but unfortunately, everything no longer existed. There were only some ruins left under the ancient trees. Yi Fan very naturally walked to this place. His body and mind were ethereal. Although he couldn't break into the fourth heavenly layer of the Tao Palace, he was able to experience a kind of nature. The world was born for him and all things were one. He was undergoing a kind of baptism. His body shimmered and his mind was filled with energy. His body and mind were tempered and sublimated, allowing his original realm to approach perfection. He was still at the third heavenly layer of the Tao Palace, but he felt very different. The sea of reincarnation and the pulse of the Tao Palace were in sync and he could grasp traces of the Tao. Yes, the Tao scripture and Western Emperor Sutra had blended in harmony for the first time. It caused his body and mind to become clear. Every movement he made seemed to be waving the great Tao. The sea of reincarnation and the Tao Palace resonate in harmony. The Tao scripture and the Western Emperor Sutra exist side by side, flawless and without flaw. As expected, these are the two strongest heart methods. Yi Fan broke out of this wondrous state and muttered to himself. He felt that after the two sutras harmonized, his combat strength had increased by a great deal and he was even closer to the great Tao. He gently gestured. Although he hadn't truly struck out with the offensive arts of the 9 secrets, he could sense that their might had increased by a great deal. This was a small transformation from a technique to the Tao. The power of the Tao. Yi Fan followed the ancient street and left this place. He walked around the ancient city and after obtaining enough information, he left Flaming Cloud City and vanished into the horizon. Not long after, Yi Fan returned to Flaming Cloud City and walked towards the Ji family's stone gambling den. This was a building built in a garden and dozens of knights lived here. What? Someone provided a clue? This garden occupied a very large area. Stone materials were piled up and there were palaces and pavilions. Dozens of strange beasts were tied up in the garden, each of them fierce and fierce. Yi Fan stood in the garden. He didn't have to wait for too long before dozens of youths rushed out. They had all met outside the city gates. You saw that cripple. Where is he? How far is he from Flaming Cloud City? Asked the young man in the lead. His name was Xianxia and he was a cultivator at the 5th firmament of the Tao Palace. He was the leader of this group of people and he was very calm. If I provide a clue, do you want to immediately give me 100,000 kilograms of source? Asked Yi Fan. What are you talking about? A disciple of the Ji family glared at him and said coldly, providing a clue is just 10,000 kilograms of source. You really dare to demand such an exorbitant price for my Ji family? When the people beside him heard this, they were delighted. Ji Yunting sneered and said, this she-brat has finally been discovered. This time I will turn him to dust. That's how it should be. For a cripple like him, he made us run around so much but to no avail. We should have killed him long ago. He's just a cripple at the 2nd firmament of the Tao Palace. Killing him is as easy as pie. It's just that we can't find his whereabouts. This time, we will refine him to death. These people were filled with resentment. All of them wanted to immediately kill Yi Fan and snatch the cauldron away. It wasn't only because they had been searching for him in the past few days, but also because the Ji family's grand elder had been burned to death. It made everyone feel stifled. It would have been fine if he had been killed by a powerhouse, but a dignified grand elder had been burned to death by a puny cultivator. It made them feel humiliated. The most effective way to wash away this humiliation was to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan asked for 10,000 kilograms of source so that they could fulfill their promise. Bring us to that mountain range first. If the clues are true, you will naturally be rewarded. Ji Yan smiled. Many people revealed looks of disgust. They never expected him to really dare to ask for a reward from the Ji family. It surprised them, and at the same time, they despised him. They had received some clues before, but they were all provided by cultivators for free. They did not dare to ask for source stones and only wanted to form a closer relationship with them. I saw that the reward is written very clearly. As long as you provide a clue, you will be rewarded with source stones. Yi Fan did not back down. What if the clue you provided is fake? Ji Yunting sneered disdainfully. In this world, is there anyone who dares to play tricks on the Ji family? Besides, I want to bring you guys there. Am I not afraid of losing my life? Yi Fan argued. You are really interesting. Ji Yunting's expression was cold. He had already said it like this, yet he still dared to ask for source stones. Did he not want to live too long? Alright, we don't have time to waste. Go to the stone square and get 5,000 kilograms of source stones. Ji Yanch waved his hand and ordered someone to get the source stones. He said, if the clues are true, I will give you the other half of the source stones. If we can catch Yi Fan because of your clues, it won't be a problem to give you 100,000 kilograms of source stones. Not long after, someone brought over 5,000 kilograms of source stones. They shone brightly and were placed in a pile. Yi Fan did not stand on ceremony and kept them all with a wave of his sleeve. Now, bring us to that mountain range. Ji Yunting sneered, the killing intent in his eyes flashing. Ji Yunfeng smiled slightly and did not say anything. He waved his hand and ordered everyone to ride on their strange beasts. At the same time, they also found a savage beast for Yi Fan to sit on as a means of transportation. Dozens of riders rushed out of Fire Cloud City. Many people in the city were surprised. Seeing them in such a hurry, they knew that something big must have happened. These strange beasts were all extraordinary. After leaving Fire Cloud City, they all stepped on the air and flew high into the sky. Like a flood rushing across the sky, they rumbled and rushed towards the mountain range that Yi Fan mentioned. It's that mountain range in front. Yi Fan pointed to a lush mountain range in front of them. Dozens of riders immediately spread out and surrounded the mountain peak that Yi Fan pointed to. There really is someone cultivating here. There are Dao patterns here. A Ji family disciple came forward. He was quite knowledgeable about Dao patterns and quickly broke the restriction. Dozens of riders were filled with killing intent. They rushed up and came to the peak of the mountain. They directly split open the cave abode, causing smoke and dust to soar into the sky. There's no one. Immediately, a Ji family disciple revealed killing intent and looked at Yi Fan. Don't look at me like that. It has nothing to do with me. I only provided a clue. Who knew that he would suddenly leave? Yi Fan was very innocent. Ji Yanch waved his hand and personally entered the cave abode to observe. The others also followed. This robe is exactly the same as the one he wore that day. It really is him. Look, there are traces of the giant void palm print here. This cave abode was opened with a giant palm print. The Ji family disciples quickly discovered many important clues. They were all filled with hatred and gritted their teeth. Damn it, we let him escape again. Otherwise, I would have trampled him to death with a single stomp. They felt suffocated. A trash with only a cultivation at the second firmament of the Dao Palace had repeatedly stirred up such a storm and was able to escape each time. They wished they could immediately capture him and burn him to ashes. Now do you believe me? I definitely wouldn't dare to provide false clues. Yi Fan said from the side. At this moment, he felt killing intent. Someone wanted to deal with him. However, he did not panic. With a calm expression, he said, when we return, you can pay me the other 2,500 kilograms of source, right? Aren't you afraid that we will kill you here? Ji Yinting sneered. Before I came, many people in Fire Cloud City knew that I left the city to provide you with clues. I believe that the Ji family is trustworthy. Yi Fan did not care. Even if there were powerhouses at the fifth firmament of the Dao Palace among these people, their speed was definitely not as fast as his. There was no need to worry that he would not be able to escape. Ji Yanj smiled and said, when we return, I will pay you the other 2,500 kilograms of source. The Ji family will keep their word. After lingering here for a long time and searching the entire mountain range, everyone returned to Fire Cloud City. Yi Fan followed them into the garden. This guy must have eaten the guts of a leopard. He really dares to ask for a bounty. A disciple of the Ji family said coldly. Ji Yanj glared at him and said, this is the bounty set by the Ji family. Don't mess around. If I find out that you have damaged the family's reputation, don't blame me for not letting you off. Not long after, the 2,500 kilograms of source was brought. Ji Yanj walked out and personally handed it to Yi Fan, letting him leave. Yi Fan thanked him with a smile on his face and left without looking back. Giving him 10,000 kilograms of source just like that? The clues he provided are useless. He didn't even see the shadow of that Yi guy. Someone was indignant. Ji Yanj swept a few glances at them and said, the people of Fire Cloud City are watching. Do you want to kill him here? This is not without its benefits. It is like buying a bone with 1,000 gold. In the future, someone will send us even more valuable clues. At this point, Ji Yanj's expression froze. He said, where did Ji Yinting and Ji Yunbiao go? They followed him out, most likely. Nonsense, if word of this gets out, how will others look at my Ji family? Ji Yanj was furious. With Ji Yinting's temper, he definitely can't stand it. He doesn't want him to take away 10,000 kilograms of source just by talking. I think he has most likely killed him now. Another disciple of the Ji family said. Ji Yanj smashed a stone table in the garden with his palm. After a moment of silence, he said, since it has already come to this, let's send a few more people. Make things more beautiful. I don't want any rumors to spread. On the outskirts of Fire Cloud City, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. He turned around and said with a smile, friends of the Ji family, why are you so enthusiastic? You've already sent me out of the city, why haven't you returned? Swish, swish. Ji Yinting and Ji Yunbiao's figures flashed out from the shadows. Both of them were filled with killing intent as they pressed forward step by step. You want to kill me, why is that? Yi Fan's face darkened. He looked at the two of them and said, I kindly provided you with clues, why do you repay kindness with enmity? Brat, do you think it's so easy to take my Ji family source? Just by moving your lips, it's 10,000 kilograms of source. How can there be such a good thing? Ji Yinting sneered. You guys are too cold by nature. No matter what, I'm the one who provided the clues, yet you guys want to kill me. So what if we kill you? You brought us to an empty cave abode and took away the source just like that. Don't you feel that it's a bit troublesome? Ji Yunbiao was filled with killing intent. Yi Fan suddenly laughed out loud, looking very carefree. You're about to die, what's there to laugh about? I'll send you on your way. Do you guys think you can kill me? A cold smile hung on the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, and he said, I'm afraid you'll lose your lives here. You've only just entered the Dao Palace secret realm. You dare to compete with the bright moon with the light of a firefly? Ji Yinting sneered again and again, revealing his killing intent. Killing you is no different from crushing a bug to death. Ji Yunbiao rushed over and slapped down with a giant void handprint. The giant black hand covered the sky, covering Yi Fan beneath it, making a rumbling sound. Pa! At this moment, Yi Fan attacked. A giant golden palm swept across the sky, smashing the giant black hand and covering Ji Yunbiao, whose face was filled with horror. Puff! It was hard to imagine how powerful the giant golden palm was. It directly smashed Ji Yunbiao into pieces, smashing him into minced meat and making him disappear. You! Who are you? Ji Yinting shouted. A powerhouse at the third firmament of the Tao Palace had been killed by a single slap. It really made him shudder. I'm the Yifan you said you could crush with one foot. What, how could it be you? Ji Yunting retreated in shock, his face extremely livid. Haha. Yifan laughed and said, of course it's me. Thank you for giving me the source. I'll use it to cultivate. You. When Ji Yunting heard this, he thought about everything that had happened. He was so angry that his body trembled and his fingers trembled. Ji Yunting's face was ashen. He was so angry that his body was trembling. He never thought that Yifan would be so daring as to do such a thing. He was wanted by two great sage, yet he dared to take the risk and come to the Ji family to falsely claim the bounty. This made him so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Anger is bad for the body. Don't be in such a hurry. You are a big family and don't care about such a small amount of resources. Yifan laughed. Yi, you are too arrogant. Two great sage are trying to capture you, yet you dare to come out and cheat us of our resources. You will not live. The clan of the ancients cannot be blasphemed against. Ji Yunting said coldly. Yifan's smile did not diminish. What can you do? Do you want to kill me? I will crush you with one hand. Ji Yunting's body bloomed with auspicious light. Divine power surged and dragon energy wrapped around his body. He raised his cultivation to the limit. How domineering, how bold. Then let me see how heroic the young powerhouses of the clan of the ancients are. Yifan sneered. I will kill you now. Ji Yunting shouted and then silently disappeared into the void. He had used the Great Void technique. Swish, what was unexpected was that even though he spoke viciously, he appeared in the distance, not rushing towards Yifan. Ji Yunting chose to flee, his speed extremely fast. He had said all these harsh words in order to stabilize Yifan and prepare for his escape. Although he was conceited and had always believed that the Huanggu families reigned supreme, after seeing Yifan kill Ji Yunbiao, who was at the third firmament of the Tao Palace, with a single slap, he immediately knew that even though he was at the fourth firmament of the Tao Palace, he was still no match for Yifan. Why do your words and actions contradict each other? Yifan's face was filled with a warm smile as he blocked Ji Yunting's path. You. Ji Yunting was shocked. Yifan had started later but arrived first. He was even faster than him. Swish, Ji Yunting used the Great Void technique once again and disappeared. He was proud and conceited, but he did not want to die. He used everything he had to escape. However, when he rushed out of the void again, he found that Yifan was still blocking his way with a cold smile on his face. Aren't you tired? What's the point of running around? The one with the surname Yi, you're too arrogant. You've offended the two great sages' lands. There will be no way for you to live in the future. Ji Yan retreated quickly. I was just planning on traveling around. Breaking into the fourth firmament of the Tao Palace requires 50,000 kilograms of spring. I'll be counting on your Ji family and the light-shaking realm to provide it for me. Yifan took his time and caught up to him in a dozen steps. His millstone-sized golden palm slapped down, not giving him any chance to escape. Chi-chi, 5 streaks of silver light shot up like 5 silver dragons soaring across the sky. They were as thick as a house. The silver dragons crossed each other and formed a pair of dragon scissors, cutting off Yifan's golden hand. It was the ultimate art of the Ji clan, sky-severing finger. It was extremely powerful, but unfortunately, it depended on who was using it. When comparing his battle strength with Yifan, he was at an absolute disadvantage. Pa! The 5 dragon beams were shattered by the golden palm. The hand came crashing down, and with a cracking sound, Ji Yunting's expression changed drastically. His arm was torn to shreds on the spot. He roared into the sky and used all his strength to strike out another divine technique recorded in the void scripture. He opened his mouth and spat out a breath of great Tao energy that rushed at Yifan. This was the innate great void stellar chi recorded in the void ancient sutra. It was formed by the user's innate chi mixed with the void. It was invincible and not even divine weapons could block it. One could clearly see that a stream of air rushed out of Ji Yunting's mouth. It represented the innate great void as it distorted the void. Dang! In response, Yifan did not dodge at all. He swung his golden fist and it was as if he had struck a falling star. The sound was deafening. Wang. The innate great void stellar chi that was said to be invincible was instantly scattered. The divine light was blinding as it transformed into a torrent that surged in all directions, causing the entire void to tremble. Pooh! The mountain peak under their feet was only a few dozen meters away from here. It was affected and was cut off 3 to 4 meters high by the scattered innate great void stellar chi. You. Ji Yinting's face was flushed red. He had used up 80 to 90% of his divine power, but it was defeated by a single punch from his opponent. It was really hard for him to accept. Strange art, you should see who is using it. Everyone in the younger generation of the Ji clan seems to have mastered 2 or 3 secret arts recorded in the Void Ancient Sutra. Can you explain them to me? Yi Fan pressed forward. Yi brat, don't be too proud. I, Ji Yinting, have countless geniuses. There are many people in the younger generation who are enough to suppress you until you can never raise your head again. You won't have a way out. Ji Yinting gritted his teeth. In the future, I will find those geniuses you mentioned. Yi Fan's palm slapped forward. Bam! Ji Yinting dodged, but he was not fast enough for the golden hand. He was slapped on his body like a broken drum. His body was in tatters as he fell to the ground. Yi brat, what do you want to do if you don't kill me? I want to learn from you about the Void Ancient Sutra. Yi Fan landed on the ground with a gentle smile on his face. Dream on. Ji Yinting gritted his teeth. Suddenly, Yi Fan raised his head and looked towards the distant horizon. 4 figures whose feet didn't touch the ground were like flying immortals. Their clothes fluttered as they quickly approached. He mocked, your Ji clan really thinks highly of me. You sent another 4 people. You want to clean up the mess beautifully without leaving any traces. Bam! Yi Fan stepped out and sent Ji Yinting flying. Many of the bones in his body were broken and he laid on the ground motionless. He couldn't even speak. Ji Yinting was incomparably ashamed and angry. He said that he could trample the other party to death with 1 foot, but in the end, he fell into such a situation. The other party didn't kill him because he wanted to steal the divine arts recorded in the Void Ancient Sutra. Swoosh! Yi Fan opened his sleeves and created a large crack on the ground. He then waved his sleeves and buried Ji Yinting inside. Not long after, the 4 figures on the horizon arrived. Dust didn't rise and they stopped in an instant. 4 pairs of eyes were like 8 sharp swords as they stared at Yi Fan. Is there anything else? Less nonsense, where did Ji Yinting and Ji Yinbiao go? One of them had a premonition that the situation wasn't good and asked with a gloomy face. That's your Ji clan's people. What does it have to do with me? Why are you asking me? Yi Fan's expression was calm. They chased after you. How could they disappear? That person shouted. Oh, why did you chase after me? Yi Fan asked calmly. The 4 of them pressed forward. One of them had a cold expression and said, stop talking about him. Tell me, where are Ji Yinting and Ji Yinbiao? Don't yell at me. Do I have the obligation to look after them for you? Yi Fan's expression turned cold. The 4 people from the Ji clan all felt that something was wrong. They all retreated to prevent any accidents from happening. They were prepared to fight and retreat. However, one of them was still very arrogant and shouted, stop pretending and tell me where they are. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Pow! Yi Fan suddenly waved his sleeves and directly slapped the Ji clan's disciple back. He said coldly, who are you saying is pretending and what are the consequences? You. The Ji clan's disciple's expression changed. He pointed with his finger and said, you dare to attack me first? The disciples of the clan of the ancients, no matter where they went, were surrounded by people like stars surrounding the moon. Very few people dared to offend them. Who do you think you are? So what if I attack you? Yi Fan laughed coldly. He waved his sleeves and an iron cloud swept over. Pow! The wide sleeves were like iron plates. They swept through the void and firmly covered the Ji clan's disciple. The Ji clan's disciple used his arm to block, but it was useless. He was sent flying. Bang! The Ji clan's disciple was enraged. He soared into the sky and stood in the air. His eyes were filled with coldness and endless killing intent. Following that, he swooped down with his head down and feet up. The void palm fiercely pressed down. The black palm was like a black wall pressing down, causing people's hearts to palpitate. However, Yi Fan didn't move at all. He didn't dodge at all. He raised his head and stared at the Ji clan's disciple. Only when the black palm was right in front of him did Yi Fan stretch out his left hand and grab it. Retreat! The three people behind him shouted, reminding the Ji clan's disciple. Bang! However, it was already too late. Yi Fan single-handedly caught the void palm. His other hand pierced through the air and grabbed the Ji clan's disciple. He pulled him down from the sky effortlessly as if he was grabbing a little chick. Pow! He raised his hand and directly slapped the Ji clan's disciple's face, causing his saliva to splatter and blood to flow. Do you want to be enemies with the Ji clan? The Ji clan's disciple spat out a mouthful of blood. So what if I attack the Ji clan? Do you really think that the Ji clan is the Eastern Baron Emperor? Yi Fan laughed coldly. He raised his hand and slapped him again, causing blood to spurt out from his nose and mouth. The three behind weren't as rash as this person. They saw that something was wrong from the start and pulled away from Yi Fan. They could choose to fight or retreat. Right now, they didn't choose to help. Instead, they turned around and left decisively. They had a premonition that they weren't Yi Fan's match. Unfortunately, it was too late. Swish, 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 Yi Fan took out dozens of small flags and stabbed them into the ground. Fog surged and covered this place, cutting off their path. These were all artifacts made by the Black Emperor and there were complicated Dao patterns carved on them. The cultivators in the Dao Trapping Palace secret realms wouldn't be surprised. Yi Fan picked up the disciple of the Ji family and slapped him hard in the face. He hit him so hard that he could barely breathe. Then, he threw him on the ground like a dead dog. The other three's expressions completely changed. A disciple at the third firmament of the Dao Palace couldn't resist at all. He was slapped more than a dozen times and trampled to the ground. It made their hearts go cold. Friend, why do you have to do this? Ji Yunxing has always been rash and hot-tempered. He often offends people. If he made you unhappy just now, I apologize on his behalf, one of them said. Ji Yunxing, who was bleeding from his mouth, groaned and struggled to get up, but he didn't dare to spout nonsense again. Fear appeared in his eyes. He knew that he had gotten into big trouble. The other three felt uneasy. It was extremely dangerous to be sealed here. Friend, this is all a misunderstanding. You provided clues for my Ji clan to hunt down the thief, Yi Fan. We are the same kind of people, and we are very grateful to you. Ji Yunxing, hurry up and apologize. I've always warned you not to be rash, but you've caused trouble again today. I'll punish you when we get back. The three smiled and explained. At the same time, they asked Ji Yunxing to apologize. Yi Fan smiled and said, there's no need to apologize, because I'm the Yi Fan you're looking for. What? The four were all shocked. When Yi Fan revealed his true body and pulled out Ji Yunxing, who was buried in the crevice, the four's expressions changed. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. What do you want? I'm very interested in the innate great void astral chi. I want to learn from you. You want to obtain the divine skill recorded in the scripture of the void? Stop dreaming. The people of the Ji clan had ugly expressions. This person was actually Yi Fan. He'd swindled 10,000 kilograms of resources from them and now he wanted the void ancient scripture? Why do you have to be so selfish? I also have ancient scriptures here. Why don't we sit down and discuss them? Yi Fan smiled. There are only a few ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren territory. The Ji clan has one. What scriptures do you have to discuss? One of them said. He wanted to stall for time and wait for help. I have a Dao scripture and a Western Emperor scripture. Which one are you interested in? Yi Fan knew what they were planning but he didn't care and asked casually. What? You also have scriptures? Not only do you have the Dao scripture, you also have the Western Emperor scripture. How did you get them? The people of the Ji clan were shocked. They believed that under such circumstances, Yi Fan had no need to lie. They were sealed here and everything was under his control. So, you won't lose out if you discuss scriptures with me. How about it? Yi Fan's smile was very wide. First, recite a scripture for us to listen to, the people of the Ji clan requested. How can we do that? Why don't we all recite scriptures at the same time? Yi Fan asked. The tense atmosphere instantly eased. The people of the Ji clan relaxed and started to stall for time with Yi Fan. Yi Fan had a harmless expression on his face as he seriously discussed with them. But suddenly, a golden beam of light shot out from his forehead and shot into one of their heads. He didn't want to kill them. He just wanted to suddenly attack and steal their scriptures with his divine sense. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to under normal circumstances. Not long ago, in the Cloud Mountain range, he had tried to steal a disciple's memory but the disciple's divine sense suddenly collapsed. Puff, the head of the Ji clan's disciple instantly exploded. Yi Fan's divine sense escaped in a sorry state and rushed back into his glabella. Boom, a destructive aura filled the air, and a terrifying psychic power rushed out like a flood, sweeping towards Yi Fan. He let out a light shout, and the source chi of all beings fell down, blocking in front of him. Clang, a deafening rumble rang out. A simple and unadorned cauldron blocked the terrifying killing intent, shattering the psychic powers and making them dissipate in the void. This time, he failed again. The result was the same as the previous time. There was a mysterious seal in the other party's sea of consciousness. As long as he tried to probe it, it would be triggered. You. The expressions of the remaining 4 people from the Ji clan changed drastically. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. If you want to live, you'll have to exchange the ancient void scripture for your life. Otherwise, there's only one word for you, death, Yi Fan said in a low voice. He didn't have much hope. Divine Will couldn't get it, so it was too difficult to expect these people to say it themselves. Do it. There were still 2 people from Ji family who had not lost their fighting strength. They did not want to sit and wait for death. Every single one of them took out 7 to 8 weapons, and all of them shone like stars. They threw caution to the wind and didn't hesitate to destroy their weapons. They wanted to heavily injure Yi Fan. Every single weapon was almost burning, dazzling and dazzling. Clang, the cauldron made from the cauldron of myriad chi trembled slightly. The weapons that were about to shatter were all stored inside. Blinding light shone from within, and energy surged violently. All of the weapons burned and shattered. But they couldn't hurt Yi Fan at all. In the end, the inside of the cauldron calmed down, and a pile of scrap metal was added to it. Yi Fan moved like lightning, and the 2 people fell to the ground, losing their fighting strength. I don't want to say anything more. I'll let go of whoever tells me the innate great void astral energy. Otherwise, only death awaits you. At first, the 4 people didn't say a word. They were all stubborn and didn't want to compromise at all. This made Yi Fan frown. If he forcefully asked for it, their sea of consciousness would definitely shatter. I'll give you a chance. In the end, Yi Fan let them recover their fighting strength and fought with the 4 people separately. He secretly used the battle saint technique to imitate the innate great void astral energy. In the end, he finally figured out that this was the secret art of the innate chi mixing in the void. He didn't know how to use it, but he understood the concept. When Yi Fan used the battle saint technique to activate this divine art, Ji Yunxing, and the other 2 people's eyes almost popped out. Yi Fan let out a light shout and spat out a divine light from his mouth. It swept out in all directions like a tsunami. It was extremely powerful. How do you know this divine art? Let's compete and see who's stronger and who's weaker. Yi Fan used the battle saint technique to fight with the 4 people. It wasn't the real innate great void astral energy, but its power wasn't weak. This was the battle secret of the 9 secrets. It could evolve into all kinds of offensive divine arts, and it was truly a supreme divine art. Later on, Yi Fan became more and more proficient. When he opened his mouth, it was like the Milky Way hanging upside down. Its power was unparalleled. His essence, chi, and spirit were far superior to ordinary people. The innate chi was like the ocean, and this divine art was very suitable for him to use. He wasn't like the four people in front of him, whose essence would be sucked away by just spitting out a mouthful of innate great void astral energy. Tut. Yifan used it again. He opened his mouth and spat out a scroll. There were flickering Tao patterns on it. It was like an ancient sky sealing scroll, and it directly suppressed the four people. How is this possible? Ji Yunting and the others were in disbelief. Yifan's use of innate great void astral energy was much more terrifying than theirs. It was as if he had practiced it for many years. This was something they couldn't understand. Thank you for giving me another offensive divine art. Yifan used it for a long time and finally stopped. This wasn't the divine art of the Ji clan, but the battle secret of the 9 secrets. An hour later, Yifan returned to Flaming Cloud City. He spread the news that the Ji clan didn't keep their promise and that if they took the reward, they would be killed. Then, he quickly disappeared without a trace. The Ji clan was in a terrible hurry and finally calmed down the storm. They said that someone had lied to the source with false information. It had to be said that the clan of the ancients was a kind of colossus. After the incident, Flaming Cloud City was in a state of harmony. Not many people believed the words that Yifan spread. Yifan knew long ago that with the power of the Ji clan, there was no storm that couldn't be settled. He did all this just to make them wary so that it would be convenient for him to make a move next time. Half a month later, Yifan returned to Hao province and came to the stone stronghold. The large black dog finally recovered. He had lost a lot of weight. Now, he was allergic to pink fruits, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Black Emperor, you ate a celestial fruit. What effect did it have? Did you get a great benefit? Yifan asked with a smile. If you mention this again, I'll be angry with you. The large black dog's face darkened. He never suffered losses, and this was the first time he was defeated by a fruit. Even now, when he thought of it, he still had the urge to spit out white foam. It should have some effect. That fruit is obviously not ordinary. Yifan touched his chin and murmured to himself. Affect my ass. Now, everything I eat tastes like I'm biting a gold thread. My mouth is so bitter, and I really don't know when it will completely disappear. The large black dog was as depressed as he could be. He couldn't blame anyone but himself for being too greedy. And fighting to eat that fruit. Tufei didn't disappoint him. In total, he collected 25,000 kilograms of source stones. They were all sparkling and pure high-quality source stones. So many source stones, I want half of them. The greedy large black dog pounced over, wanting to fight again. In the end, Yifan waved his long sleeves and took them all. Woof. Stupid dog, don't fight. I've helped you a few times, but I'm always in trouble. You have to compensate me. Okay, no problem. Yifan agreed readily. The main reason he came back was to ask for the large black dog's help. Then, Yifan called Tufei over to discuss with him. What? Are you crazy? Revealing your tracks and asking someone to collect 50,000 kilograms of source stones? Tufei was shocked. That's right. This is a rare opportunity. It's very feasible. Yifan nodded. Tufei shook his head and said, You've already tricked 10,000 kilograms of source stones. They must be on guard. They can't continue to cut meat from the tiger. The method from last time won't work. I heard that the person who provides clues needs to use divine sense as a support. So, I have to show my real body and give them the most authentic information. That's too dangerous, Tufei objected. It's okay. As long as I use it well, the success rate is very high. When I get 100,000 kilograms of source stones, I can immediately enter the fourth sky of the Tao Palace. You're gambling with your life. If something goes wrong, it'll be too late to regret. Tufei was very opposed. With the Black Emperor, I can turn danger into safety, woof. The large black dog's expression was unfriendly. He said, Brat, when I've been with you, I've never gotten any benefits. I'm always in trouble. Don't count on me this time. Yifan smiled and said, Haven't you always wanted source stones? This time, we're going to get 50,000 kilograms of source stones. You have to think carefully, 50,000 kilograms. The large black dog was almost drooling. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't resist the temptation. Damn it, I'm going all out. If I'm unlucky again, brat, you'll be hunted down. Yifan smiled and said to Tu Fei and the large black dog, actually, as long as we plan well, there won't be any danger this time. Then tell me in detail. First, you have to find a suitable person who can find me at the right time. Then, he can report to the light-shaking realm or the Ji family and claim the 100,000 kilograms reward. This was very difficult because the person who provided clues needed divine sense as a support. The person with a problem would definitely give himself away. The suitable person had to be real, and he had to be kept in the dark. Tu Fei thought for a while and said, finding a person who betrayed you isn't a problem. The key is to make him enter the trap naturally. It's a little difficult, and we can't leave any traces of our plan. Yifan continued with a smile. Second, we have to create momentum. After that person reports to the Holy Land, it's best to create a big commotion so that all the cultivators in that area know and follow him as a witness. If that's the case, if you're surrounded, won't it be more dangerous? Yifan chuckled. The Black Emperor is good at studying Tao patterns. Traveling through space is nothing to him. I only need to show myself and then I can travel several thousand miles away. Tu Fei said, from what you've said, it's very feasible. Maybe we can succeed. Black Emperor, can you guarantee your safety when you travel through space? Yifan asked. This was the most important part. If he couldn't escape, he would die for sure. You think it's too easy? The Black Emperor attacked him mercilessly. As a member of the remote antiquity family, they must have secret treasures that can free space. I'm not sure if we can escape. There are such treasures? Yifan was surprised. The Holy Lands have a long history. They must have created such treasures. The large black dog squinted and thought for a while. Luckily, I'm not weak. I have a solution. On that very day, they left Hao province for the 100,000 kilograms of source stone. A gust of autumn wind blew, ruffling the yellow leaves and rustling the mountains. The northern region was a land of bitter cold. The 4 seasons changed, and autumn and winter were long. Half of the year, there was no sign of life, and it was dry and cold. The disorderly cloud state had endless mountain ranges that stretched on endlessly. There was not a single piece of flat land, and the high peaks pierced the sky. It was also the reason for its name. I think this state is not bad. Yifan said. Tu Fei nodded and said, this is a mountain range with mountains everywhere. It is indeed a good place to seek refuge. The disorderly cloud state was a journey of 11 to 12 days from the northern region Holy City. It was separated from the fire cloud state by an oasis and 2 reddish-brown deserts. They had chosen for more than half a month before finally deciding to take action in this state, waiting to be discovered. The Black Emperor hid in a mountain range and was responsible for engraving Tao patterns. Yifan and Tu Fei wandered around to understand the state's situation in detail. Although Mountain Rock City was located in the middle of the mountains, it was the central city of the disorderly cloud state. There were mountains everywhere, so there was no flat land to build a city on. The city was not magnificent. The roads were paved with mountain rocks, and the trees on both sides of the ancient streets were almost bare. Yellow leaves fluttered in the air, telling of the chill of autumn. Yifan walked on the narrow stone streets and circled around the city. Soon, he learned a lot of news. The important figures of the various sacred lands were deeply attracted by the ancient scroll. Now, all their energy was focused on Purple Mountain. The various factions were constantly trying to figure it out so that they could successfully open it in the future. Yifan went to a restaurant and ordered a flask of aged wine and a few dishes. He drank by himself and listened to the conversations of the cultivators. The holy city has cut out something good again. It seems to be a rare treasure that was bought by the central state's royalty. Many people are searching for that Yifan. Are there any clues? He is worth 50,000 kilograms of origins. 50,000 kilograms of origins is too little. Think about what he has on him. That is the myriad source chi, a priceless treasure. It is a sacred item that even ancient emperors would covet. Important figures are studying Purple Mountain. It looks like there will be a big commotion in the near future. Many geniuses from the Holy Lands have come, not just from the Alcade and the G family. No matter how big the northern region is, there is no place for him to hide. The source G of all things will fall into the hands of the Holy Lands. Actually, many elders are also secretly looking for that young man surnamed G. It's just that they haven't revealed themselves yet. After all, the myriad source G is too precious. Come to think of it, the sacred body of the ancients used to dominate the world and was invincible. Now, however, it can only advance to the Holy G Palace secret realm. Otherwise, if it were to grow and compete with the saints and saintesses, the future of the Eastern Barren territory would be extremely lively. Yi Fan's heart stirred. He had heard of many outstanding and famous figures. There were those of the younger generation and those of the older generation. They had all come to the northern domain, and all of them were aiming for his cauldron. Thud, 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 very rhythmic footsteps could be heard, as if it was ringing in the hearts of the people upstairs, causing their hearts to beat along with it. Many people's hearts tightened, and they felt suffocated. It was as if someone was strangling them and controlling their breathing. At the top of the stairs, a young man around 13 or 14 years old walked up. He was dressed in white and spotless. His hair was black and shiny, and his skin was as white as snow. His eyes were like black gems, and his lips were red and teeth were white. He was very handsome and could be called a handsome young man. Sacred body of the ancients? Invincible in the same level? The way I see it, you're just a stray dog. If I run into you one day, I'll take you back and make you my slave. The young man was like a jade tree. He was so handsome that he was almost enchanting, but his words were very rude, which made many people frown. Two old men followed behind him. They were dressed in gray and looked very old. Their backs were hunched, and they looked like two loyal old servants. One of them walked up and chose a table for the young man. He carefully wiped the table with his sleeve before letting the young man sit down. The two old men then stood behind him. Whose child is this? How did they educate him? He's so arrogant at such a young age. Isn't he afraid that he'll go astray? Although the people upstairs could guess that the young man was no ordinary person, some of them still couldn't help but mock him. The young man glanced across and asked in a lukewarm tone, "What? Am I wrong?" "Child, you should be humble when you speak. Many geniuses die young." "Humph." The young man snorted coldly. His voice was like a shaking golden bell, making the blood of many boil. He said, "The sacred body of the ancients has been deified. Even hundreds of thousands of years ago, he might not be invincible, let alone now." There was no lack of experts among the cultivators who traveled from south to north. One of them retorted, "Back in the day, the sacred body of the ancients was invincible. It's an indisputable fact. Even now, that crippled body has shown extraordinary combat strength. Few people of the same level can suppress him." The young man in white sneered and said, "It doesn't matter if he's a crippled body or a sacred body. It's still used to suppress." "Young man, you're getting more and more arrogant. How old are you? How can you defeat the sacred body of the ancients? Even if it's a crippled body, it's almost invincible among those of the same level," someone goaded. "A frog at the bottom of a well doesn't know how vast the sky is." "I'll kill him all the same even if we're of the same level," the young man in white said coldly. "Where did you come from? Are you really confident that you can defeat the sacred body of the ancients of the same level?" someone asked in surprise. "I'm just a commoner who lives in the mountains without any notable background. Does suppressing a sacred body of the ancients have to depend on one's background? He's really nothing." The young man in white's expression was cold. The Eastern Barren territory was boundless, and there were many extraordinary people deep in the mountains and rivers. Not all the experts were in the sacred land. Everyone looked surprised, thinking that the young man might really have come from such a lineage. Some of them couldn't help but probe with their divine consciousness, wanting to test the cultivation of the young man in white. However, they were struck by lightning before they could even get close. The eyes of one of the two old servants in gray flashed, and a terrifying light shot out, forcing back the 7 or 8 divine consciousnesses. Tufei walked upstairs and found a table to sit at. He glanced at Yi Fan, who was not far away, and said, "Who's boasting shamelessly? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" They entered the city together to understand the situation, but they didn't walk together. It was only now that they arrived at the restaurant. He glanced at the young man and asked, "May I know your name?" Xiaojiu. As the son of a great bandit, Tu Fei was not afraid even if he ran into people from the sacred land. Naturally, he would not be polite to a young man. He said, "I've heard of Gai Jiuyo, but I've never heard of Xia Jiuyo." 8,000 years ago, Gai Jiuyo was invincible in the Central Plains. Many people thought that he would become the great emperor, but he eventually left for the Eastern Barren Territory and disappeared from this land. You'll remember this name from now on. The young man in white, Xia Jiuyo, smirked. I see that you're so arrogant. How about I exchange a few moves with you? Tu Fei squinted at him. I'm not interested in you. This time, I'm here for the sacred body of the ancients. Xia Jiuyo didn't even glance at Tu Fei. Tu Fei wanted to slap the young man to death, but he couldn't. He asked, "Did the sacred body of the ancients offend you?" "No, I still want to catch him. I read in an ancient book that the blood of the sacred body can be used to refine medicine. I'm here for him. I want to refine a cauldron of divine medicine." Heroes come from young, Yi Fan said. He poured himself a glass of wine and drank it. In fact, he really wanted to beat this young man up. It was his first time seeing such an arrogant person. He was so young, but he kept saying that he wanted to refine his sacred body. You're here for the sacred body too? The Ji family and the Alcade family are both offering a reward. If there's a clue, how much will you pay? Tu Fei asked. I'll pay whatever they offer, the white-clothed young man, Xia Jiuyo, looked at him and answered. At that moment, everyone on the second floor was shocked. Who was this young man? The highest reward offered by the two great sages' land was 100,000 kilograms of source. How could a young man like him have that much? Everyone looked at him in surprise. He didn't look like someone from a holy land. Who was his master? 100,000 kilograms of source isn't a small amount, Yi Fan said casually. Can you afford it? Tu Fei was also skeptical. Although 100,000 kilograms of source isn't a small amount, I'm not so poor that I can't afford it. The white-clothed young man, Xia Jiuyo, looked indifferent. What's this young man's background? Is he a disciple of an old sacred master who came to the wasteland in his later years? Some people guessed. Hee hee. A tender laughter came, and a fragrant wind blew at the top of the stairs. A beautiful young girl walked up, and her voice was like small pearls falling on a jade plate, clear and pleasant to listen to. She said, "This little brother in white is so bold." It was a tall, sexy girl. She wore a green dress, and her hair reflected blue clouds. Her feet glowed with a five-colored jade light. She was very charming, and her eyes were like water. Her hair flew in the wind. Gbue, Yi Fan's heart jumped. She was one of the top 3 young experts of the Ji family, second only to Ji Haoyue. Although this girl was charming, she was definitely a ruthless character. She even wanted to kill her own sister. The white-clothed young man, Xia Jiuyo, asked, "Who are you?" "I am Gbue." Gbue's smile was very charming, dazzling many people on the second floor. "So you want to compete with me for the sacred body of the ancients?" Xia Jiuyo asked. "Why would I compete? He killed the great elder of the Ji family. I just want to kill him." Ji Haoyue's smile was very sweet. "But I don't have to kill him. I want to use his blood to refine the divine medicine. I want to take him as my servant," Xia Jiuyo said. Tu Fei sent a message to Yi Fan discreetly. "Did you see that? This kid is making me seethe with anger. Who is he? How should we beat him up?" Yi Fan didn't change his expression. He also sent a voice transmission. "Don't act recklessly. When the big thing is done, we can slowly deal with him. He probably has a big background." A sound came from the staircase again. A young man in blue came up the stairs. He had an extraordinary temperament. His heroic spirit was restrained, and his eyes occasionally flickered with divine light. "Brotherly Rue of the Alcade, you are here too." Gbue chuckled. He was a young expert of the 4 extreme secret realms. He was the top expert of the Alcade generation. After the Alcade Saint Child was taken by Yi Fan, he would probably be appointed as the new Saint Child. Seems like we all got the same news. Someone is selling to us at the same time, Li Rui answered with a smile. Tu Fei's appearance had changed a long time ago. Although his aura was not as different as Yi Fan's, he wasn't worried about being recognized because he hadn't had any real contact with the people in front of him. He sent a voice transmission to Yi Fan. Damn it. Which bastard is giving them the news? Is he the same as us? He wants to trick them and coincidentally runs into them? Yi Fan was also worried. The Alcade and the Ji family's people had come to this mountain city. Apparently, the situation wasn't normal. No matter who comes, I will take the sacred body of the ancients. He will be my future servant, Xiaojiryo said coldly. This time, we don't care about anything else. We must cut this white-clothed brat into pieces. Doesn't he have 100,000 pounds of source? Rob him. Tu Fei was furious. Yi Fan also wanted to beat him up. This Xiaojiryo was too arrogant. However, he seemed to have a big background since he dared to compete with the people of the Holy Land. How bold of you to want to take the sacred body of the ancients as a slave. You've really opened my eyes, an old man said drunkenly from upstairs. Gbua let out a bell-like laugh and said, taking the sacred body of the ancients as a slave? What a great idea. Come to think of it, I'm tempted too. Another middle-aged man drank a cup of wine and sighed. Has the sacred body of the ancients really declined to this extent? Thinking back to the supreme charm of the past. Nothing can be predicted with the changes of the world. Xiaojiryo was not old, but he was quite cold without a trace of youthful innocence. He said coldly, so what if he has the sacred body of the ancients? Natural selection has long been unable to adapt to this world, so he can only become a slave. Since ancient times, no one has dared to take the sacred body of the ancients as a slave. This has never happened before. The invincible body has indeed been buried in the dust of history. In the restaurant, many people frowned at Xiaojiryo, but they could not help but sigh. This was an indisputable fact. The so-called sacred body was now useless and could not be of any use. Little brother Xia, I also want to take this sacred body as a slave. What do you think? Gbua smiled sweetly like a green peony. Xiaojiryo was only 13 or 14 years old. He had red lips and white teeth. His eyes were shining like black gems. He was so beautiful that even women would be jealous of him, but his words were quite domineering. I've already said that no one can compete with me. This sacred body is mine. I want to use his blood to refine the elixir. From now on, he will be my most loyal slave. Little brother, you are too domineering. I also want to take him as a slave. How about this? In order to avoid conflict between us, whoever captures him first will be his master. How about it? Gbua smiled like a flower. Because of some reasons from your G family, I don't want to fall out with you. So whoever captures him first will be his master, Xiaojiryo answered coldly. The two acted as if there was no one else around. Their simple words were as if they were deciding whether to take or leave a commodity. They did not care too much. What if I capture him first? Li Rui, the top young cultivator from the Holy Land of Yaoguang, asked. His heroic spirit was restrained, and lightning occasionally flowed in his eyes. Yi Fan had the source Qi of all things on him, so there was no way he wouldn't make a move. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live up to the expectations of some of the light-shaking realm's grand elders. This was an opportunity for him to become a holy son. Brotherly Rui, do you also want to take the sacred body of the ancients as a slave? Gbua smiled sweetly. He kidnapped the son and daughter of Yaoguang, so of course I have to act. I have to bring him back to Yaoguang and let the elders deal with him. Li Rui had no other choice. He had to act. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he had to capture and kill Yi Fan. I've heard of the Yaoguang saint, but who are you? How can you compete with me? It had to be said that although Xiaojiryo was young, he was rather powerful. This is one of the 4 great young hotshots of the light-shaking realm. He has entered the 4 extreme secret domains 3 years ago. He's the peerless genius of the light-shaking realm. Not many people in the same generation can rival him, said Tu Fei slowly. He wasn't doing this out of goodwill. He wanted nothing more than for the two of them to collide into each other like a meteor crashing into a comet, creating destructive sparks and starting a great battle. Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything. I just want to know if he's stronger than the Yaoguang saint, snorted Xiao Jiuyo. Many people on the second floor were watching. This handsome young man in white clothes didn't put anything in his eyes. His arrogance shot up to the sky. People were waiting for him to fight with someone else. Li Rui came from the Yaoguang Holy Land. He was calm and natural. He didn't respond to anything and just smiled calmly. If you're not as strong as the Yaoguang saint, don't compete with me. Just leave early, said Xiao Jiuyo indifferently while playing with his glass of wine. Little brother, don't you think you're too overbearing? Who is your teacher? Li Rui's face was cold. Even a man made of clay had 3 parts of his nature. Moreover, he was a genius who had been despised many times. If he didn't care about him, it wouldn't be his bearing anymore. It would be his weakness, which would weaken the prestige of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Then, he would have no chance to be the saint. Why do you ask? You just want to test me, don't you? Just attack me. The young man in white clothes, Xiao Jiuyo, was direct. You're too arrogant, Li Rui shook his head. Why is there a need to be so fake? Just do whatever you want. Since you can't put down your pride and need an excuse to take action, then let me beat you up. The young man in white clothes, Xiao Jiuyo, took action as soon as he finished speaking. He was direct enough after all, not saying any unnecessary words. He raised his hand and pressed forward. His long and slender fingers looked like they were carved from fine jade. They were even more beautiful and flawless than the delicate hands of a woman. At this moment, many people were greatly alarmed. They felt as if they were suffocating, and the powerful pressure made it hard for them to breathe. Xiao Jiuyo's jade-like fingers moved, pulling out an iron steel. Patterns flickered on its surface, and it was filled with the aura of the Tao. It was incomparably powerful, and it immediately descended to suppress Li Rui. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. This wasn't some kind of weapon, but rather a Tao steel condensed from the white-clothed youth's divine force. He was relaxed and natural, as if he had just casually struck it out. Pung, Li Rui used his hand to support the sky, stopping the steel from descending. However, his expression changed. This steel made him fearful, crushing his arms until they were numb. Chi. The patterns on the steel flickered, shining brilliantly. The aura of the Tao pervaded the air like water ripples, becoming more and more heavy. Ka, the floor beneath Li Rui's feet began to crack, extending outwards like a spider web. He was about to sink downstairs, and the pressure he endured was incomparably great. Suddenly, a dazzling holy light rushed out. Li Rui's body became holy, as if a raging holy flame was burning within him. He immediately lifted the steel up. This is the mixed origin sacred light technique, known to be impervious to all techniques. It is the Eastern Wasteland's most powerful defensive secret technique. Li Rui obtained this kind of inheritance. Could it be that he is really going to replace the Alcade Saint child? Many people were shocked. This kind of secret technique was not passed on to the Alcade Saint child. Normally, only 1 or 2 people from the younger generation could learn it, and it was all grasped by the previous generation. Up to the heavens, down to the yellow springs, the white-clothed youth, Xiao Jiuyo, softly chanted. Even more patterns appeared on the steel, as if they were interweaving with the Tao. With a wing sound, it trembled, as if a true divine steel of the great Tao had appeared. Not to mention Li Rui, even the people around him felt a great pressure. Many people in the surroundings almost fell to the ground. Ka, the floor cracked again. Li Rui frowned. He felt that the situation wasn't good. This white-clothed youth truly had the qualifications to be arrogant. Chang, suddenly, the divine light was blinding. Everyone closed their eyes, unable to look straight at it. A divine sword hacked over, knocking the steel to the side. A yellow-clothed youth appeared at the top of the stairs. He was very young and vigorous, but he was very calm. The divine sword flashed and entered his body. Just now, he was the one who had saved the situation. Who dares to attack me? The white-clothed youth, Xiao Jiuyo, had a cold glint in his eyes. Dian, Xianxia. The yellow-cloaked youth announced his name. Everyone present was shocked. Just now, the divine sword had shone resplendently like a divine sword from the heavens. Some people had already guessed it, and now, it was confirmed. The Dian sacred sword was extremely heaven-defying. When it reached its peak, it could cut through everything and create a small world. So you are from the Dian sacred land. Do you want to fight me? Xiaojiu asked. He was not very old, but his aura was imposing. The Dian sacred land had never produced a great emperor, nor did they have an extreme weapon. However, it was famous in the eastern wasteland as one of the most powerful forces. The two words Dian represented the evolution process of heaven and earth. Those who dared to take such a name were naturally extraordinary. They imitated nature and had all kinds of unfathomable divine techniques. In reality, the Dian sacred land was even more ancient than many other sacred lands. It was one of the most ancient inheritances in the eastern wasteland and was unfathomable. Xianxia came from this sacred land, so he naturally represented power and mystery. No one dared to look down on him. He said, I only want to be a peacemaker. I don't want the two of you to fight to the death. Is there a need to fight to the death to fight him? Xiaojiu laughed coldly, not giving him any face. You. Li Rui was furious. His black hair danced chaotically. The Dian sacred land Xianxia smiled and said, Little brother, you don't look more than 13 or 14 years old, but you are a heaven-warping talent. Your future accomplishments are limitless. It's just that your temper is a bit too big. Everyone present had experienced the temperament of the white-clothed youth. It was somewhat unbearable. It was precisely because of his forcefulness that they forgot his age. Only now did they realize it. At this age, he was already able to compete with the inheritors of the great sage's land. This was a bit too shocking. He was truly a weirdo among geniuses. Being outstanding at a young age doesn't mean that you will also be a genius when you grow up. Are there few examples in the past? In the Eastern Wastelands past, there were exceptional geniuses who stepped into the four extreme secret realms at the age of 8 or 9. What was the result? In the end, didn't they still become mediocre? Some people couldn't stand Xiaojiu's arrogance and spoke out to refute him. It's still much better than you guys who became mediocre the moment you were born. The white-clothed youth, Xiaojiu's arrogance didn't change. He sneered as he swept his eyes over everyone. Many people were speechless. This youth didn't have any misgivings. It was as if he dared to become enemies with everyone in the world. At this moment, even Yifan wanted to give him a finger. Of course, it was hard to say whether it was the thumb or the other finger. Most of the exceptional geniuses of the ancient times have already grown up. After all, accidents are few and far between. An old servant behind the white-clothed youth said calmly. Everyone was speechless. How old was Xiaojiu? He was only 13 or 14 years old, yet he could already suppress the experts of the four extremes. If he was allowed to grow up, he would simply be a monster. Boundless celestial being. A pleasant Dao name rang out like waves of celestial music, cleansing everyone's hearts. A female Taoist had unknowingly appeared at the staircase. Her figure was tall and slender, and her temperament was otherworldly. She gave off an extremely special feeling. She was clearly standing there without any lingering mist or celestial light covering her body, yet no one could see her appearance clearly. She was like a beautiful figure in the moon palace, and also like an immortal orchid on a precipice. It was as if she had become one with the Tao, making it impossible for others to see through her depth and true appearance. The inheritor of the Tao won holy ground. Someone cried out in surprise. Yifan's heart also jumped. He had deeply experienced how powerful and otherworldly this female Taoist was. When they destroyed the ancient Tumanli city, she used her soft, heavenly voice to chant the 4 words, boundless celestial being, purifying thousands of evil people and horses. My sister from the Tao won holy ground is here too. This way, please. GBUS smiled sweetly. She twisted her soft waist and walked over, pulling the female Taoist to the side. Yifan and Tufei looked at each other. There was definitely something wrong here. Most likely, there really were people who wanted to trick the two great sage just like they did. They wanted to draw these strong people here to testify and create momentum. What's the use of so many people coming here? You guys should leave as soon as possible. You guys don't stand a chance. Xiaojiuyo glanced at everyone. He did not care even if he was the enemy of the entire world. Aren't you afraid of being killed by the sacred body of the ancients alone? Tu-Fei's expression was unfriendly. He had no scruples. As the descendant of a great bandit, he would still challenge the Alcade Saint, who was invincible among the younger generation. The sacred body of the ancients is nothing. He's just a slave that I'm going to raise. If he dares to be disrespectful to me, I'll turn him into ashes with a flip of my hand. Tu-Fei wanted to slap him. Xiaojiuyo didn't care about anything else. But he kept talking about being a slave. It made Tu-Fei's palm itch. Not to mention Yifan. He tapped the table lightly, wanting to give the white-clothed young man a good beating. We'll start with you too. Leave now. Xiaojiuyo said to Yifan and Tu-Fei, who were the closest to him. He wanted to clear the place and chase away all the cultivators. You think you can make the two of us leave? Do you think you can make the two of us leave? Tu-Fei squinted at Xiaojiuyo, his face unfriendly. Do you want me to send you away with only one finger? Xiaojiuyo said coldly. Tu-Fei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Being looked down upon by a 13 or 14-year-old boy, he had the impulse to kill someone. That Yaoguang expert is just like that. Do you think you can defeat him? The young man in white sneered, still arrogant. Everybody was speechless. Xiaojiuyo was so arrogant that he wasn't afraid of offending people. He even belittled Li Rue, the Yaoguang expert. Tu-Fei took a deep breath. After a while, he said, "You haven't even grown your hair yet. Why are you so arrogant?" PFFF. People around laughed. They didn't think that Tu-Fei would say something like that in front of so many people. Xiaojiuyo's face stiffened and then became cold. Tu-Fei was annoyed. He thought that he couldn't defeat this young man. He was just 13 or 14 years old, but he was so intimidating. Tu-Fei held his breath. Then let me see how strong you are, said the young man in white coldly. Why would I lower myself to a kid's level? I won't bully you, said Tu-Fei shamelessly. He was afraid that the young man would teach him a lesson. Then I will bully you. Xiaojiuyo stood up. Tu-Fei waved his hand. Forget it. If you want to compete, we will have a civil battle. Otherwise, I will see your tender skin. You're even more beautiful than a little girl. It's not good if you get hurt. How will we have a civil battle? The others booed as if they didn't want the situation to be chaotic. Of course, it's a soul consciousness battle, answered Tu-Fei deliberately. What kind of civil battle is that? It's the most dangerous one. Seems like they want to have a life and death battle. People around were scared as they thought that Tu-Fei was impatient. Alright, if you want your spirit to decay, I will fulfill your wish. Xiaojiuyo sat there calmly. If I take action, I will bully you. Send my brother. Tu-Fei patted Yifan's shoulder, pushing him forward. Too shameless, sending their own brothers to their deaths. Someone muttered in a low voice. You two should come together, mocked Xiaojiuyo. Kid, you haven't even grown your hair yet. Don't be so stubborn. You can't defeat one of them, let alone two of them, Tu-Fei boasted shamelessly. Xiaojiuyo's killing intent was revealed. Two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. They were extremely dazzling, and no one dared to look straight at them. Chi. A beam of light shot out from his glabella, which was more beautiful than a rainbow. It pierced through Tu-Fei. This level of soul consciousness was really intimidating. Clang, a beam of purple light shot out from Yifan's forehead. It was like a divine sword being unsheathed. Clanging sounds rang out, and it was comparable to the purple heavenly sword. He was intentionally concealing his golden divine consciousness. The heaven and earth transformation great art recorded in the Book of Origin could alter his aura and charm. Chi. The two of them fought with their divine wills. The tables and chairs around them were silently annihilated, turning into powder and ashes. This was a powerful collision. There was danger to one's life at every turn, and it was quite possible that one's divine senses would be destroyed, consigned to eternal damnation. The purple light against the colorful light created a dazzling scene in the sky. The soul consciousness was like a saber. It was even more dangerous than a real battle. The foreheads of the two were sparkling. The onlookers were scared out of their wits. If such a powerful divine consciousness swept over them, many of them would lose their lives immediately. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. Yifan's soul consciousness turned into a 3-inch tall little purple man holding a spear. He looked like a purple god of war, advancing step by step. Xiaojiu's soul consciousness turned into a 7-colored little man holding a divine bell. He looked very elegant. When he shook the bell, colorful light rippled out like ripples. The soul consciousness turned into a human body, fighting fiercely in the air. Many people couldn't help but shiver. This was a battle of the most basic origin. Clang, the little purple man became braver as he fought. He was like a god. After the spear in his hand pierced through the air, it swept horizontally. The 7-colored little man was very agile. He held the divine bell and looked ethereal. He couldn't dodge in time, so he carried the bell on his back and blocked the spear. Boom, a soul consciousness sound arose. Many people felt their soul consciousness stinging. They were affected by this battle. Swoosh, the two little figures separated. Purple radiance and multicolored radiance shot out, fighting a great battle again. Stop fighting. At this time, a gray-clothed elder behind Xiaojiu suddenly spoke. A dusky streak of light shot out from between his brows, sweeping towards Yifan's soul consciousness. When this type of aura appeared, many people's expressions changed. They felt as if doomsday had arrived. This soul consciousness was too powerful, as deep as the sea. Swoosh, light flickered. The little purple person rushed into Yifan's forehead. That place was sparkling like jade, flickering with light. What is the meaning of this? Yifan asked with a sunken voice. Just now, he felt as if he was locked in place by a vicious beast. This elder was extremely dangerous. His soul consciousness was terrifying, most likely not weaker than his own. My family's young master is currently cultivating a divine art and cannot use his soul consciousness recklessly. That is why I stopped this battle. The gray-clothed elder replied. My divine art has yet to be completed. It is indeed a hindrance. Xiaojiu spoke. His black gem-like eyes blinked as he stared at Yifan. You have exceeded my expectations. Your soul consciousness is actually so powerful. How much of your strength did you use? If it was more than 60%, you are not my opponent. Yifan smiled and didn't explain anything. However, his heart jumped. This youth was truly a monster. At such a young age, if his soul consciousness was fully unleashed, it would most likely be comparable to Yao Shi. It was hard to imagine who taught him. Could it be that he was personally taught by the previous generation's old sacred lord? After this battle, the expression of the white-robed youth, Xiaojiu, eased up a little. He no longer threatened to chase everyone away. Many people looked towards Yifan. He actually fought to a draw with Xiaojiu, causing this insufferably arrogant white-robed youth to change his mind. This shocked everyone on the second floor. The young Taoist from the Dao One Holy Ground, Xiang Yifei from the Super Yen Holy Ground, and Ji Biyue from the Ji clan all revealed strange expressions. They couldn't help but size up Yifan. Boundless celestial being. An old Taoist appeared and walked up the stairs. He looked to be around 50 or 60 years old. His body was skinny, but he was very spirited. He had a goatee, and his two eyes were shining like golden pearls. This person didn't look ordinary at first glance. Although his body was skinny, he was full of spirit. He was a very powerful cultivator, and people couldn't see through him. Taoist, you finally appeared. Do you have any accurate information? Ji Biyue asked with a smile. A monk doesn't lie. This poor Taoist will confirm his location soon, the old Taoist said seriously. Yifan and Two-Face hearts jumped. They exchanged looks. This was the person who wanted to trick people? This Taoist is really talented. He also wants to trick the Holy Land. He is even more like the real master than the real master. He thinks ahead of us. Two-Face gritted his teeth. This old Taoist was dull. He didn't talk much. When people asked him, he answered. He looked simple and honest, which was far from being cunning. Yifan nodded and sent him a message. If he deceives the Holy Land first, we can't do anything. We only have one chance. Tu Fei was enraged. Look at this Taoist. He looks so honest. Damn it. I want to slap him. Boundless celestial being. I don't know where he is now. It's not time yet. If you give me the source now, I won't accept it, said the old Taoist with a sincere face. I want to slap him. He's a big traitor. Look at how sincere he is. Someone wants to give him the source, but he refused. 2. Fei was indignant. He wants to trick us. Why would he want such a small source? Yifan couldn't help but admire him. This old Taoist was really talented. He came here to trick people, but he still looked honest. He didn't even want the source. He had integrity. After 1 hour, everybody left. Only Yifan didn't move. Tu Fei said, hurry. Let's go after him. Let's see what the Taoist is going to do. It's no use chasing after him. If he dares to come here, he must have a backup plan. Yifan shook his head. He turned around and walked to the chair the old Taoist had sat on. He rolled up his sleeve and put it away. Why did you take that chair? You want to use it to find that Taoist? Tu Fei didn't understand. We can't, but that dog can, smiled Yifan. Tu Fei clapped his hands and laughed. A dog's nose is the best. That damn dog can do it. They had been walking around the city for a long time. They had learned a lot of news. The Ji family had sent 3 grand elders. The light-shaking realm had sent some peerless hotshots. Also, the All Beginnings Holy Land had sent some famous guests. These were just rumors. They didn't know how many people from the big forces and the wandering cultivators had come. The young Taoist priest of the Tao One Holy Land was here. Xianxia of the Great Yan Holy Land was also here. Besides, the Purple Mansion Holy Land's descendants showed up. However, they didn't know if the Grand Elders of those Holy Lands were here or not. The Mother of all things has stirred people's hearts. A bunch of undying old men are here. It's going to be troublesome, said Tu Fei. Yifan frowned. He wanted to seize the chance when the great sage's attention was attracted by the ancient scroll. He didn't expect that so many people would come here. The old Taoist who wanted to trick the Holy Land had done exactly as Shiryan had planned. It gave Shiryan a headache. Should we take action before that Taoist does? Asked Tu Fei. Yifan contemplated for a while and then said, we can't take action now. I think other holy masters will come. It's risky. Should we just stand and watch that cunning Taoist cheat us? Tu Fei was indignant. Yifan rubbed his chin and smiled. It's precisely because he's here that it's indescribably wonderful. Let him do all of this. When the time comes, we'll think of a way to get the source. We just need to keep an eye on him. Tu Fei understood. He laughed and nodded continually. Let him do his best. We'll take the origin. However, we have to know all his movements. That's how we can attack him. Yifan nodded. We can only count on that dog's nose now. This time, we have to find a safe way to rob Xia Jiuyo. Tu Fei didn't forget about it. 2 hours later, Yifan and Tu Fei returned to the lofty mountain range. The autumn wind blew gently, and the yellow leaves danced in the air. The mountain looked bleak. It was a valley where the plants were withered. Fallen leaves covered the ground. The big black dog was lying on the ground, panting. He had finished carving the Tao patterns, which were enough for him to cross the sky. You just carved some patterns. Do you need to do that? Tu Fei mocked. What do you know? The big black dog didn't even look at him. These two didn't see eye to eye. Since the first fight between the man and the dog, they had been fighting whenever they saw each other. What kind of Tao patterns did you carve? Yifan was a little surprised. The big black dog said arrogantly, I carved a serial Tao pattern. I'm not afraid of being frozen in the sky or being chased into the sky. How many miles can you cross? Asked Yifan. I just tried. I crossed 60,000 miles, answered the big black dog. This damn dog must be talking nonsense. How could he come back from 60,000 miles in such a short time? Tufei dropped his jaw. He didn't believe it. Yi Fan's forehead was full of black lines. I left you a lot of origin. You used them all? Do you know what the serial Dao pattern is? There were a dozen transits along the way. Of course, I had to cross the sky to arrange them, answered the big black dog confidently. Yi Fan and Tufei wanted to punch him. This damn dog had used up a lot of origin. Perhaps half of it had gone into his stomach. This damn dog is so unreliable. Tufei cursed. Woof. The big black dog pounced. Stop. Yi Fan stopped him and said, did you arrange any restrictions along the way? This time, we might encounter some extremely dangerous people. Don't worry. Even if we're chased by a ruthless person, I will make him suffer. The big black dog clenched his teeth and said, being with you, I've been unlucky many times. This time, I've carved the Dao pattern with all my origin. Even if the god of heaven comes, he can't catch me. This damn dog is so powerful. Can you lure Xianxia here, trap him, and skin him alive? Almost. Yi Fan nodded, then said to the big black dog, now, help me find someone. He waved his sleeve, and a wooden chair appeared in the valley. What do you mean? The big black dog didn't understand. I want to use your dog nose to find someone, Tufei said. Woof. The big black dog pounced, and a battle between a man and a dog started. I had #yen. Damn dog, I'm telling the truth, Tufei screamed. Stop. We won't trick the Holy Land anymore. We need to find someone. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped him. What did you say? The big black dog became even more anxious. You made me carve so many Dao patterns with all my effort, but in the end, nothing happened? Of course, these Dao patterns are useful. They are the path of life when we retreat, Yi Fan explained hurriedly. Otherwise, this damn dog would rebel. The big black dog's expression softened, and he said, another bull's nose. As expected, this group of trash is not good. Of course, you're also immoral, sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. But I like it, hee hee. Don't laugh. Don't be so despicable. The big black dog laughed dryly. His bald tail stood up, and he sniffed the chair. He frowned and said, extremely pure aura of divine power. The Black Emperor transformed into a cat and followed Yi Fan and Tufei back to Mountain Rock City. Then, they started their search from that restaurant. Their journey was smooth. They came to a deep mountain, and when they reached a cliff, the big black dog stopped and said suspiciously, he disappeared. Is he hiding here? Tufei asked. No, this person seems to have disintegrated here. The big black dog was suspicious. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, the big black dog's expression changed, and he said, I know. He's not a real person. Is he a demon spirit? Yi Fan asked. He's a powerful expert, a god born in the Doctrine Palace. He cultivates an ancient technique from hundreds of thousands of years ago. He must be afraid of being followed, so he disintegrated here and disappeared in this world. Then, he reassembled his body dozens of miles away, the big black dog deduced. He's that powerful? Yi Fan and Tufei were both surprised. Yes, it's that kind of secret technique. I can feel that aura. He's not a simple person, the big black dog said. We have to find out who he is, Yi Fan said gravely. They walked dozens of miles like this, searching in the sky and on the ground. Finally, they found a clue again. It had to be said that the Black Emperor's sense of smell was unparalleled. He could confirm it with just a smell, and he followed it all the way. This was the pure aura of divine power left by a god in the human Dao Palace. They believed that they would find the person soon. After chasing for more than 3,000 miles, they gradually approached their target. They came to a deep mountain. Damn, I smell a familiar aura, the Black Emperor said. A familiar aura? Besides the pure aura of divine power, there is also the aura of that person. It's a familiar person, the Black Emperor replied. What? A familiar person? Yifan and Tu Fei were both shocked. Don't get close. This person isn't simple. We can only watch from a distance, the big black dog said gravely. 15 minutes later, Yifan, Tu Fei, and the Black Emperor chose a secret place, looking at a mountain in the distance. He looks exactly like you. Tu Fei was a little surprised. Yifan frowned. On that mountain, another him was immersed in carving something. This is the ox nose that I bit in the Great Emperor's bedroom. It's definitely his aura, the Black Emperor said. That damn fatty. Yifan had never thought that it would be Duanda. What? An immoral Taoist? Didn't Grandpa Wu Dao chase this bastard to the Central Plains? When did he come back? He's really lucky. Tu Fei was also surprised. Damn fatty. Yifan clenched his teeth. This guy was worthy of the immoral Taoist title. He dared to trick anyone. This time, he even wanted to trick the Holy Land. Tu Fei also cursed. Finally, this bastard is in our hands. We must make him bleed. This bastard has guts to the sky. Yifan also had the urge to vomit blood. This immoral Taoist really knew how to make trouble. He could even think of such a dirty trick. He clenched his teeth and said, he pretended to be me to trick people. How could he think of that? Tu Fei said, this bastard blocked our way and even used your appearance. I have never seen such an immoral Taoist. What is he carving? Is he carving a Taoist pattern? Yifan was suspicious. The big black dog gave an affirmative answer. Yes. It looks like he's carving a Taoist pattern, and it's not an ordinary Taoist pattern. However, he's not good enough, so he's carving very slowly. Yifan rubbed his chin and said, I want to stomp this fatty to death. When he leaves, Black Emperor, you go and modify it so that he can't do anything when he crosses the sky. People will die if we do this. Although the Black Emperor said this, he still laughed dryly without any sincerity. When the people of the Holy Land surround him, let's see how he can escape. Tu Fei laughed. At this time, 5 Taoists rushed out of Duanda's body to help him carve the Taoist pattern. One of them was the skinny and honest Taoist. Now I finally understand why I wanted to beat that Taoist up. It's because of this damn fatty's god. This mountain wasn't high, but it had dragon aura twirling around. It was the ancestral root of this mountain range. It was indeed a good place to cultivate. The ancient pines were green, and the strange rocks stood upright. There was also a surging spirit spring. Duanda was concentrating on carving the Dao patterns on the mountain peak. Next to him was a skinny old Taoist who was busy. In the mountain far from them, the Black King said, it's almost done. I'm sure we can finish it today. This ox nose isn't simple. It's time to sell this wicked Taoist. But I don't know how much we can get for him, Tu Fei mumbled. Yifan was afraid that the heartless fatty would notice them. He made a hand gesture, and the 2 people and the dog left in silence. Chaotic Clouds Prefecture was full of mountains. The ancient pines reached the sky, and the green peaks touched the clouds. They came to a precipice that was thousands of feet high. A few old pines that looked like horned dragons stretched out their branches, looking quite vigorous in the clouds and mist. When everything is ready, we will take the reward for him and lure the warriors of the great sages land here, Tu Fei suggested. Yifan smiled and said, we have to consider every step carefully. We can't make any mistakes. Otherwise, we will be sorry for the damn fatty. If they succeeded, Duanda would be so enraged. He had worked so hard and risked so much. But in the end, it was all for nothing. The Black King was like a wolf with a big tail. He also wanted to take Duanda's place, so he smiled wryly. The laughter of 2 people and a dog came from the cliff. Several hundred miles away, Duanda sneezed. He lifted his head to look at the sky and cursed. Then, he started to carve the Dao patterns again. Black King, you stay here and guard. If the damn fatty leaves, help him modify the Dao patterns. Tu Fei and I will go out to check. We will be ready to lure the warriors of the Holy Lands. When Yifan and Tu Fei arrived at Mountain Rock City, they felt something was wrong. There were too many cultivators. We can't do this. It's hard to deceive the origin. The great elders of the Ji family and the Alcade kingdom were here. They didn't know which big shots from the Holy Lands were here. Apart from that, there were also quite a number of rogue cultivators. Many of them were well-known figures. Relatively speaking, the younger generation was not that scary. Yi Fan even suspected that an almighty being or even a saint lord had arrived. This was definitely not a good sign. If it was before, he would definitely cancel the plan. He could not deceive the Holy Land. Now, everything was being carried out by Duanda, but he was still somewhat hesitant. Duanda will be able to carve the Dao pattern today. At the latest, he will make his move tomorrow to scam the sacred ground. We don't have much time left. We have to decide as soon as possible whether to leave or to scam the fatty. The two of them returned to the mountain and discussed again. The large black dog had a squarish head and large ears, and he appeared extremely ferocious. He stood under an ancient pine tree, and said, "In my opinion, directly snatching that cow nose is the most convenient and safest." A holy land that had existed for more than 100,000 years was not to be trifled with. The disturbance this time was great, exceeding their expectations. Quite a few older generation figures came. If they falsely claimed 100,000 pounds of origin source, they would be exposed. Also, the person Tu Fei had found wasn't reliable. But this wicked Taoist is too mysterious. I don't think we can deal with him. Tu Fei frowned. Duanda's background was mysterious, and his methods were extraordinary. He had been chased by Wu Dao for so many days, but he still came back alive. It was enough to show that he was not an ordinary person. Besides, he cultivated an ancient technique from more than 100,000 years ago, and his strength was unpredictable. Yi Fan said, "It's really not a good time to claim the origin source. It's better to let Duanda do everything and let him take all the blame. We can intercept him halfway, but I don't think we can deal with this fatty. How did this damn fatty create such a big disturbance? He has a headache, and I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with him." Tu Fei paced back and forth, but he couldn't think of a solution. The key is that we can't be sure how strong this fatty is. Anyway, we are not dealing with his body, but with his god. Yi Fan tried to guess the strength of that wooden Taoist, but he didn't get any conclusion. The listless black dog suddenly said, "If we only deal with that wooden Taoist, it shouldn't be a problem. I just remembered that the ancient technique he cultivates has a fatal flaw." "You know how to deal with him?" Tu Fei was surprised. The ancient technique he cultivates is called the heaven technique of crossing calamities. Now that the 9 calamities are not complete, a single god is afraid of thunder and lightning. I will carve some Dao patterns to trap him and trigger the sky thunder. He won't be able to resist. Yi Fan offered some materials he had collected in the demon city. Black Emperor concentrated on carving, and he finished before the sun set. "This damn dog is really cruel. He can carve such an abnormal Dao pattern," Tu Fei mumbled. Before the sun disappeared, Duanda finally finished. Retrieving the 5 gods, he exhaled in relief. Yi Fan and the others stood on a distant mountain, dozens of mountains away from him. They could only vaguely see his figure to avoid being discovered. "It seems he won't act tonight. The real disturbance will come tomorrow," Yi Fan guessed. As expected, Duanda sat on the mountain peak and started to meditate. After midnight, Duanda stood up like a ghost and dashed toward the distant mountain. He was very cautious, observing the surrounding terrain. "Black Emperor, it's up to you now," Yi Fan said. The black dog disappeared without a sound. He didn't leave for long and returned after a short while. "He won't sense it, right?" Tu Fei asked. "I just did something. On the surface, the Dao pattern doesn't seem to change, but it can't travel through space," the black dog said. The sky was bright. Duanda sat on the mountain peak and breathed. White air currents as thick as arms went in and out of his 7 apertures like dragons. It was the first time Yi Fan saw Duanda cultivating. He couldn't figure out this kind of ability. Those white air currents were the inborn origin essence Qi. Swoosh, with a flash of light, a skinny and wooden Taoist dashed out of Duanda's Taoist palace and flew toward Mountain Rock City, which was 3,000 miles away. Yi Fan rolled up his sleeves and put the shrunken Black Emperor into his sleeve. Then, he and Tu Fei retreated silently and flew toward the mountain city. Now, they didn't need to keep an eye on Duanda. They just needed to keep an eye on the wooden Taoist. Hee, we let the wicked Taoist do everything and let him take all the blame. Aren't we too cruel? That damn fatty should be dealt with like this. He used to do things like this. Now, he's just falling into his own trap. This time, they were very thorough. They didn't even need to go through the danger of impersonating the source. They only needed to rob the wooden Taoist at the critical moment. Mountain Rock City wasn't very grand. It was located in the middle of a mountain range and was surrounded by trees. Yellow leaves danced in the air. At noon, the atmosphere in the city suddenly became strange. It was as if an undercurrent had suddenly surged. Then, a large number of cultivators soared into the sky and flew toward a certain direction, entering the endless mountain range. They're moving. Yi Fan's eyes twinkled. Many cultivators had white hair and beards. They were from the previous generation, so they didn't know how strong they were. So many old fellas. I don't know how Duanda fooled them. He didn't expose himself. Tufei was surprised. Black Emperor said, the heaven technique of passing calamities has the supreme merciless strike. It can temporarily turn one into another person. Of course, this bull-nose won't expose himself. At this moment, the young Taoist of the Dao One Holy Land, Xianxia of the Great Yen Holy Land, Ji Baiyu of the Ji family, and the successor of the Purple Mansion Holy Land all showed their true forms and chased after them. The future God King of the Ji family is here too, Tufei said. The successor of the All Beginnings Holy Land is here too. Yi Fan's expression changed. Xiaojiu is here. This kid is really arrogant. Today, we should teach him a lesson too, Tufei said. In the sky, Xiaojiu was wearing a snow-white robe. He was just 13 or 14 years old, but he was as bright as a banished immortal. 9 streams of dragon energy were under his feet, carrying him toward the distant mountains. 2 gray-clothed elders followed him closely. Yi Fan said, let's follow them. The wooden Taoist is leading the way. I think he already got a part of the source. Don't run away. Chaotic Clouds Prefecture was filled with mountain ranges. Many towering mountains pierced through the clouds. Today, there were countless cultivators. The sky was full of people. There were beautiful young girls and old people who were hundreds of years old. All of them were flying in the same direction. Duanda has gone too far this time. He thinks he can play everyone in the palm of his hand and control everything. Now that so many people have surrounded him, he suddenly realized that he can't cross the void. Let's see how he can resolve this. Tufei was looking forward to this scene. He wanted to see Duanda's expression at that time. They flew quickly and caught up with the others. From afar, they saw the wooden Taoist. He was still honest and calm. Haha. Let's see if you will laugh or cry. These people were flying fast, especially the group of old people in the front, the sons of the great sage, and the saintess. They could shrink the ground to an inch. 2 hours later, they finally caught up to the spiritual mountain. Everybody spread out, surrounding the mountain from every direction. The mountain wasn't high. Green pines covered it. White ribbons hung down from the peak, looking very beautiful. There are people cultivating on the mountain. Maybe it's true. The 2 old men nodded and said. Their faces were ruddy, and their hair was like snow. They looked like old immortals. Far from them, people were discussing. Yi Fan was surprised. They were the 2 grand supreme elders of the light-shaking realm. On the other side, 3 old men with outstanding auras were hovering in the sky. Many people recognized that they were the 3 grand supreme elders of the Ji family. Yi Fan felt lucky that he didn't act rashly and let Duanda take the lead. Now that so many important characters were here, the situation was complicated. Tufei said, did you hear that? Someone was talking about the Grand Supreme Elders of all the Holy Lands. Also, there was an old man who said that he vaguely saw a certain Holy Lord flash by. The people of the spiritual mountain seemed to have sensed it. They flashed and appeared in everyone's sight. It's him. Yes, it's the young man with the surname Yi. The myriad source Chi is with him. The wild was in an uproar. Many people recognized that it was Yi Fan. He was wearing a purple robe. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. His eyes were bright. He was only about 15 years old. He looked handsome and even a little immature. "Do you Holy Lands have a dog's nose? How could you find this place?" the young man in purple on the mountain yelled. His words caused an uproar. This sacred body of the ancients was indeed bold. He dared to act like this even after being surrounded. "Ignorant kid. You're about to die, yet you're still talking big," an old man scolded. "Haha." The young man in purple threw his head back and laughed. His messy hair flew in the air. He said loudly, "Don't try to take advantage of your seniority. One day, I will visit you Holy Lands one by one. When my sacred body of the ancients is completed, I will kill each and every one of your saint lords." Wow, everyone was in an uproar. His words were too outrageous. He was probably the only one in the entire Eastern Barren territory who dared to say such things. "Damn fatty, let's see how you're going to deal with this." Yi Fan gritted his teeth. The wicked Taoist priest had spoken so brazenly. He would definitely be held responsible for this. I wonder what this fatty's expression will be when he finds out that he can't travel through the void. I bet his face will turn green. Tu Fei chuckled. The young man in purple on the mountain peak had his black hair dancing in the wind. He pointed out the world passionately, looking like he was facing the world alone. However, Yi Fan thought that the fatty was pretending to be him and felt disgusted. Otherwise, he would have admired him a little. The young man in purple stood with his hands behind his back, looking more and more relaxed. He raised his eyebrows and said, "And you saints and saintesses, in my eyes, are nothing but flowers in a greenhouse. If I enter the 4-level secret realms in the future, I will challenge you one by one and make you bow down to me." Everyone was shocked, and many cultivators from the Holy Lands were even more furious. The younger generation was in an uproar. This barren ancient physique was too arrogant and intolerable. He pointed out the Eastern Barren territory, questioned the world, looked down on everyone, and thought he was the only one. "You've gone too far," someone shouted. On the mountain peak, the young man in purple looked up at the sky and said passionately, "My fate is up to me, not the heavens. In the future, this land will bow down to me. This fatty is too into it. He really thinks he has the sacred body of the ancients." Tu Fei was speechless. This immoral Taoist was actually stirring up emotions and looking heroic. "You're too arrogant." Many people could not stand such words. The eyes of the young man in purple shone brighter and louder. He said, "When my sacred body of the ancients is completed, I will bloom and kill all the flowers, sweeping across the Eastern Barren territory." His eyes were shining as he faced the crowd alone, looking like he was willing to fight against everyone in the world. However, when he remembered that he was Duanda, the big black dog felt like vomiting blood. Too shameless, too immoral. I have never seen such a person. Damn it, using someone else's name for fun is just inviting trouble for you. Tu Fei sighed at Yi Fan. "Your arrogance has reached the heavens," someone from the Holy Land shouted. "Am I arrogant? I was just stating the truth." Duanda disguised himself as Yi Fan. He swept his gaze around with a brilliant smile. His snow-white teeth flickered with a crystalline luster under the sunlight. "Holy Lands, all of you listen up. If you chase after me today, I will definitely repay you in the future. What right does a piece of trash like you have to say such things? You'll never be able to break through the Holy Ji Palace secret plane in this lifetime. Curses are meant to be broken, and miracles are meant to be created. Who can stop my destiny?" Duanda was in high spirits. His eyes were clear and bright as he said, "In the future, I will rule the world and visit all the lands of the great sage. I can't stand him anymore. Someone, hurry up and chop him up." There were people from the younger generation who were going crazy, truly unable to endure it any longer. "Keep your ancient scriptures well. I will definitely borrow them to take a look in the future. Polish up your weapons, I'll definitely play with them in the future. Guard the great emperor's tomb well. I will personally open it in the future." Duanda said 3 sentences in a row, and all of them were shouted in a very impassioned manner. It was as if he had pierced through the sky, causing the faces of everyone in the Holy Land to turn ugly to the extreme. The place erupted with noise. The purple-clothed youth risked universal condemnation and spoke these words. It truly left everyone shocked and furious. Tu-Fei cursed, "This man is too arrogant. I want to see how he will deal with this later." The Black Emperor said to Yi Fan, "He said what you wanted to say. Anyway. It's too early. This damn fatty is making enemies for you. Today, I will stomp him to death. I won't feel wronged at all." Yi Fan sighed. He said so much, but only the last sentence is his true intention. This damn fatty hasn't changed his wicked nature. He still wants the great emperor's tomb. The more he tosses and turns, the more painful it will be when he falls. What I'm waiting for the most is the change of this damn fatty's face. Tu-Fei laughed evilly. "Kid, you've said so much. You can die in peace now, right?" said an old man in a low-pitched voice. "You bunch of pigs, do you think you can trap the saint's body?" Duanda was extremely sarcastic, cursing everyone inside. "Ignorant child, do you think that by carving Tao patterns, you can cross the void without fail?" An elder's face was full of disdain as he sneered continuously. Duanda shook his head, his face arrogant. "You old fogies. Do you think you can use secret treasures to lock this place and stop me from crossing the void? You're too naive. Kill him." Although they were precursors, they couldn't stand him anymore. Some of them wanted to storm forward. Duanda turned around arrogantly, his back facing the crowd. He walked slowly, clasping his hands behind his back. "If I want to leave, who in this world can stop me? The void is locked. I want to see how you can leave." A hoarse voice arose, sounding calm. "The Tao patterns I control are the remnants of the great ancient emperors. Who can lock them?" mocked Duanda. "What? Don't send me off. Even if you send me off for 1,000 miles, we will part eventually. From now on, the sea is wide and the fish can jump freely in the sky. I'm leaving now." Duanda waved his hand and then muttered, "You will never understand my path." Many people landed on the mountain peak. Their gazes could kill, and they all had the urge to bite him. Life is truly as lonely as snow. His purple robes fluttered in the wind, his back facing the crowd. "This saint is leaving." But he didn't move and still stood in place. "Go," shouted Duanda. He still didn't move. Yellow leaves fluttered in the air, falling before his eyes. He didn't leave. Crossing the void. Duanda couldn't stay calm. The autumn wind blew, and the fallen leaves fluttered like butterflies. He stood there without moving at all. Damn it, crossing space. Duanda was anxious and had the urge to cry. But the autumn wind blew gently, and the scenery before him didn't change. This time, he was completely flustered. The consequences were too serious. He stamped his feet, but the mysterious jade platform didn't react at all. He couldn't cross the void. Duanda's body froze as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt the world spinning. Damn it, what happened? He felt his mouth dry and his buttocks on fire. The situation was extremely urgent. If he was trapped here, he didn't need to think to know what the consequences would be. Just now, he was in high spirits and looked down on the world. He had criticized the great sage to the latrine. If he couldn't leave, just thinking about it made his hair stand. Even if these old farts have secret treasures, they can't stop this Tao pattern. At this moment, he broke out in cold sweat. All of his coquettishness and elegance disappeared, and his calves started to cramp. After confirming again that he couldn't cross the void, Duanda's vision darkened. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. At this time, Duanda felt like he had stepped into the sky from a tall building. His scalp was numb, and his limbs were stiff. Damn it! He cursed in a low voice. At this moment, Duanda's face was completely green. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to curse the ancestors of the heavens. Why haven't you crossed the void? The mountain peak was already filled with people. They were less than 30 meters away from him, and it was impenetrable. Duanda turned around, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Guys, what about you? Where's your arrogance? Someone mocked him. King want to cry. God is messing with me. Duanda's face was green. He looked worse than if he had eaten a dead toad. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Tu-Fei laughed crazily in the sky, which attracted people's attention. Yifan also had the impulse to pound the ground. He laughed happily. Seeing the wicked Taoist so gloomy, he was so happy. Finally, I see this damn fatty's face. Ha ha ha. Tu-Fei laughed crazily, talking to Yifan. Black Emperor also laughed hollowly. His big mouth almost reached his ears. He looked a little evil. Why don't you run away? Everyone surrounded Duanda on the mountain peak, and all of them had mocking expressions on their faces. Just now, he was too arrogant, and now that he was on the verge of tears, they were all incomparably carefree. I'm so King depressed. Duanda's face was pale. His eyes moved back and forth as he was trying to find a way to escape. Where's your drive? Keep showing off. Duanda gritted his teeth. He couldn't say anything. He had been too high profile and said a bunch of harsh words. Now he could only watch helplessly. Are you scared? Why aren't you saying anything now? Someone sneered. F***ck, who's talking? Come out. I'll fight you one-on-one. If you don't like it, come over. I'll kill you with one slap. Duanda shouted again. He didn't dare to reveal his real body. He could only use the name of Yifan to show off. If he could escape and change back to his real body, he could still be free. He's arrogant again. You good-for-nothings from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. If it's one-on-one, I'll kill you one by one with one finger. Duanda was arrogant. F***CKU. Many people wanted to spit out these 4 words. Is there any cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm who dares to fight with me? If it's one-on-one, I'll kill you all. Duanda challenged. He didn't mention the saints and saintesses of the 4 levels secret realms. He didn't look at the elders in the distance. He shouted at the cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm, trying to find a chance to escape in the chaos. Whoosh! A group of people rushed up. They were all cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. They started to beat Duanda up. All kinds of treasures flew in the sky, beating him until he ran away. I'll fight all the heroes in the world alone. I'll leave my name in the history of the Eastern Barren Territory. Duanda suppressed his cultivation to the Holy Ji Palace secret realm and hid among cultivators of the same level as him, shouting non-stop. In the distance, Tu-Fei chuckled. You're famous today. Yifan rubbed his temples. He really didn't know if it was worth it. Duanda, the bastard, was using his name and acting so arrogantly. It was really troublesome. Don't worry about this bastard. Hurry up and take down the wooden Taoist. Yifan flew into the distance. He had to admit that the honest wooden Taoist's mind was really strong. When Yifan and Tu-Fei arrived, they heard the wooden Taoist standing on a mountain peak with the Alcade and the Ji family's people. This man didn't want to run away. He wanted the 2 holy lands to pay him 100,000 pounds of the source each. Tu-Fei sighed and said, he's a genius. Under such circumstances, he's still calm and collected. He's still here to swindle the source. I really want to cut this wicked Taoist's heart open to see what he looks like. Taoist priest, although the information you provided isn't fake, what time is it? We don't have time to go back and collect the source for you. After that, you'll have to pay us a high price. Moreover, we've already given you a lot. The Alcade's people were speechless. They hated the old Taoist. At this moment, taking the source chi of myriad beings was more important. Killing the purple-clothed young man was more urgent. Taoist priest, you've collected 10,000 pounds of source from the Ji family. If you add the rewards from the Alcade and the other big forces, you have at least 50,000 pounds of source, said the Ji family's people. Tu-Fei sent a message to Yifan. Should we wait a little longer and let him swindle more source? We'll take action later. Don't. This wooden Taoist has the same temperament as that damn fatty. They're the same. They're both cunning. It's obvious that he wants to run away. It's his last chance to swindle us. Yifan made up his mind. He gazed at the wooden Taoist, ready to take action. Eventually, the Ji families and the Alcades people dashed to the mountain peak, leaving the wooden Taoist there. Taoist priest, if you don't take the source now, do you expect them to give it to you later? Yifan approached the wooden Taoist. That's what I think. However, we can't provoke the Holy Lands, said the wooden Taoist. Swoosh. 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 All sorts of lights flickered as star stones, divine blood soil, and other materials engraved with Tao patterns flew out at the same time, sealing this mountain peak. Who are you? The wooden Taoist was startled. There were many people around. He didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him in front of so many people. The Tao patterns covered the mountain peak. Purple lightning was drawn down, stirring heaven and earth. The lightning was so violent that it scorched the ground and rocks. It's specially used to restrain me. The wooden Taoist's face changed immediately. Unscrupulous celestial being. It's you. Duanda's god was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. On the mountain peak, Yifan and Tu Fei took out their mysterious jade platforms. They were ready to steal the source and run away. The big black dog was controlling the Tao patterns to attack him. Duanda couldn't recognize Yifan and Tu Fei, but he definitely recognized this big dog. Boom, the purple lightning stirred heaven and earth. It was so terrifying that it hit Duanda's body. The wooden Taoist's entire body was charred black. He had almost been burned to ashes just now. Every single streak of purple lightning was as thick as a water jar. They stirred up the 9 heavens as they hacked down from the heavens. The lightning radiance was terrifying, scorching the earth and stone. The wooden Taoist's expression changed drastically. This was the purple sky that countered him, and it could destroy his body of 9 tribulations. Without a consummate heaven technique, he definitely couldn't block it. The lightning was terrifying. He was like a tender branch in a storm, about to break at any moment. His Taoist robe had already turned into ashes, and his body was filled with terrifying burns. It's you again, you damned dog. Your nose is really sharp. I still haven't settled the debt from last time, the wooden Taoist shouted. He was one with Duanda, and there was no difference. Cow knows, I felt regretful that I didn't take you last time. Today, I've come to take you as a human pet, the large black dog shouted. He controlled lightning, causing heaven and earth to tremble, and the lightning was terrifying. A large dog threatened to take him as a human pet. How could Duanda, who had never been at a disadvantage, endure this? He was so angry that his fingers were trembling. He wanted to skin the dog alive, then immediately cook a pot of black dog meat, and swallow it with soup and meat. You dog demon, I'll definitely suppress you. Human pet, don't be disrespectful to me. Be careful, I'll slowly train you in the future. The large black dog was like a wolf, very arrogant. Unscrupulous. Celestial being. Duanda chanted, and his body emitted waves of light. It's useless. I know you cultivate the tribulation passing heaven technique. All of this was arranged for you. The large black dog laughed sinisterly. On the mountain peak, there were Tao patterns everywhere, and it was completely sealed. He controlled the purple sky, and lightning struck one after another, turning this place into a sea of lightning. Although Duanda's cultivation level was high, he couldn't rush out of this forbidden area, and was trapped on the mountain peak. A purple sky from left and a muffled thunder struck him, making his body tremble. He was scorched black, and his body was about to be destroyed. In the distance, many cultivators couldn't see clearly what was happening here. They could only see the thunder in the sky. The Tao patterns carved by the Black Emperor were very mysterious, isolating the mountain peak from the outside world. Only the lightning descending from the sky could be seen. Dog demon, we have no grudges or grievances. Why are you doing this? What do you want? The wooden Taoist shouted. Hand over source capital, and I'll take you as my human pet, the large black dog replied as he raised his bald tail. Damn it. The wooden Taoist Duanda was exasperated and said, Infinite celestial being, you are too evil. Today, I will take care of you even if I have to sacrifice my cultivation. On the side, Yifan laughed mischievously. Light flashed in his hand. He had already prepared the profound jade platform. The operation this time was about to be completed. Tu Fei teased him. that dog. If you can make him your human pet, I will admire you. Woof. Boom, a purple lightning strike came, almost hitting Tu-Fei's head. He hurried to shut his mouth, not daring to say more. This forbidden land belonged to the big black dog. 9 heavens and 9 earths. Purify the undying body. The wooden Taoist Duanda shouted. However, his voice was quickly cut off. The large black dog roared, "Heavenly tribulation!" Tens of thousands of lightning strikes descended from the sky. All the purple lights connected together. The purple clouds were misty, and the light was dazzling. This was a world of lightning, there were purple skies and thunderstorms everywhere. Every inch of space was filled with a terrifying brilliance that could destroy everything. The heavenly tribulation of the 9 tribulations Tao pattern? The wooden Taoist Duanda exclaimed. Boom, this was not just a single lightning strike. It could be called a sea of lightning. Endless purple lights gathered together and fell down. The wooden Taoist Duanda's body cracked and was about to be smashed. Although he was made of divine power and not flesh and blood, he still felt a bone-piercing pain. He shouted, "You know this kind of ancient technique? I know many more. Hurry up and become my human pet," the large black dog shouted. Damn it. Unscrupulous celestial being. Duanda was so angry that his nose was crooked. However, the situation was not in his favor. He had no other choice. Boom, endless lightning struck down, and Duanda's body became faint. Much of his divine power dissipated, and he was almost killed. Human pet, surrender. I will give you supreme glory. The large black dog was extremely excited. He was just like Duanda, who was cursing all the holy lands with his purple clothes fluttering in the wind. Unscrupulous celestial being. Damn dog, don't be so proud. Duanda clenched his teeth and tried to think of a way to break through. Boom, the sea of lightning struck down. Duanda was beaten into the ground, and his mouth was full of sand. Human pet, tremble. Your master is angry. His anger will sweep through the 9 heavens. The large black dog was extremely solemn and sacred. He had surpassed Duanda not long ago. Tu-Fei was dumbfounded. F***ck. Did this damn dog also get into the mood? He doesn't want to be in front of the beauty Duanda, but he also wants to look down on the world? Boom, thousands of lightning bolts interweaved and struck down. It was so dazzling that Duanda's eyes rolled back. Human pet, repent. Kneel before me, and I will forgive your sins. The large black dog became more and more arrogant. His huge head was raised very high, as if he was an inviolable god. Yi Fan was also speechless. This damn dog was really immersed in his role. He thought of himself as a god. He was even more Duanda than Duanda had been not long ago. Human pet, repent. I am everywhere, and I will walk with you. I will guide you back to my throne. The large black dog was majestic. He had a completely arrogant attitude, and his appearance was solemn. Boom, tens of thousands of lightning bolts shattered Duanda's arms. Although divine power could be regenerated, he still cursed in pain. F***ck. The wooden Taoist Duanda's face turned completely green. He had never suffered such a great loss before. A dog was looking down on him with its head held high, and it was clamoring to take him as a human pet. This made him want to vomit blood. Damn dog, what do you want to do to make me stop? Duanda couldn't hold on anymore. The god that was born from this Tao palace definitely couldn't be harmed, because he still needed this clone to save his main body. Black Emperor, make him hand over the source first. Yi Fan shouted. This damn dog was only concerned with having fun, and had almost forgotten the proper business. Human pet, kneel down and worship me. I will forgive your sins. Crawl under my feet, and I will guide your path forward. The large black dog was becoming more and more engrossed. Boom, lightning descended, and Duanda jumped and fled. F***ck, are you done? Duanda was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Hurry up and hand over all the source. I will make it stop, Yi Fan transmitted his voice through the lightning. You are too inhumane. This is something that I risked my life to obtain. How can you do this? Duanda shouted unwillingly. Daoist, haven't you always done things like this in the past? Yi Fan mocked. I have always left some leeway, but you. The wooden Daoist Duanda's hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Human pet, bow down. I will forgive your ignorance. The Black Emperor acted like a charlatan, and a purple sky descended, interrupting his words. Human pet, pray, human pet, kowtow, the large black dog was really addicted. His majestic voice rang out continuously, and lightning struck wildly. Duanda was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Damn dog, hurry up and take back the source. Yi Fan couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was too torturous. Human pet, from now on, surrender to me. I will be with you, and my glory will be with you. I will guide you to the path of immortality. My human pet, kneel down. The large black dog finally spat out his last words. It was really torturous. Even Yi Fan and Tu Fei couldn't stand it, let alone the unlucky Duanda. Duanda was struck by the lightning until white smoke rose from all over his body. He was barely breathing, and only half of his body was left. He lay there motionless like a dead dog, but he was cursing. Damn dog. F***ck, black dog meat. I will stew you alive, human pet, do you surrender? The Black Emperor raised his head and shouted. I'll give you the source. Hurry up and open the restriction here. The wooden Daoist shook his hand, and a large pile of colorful source appeared on the ground. Yi Fan didn't step forward. He said, this is only 10,000 kilograms of source. It's far from enough. One can't be too greedy. Duanda said in a low voice. Then there's no room for discussion. Black Emperor, continue to cast lightning. Yi Fan sneered. Do you really think you can kill me? The wooden Daoist's body suddenly became faint. He actually disintegrated on the spot, turning into nothingness. Heavenly technique of passing tribulations. Immortals are immortal, and they are everywhere. They are very difficult to destroy. The large black dog's eyes flashed, and he said, but he's unlucky to run into me. Does he really think he can escape this tribulation by disintegrating? Boom, lightning interweaved, and every inch of space was filled. The lightning was like an ocean, drowning the mountain. This is the 9 tribulation Tao pattern. No matter what you become, as long as you are alive, you have to pass the tribulation. You. Duanda screamed, his voice coming from the void. Hand over source, we don't want to talk nonsense. If you don't take out 30,000 kilograms of source, you can just wait to turn into dust today, Tu Fei shouted. My human pet, if you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being merciless, the large black dog threatened. Fine, you guys are ruthless enough. I'll give you all the source I have. Duanda was anxious. He was afraid that his main body outside would be destroyed. The sky was sparkling, and many source pieces fell from the sky. The mountain peak was resplendent, and it was dazzling. With so many source pieces piled together, the spiritual chi was dense, and it made one feel lost. This kind of dazzling thing was really bewitching. Black Emperor, trap him. I'll go collect the source. Yi Fan didn't want to be sneak attacked by Duanda. Everything went smoothly. Yi Fan waved his sleeves and collected the source pieces on the ground. There were more than 25,000 kilograms, and this was a huge fortune. If he added the 25,000 kilograms in his hands and the divine source, he could almost break through to the 4th heaven of the Tao Palace. Boom, suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. This mountain peak collapsed, all of the Tao patterns cracking apart, the endless lightning disappearing. What's going on? Tu Fei was shocked. Oh no, someone ruthless destroyed everything with absolute power. The large black dog was frightened. Without another word, Yi Fan took out the profound jade platform, threw it on the ground, and jumped on it with Tu Fei. Then, he put the Black Emperor into his sleeves to avoid being exposed. Boom, at the same time, there was a second tremor. All the patterns shattered, and the world became clear again. Everything was clear. They saw that the real Duanda's main body was in a miserable state. He was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He had escaped to this place and attracted many cultivators to attack. They worked together to destroy the mountain. Bada, in the sky, the wooden Taoist, who had been engulfed by the last purple cloud, fell down. Duanda and the wooden Taoist sensed each other and understood everything. They were so angry that they almost spat out their hearts. Mother ***, you guys. He pointed at the two people standing on the profound jade platform. His entire body was spasming. They had worked so hard and were almost killed, but in the end, all of their origin source was stolen by someone else. Many cultivators didn't understand what had happened. Even when the purple-clothed young man, Yi Fan, was spitting blood, he wasn't this excited. What was happening now? Something is wrong. In the distance, Jihaoyu's face changed. He was born with the God King body, and he had a strange connection with the saint body. He felt something. Yi Fan waved his hand with his back facing the crowd. He had a fight with the flirtatious Duanda, but the result was like heaven and earth. At the last moment, Duanda fell from heaven to hell, while Yi Fan had successfully crossed the void. At this moment, Duanda was so angry that his intestines were twitching. His stomach, liver, lungs, teeth. His entire body was in pain. Light flashed, and the formation sparkled. Yi Fan and two face figures disappeared into the open void. Stop him. Don't let them cross the void. Jihaoyu shouted. Xiao Jiuyou didn't know why, but before Jihaoyu shouted, he had already moved. 9 beams of dragon energy under his feet turned into rainbow-colored waterfalls, flying forward. The moment Yi Fan entered the void, he heard Jihaoyu scream. He shivered inwardly. The king god physique was really sensitive. He had sensed something strange. From such a far distance, Yan didn't try to suppress his saint physique, but the other had sensed it. Anyway, it wasn't important anymore. He had crossed the void and entered the eternal darkness. Freeze! An old voice arose from the mountain range far from him. The entire space trembled. The mysterious jade platform that Yi Fan's team had left couldn't self-destruct. Everything was frozen. Xiao Jiuyou's white robe was otherworldly. He stepped on 9 flows of dragon energy and was the first one to jump onto the mysterious jade platform. He disappeared shortly. The 2 gray-robed old men followed him closely. Jihaoyu had the king god physique. He had an imposing appearance with a divine moon above his head. It was as bright as a god. It flashed and disappeared. He had successfully crossed the void. Duanda's purple robe fluttered. He still looked like Yi Fan. He turned into a wisp of black smoke as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He also disappeared. After him. Don't let him escape. The people behind him screamed. They all dashed forward and started to cross the void. Poor wooden Taoist. Before he could crawl up, he had been kicked 7 or 8 times. He grimaced in pain. He also dashed forward to chase after them. 2,000 miles away, the void became dim. After a moment of distortion, a crack appeared. Yi Fan and Tu Fei flew out of it. It's not right. Someone is chasing us. Yi Fan's heart jumped. That space crack fluctuated fiercely. Obviously, many people were crossing it. Hurry! Someone is hiding in the dark and has stopped the mysterious jade platform, said the Black Emperor. However, they didn't feel any fear. It was because they had made ample preparations, engraving even more complicated chain Dao patterns on a mountain peak. Yi Fan and Tu Fei flew to the mountain in front of them. They climbed the vast platform and prepared to cross the void one more time. Boom, not far from them, the void was torn open. A group of people rushed out, Xiao Jiuyou, Jihaoyu, Xianxia, the Superfluous Evolution Holy Land Successor, the Dao One Holy Land Successor, the Purple Mansion Holy Land Successor. Of course, there was also Taoist Duanda. He had been beaten out of the cave. Even though he was in the dark void, he was still engaged in a life-and-death battle. A group of people were chasing after him. The most frightening thing was that a group of old people had successfully crossed over. They had locked onto Duanda and Yi Fan. Imprison! The ancient voice resounded throughout the world. Let's go! Yi Fan activated the chain Dao pattern and traversed the void again. Someone wanted to stop Yi Fan and the others from crossing the void, but they didn't expect that the Dao pattern carved by the Black Emperor was very special and wouldn't be affected. In the darkness, Yi Fan said in shock, "There are powerful people watching us." "Black Emperor, is the Dao pattern you inscribed okay?" The large black dog was extremely confident, and he sent a voice transmission from within Ling Han's sleeve. "I'm not afraid of vicious chasing after me. I'll definitely be able to escape with my life. If he isn't strong enough, I'll just torture him." Buzz. The void trembled, and they appeared 2,500 miles away, landing on a jade platform. This was a Dao pattern platform that could allow them to cross the void in both directions. The large black dog laughed sinisterly like a cunning wolf, and said, "Destroy this jade platform and cut them off in the void. This damn dog is too vicious." Tufei was shocked, and then he also laughed. Without saying anything, Yi Fan shattered the jade platform with a palm strike. Then, he stepped forward and landed on another formation pattern. He was about to cross the void again. Boom, behind them, the moment the jade platform was destroyed, the void was also pierced. A group of people fell out, and many of them directly turned into blood mist. Of course, most of them were just in a sorry state because there were a dozen old people holding up the void with their terrifying weapons. Thus, they didn't cause too many casualties. "Stop fighting. I admit defeat. I'm not that bastard Yi Fan." Duanda's miserable cry came from the crowd. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't withstand the attacks of a group of people. A group of old men was watching him like tigers watching their prey, so he didn't dare to use his true strength. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Yi Fan and the others quickly disappeared, and they crossed the void again. "Black Emperor, your chain Dao pattern is also useless. They've chased us down, and only a few dozen people died just now." Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. "Don't worry, the chain Dao pattern needs to be transferred more than a dozen times. They'll be in trouble later." The large black dog still didn't panic. Buzz. The void trembled slightly, and Yi Fan and the others rushed out. Outside, black mist billowed into the sky, and they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. The killing intent was dense. Tufei said in surprise, "Where have we come to?" "This is the dark hell killing field of the Dao patterns. They fell in here by mistake, and they'll be in trouble." The Black Emperor sneered. Yi Fan finally understood why the large black dog was so tired when he finished carving these Dao patterns. He was really diligent. Entering here without reason would definitely cause people to die. With the large black dog leading the way, they quickly walked out and appeared on a jade platform not far away. Behind them, a dense killing intent could be felt. The void split open, and the moment the pursuers rushed out, their killing intent soared into the sky. Streaks of dark hell sword chi shot out. Each streak was as thick as a water jar, and they were indestructible. Poo, poo, blood splashed, and miserable screams could be heard. Many people were pierced, and they died on the spot. This was practically a massacre. When Tufei looked at the large black dog, a strange expression appeared on his face. He felt that this damned dog was indeed not ordinary, and it was very frightening. Boom, suddenly, the dark hell killing field shattered, and it was turned into dust by a large bell. Damn it, what a ruthless fellow. Could it be that a Saint Master has come? Yi Fan was shocked, and he crossed the void again. The black wind in this heaven and earth was like a blade, and the mist floated. When rocks were thrown into the mist, they would be turned into dust upon contact. There was a softening energy circulating. In this area, I have carved the Shadow Dao pattern. When the shadow astral wind blows, the human body will be turned into a meat paste immediately. The large black dog led the way, and said, "You too, be careful. Don't take a wrong step. Otherwise, you will be turned into a puddle of blood. This damn dog is really good. He can even carve such a vicious Dao pattern." Tufei was frightened. As soon as they walked out, the void behind them cracked open. Those people could always stop the dark jade platform and chase after them again. It was hard to get rid of them. The miserable screams were especially shrill, rising and falling. This area was dark. When the shadow astral wind blew over, many people's flesh and bones were turned into meat paste. They couldn't resist at all. Even the powerful weapons were turned into dust immediately. Boom, suddenly, a large golden hand crossed the sky and slammed down. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The shadow astral wind scattered, and the Black Emperor's Tao pattern was destroyed with absolute power. Damn, too ruthless. He destroyed the shadow astral wind with his bare hands. This person is too terrifying. The Black Emperor was given a big fright. Yi Fan and the others fled at the first moment, but it was still difficult to get rid of the other party. The dark jade platform was always stopped by the other party, and couldn't self-destruct. After crossing the void 7 or 8 times, they still couldn't get rid of that large golden hand. It was like a terrifying nightmare that entangled them. After crossing the void for the 9th time, they appeared in an ancient battlefield. Crimson flames burned here, and an aura soared into the sky. Many white skeletons were suspended in the air, and it was extremely eerie. Damn, I don't believe that the Tao pattern that I carved can't stop them. The large black dog was also anxious. The killing field that he had painstakingly carved was destroyed one by one, and it made him feel the seriousness of the matter. What formation pattern is this? Yi Fan asked. This is the ancient killing field, the Lost Sea. Elites will sink into it, and it will be hard for them to free themselves. A terrifying killing intent will appear and destroy them. Yi Fan and the others walked out of the ancient killing field, the Lost Sea. In the end, the pursuers behind them crossed the void and appeared again. Duanda screamed, "Stop chasing me. You should be able to tell that I don't have the sacred body of the ancients, and I have nothing to do with that B***** Yi Fan. Ji Haoyue, Xia Jiuyo, the young Taoist priest of the Tao One Holy Land, and many others, as well as many seniors, had already realized that he was definitely not Yi Fan. However, the others kept attacking him. Even some holy sons were sneering, forcing him to reveal his identity. One of them asked, "Who exactly are you?" In the ancient killing field, the Lost Sea, a myriad of killing intent suddenly appeared, and many people fell for it. Xia Jiuyo and Ji Haoyue engaged in a fierce battle, and Duanda began to fight desperately with an old man. Yi Fan and the others stood on the jade platform, preparing to cross the void. The Black Emperor sneered, "How can the Tao pattern that I carved be useless, Dong?" Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, the giant golden hand appeared again and smashed the ancient battlefield, disintegrating the Lost Sea. Two-Fei's expression changed instantly, and he said, "I know. This is the clone of the old Rock King. Let's go quickly. The old Rock King's real body may arrive at any time." Yi Fan's expression also changed on the spot. He had put away the little Rock King, and the old Rock King was searching for him everywhere. It was not surprising that a clone had come. Let's go quickly. The old Rock King was a demon king that even the great sage lords feared. His strength was terrifying, and he possessed the world's fastest speed. He was the most difficult to deal with. Don't worry. After passing through 3 more Tao pattern killing fields, we will reach the place where I carved the ultimate Tao pattern, the large black dog said. Behind them, there were not many people chasing them anymore. Along the way, many people had been killed by the large black dog's Tao pattern. He had killed them without spilling any blood. After passing through 3 more killing fields, they finally reached the place where the large black dog had said he would carve the ultimate formation pattern. They quickly rushed onto the jade platform. The large black dog said, "All right, we are definitely safe now." With a flash of light, they disappeared on the spot. In the darkness, Yi Fan asked, "Are you sure that we are safe now? This should be the last Tao pattern. If we still can't shake them off, the consequences will be unimaginable." "Don't worry. As long as we leave, the Tao pattern will close up and evolve again. Only we can travel through the void. That place will become a dangerous place." In reality, this was indeed the case. After they left, the place where they had been standing flickered with light, and the Tao pattern had changed. It had completely changed. In the heaven and earth, chilly winds howled angrily, and sword chi was like a rainbow. This place had become a land of death. Unfortunately, they could no longer see it with their own eyes. The ultimate Tao pattern allowed them to travel 50,000 miles in one go. They were completely far away from the chaotic cloud state, and they appeared in a vast desert. What is this place? There was no sign of human habitation in the vast golden desert. Yi Fan, Tu Fei, and the large black dog flew for a long time, but they still could not leave this boundless desert. Finally, the large black dog carved the Tao pattern and traveled through the void again. However, he still could not leave this boundless desert. What the hell? After shaking off that group of people, what kind of damned place have we come to? Although the large black dog had traveled through the void when he was carving the Tao pattern, he had never come here personally. They had traveled 60,000 miles in the first dozen times, and the last time, they had crossed 50,000 miles. They didn't know where they had ended up after traveling more than 100,000 miles. Let me think. Tu Fei pondered for a while. Suddenly, his face changed as he said, the area 100,000 miles away from the chaotic cloud state should be the famous godly desert. What kind of place is this? Yi Fan felt something was wrong. This is a damned place. Many cultivators get lost in there, and they can't get out for the rest of their lives, said Tu Fei. It can't be. Yi Fan frowned. It wasn't good news at all. Tu Fei's face was heavy. According to the ancient books, some people can get out after half a month, but some people can't leave until their lifespan is exhausted. This godly desert is really evil. The corners of the Black Emperor's mouth twitched as he cursed, damn it. Turns out it's this place. I've been trapped here for more than 100 years. I hashtag a %yen %. How come you've been trapped here for more than 100 years? Yi Fan asked in fright. The large black dog's face was dark. That year, to find that ruthless man's territory, I got into the godly desert by mistake. I was almost suffocated to death for more than 100 years. They could cross the void to get in here. However, if they wanted to get out, crossing the void wouldn't work. This was the godly desert of evil creatures. Yi Fan felt the seriousness of the situation. This godly desert wasn't normal. It had trapped the large black dog in his prime for more than 100 years. Perhaps we're lucky. We can get out after a dozen days. Tu Fei made an optimistic assumption. I hope so, nodded Yi Fan. Just like that, they continued to move forward in the godly desert. They got lost and couldn't find the way out. 6 days later, Yi Fan and the others were a little anxious. They didn't see any sign of getting out. The desert stretched as far as the eye could see. At noon, it was as hot as a furnace. At night, it was cold to the bone. The difference in temperature was huge. On the 7th day, at noon, the sun was scorching. Yi Fan gazed into the distance. Suddenly, he was shaken. There's a building. In the golden desert, the sun was as hot as fire. At the end of the horizon, they could vaguely see a building that wasn't tall. In this desolate and uninhabited desert that could even trap cultivators, they were naturally alarmed to see a building. They quickly flew over. It was a Taoist temple. It wasn't grand, and it was small. It wasn't even as spacious as the stone house of a poor family. Although it was old, it was still intact. Half of it was covered by sand, and the exposed part wasn't even as tall as a human. Yi Fan waved his large sleeve, scattering the golden grains of sand, revealing this small ancient Taoist temple, revealing its full appearance. It was built with the most common stone in the north region. Although many years had passed, the stone Taoist temple hadn't collapsed. It was still standing. How come there's a stone Taoist temple like this? Tu Fei was surprised. Yi Fan walked into the ancient temple that didn't have a door. He looked around, and his face froze. He saw some familiar words on the wall. They were words from the other side of the galaxy. It was the bell cauldron script from the preaching period of China. The preaching ancient characters were different from the characters of this world. Yi Fan recognized them. He was shocked, and his heart beat furiously. The bell cauldron script from the preaching period. He was shocked. Since he had come to this world, Yi Fan had learned a lot. He wanted to connect this world to the other side of the galaxy, but he couldn't find any clues from the ancient books. He didn't expect to see the preaching ancient characters here today. It was easy to imagine how shocked he was. During the preaching period, people came to this world from the other side of the galaxy. Yi Fan deduced. He was so excited. The two worlds weren't isolated. The ancient people had come here before. Maybe he could find the way back. What are you mumbling? What kind of stupid characters are these? How come I don't know any of them? The big black dog looked suspicious. Let me see what's written. Yi Fan was so excited. He carefully read the ancient bell cauldron script. Early Qin referred to the era before the Qin dynasty in ancient China. It started from the time when humans were born and ended in 221 BC when Emperor Qin destroyed the six states. The bell and cauldron script was also called the golden script. It was carved on the bronze wares of the Zhou dynasty. The golden script was used from the early Shang dynasty until the Qin destroyed the six states. The Zhou dynasty was the most prosperous. Inside the temple, lines of the bell and cauldron script were carved on the mottled ancient walls. They were strong and majestic. The qi was dense and the atmosphere was solemn. Yi Fan looked at them attentively. There were 215 ancient characters. The strokes were strong and slim as if they were alive. He recognized 69 characters but couldn't understand the other 146 characters. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand them. Among the 69 ancient characters that he recognized, 9 of them were inferred based on the meaning of the text. These ancient characters were really too ancient. Even a real scholar couldn't recognize all the bell and cauldron script. On the other side of the universe, the later generations could only recognize some of these characters. Qi practitioner of the early Qin dynasty. Yi Fan was shocked. These were the characters left by the ancient people from the other side of the universe. He read the records carefully. Although he couldn't recognize most of the characters, he had a preliminary understanding that this person belonged to the early Qin dynasty in ancient China. However, he couldn't figure out who he was and whether he had a prominent position in the ancient history. After all, there were 150 characters that he couldn't recognize. Qi practitioner. It was the first time he had heard of such a term. These 3 characters made Yi Fan daydream. He seemed to see a mysterious period of time. There were secrets in the ancient times that no one knew about. He could recognize 69 characters, but they weren't connected. It was hard to connect them. After reading for a long time, he could only vaguely understand some of them. This Qi practitioner of the early Qin dynasty didn't cross the void and come to the other side of the universe. There was a reason in the bell and cauldron script, but he couldn't recognize it. Is this a secret technique? The big black dog asked impatiently. No. Kid, you're hiding something. We found it at the same time. Decipher it, the big black dog urged. Yi Fan didn't mind it, turning to Tu Fei. Are there other worlds outside this one? Have you ever heard of them? Tu Fei was skeptical, shaking his head. Never heard of it. What do you know? Beside him, the large black dog seemed to be astonished, and he said, these bird characters are records about this? Yi Fan suddenly thought that this big dog was very mysterious. Perhaps it knew many secrets that no one knew, so he said, have you heard of it before? I have heard a little about it. The Black Emperor replied, then asked impatiently, what exactly is recorded in these strange words on the wall? Tu Fei also looked at them. He also wanted to know the history of this Taoist temple. The things recorded on it are unimaginable. It says that there is another world on the other side of the starry sky. What? Tu Fei screamed in fear. Are there really immortals? The big black dog's eyes twinkled, asking further. More details. Translate all the characters on the wall. Let us know more. The people in that place call themselves Qi practitioners. This is a Qi practitioner from the Pre-Qin dynasty. He crossed the endless starry sky and came to this place, leaving these stone carvings. How? Could it be? Is it true? Tu Fei was shocked, gawking, and tongue-tied. Are the Pre-Qin Qi practitioners that strong? Could they be as strong as emperors? Yi Fan said, he didn't come here by himself. He followed the path left by the ancients and came to this world unknowingly. Ancients. What kind of people were they? Did they travel through many star areas? Tu Fei's heart was stirred as he had many thoughts. The big black dog's eyes shot out 2 sharp beams of light. Where did he go? If we can catch him, we will get priceless treasures. Someone has come to this world. Has no one sensed it? Yi Fan was disappointed. He thought he could get some clues from them. If he's not from this world, he will try to conceal himself. So many years have passed. If he's still alive, he should be as strong as the great sage. Tu Fei guessed that this temple had at least 2,000 years of history. Yi Fan nodded. A person from the preaching dynasty was at least 2,000 years ago. If he was still alive, he could have become the sovereign sect master of a big sect. Kid, how do you know these bird characters? The big black dog's eyes sparkled, gazing at Yi Fan meaningfully. Tu Fei was also suspicious. He looked at Shi with a puzzled face. I used to read an ancient book. There are some characters like this with some simple notes. I know some of them, Yi Fan answered calmly. Teach me. These characters are very mysterious. I want to learn them, the big black dog said. Yi Fan answered without hesitation, okay, no problem. I'll teach you one character, and you teach me one Dao pattern. The large black dog instantly rolled his eyes, and a resentful expression appeared on his face. Dao patterns were his ultimate technique, and Yi Fan had been eyeing him for a long time now. However, he had never managed to obtain anything from him. Black Emperor, you haven't told me yet. Have you heard about the world on the other side of the galaxy? Yi Fan asked. I know too little. A great emperor only said 1 or 2 sentences. I don't know the details. Can you be more specific? Yi Fan wanted to punch him. How can I be specific? I only know that the great emperor often gazed at the stars at night. I don't know anything else. The big black dog shook his head. Damn dog, are you hiding something? Yi Fan asked. Woof. The big black dog bared his teeth, pretending to pounce. You really don't know? Yi Fan was suspicious. If I knew, would I ask you? I only know that it's the great emperor's secret. Outsiders don't know, the big black dog answered angrily. Night fell, and the scorching desert became colder and colder. Late at night, it was bone-piercing cold. An ordinary person would definitely be frozen. Yi Fan gazed at the stars. He was looking for a way back. The ancients could travel through the void. I can too. I'll definitely go back in the future. He felt that there must be many secrets in his hometown in the ancient times. Brat, do you really think you're a great emperor? The Black Emperor said mockingly as he lay beside the temple. Did the great emperor look at the stars every night? Yi Fan asked calmly. Not every night. Occasionally, he would be lost in thought, and he would sit there for an entire night, the Black Emperor answered with a yawn. How do you know so clearly? Yi Fan asked suddenly. Tu Fei woke up too. He leaned against the wall of the temple, opened his eyes, and said, This damn dog has many secrets. He just doesn't want to tell us. He only knows how to snatch other people's things greedily, and he never shares anything with others. Woof. The dog's bark pierced through the night sky. Alright, don't bite me. I heard all this from others. How can the great emperor's secrets be so easy to know? I won't tell others even if they cry and beg me. Which galaxy did that great emperor like to see? Yi Fan asked. Many. Purple Micro, Supreme Micro. The big black dog casually said a few names. Yi Fan returned to the temple and observed the characters again. He copied them with his hand and studied them carefully. Finally, he guessed another word, and that was Purple Micro. The Qi practitioners of the Preaching dynasty mentioned this word in the characters, and this moved Yi Fan. Then, he started to copy it on the wall. Rustle, rustle, suddenly, the stone wall fell like dust. All the characters disappeared, and a large part of the modeled ancient wall fell off. Was it because it was too old, or was there another reason? Yi Fan's heart moved. He used his finger to draw a line. Stone chips flew everywhere, and the stone inscription completely disappeared. A thick layer fell off. Ding! With a light sound, a dim metal box appeared in the decayed wall. It was dull, old, and ordinary. Here comes the treasure, the big black dog shouted. He pounced forward, baring his teeth as he wanted to fight with Yi Fan. Tu Fei was behind him. He grabbed his bald tail and stopped him from moving forward. Woof! Just like how one couldn't touch a tiger's butt, the big black dog's bald tail was also a forbidden area. He turned around and started to bite. Yifan cut open the wall and took out the metal box. It was long and made of bronze. It was about 3 feet long and a palm wide. It was tightly sealed. The bronze metal box was heavy and cold. There was a weak divine power on it. Yifan understood immediately. The wall was originally sealed. However, because of the passage of time, the divine power leaked out, and many stone chips fell off. Woof! The big black dog bit Tufei a few times and finally stopped. He quickly moved closer to observe the long bronze box. Stay here. Don't steal it. Yifan warned him. Don't worry. I just want to see. Why would I steal something from my own people? The big black dog answered, raising his bald tail. Damn it. Damn dog. Tufei cursed. A row of teeth marks appeared on his calf. He walked over, swaying. 2 people and a dog were looking forward to it. After all, it was left by a chi practitioner from the other side of the universe. Yifan was a little nervous. He took out the cauldron and put it above his head. Flows of black and yellow chi poured down to protect his body. Then, he slowly opened the long metal box. The lid of the bronze box was opened. There was no treasure light or auspicious light. There was even no fluctuation of divine power. Inside the metal box was a wooden whip. It was simple, and carved with many mysterious patterns. The more people looked at it, the more attractive it became. It was more than 3 feet long and had more than 20 segments. Every segment had several complex patterns that were clearly engraved on it. It was natural and mysterious. A wooden whip from the other side of the universe. What kind of treasure is it? Yifan was surprised. Among the Preqin dynasty characters who had a wooden whip? He thought it over and over again. The big black dog was an expert. Seeing this wooden whip that looked like an iron sword, he almost drooled because each section of the whip had mysterious patterns of Tao. Is it a supreme treasure of a faction? But I don't feel any fluctuation of divine power from it. Tufei asked. Buzz. The wooden whip shook slightly and flew out of the metal box, flying toward the big black dog. Damn dog, you really want it? Yifan said angrily. As soon as I saw this treasure, I knew it was destined to be mine. I don't want the source I got from the cow nose anymore. I'll give it all to you. I only want this wooden whip. The big black dog held the wooden whip tightly with his big paws. What a greedy dog. You want to take the treasure as soon as you see it. Tufei gritted his teeth. Aoo. Suddenly, the large black dog let out a blood-curdling howl, and tossed the wooden whip onto the ground. Then, it stood on its hind legs and began to jump around. Its front paws were wrapped around its head, and its mouth was wide open as it howled in pain. Damn dog, what's wrong with you? Yifan asked. Damn it. My soul consciousness is attacked, the big black dog screamed in pain. You deserve it. Who told you to be so greedy? Yifan didn't feel sorry for him. Last time, he was convulsing on the ground because he wanted to take the fruit from the stone millstone. Today, he did it again. What kind of treasure is this? Tufei was suspicious. He didn't dare to touch the wooden whip. He circled it and observed, but he didn't find anything strange. Ah! All of a sudden, he screamed, covering his forehead. Brother Tu, are you okay? Yifan was surprised. Don't use your soul consciousness to check it. This wooden whip attacks the soul consciousness, Tufei said. Yifan was moved. He picked up the wooden whip and held it in his hand, mumbling to himself, is this a wooden whip that can attack the soul consciousness? The divine whip left by the Preqin dynasty chi practitioners came from the other side of the universe. This kind of treasure could be left by a famous chi practitioner. This wooden whip was heavy. Although it was made of wood, it was heavier than metal. The patterns on it seemed natural and ancient, with a mysterious aura. Rather than calling it a wooden whip, it was more like an unsharpened iron sword. Not only was it heavy, but its shape was also similar. Yifan turned it over and over. The wooden whip was simple and natural. When he waved it, it was easy, but it didn't emit any divine light. He activated his divine power and poured it into the wooden whip, but it didn't have much effect. The wooden whip was still ancient and didn't emit any light. What's going on? Yi Fan was surprised. He waved the wooden whip in the air. It was heavy and powerful like a huge cauldron, twisting the air with its pressure. This is good. It looks ordinary, but when I swing it, it's very heavy. It can block the attacks of other weapons. Yi Fan was very satisfied. It was simple and plain. This kind of weapon wasn't bad. People couldn't see anything special about it, but it was still lethal. He tried to activate a wisp of divine sense, and it appeared in the temple. It wandered around, but it wasn't attacked by the wooden whip. When he controlled that wisp of divine sense and slowly probed the wooden whip, he instantly felt a needle-like pain. After understanding this result, Yi Fan understood that this was really a weapon that specialized in attacking divine sense. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and pondered carefully. He traced back to the characters of the Qing dynasty, from Yin Shang to Western Zhou, and only came back to himself after a long time. The large black dog gave one last cry of pain and finally stopped jumping. He slowly recovered and shouted, "What kind of treasure is this? It specializes in attacking divine sense, and even I suffered a loss from it." "Black Emperor, isn't your divine sense very powerful?" "Just attack me," Yi Fan said. "F***ck, you're trying to anger me, aren't you? Throw that broken stick aside, and I'll take it." The large black dog's expression was unfriendly. Just now, he had suffered a great loss. At this moment, Tu Fei also recovered. He looked at the wooden whip with lingering fear. Just now, his wisp of divine sense had been shattered, which shocked him. This is the weapon from the other side of the galaxy? How did he refine it? It's frightening. Tu Fei received the wooden whip and studied it carefully. It's a pity that I can't find someone to test it on. I want to see the power of this wooden whip, Yi Fan said. Tu Fei said, "This thing can attack people's soul consciousness, no need to doubt it. Now, let's try its other attacking abilities." Two people and a dog walked out of the Taoist temple. Yi Fan stood with the wooden whip while Tu Fei held a silver spear with both hands, thrusting it towards Yi Fan. The tip of the spear sparkled brilliantly. Yi Fan wielded the wooden whip and lashed out. No divine splendor shot out, but a caw sound rang out. Under the moonlight, silver rays shot out in all directions, and the silver spear was broken. Tu Fei switched to another purple electric hammer. Purple clouds twirled and twirled, but the result was the same. Yi Fan brandished the wooden whip with ferocious force, smashing the violet lightning hammer apart and leaving behind dazzling fragments in the desert. After testing, they found that this strange wooden whip was tough and hard to destroy. However, it couldn't perform any special divine technique. The purple gold gourd could store people, and the 8 trigrams mirror could illuminate people. However, the wooden whip was just tough. When he held it in his hand, he didn't feel any strange power moving. Although it can break ordinary weapons, it doesn't have the Tao and principle intertwining. "It doesn't have any other strange power," said Tu Fei. "It can attack people's soul consciousness. Isn't it enough?" The big black dog chimed in with an envious face. "Yeah, it's the most dangerous strange power divine technique," nodded Tu Fei. "Wait a minute." The big black dog seemed to remember something. "This toy can attack people's soul consciousness. Just now, you used a weapon like the silver spear to attack. What if you use your soul consciousness to attack with a treasure?" Tu Fei's heart jumped. Does it mean? Yi Fan's heart was also moved and he revealed a look of anticipation. Perhaps this wooden whip would give him a pleasant surprise. "Let me try." Tu Fei gritted his teeth. He took out a silver brick, pressing it toward Yi Fan. It was as dazzling as a silver rainbow. Yi Fan strode forward with the wooden whip in his hand, striking at the sky. Pa! Under the moonlight, the silver brick was broken. Tu Fei screamed in fright. A wisp of soul consciousness in the silver brick was attacked. If Yi Fan hadn't stopped his attack in time, he would have been hurt again. It's really abnormal. This weapon has great lethality. The big black dog's eyes sparkled with green light. He almost jumped over to snatch it. "Black Emperor, take out your weapon and try to attack me." Yi Fan said. He knew the big black dog had a golden bell, which was a divine item at the mighty level. The Black Emperor didn't refuse. He was confident in his weapon. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and a bell flew out. It shook slightly and enlarged quickly, turning into a golden divine bell. Dong, the sound of the bell echoed for dozens of miles. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire desert. This place was as bright as day. Yi Fan strode forward, holding a wooden whip that had more than 20 segments. He swung it down. It looked simple, but it was heavy and powerful. The space around it became blurry. Dong. The wooden whip hit the divine bell. The sound was deafening. The golden bell rumbled, and the sand in the desert rose up into the sky. It surged in all directions like a tide, rumbling. The golden bell was a divine item created by a mighty level cultivator. It trembled slowly, numbing Yi Fan's arm. However, the wooden whip wasn't damaged. It was very sturdy. The Black Emperor had a wisp of soul consciousness in the divine bell. As long as the bell didn't break, he couldn't hurt it. Even so, he was still surprised. This wooden whip is very mysterious. I'm tempted. It can be called a rare treasure. According to the large black dog, this wooden whip could use divine techniques to attack one's divine sense. Moreover, it was extremely sturdy. The higher one's battle prowess was, the more powerful it would be. Think about it. If your battle prowess was astonishing, and this whip was indestructible, shattering anything it hit. It could even injure one's divine sense. How terrifying would that be? Yi Fan also understood that this was a rare treasure. It could be called a rare treasure. He couldn't help but ask, how much weaker is it compared to an ultimate weapon? He asked this because he felt that this weapon was very similar to a divine item in the ancient legends of his homeland. This? I don't think we should compare it. The large black dog shook his head. Why not? Do you know what an ultimate weapon is? If someone could use its full power, it would be like a great emperor being reborn. The large black dog had a yearning expression. But this weapon is. Yi Fan opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything in the end. Tu Fei also shook his head, and said, this wooden whip can be called a rare treasure, but compared to the weapon of an ancient great emperor, it is indeed far inferior. Yi Fan thought for a moment. The legends about ultimate weapons were too shocking. They had the power to split heaven and earth. This wooden whip indeed couldn't compare to them. Qi practitioners of the early Qing dynasty, who traveled through the void to come here, and how many of them have survived until now? Yi Fan pondered. He thought of many things. In the early Qing dynasty, the legends of the immortals should all be Qi practitioners. What kind of people were the ancient great emperors? Yi Fan asked the large black dog solemnly. The Black Emperor pondered for a moment, then replied seriously, they were the loneliest people since ancient times. Could they travel through the void? Yi Fan asked. This? The Black Emperor was slightly dazed. Yi Fan said, you should know that the Qi practitioners of the early Qing dynasty came from the other side of the galaxy. Even if they followed the path of the ancient great emperors, it still proves that there were people who could travel through the galaxy. I know. He must have been to the Ziwei galaxy. The large black dog mumbled to himself. Tu Fei was startled. Someone had been to the Ziwei galaxy. This was world-shocking news. Who are you talking about? Tu Fei asked. Yi Fan was also surprised. Someone in this world had been to the Ziwei galaxy? He also stared at the large black dog, waiting for him to answer. Ahem. The large black dog coughed to cover his expression. He mumbled, of course, it was a great emperor. I guessed it from an ancient book. What ancient book? Why haven't I seen it before? Tu Fei was suspicious. When I was reading the ancient book, your grandpa was still drinking milk. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The large black dog looked impatient. This D***MN dog. His words are so F***king disgusting. Tu Fei wanted to punch him. Black Emperor, tell me in detail. Which great emperor had been to the Ziwei galaxy? Yi Fan asked. How would I know? I'm just guessing. The large black dog slid back into the temple. Then, a cloud of dust rose into the sky. "What are you doing?" Yi Fan shouted. The large black dog tore down the entire temple. He even dug up the foundation. He answered without turning his head, "I'm looking for a rare treasure. Maybe I can find another one." You'd *mn dog, to change the topic, you tore down a very meaningful ancient building. Yi Fan wanted to beat him up. The temple was torn down. Rocks rolled everywhere. Unfortunately, there was nothing else. The large black dog didn't find anything. In the morning glow came from the east. The red sun jumped over the horizon. Yi Fan and the others started their journey, trying to get out of the divine desert. The large black dog didn't want to give up. He was still thinking about the wooden whip. He said to Yi Fan, "Have you thought of a name for this rare treasure?" Two-Fei smiled. "Do I need to think about it? This whip hurt you first. It's better to call it the dog whip." Woof. As long as the two of them walked together, they would fight from time to time. They were born to be enemies. Yi Fan smiled and said, "It comes from the other side of the galaxy. It's a weapon of the Qi practitioners of the Preaching Dynasty. I'll call it the God-whipping whip. A wooden whip that can hit the soul." Good name. Not bad. It should be called the God-whipping whip. Two-Fei nodded in agreement. God-whipping whip. This name is really special, the large black dog mumbled. I think the Qi practitioners of the Preaching Dynasty also gave it the same name. God-whipping whip. Yi Fan murmured to himself. He looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, the sun had already risen. They couldn't see the galaxy anymore. The golden desert was boundless. They couldn't see the end. It was boundless. They walked for another 3 days, but they still didn't see any hope. What kind of place is this divine desert? Why is it so strange? Is there no way to get out? Yi Fan couldn't stay calm. There are too many legends about it. This place is too evil. Two-Fei sighed. Black Emperor, do you know what's going on with this desert? Yi Fan asked. Of course, I know. After walking for a few days, the Black Emperor was also a little dispirited. He said, "This is the boundless desert that the Sun Divine Furnace burned." What? It's related to Hengyu, Great Emperor of the Jiang family? What happened? Yi Fan and Two-Fei were surprised. Hengyu, Great Emperor, fought with someone. He used the Divine Sun Cauldron to create this divine desert, said Black Emperor. How could it be? The ancient Great Emperors are invincible in this world. Why would they fight to the death? Two-Fei didn't believe it. What if the opponent is also a Great Emperor? Asked Black Emperor. Impossible. How could there be 2 Great Emperors in one era? The ancient books have never recorded such a thing. 2 Great Emperors were born in the same era. Who fought against Hengyu, Great Emperor? Two-Fei didn't believe it. From the ancient times until now, there had never been 2 Great Emperors in the same era. The ancient books didn't record it. There are always some things that are forgotten by history. They won't be seen in the world. Even if they were earth-shaking, they won't leave any trace. What are you talking about? Did 2 Great Emperors really meet in the same era? Who was stronger and who was weaker? What was the result? Two-Fei wanted to know. Of course, Hengyu, Great Emperor, survived. That battle had a great influence. Otherwise, it's hard to say what would have happened. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The desert looked like it was made of melted gold. It was scorching and unbearable. There was no wind or cloud. The golden sand was a little dazzling. What happened in the past? Tell us quickly. Yi Fan also urged. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of li this boundless desert was, but it was actually created by Hengyu, Great Emperor, with a single strike from the sun god furnace. It was hard to imagine what kind of world-destroying might that was. What was the name of the other Great Emperor? Two-Fei also asked. No one knows. It wasn't a human, but its power was definitely comparable to a Great Emperor, the Black Dog said. What? Not a human? What was that? Was it an ancient Great Emperor of the Demon Clan? I don't know what it was, but it was definitely one of the strongest existences in this world, the black dog said gravely. Yi Fan and Tu Fei wanted to kick the dog. The big black dog wasn't hurried or slow, which made them anxious. However, it was still calm. Tell us in one breath. Be nice. If I don't show my power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Even a great expert doesn't dare to disrespect me. Keep bragging. When you saw the red dragon Taoist, who ran dozens of miles? When you heard a Saint Master was coming, who ran away? That was then, and this is now, the black dog answered embarrassedly. An existence comparable to a great emperor? Where did it come from? Don't tell me it came from another galaxy? Yi Fan frowned. I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but the Qi warriors of the Preaching dynasty you speak of really can't compare to the great emperor. The one who fought the great emperor to the death was born in the northern domain. Yi Fan and Tu Fei exchanged looks. They thought of the same place, their hearts pounding. Are you saying, you guys aren't stupid after all? You finally figured it out. That's right, that supreme expert comparable to a monarch came from the absolute beginning forbidden area. The large black dog's words could be said to be earth-shattering, causing waves to surge in everyone's hearts. This was extremely astonishing. Are you sure? Tu Fei gawked. This place is tens of thousands of miles away from the absolute beginning forbidden land. Why are they fighting here? Yi Fan was also skeptical. The large black dog said, in the past, the Eternal Universe Emperor was extremely stunning. In order to forge an extreme weapon, he entered the forbidden land of absolute beginning and unleashed a massacre there. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He had seen that place with his own eyes. There were piles of corpses. Even though hundreds of thousands of years had passed, there were still hundreds of sparkling skeletons. They were definitely terrifying creatures. When the Eternal Universe Emperor forged the extreme weapon, heaven and earth shook. Everyone in the northern domain could feel it. It startled all living creatures. On that day, when the Eternal Universe Emperor left the absolute beginning forbidden area, an existence comparable to him chased after him. Don't tell us that that existence chased after him from the ancient mine, the large black dog said in a deep voice. You guessed correctly. According to the research of a sage in the later generations, that existence did come from the ancient mine. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. The absolute beginning forbidden area and the ancient mine were two different concepts. He had seen the absolute beginning ancient mine from afar. It was extremely terrifying. He even suspected that there were gods inside. There were also rumors in the world that there were holy spirits inside. That night, the netherworld Ili Dishing saw many unusual things. Thinking about it now, he still felt it was unimaginable. In the silver waterfall of stars that fell from the sky, there were corpses wearing ancient clothes bathing in the holy starlight. They floated up and down, and there were also many specks of light. And this was only the tip of the iceberg. It was the outermost layer of the ancient mine. As for what exactly was inside the mine, no one could say for sure. A being that could compete with a great emperor came from the absolute beginning ancient mine. Tu Fei mumbled to himself, slightly absent-minded. You're wrong. It's not a human, the large black dog corrected. Then do you know what it is? Isn't there a legend in the world that there are immortals in the ancient mine? Could it be them? Yi Fan asked. The large black dog shook his head, and said, some say it's an ancient creature, some say it's an immortal, some say it's a holy spirit, and some say it's an ancient person. There are too many rumors, and it's hard to explain. How long did the Eternal Universe Emperor battle it for? Yi Fan asked. He was more concerned about this question. It was a very long time. It said that on that day, in the entire North region, only 3 sages sensed the Supreme Emperor's might. According to them, the sky of the North region was shaken, but the others didn't feel anything. Is this the Supreme Emperor's celestial might? They fought to such an extent, and they could still deceive everyone. Tu Fei was shocked. The large black dog said, according to the notes left by a sage, the Eternal Universe Emperor had indeed met his match. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accidentally created such a boundless desert. The Eternal Universe Emperor killed the person who chased after him from the absolute beginning ancient mine. Yi Fan asked. He killed him. After a great battle of life and death, he was killed by the Eternal Universe Emperor here, and he was refined into ashes. The large black dog looked at the boundless desert. A being that could rival a great emperor was refined to the point that both his body and soul were destroyed. This was world-shaking news, and Tu Fei was stunned. Now, the great emperor was far away, out of reach. In the past, there was a war between great emperors, but now, they couldn't even see a trace of the great emperor. It made people sigh. The being that came from the absolute beginning ancient mind could rival a great emperor. His demonic blood dyed the desert red. His weapon was broken here, scattering everywhere, creating the incomplete patterns of Tao. That's how the divine desert, this evil place, was formed. Oh, so that's how it was formed. Tu Fei was moved. The large black dog knew too much, and the Holy Lands didn't know these things. How do you know the secrets of the great emperors? Yi Fan asked. I'm knowledgeable. From the ancient times to the eternal future, there's nothing I don't know. The large black dog tilted his head, looking somewhere else. It's so dreamy. Tu Fei sighed, finding it unbelievable. He came from the absolute beginning ancient mind. You should know that this forbidden land has existed since time immemorial. From the ancient times until now, how many peerless geniuses have appeared in this world, but no one could do anything to them. However, an unparalleled elite came out, and Hangyu Heavenly Emperor killed him. The might of the great emperor is unpredictable. This was indeed a shocking thing. If it wasn't recorded in the historical records, it was hard to believe it. Did nothing happen in the absolute beginning ancient mind? If an unparalleled existence was killed, there should be some reaction, right? Yi Fan asked. This isn't something the later generations could know. Even the sages of that era couldn't guess it. The large black dog shook his head. There must be some inference. Did anything special happen after that? Yi Fan felt that there should be some clues. After that, Hangyu Heavenly Emperor never took a step in the area of 500,000 miles around the absolute beginning forbidden land. So? Tu Fei was shocked. Even the great emperor had scruples. The large black dog thought for a moment, then said, there's another legend. After that battle, Hangyu Heavenly Emperor established his orthodoxy, went directly to the middle state, and never came back. What is in the absolute beginning ancient mind? Something that even the great emperor is so afraid of. Yi Fan was frightened. The third legend is that after the battle, Hangyu Heavenly Emperor came to the absolute beginning forbidden land alone and sent a message to the absolute beginning ancient mind to make a deal with someone. Then, in less than 10 years, he created the Jiang family of the remote antiquity and then disappeared completely. What's the truth? Tu Fei and Yi Fan were suspicious. They couldn't understand it. It was too long ago. Even legends couldn't be found, not to mention research and restore the truth. The large black dog sighed. In the past, the great emperors all did great things that shook the world. Their unparalleled talents weren't something people could guess. The later generations wrote books, but they only recorded some superficial things. No one really understood them. Huh? Did we get out? There are giant rocks in the distance. Tu Fei shouted. On the horizon of the desert, there were 2 giant rocks. There. Silhouettes were faintly discernible. Finally, we can see something else. I was afraid that I would be trapped here for more than 100 years. The large black dog was still scared of what he had experienced in the past. 2 people and a dog dashed forward. They didn't want to stay in this scorching desert for even a second longer. They wanted to leave a long trail on the ground. It's a black metal block. They were all taken aback when they came close. The 2 metal blocks were around 5 or 6 meters long. They were jet black with a dim halo. The cold air blew over. Even under the scorching sunlight of the noon sun, people still felt cold. The black metal block was full of bumps and hollows. It looked like someone had hit it with a palm. How could there be such a metal block? Tu Fei was surprised. At the same time, Yi Fan found that this desert was different from the other places. It was as red as blood with a cold air. The large black dog said, "This red desert should be dyed red by the blood of the existence that could be compared to the great emperor. Even after more than 100,000 years, the color hasn't changed. If so, the metal block is." Tufei was surprised. Right. It's possible that after that person's weapon was broken by Great Emperor Hengyu, these two pieces fell here. The large black dog's eyes were filled with heat. He dashed forward quickly. Dang, he hit it hard, but the black metal block didn't move a bit. It vibrated like the sound of a huge bell. "It's definitely a broken piece of that person's weapon," the large black dog shouted. Tufei also walked forward and hit it hard. His hands were numb, but he couldn't leave a mark on it. "It can't be compared to the holy treasure of the great emperor, but it's definitely a top-grade material for forging tools," the large black dog said. They didn't know what the black metal block was. Even if the Black Emperor was knowledgeable, he couldn't recognize it. However, one thing was for sure. This material was very precious, and its hardness was astounding. I guess even the great sage lords wouldn't ignore it if they saw it. Tufei and the large black dog walked forward. One man and one dog moved at the same time, each taking a piece. Boom, the sky shook and the earth shook. The moment the black metal block was taken, the void shook, and the scenery changed greatly. The golden desert shattered like glass. The sea of sand in front of them disappeared, and the faint silhouette of a mountain appeared on the horizon. "This is..." They were all shocked. "I understand now," the large black dog said. "As expected, it's the Tao patterns on the shattered weapon fragments that are affecting the desert. We've put them away, and this corner of the desert has returned to normal. Presumably, the entire desert is like this as well." This was a pleasant surprise. The Black Emperor and Tufei had obtained rare materials and broken out of their predicament. They walked out of the desert. After walking for a dozen miles, they completely left the vast desert and came to the edge of the oasis. It was late autumn, and most of the trees had lost their leaves. Only pine trees, green maple trees, and a few other trees were still green. "What a big fat dog. We're in luck. Tonight, we'll braise black dog meat." In front of them, there were a few figures standing at the edge of the oasis. They were smiling strangely. They wore iron clothes that shone brightly. "You two little bastards, leave behind all the source energies on you and scram." The black dog almost jumped up, but he didn't act up. He ground his teeth. "Who are you?" Two-Face face darkened. As the descendants of a great bandit, this was the first time he was robbed. "You came to the wrong place. Leave your source energies behind and get lost. You don't have the right to ask questions here." These people were very arrogant. They didn't care about the two humans and the dog at all. "Of course, this dog has to stay. We'll have a good meal today." They laughed unscrupulously. Woof. The black dog couldn't hold it in anymore. He pounced and opened his bloody mouth to bite. "This black dog is quite fierce, but it tastes better this way. They say that fierce dogs have delicious meat." One of them was dressed in a suit of silver armor, and he walked up to the large black dog before slamming his hand down onto its head. Clang, this slap was very solid. The black dog didn't even dodge. He had bones of steel, and his physique wasn't any weaker than Yi Fan's. It brandished its large claws, and with a pu sound, this person was slapped over on the spot. A terrifying bloody wound appeared on his body. This dog, the expressions of the people behind him changed. The large dog was clearly more powerful than the average dog spirit. A single swipe of its paw was enough to make a First Firmament Tao Palace cultivator vomit blood. The large black dog had been enraged just then. Now, he had transformed into a streak of black light and was rushing back and forth at the foot of the barren mountain. A pair of large claws waved, and those iron claws were like paper, unable to block at all. With a cautious sound, these people were all pressed to the ground. "You dare to eat me? There's no such person in this world." Two wisps of white smoke rushed out of the large black dog's nostrils. These wisps of white smoke were formed from his fury. The people on the ground had been arrogant at first, but now they all became more obedient. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate, and under the large black dog's sharp teeth, all of them began to wail in agony. "Who are you? How dare you disrespect me?" Yi Fan and Tu Fei didn't need to ask anything as the big black dog was already roaring. He needed to vent his anger. It stepped on their bodies, and every time its huge claws pressed down, they would howl. Under the big black dog's roar, these people confessed everything. They were bandits in this area, and their forces weren't small. Yi Fan instantly laughed and said to Tu Fei, "They are in the same line as you. Don't compare these immoral people to me. The real bandits only rob holy lands. They won't bully the weak." Tu Fei walked forward and kicked them hard. Speaking of which, these people weren't weak. All of them were at the first firmament of the Dao Palace. They were definitely not weak bandits. "Only a few of you?" Tu Fei asked. "We have a village with dozens of people. It's on the mountain in front of us." Under the large black dog's claws, these people confessed everything. They had come to the back of the mountain to bury Source and had coincidentally met Tu Fei's group. Yi Fan instantly laughed. Tu Fei had helped him borrow 25,000 kilograms of Source, and then he had robbed 57,000 kilograms from Duanda. In total, he had more than 80,000 kilograms. He still needed 10,000 kilograms to fill 3 cubes. Although he had a divine source, he couldn't estimate how much pure source it was compared to. "Dig out all of your source. You." These strong bandits were angry, but they didn't dare to disobey. At the edge of the desert, they dug out a dozen boxes of source. When they opened these wooden boxes, they were all colorful and sparkling. There were at least 500 kilograms of source. "You guys are really good, comparable to a small sect. How many people have you robbed?" Yi Fan sneered. Without hesitation, he swept away the 500 kilograms of source with his big sleeves. "Leave half for us. Otherwise, we will be punished." The few of them cried, full of regret. "You still have to hand it in?" Yi Fan was surprised. This time, he personally interrogated them, using his strong divine consciousness to suppress them and get everything he wanted to know. This province was called Anzhou, but it wasn't peaceful at all. It was a huge area, more than 8,000 miles wide. There were many bandits, and there were 5 famous groups. The few people in front of him were under one of these bandits. Within a certain period of time, they had to hand in a certain amount of source. After Yi Fan used his soul consciousness to look through their memories, he pointed several times and ended their lives. "These people should be killed. Their hands are stained with blood. They are a bunch of scum. They even kill mortals." To the bandits of Anzhou, this late autumn was a little cold. Within 8,000 miles, many bandits were robbed, and many leaders were killed. In this season, when the last yellow leaves fell, and province's roving bandits underwent a great purge, even 3 of the 5 most famous groups wiped out. For half a month, Yi Fan carried the god-striking whip and swept through Anzhou, robbing all the bandits. To avoid being exposed, Black Emperor didn't show up. Tu Fei occasionally helped him. Late at night, bonfires flickered. This mountain range was filled with the stench of blood. This stronghold was huge. It was the 4th stronghold of the 5 big bandit strongholds in Anzhou. In the stronghold, there were a total of 6 powerhouses at the 4th firmament of the Dao Palace holding down the fort. They were the toughest group of roving bandits. Yi Fan experienced a great battle and finally managed to kill them all. The yellow leaves on the ground rustled in the autumn wind, and the bonfire crackled. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and blood stained the ground red. Yi Fan didn't think that he would have such a big harvest this time. After he had purged all the big and small bandits within 8,000 miles, he had collected more than 20,000 pounds of source. Late at night, the bonfires flickered. The goat legs on the wooden rack were grilled until they were golden and glossy. Next to them were several bottles of wine that exuded a tempting fragrance. After dealing with the last group of bandits, Yi Fan and Tu Fei sat on the mountain, facing the moon and drinking. The Black Emperor was wolfing down the food. Of the 4 goats, 3.5 were in his stomach. "This time, I killed someone from the same profession as you." Yi Fan smiled. "Don't compare them to me. I've never robbed ordinary people. I've never done anything evil," refuted Tu Fei. "Those bandits had robbed many oases. They had accumulated a lot, which was beyond Yifan's estimation. Now, he had collected 100,000 pounds of source. Even if he didn't count the divine origin, it was enough. After purging the bandits in this oasis, even Tufei was surprised that he had collected so much source. Yifan took a bite of the tender yellow goat leg, drank a mouthful of wine, and said, according to this calculation, if I loot the bandits of the various oases one by one, even if it's 5 million kilograms of origin source, I can still gather it. Tufei shook his head. You're too optimistic. This oasis is special. I can feel that someone supports it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have so many bandits and source. There's only one group of bandits left. However, I don't want to touch them now. I need to cultivate in seclusion. I've collected 100,000 pounds of source. I can't linger. Yifan drank the last mouthful of wine and threw the cup into the bonfire. I'm going to disappear for half a month. Tufei nodded. You should cultivate in seclusion. I'll protect you. Anyway, you have to leave this place and find another place. I'm sure someone will support those bandits in case something unexpected happens. Kid, I still have a part of the 100,000 pounds of source. The big black dog lifted his giant head. You greedy dog. When you stole the god-beating whip, you gave it up. If you want it, this prefecture has one last famous place for bandits. When I get out of seclusion, I'll take you there to get the source. That day, Yifan started to cultivate in seclusion. He chose a place deep inside a mountain range. He put the 100,000 pounds of source into the cauldron. Then, he walked into the cauldron. He thought that the saint body needed a massive amount of essence chi to break through at once. If it was too scattered, it wouldn't work. Thus, he put it in the cauldron. Besides, the Black Emperor carved a Tao pattern for him. The jade stones around sparkled, changing the sky and earth and gathering the essence chi from everywhere. In the depths of the mountain range, withered leaves were everywhere. The autumn wind was like a knife, cutting down the grass, cutting off the lush green and withering vitality. For half a month, mysterious Tao sounds reverberated in this mountain range, as if someone was chanting the supreme scripture of the Great Path. The essence chi from everywhere gathered like water, making the essence chi in this place like water. Many withered flowers and grasses broke out of the soil again. Endless vitality was restored. It was a miracle. The essence chi was so dense that it made the plants bloom again. They sprouted and bloomed again. The ancient cauldron was misty. Endless origin chi flowed and overflowed. 100,000 pounds of source was refined at the same time. What did it mean? One could clearly see the multicolored light inside the cauldron. Auspicious clouds were dazzling, and Yifan was completely submerged. The West Emperor scripture was indeed worthy of being called a supreme scripture. It effectively guided the rich Genesis chi into his body like a tide. Inside the Tao Palace, the 5 great divine treasures shook at the same time. The passing self and the Tao self seemed to really exist. They moved heaven and earth and comprehended the nature of the Great Path. Chanting for the me of this life, existing with heaven and earth, making a wish for the me of the present, connected with the life master, immortal in the present. Regardless of whether it was the me of the past or the me of the present, at this moment, they were all moving the world of the Great Path, transforming themselves. The sonorous voice of the Great Path resounded through the mountain range. It was as if someone was chanting the supreme scripture and explaining the wonderful principles of the Great Path. However, it was difficult to truly distinguish the sound and understand the meaning. It was like the ancient emperors were chanting, or like the ancestors of ancient times worshipping the supreme saint king. Around the cauldron, withered trees sprouted, old vines turned green, and tender grasses broke out of the soil. Vigorous vitality reappeared. The smell of the soil was mixed with the fragrance of flowers and grasses. The plants welcomed spring and grew again in the bleak autumn. The flowers were dyed with color again. This was a new world. Life was growing. Tender green was tinged with yellow. Flower buds swayed. Everything was full of hope. In the distance, Tufei was shocked. He said, "The chanting of scriptures in the Tao Palace is like the supreme Great Path. It can actually spread out and blend with the essence chi, giving the plants new life. This is really shocking." The large black dog was also watching and said, even in the ancient times, there weren't many people like this. To be able to do this at this cultivation level, the sacred body of the ancients is really not simple. On the 18th day, Yifan took out the grain of divine source. Because he was about to finish refining the 50,000 kilograms of divine source, he still hadn't advanced to the fourth heaven of the Tao Palace. He didn't want any accidents to happen and ruin all his efforts. Divine source was formed from the essence Qi at the beginning of heaven and earth. It was the most original essence, although it was only one grain. The moment it was refined, a divine light shot into the sky. It was golden and dazzling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Swoosh, immediately afterward, the golden divine light flashed and disappeared, returning to the cauldron. The most original essence of the world rushed into the palace of the holy Ji, making Yifan's entire body shine. He was like a god that had existed for eternity. In the Tao Palace, the sonorous sound of the great path became even louder, covering the entire mountain range. Many plants were in spring, and endless vitality appeared. It was as if there really were ancient emperors discussing the great path and chanting the supreme ancient scriptures. It was also as if a saint king had descended. Countless ancient ancestors were praying with great sincerity. Around the cauldron, plants flourished and sprouted leaves. It was full of vitality. This was a pure land full of life and hope. The chanting echoed through the depths of the mountains. Chanting and praying rose and fell. It was as if they had really returned to the primordial era and the great emperors were discussing Tao. On the 21st day, the cauldron was misty. Although the chanting of the great path was still ringing, it was very different. There seemed to be an indescribable feeling in the mountains. Tu Fei and the big black dog looked up. All they could see was lush greenery. It was as if summer had arrived. The vines and plants were flourishing to the extreme. Above the cauldron of all things, Yifan sat cross-legged. He had already appeared. This seclusion was about to end. Whoosh, he opened his eyes. Divine light rushed out like a real dragon, more dazzling than lightning. But in the next moment, he calmed down and landed on the ground. He blended into the surrounding scenery as if he had become one with the plants. The chanting stopped, and the cauldron grew to a meter tall, hovering above his head. Yifan carried the god-striking whip on his back and stood there quietly, looking peaceful and natural. There was no frightening aura or elegant temperament. There was only reality. He was like a very radiant young man standing there, no more than 15 or 16 years old. He couldn't sense how powerful he was. He didn't seem like a cultivator, but more like an ordinary mortal with a body of flesh and blood. There was an aura of simplicity to him. I've finally come out of seclusion and entered the fourth heaven of the Doctrine Palace. I'm not far from the consummate level, Tu Fei said with a smile. The big black dog came over and circled around him. He was actually drooling and said, I heard that once the sacred body of the ancients is accomplished, the blood will be different. It's a divine substance for refining medicine. Kid, why don't you give me some of your blood? Tu Fei glanced at him and said, all right, stop talking. Prepare the chamber pot tonight and put it in Yifan's room. Go get the holy liquid tomorrow. It'll be more effective there. Woof. The battle between the man and the dog began. The man and the dog were fighting each other half of the time. Stop fighting, Yifan advised. This time, he had finally entered the fourth heaven of the Tao Palace. Just as he had expected, he had successfully cultivated the divine treasure of the spleen. The 5 elements were of the earth attribute, and he was in the 5 elements inverse Tao Cultivation Palace. The divine treasure of the spleen was in charge of the circulation and transformation of blood essence. It was the source of qi and blood, nourishing the internal organs and bones, and was the foundation of the postnatal realm. This divine treasury was extremely important. Many things needed after birth could be reborn through it. Yifan felt his qi and blood become more vigorous. The strength of his corporeal body had reached a terrifying level. Right now, he was not afraid of swords and weapons. He could withstand any Dharma treasures and weapons with his body and shatter them with a single punch. Unless it was a weapon with a powerful background, it was useless against him. Tu Fei tried to use some treasures. However, the pair of gold fists smashed all of them into powder. Nothing was left. I think that if I fight you with my body, it will be a tragedy. I can only attack from a distance. Tu-Fei concluded. This time, Yifan refined 50,000 kilograms of origin source and a divine source, which exceeded his expectations. However, the effects were obvious. He did not need to test it to know how terrifying his power was. This feeling is really good. Yifan's team didn't leave Anzhou. 2 days later, they arrived at a cliff. This was the last group of the 5 big roving bandits. Rocky cliffs were everywhere. Stone forests were everywhere. This place was tranquil. There was a majestic main peak in this rocky area. It was the residence of the 5th bandit group. Shadows were flashing on the peak. The scale of the stronghold wasn't small. Stars twinkled in the sky. The night wind blew through the rocky cliffs, making humming sounds. Yifan and Tu-Fei climbed the main peak in the dark. Outside the stone stronghold, 2 big flags were fluttering. Some cultivators were hugging wine jars and drinking. They didn't notice that someone was approaching them. Yifan's team didn't take action. They quietly entered the stronghold and wanted to kill the bandit leader. Flames were sparkling on the mountain. The stronghold was bustling with people. Many people were drinking and drinking. The aroma of the wine spread far. Many people were surrounding the bonfires. At the same time, they heard drumming music. These people looked natural and unrestrained as they were drinking and having fun. In the air, a few young girls were dancing. They looked very ethereal under the moonlight, like fairies from the moon palace dancing gracefully in the air. Heavenly music echoed. It was really peaceful. This stronghold isn't simple. Letting the female cultivators sing and dance is really extravagant. Yifan carried the god-beating whip on his back, walking in big strides. Tu-Fei stood next to him. Blackie was waiting outside, but he didn't show himself. You have big guts. However, at this moment, someone shouted coldly by the bonfire in front of him. You don't know how to live or die. You show yourself again. It's worth waiting for you for more than 20 days. A group of people walked out from the inner stronghold in a single file. There were even more people who stood up from the bonfire and quickly surrounded the area. Yifan's real face was shrouded in mist. He didn't use the sky and earth-changing great technique. He stood side by side with Tu-Fei. You two have robbed all the bandits in Anzhou? This middle-aged man was around 35 or 36 years old. He looked at them with a dark face. Tu-Fei was startled. This was a cultivator of the 4 extreme secret territories, not weaker than him. He immediately said, "They've killed many people. They deserve it. Did you help them? You've ruined our master's plan. Even if we skin you alive, you won't be able to atone for it," said the middle-aged man with a dark face. As Tu-Fei was a descendant of Deco, he would never lower his voice. He shouted, "Who are you? You talk big. Nobody dares to touch my people in the northern region." The middle-aged man grinned fiendishly. You've scattered the bandits in Anzhou. You want to show off? You think we don't dare to skin you alive? Chenda, don't be rude. This is the grandson of Tu Tian's 7th master. Hurry up and apologize. At this moment, a feminine voice came. From the stronghold, 2 cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace's secret territories carried a soft chair. More than a dozen hotshots followed them, protecting them. They approached the stronghold quickly. On the soft chair was a feminine young man. He reclined on it, holding a glass of wine and swirling it. 4 young girls served him on both sides. One of them used a white silk handkerchief to wipe the wine stain on the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, lacking masculinity. He waved his hand, asking the 4 girls to step back. He then threw the glass aside. Brother Tu, how have you been? The feminine young man greeted him casually. It's you, Su Yuan. Tu-Fei was startled, his face grimaced. Who is he? Yifan asked discreetly. He's a scum we shouldn't mess with. He's the grandson of the 3rd bandit, Su Tianxiong. He's favored, but he's bad from head to toe. He's not a good person. He's never done anything good. This was Tu-Fei's evaluation. Is he strong? Asked Yifan. Tu Fei said, he's not strong. I think he's still at the fifth sky of the Holy Ji Palace. However, his grandfather is really strong. He's the third bandit, Su Tianxiong. He's ranked above the Green Flood Dragon King. Who dares to provoke him? Besides, his older brother, Su Heng, is the #1 hotshot among the descendants of the 13 great bandits. He can suppress Wu Zhongtian. This kid isn't afraid of anything. He's done too many bad things. He even touched the women of the other bandits' descendants. Yi Fan frowned. This man was a typical villain. It wasn't easy to deal with him. He had forces and connections. Tu Fei said, if we can avoid it, we shouldn't have a conflict with him. This scum holds grudges. He can do anything. Brother Tu, do you have a prejudice against me? Why don't you greet me when we meet today? Su Yuan reclined on the soft chair, asking coldly. Although Tu Fei didn't have a good impression of him, he had to answer, why would I? I'm just a little surprised. I didn't expect to see you here. Harumph. Su Yuan snorted, sitting up from the soft chair. He glared at Tu Fei and said, you're in a good mood. You came to Anzhou and killed all my subordinates. Tu Fei said, it's a misunderstanding. I saw them burn, kill, and loot. They've done many bad things. No matter what, I would have never thought that they were your subordinates. Are you blaming me? Su Yuan's eyes were malicious, raking through Tu Fei and Yi Fan. He waved his hand and a young girl poured him a glass of good wine. She gently brought it to him. The 13 great bandits have their principles. As their descendants, we shouldn't act like that, said Tu Fei. Pa. Su Yuan threw the jade glass in his hand on the ground, his face dark and gloomy. You meddle too much. Don't think that I don't dare to kill you since we're both descendants of the great bandits. You. Tu Fei was enraged. He was about to turn hostile. His competence was much higher than Su Yuan's. 4 silhouettes flew over, standing in front of Su Yuan to stop Tu Fei. Their murderous auras diffused everywhere. You guys step back, Su Yuan sighed. Su Yuan sighed and said, forget it, I'm a little hot-tempered. We're both descendants of great bandits. Even if you've killed so many of my subordinates, even if you've destroyed the foundation of my Anzhou province, I'll still endure it. Who asked us to be friends? Tu Fei was bewildered. This bastard was notorious. He held grudges and was ruthless. How could he be generous like that? However, Tu Fei soon knew the other's plan. Su Yuan's slender jade-like fingers gently tapped the soft chair. His voice was soft and sinister. We're friends. I won't mind it. However, I won't spare this man. He gazed at Yi Fan. Su Yuan, you're retreating to advance. I think you know who he is, right? Tu Fei darkened his face. The other wanted to rob the holy treasure. Su Yuan beamed a faint smile. I don't care who he is. I only know that he has killed many of my men. Today, I must subdue him. Yi Fan understood that the other had guessed his identity from Tu Fei. He wanted to rob him. Yi Fan revealed his real face. What do you want? What do I want? You've killed so many of my men. Of course, I have to take your life. Su Yuan smiled sinisterly. Tu Fei stepped forward and said, this is my friend. If you want to kill him, you should count me in as well. Tu Fei, don't force me. Friends are friends. He has destroyed the foundation of my Anzhou prefecture. Today, I have to subdue him. Su Yuan didn't look friendly. What if I don't agree? Asked Tu Fei in a low voice. Then I have to apologize to you. If I bring you to Master Tu Tian 7, I must take this man with me. Su Yuan smiled and drank another glass of wine. Then, I have to fight you, said Ru Fei coldly. I don't want my brothers to kill each other. How about this? I will compromise one more step. Su Yuan leaned on the soft chair and said, ask him to apologize to me. Of course, he must show his sincerity. How can I show my sincerity? Asked Tu Fei. Next to him, the cultivator at the 4 extreme secret territories, whose name was Chen De, stepped forward. Of course, he has to kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, he would be a joke. Yeah, he should show his sincerity, Su Yuan smiled faintly. Doesn't he have the myriad qi? He has robbed our origin. We should just give him the cauldron. Another cultivator stepped forward. He had also entered the four extreme secret territories. All right. Su Yuan leaned on the rattan chair and said faintly, let him kowtow to me and give me the myriad qi cauldron. Then, I will spare his life and let him go. You're going too far. Tu Fei was enraged. Are you sure you can defeat me? Yi Fan was calm. He beamed a cold smile as he strode forward. Is the four extreme secret territories that great? He strode forward, shaking the entire mountain. Everyone knew that Yi Fan was a cultivator of the Holy Palace secret realm and could not enter the four-level secret realms. But at this moment, everyone moved in unison. Both Su Yuan and the people around him had their glabella flicker, and a magical item appeared to block the sea of consciousness. In the northern region, many cultivators already knew that Yi Fan's consciousness was extremely powerful. Few of his peers could match him, so they had to protect their consciousness when they saw him. Although the sacred body of the ancients did not show the supreme charm of the ancient times and could not shake the world, he still had a certain reputation among the younger generation, and his consciousness was feared. Next to Su Yuan, a cultivator of the four-level secret realm mocked, what a big tone. You don't take the cultivators of the four-level secret realm seriously at all. Unfortunately, you will never be able to step into this realm. Yi Fan looked calm and ignored him. He said to Su Yuan, I don't want to have a conflict with you, but if you force me, blood will flow on this mountain today. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to my young master like this? Kneel to the side and I'll deal with you later. Chen De shouted coldly. Kneel and offer the cauldron. Kneel to the side. How dare a small cultivator of the Holy Palace secret realm speak such nonsense? Kneel and wait for your punishment. The people around Su Yuan shouted loudly. Su Yuan put down his wine cup, wiped his mouth with a white handkerchief, and said in a soft voice, I've given you a chance. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. Kneel here and offer the cauldron, and I'll let you go. A man has gold under his flag. Su Yuan, you're deliberately forcing us. You have no intention of stopping. Tu Fei shouted coldly. Su Yuan smiled indifferently and threw the white silk scarf on the ground. He said calmly, how could that be? I said that as long as he offers up the cauldron and kneels down to apologize, everything can be forgiven. Boom, the ancient cauldron hovered above Yi Fan's head. The source qi of all things fell, and strands of it protected his body. He held the god-beating whip in his hand and stood in the middle of the field. How dare you attack in front of the cultivators of the four-level secret realm? You won't have a chance even if you kneel on the ground. Chen De was the first to attack. He arrived in front of Yi Fan with a single step, creating a gigantic hand made of energy that grabbed towards Yi Fan. The earthen yellow hand covered the sky. This was the power of a cultivator from the four extreme secret realms. Raising his hand was like a dragon, causing the void to tremble. His target was the myriad qi cauldron. He wanted to take it away directly. Do you think you're the golden-winged little Pun King? Yi Fan sneered, not afraid at all. With the myriad energy cauldron above his head, he rushed forward. His left hand clenched into a golden fist, directly causing the void to collapse. He swung it towards the sky, and with a pu, the sound of something shattering could be heard. That large hand was actually shattered by Yi Fan's fist. Energy surged, rushing in all directions, sweeping many mountain rocks into the sky. The giant energy hand was blocked by the sacred body of the ancients, which was beyond his expectations. How strong was his opponent's physical body? Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan's physical body was so terrifying that he could fight against the cultivators of the four-level secret realm with his bare hands. It doesn't matter. His physical strength is his advantage, but who would compete with him in terms of physical strength? Just kill him from afar, another cultivator of the four-level secret realm said. Chen De sneered and said, that's right. How can the cultivation of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm compare to the four-level secret realm? Today, I will beat you until you kneel and make you hand over the cauldron with both hands. Yi Fan was indeed fearless. In the past, when he was at the third firmament of the Tao Palace, he could suppress a fourth firmament expert. Even if he faced a fifth firmament Tao Palace cultivator, he would still be wary, but it was not as if he could not fight them. Now that he had refined 100,000 kilograms of source qi and advanced to the fourth level of the Holy Ji Palace, his divine power was like the sea. It was boiling, and there was no doubt that he could defeat a fifth-level cultivator. Moreover, he could also fight against someone at the first level of the 4 levels. Yes, he had such a feeling. Every time the sacred body of the ancients advanced to the next level, it would become much stronger. Now that he had revealed the 9 secrets, he could definitely fight against someone at the first level of the 4 levels. He had the confidence to win. The sky was dazzling. Chenda appeared in the sky while riding a blood-colored lightning bolt, striking at Yifan. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts intertwined to form a dense electric net that shook the sky and earth. However, the cauldron on top of Yifan's head flowed with the color of black and yellow, blocking all the lightning outside. It could not hurt him at all. So that's all the cultivators of the 4-level secret realm are? Is that what you're proud of? Yifan taunted. Chenda's expression was not very good. As a cultivator of the 4-level secret realm, if he could not suppress a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm, where would he put his face? He opened his mouth and spat out a brilliance. It was a huge golden net that covered the sky and fell toward Yifan. Huh! At that moment, Yifan let out a soft cry and a divine light rushed out of his mouth. It turned into a scroll that was filled with patterns of the Great Path. This is the supreme secret technique of the Ji family, innate Taishu Qi? Many people were shocked. This was the innate origin essence that was refined from the void. When it was spat out by Yifan using the Battle Saint technique, it had a different charm and was equally powerful. Boom, the void trembled. The innate Taishu Qi was like a Taoist diagram that was filled with misty brilliance as it hit the huge golden net. Crack! The soft yet tough treasure was penetrated at that moment. The innate Taishu Qi was invincible, and there was nothing it could not break. The Taoist diagram rushed through. The huge golden net immediately dimmed and was no longer a treasure. It was like a broken fishing net, and all the essence was scattered by the Taoist diagram. Chenda's expression was gloomy. He was embarrassed to be defeated by a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. Dang, with a long rumble, Chenda took out a silver bell that shook the heavens and the earth. The entire mountain was shaking, and the dazzling light rushed into the night sky. However, Yifan was very calm. The pressure in the sky was very strong, but he was not afraid and stood alone in the field. The silver bell rang through the mountains and rivers. The stone cliffs in the distance made cracking sounds, and many large rocks rolled down. This was the power of the cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms. The bell above Chenda's head vibrated, and silver ripples turned into terrifying sharp blades that slashed downwards. Dang, dang, the cauldron made from the chi of all creation was hit until it trembled, and it was under great pressure. The bell waves were like the ocean, and they turned into tens of thousands of layers. Under the attacks of the cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms, Yifan was shaking, but he did not show any signs of losing. On the contrary, he rose into the air and took the initiative to attack. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? Chenda had absolute confidence that the cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms would use all their treasures to fight against the cultivators from the Taoist Palace secret realm. The silver bell rumbled, and it suddenly fell down, pressing down on Yifan. This bell was really extraordinary. Its entire body was crystal clear, and silver light shot out in all directions, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Yifan did not dodge at all, and he was still rushing up. The chi of all creation cauldron above his head descended, and in his hand there was a god-beating whip. It was simple and unadorned, but when it was swung, it caused the void to collapse, and it was as heavy as a mountain. Dang, the blow from the god-beating whip caused the bell to ring loudly, and everyone on the mountain peak had their ears ringing. They could almost hear nothing. Chenda's body trembled, and he felt as if his divine sense had been hit, but he did not think too much about it. Dang, Yifan held the god-beating whip in his hand, and he swung it down again, striking on the silver bell. His strength was immense, and the whip was incomparably hard. Even though the silver bell was extraordinary, cracks appeared on it. Chenda's body suddenly shook, and his divine sense stung. The divine sense that was placed in the bell felt as if it had been slapped. He wanted to control the bell to retreat, but it was too late. Dang, when Yifan swung the god-beating whip for the third time, the silver bell could no longer withstand it. It first made a loud sound, and then with a crack, it was smashed in the air. Hundreds of pieces of the bell turned into a meteor shower, splashing in the night sky, rushing in all directions. Ah! Chinda screamed, and his hand touched the space between his eyebrows. The god-beating whip specialized in hitting people's divine sense. Just now, Chinda's divine sense was smashed into pieces, and it gave him a splitting headache. Yifan's speed was extremely fast. He used the footwork of Crazy Ol, and in a flash, he rushed past, swung the god-beating whip, and smashed it down. Crack! Chinda's head split open, and red blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. His divine sense was completely destroyed, and his dead body fell to the ground. Below, everyone was like clay sculptures. They could not believe that all this was real. A cultivator from the holy realm of the Doctrine Palace had killed a cultivator from the 4-level secret realms. How is this possible? The sacred body of the ancients is invincible among those of the same level, but he hasn't cultivated a vision yet. How can he cross the secret realm and kill his opponent? Many people on Su Yuan's side were shocked, and they could not accept this result. Only Tu Fei understood what was going on. Chen De and Yifan were fighting. If he did not use his divine sense to control the treasure, he would not have been killed like this. Unfortunately, he encountered Yifan with the god-beating whip. This was destined to be a tragedy. The whip was indestructible, and it specialized in hitting people's divine sense. If one did not understand it, they would be restrained. I wonder if this is the god-beating whip from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Yifan muttered to himself. The ancient wooden whip in his hand was full of the aura of time. Not only was it heavy in his hand, but it was also heavy in his heart. I wonder where those people in the past have gone. Yifan asked himself. He quickly came to his senses and landed on the ground. With a cauldron of myriad qi above his head and the ancient god-beating whip in his hand, he strode forward and approached Su Yuan and the others. I said, if you force me, this mountain is destined to be filled with blood and corpses. 3 cultivators from the 4-level secret realms came forward together, and the mountain suddenly shook. One of them said, even if you kneel on the ground right now and offer the cauldron of myriad qi with both hands, you will not have a chance to live. You go too. You must take his head. I don't want any accidents to happen. Su Yuan leaned back on the soft chair and let another cultivator from the 4-level secret realms come forward. A total of 4 cultivators from the 4-level secret realms stood in front of Yifan, and all of them took out their most powerful magic weapons. Under the night sky, the lights shone brightly. The divine power of these people was monstrous. After all, they were from the 4-level secret realms. Their bodies were bright and intimidating. In addition to their powerful magic weapons, the aura that they released was so powerful that even Yifan was pushed back. It seems that he is only SOSO. How did Chinda kill him so easily just now? Su Yuan revealed a doubtful look. However, at this moment, he was completely relaxed because he could already see that the 4 cultivators from the 4-level secret realms could easily suppress Yifan. He was far from being a match for them. Spare his life. He has secrets that I want to know. The 4 experts nodded and surrounded Yifan. Their murderous aura filled the air and shook the mountain. You forced me to do this. Yifan's voice was extremely cold. Even if they were the descendants of a great bandit, he did not care. Su Yuan drank a cup of wine and took the silk handkerchief handed over by the girl next to him. He wiped his mouth and said in a feminine voice, I gave you a chance, but you did not take it. You sissy, you want me to kneel to you, and you want to offer me a cauldron. Let's see how you will kneel in a while. Yifan directly attacked. The myriad qi cauldron was hazy, and the yellow light fell down, protecting him inside. He held the god-beating whip in his hand and faced the 4 experts alone. The 4 experts each took out a golden cauldron, a purple lightning hammer, a silver 8 trigrams mirror, and a red copper lamp. The 4 secret treasures were all extraordinary, and they pressed down on Yifan. The void trembled, and all the spiritual qi in the sky was sucked dry. It gathered on the 4 divine items, trying to crush Yifan's flesh and bones. The 4 weapons all blossomed with auspicious colors and divine clouds. They were as heavy as mountains, and they crushed down on Yifan. The 4 people stepped forward at the same time and pressed down together. The mountain peak trembled violently, and under their might, the boulders on the cliff rumbled and rolled down the mountain. At this moment, Yifan mobilized all the spiritual chi in his body, and the secret of all of the 9 secrets was activated. He swung the god-beating whip in all directions. Pa-cha, 4 consecutive sounds were very straightforward. The golden cauldron and the red copper lamp were all smashed. The god-beating whip specialized in attacking one's consciousness. The moment the purple lightning hammer and the silver 8 trigrams mirror were smashed, the 4 people all screamed, and blood flowed out from between their eyebrows. Pft! Pft! Yifan swung the god-beating whip and smashed 2 of them into pieces. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed, and it was impossible for their consciousness to be preserved under this whip. Yifan did not kill the other 2. He rushed past them and came in front of Su Yuan, raising the whip to strike. Su Yuan never expected such an outcome. It was completely illogical. How could the 4 experts be defeated? Clang! A golden divine pagoda appeared in front of him. This was a treasure personally refined by the 3rd great bandit, Su Tianxiong. Its might was unimaginable and extremely extraordinary. Su Tianxiong favored this young grandson, so he naturally gave him powerful treasures for self-defense. The golden divine pagoda shot out a dazzling light that enveloped Su Yuan and protected his body. The golden pagoda floated in the air, blocking Yifan. However, Su Yuan's cultivation was only at the 5th firmament of the Dao Palace. How could he withstand the present Yifan? His divine power was like the sea, inexhaustible. Clang! Yifan lashed out with the whip, sending the golden divine pagoda flying. The impact caused Su Yuan's face to turn pale. His consciousness felt like it was being torn apart as he screamed. Yifan grabbed him by the collar. After reaching the 4th firmament of the Dao Palace, he had the confidence that he could easily suppress a 5th firmament expert. You want me to kneel at your feet? I think you should be the one kneeling. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron floated above his head and the god-beating whip in his hand. His divine might was awe-inspiring, like an ancient god of war had reappeared in the world. Su Yuan was not weak. He was only 19 years old, but he was already at the 5th level of the Holy Ji Palace. He was quite extraordinary for his age. Divine light surrounded his body as he fought back with all his might. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yifan. Against the sacred body of the ancients, all of his efforts were futile. He could not break free or fight back at all. The huge golden hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up like a pair of pliers. Yifan carried him with one hand and held the god-beating whip in the other. He rushed back to the original battlefield like a ghost, intending to kill the other 2 cultivators of the 4 extremities. Su Yuan's face was pale as he struggled with all his might. He cut off Yifan's arm with the golden void-splitting hand. His palms shone with a green light that was comparable to divine jade. Clang! Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not even hurt Yifan's skin. On the contrary, his hands hurt, and his jade-like green fingers were dripping with blood. Save your strength. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. He grabbed him by the collar with one hand and clamped him in the air like a chicken. Put him down. Do you know who he is? Acting so viciously will bring you a great calamity. A cultivator of the 4 extremities secret realms put up a strong front. He could only use his status to intimidate him. It was too disappointing to fight. Just now, the 4 of them attacked together, and 2 of them were killed. Yifan sneered, I even dared to burn the supreme elder of the Ji family to death, let alone you guys. He rushed over with large strides and swung the god-beating whip. With the weight of Mount Tai, he smashed it down. The cultivator of the 4 extremities secret realms was shocked. He formed the Qilin seal with both hands. Dark light shone in front of him, and a black Qilin appeared, roaring and rushing over. Pfft! Yifan shook the cauldron, and a wisp of source chi rushed out like a chaotic sword aura. It was extremely sharp, and it split the black Qilin in half. Boom! The cultivator of the four extremities secret realms shook all 10 of his fingers, shooting beams of dazzling divine light toward Yi Fan. The void trembled. Boom, Tu Fei took action. He didn't want to stay out of this. The imitation of the ancient sky-swallowing jar was so mighty that it could even make people's souls shiver. This cultivator cried out in alarm. After all, he couldn't compare to the children of the great sage. His body was almost sucked in and fixed in midair. Although the replica of the extreme path weapon was incomplete, and the materials and Dao patterns were far inferior to the original, it was still very terrifying. At this juncture, he had no other choice. He took out all his magical treasures and attacked the ancient sky-devouring jar replica. Light flickered and was exceptionally dazzling under the night sky. He took out more than 10 magic treasures in succession and used all of his strength to strike, causing the void to tremble as he attacked with all his might. Pa-cha pa-cha, Yi Fan strode forward and swung the divine striking whip. One magic treasure after another was broken and the cultivator cried out wretchedly on the spot before falling to the ground. His divine sense was severely injured, and before Yi Fan could kill him, he was already unable to support himself and was rolling around on the ground. Puff! The cauldron above Yi Fan's head released a wisp of mysterious yellow gas and crushed him into powder in an instant, turning him into a pile of bloody mud. His body and soul were completely destroyed. The other cultivator from the four extreme secret realms wasn't so loyal. He had been watching coldly from the side and turned to leave when he saw that the situation wasn't good. Black Emperor, seal the outside for me. Don't let anyone out. Yi Fan sent a telepathic message. Su Yuan was captured by him. If the news got out, the consequences would be very serious. The third greatest bandit, Su Tianxiong, was even more terrifying than the mighty Green Dragon King. In the distance, the black fog filled the sky. The cultivator from the four extreme secret realms and the others who were escaping were all blocked and couldn't rush out. Why run? Didn't you say that you want me to kneel here and offer the myriad chi cauldron? Yi Fan chased with large strides and said, the cauldron is right here. You can come and take it. You dare to touch Su Tianxiong's grandson? Stop now. There's still room for redemption. The cultivator from the four extreme secret realms wasn't very strong-willed. Things have come to this. You still want to redeem yourself? Tu Fei took action. The replica of the ancient heaven-swallowing jar was taken out and a black hole formed in the sky. The simple and unadorned jar had a shocking devouring power. It was like a bottomless pit that could swallow people's souls. This person wasn't Xianxia and couldn't be compared to the son of the great sage. Naturally, he couldn't block the heaven-swallowing devil jar. It was difficult for him to move as if he was trapped in a swamp. You! He screamed in fear. This was because Yi Fan had approached him with the god-beating whip. It was already very difficult for him to resist the heaven-swallowing jar. If he had to face this person who was like an ancient god of war, he would definitely die. Yi Fan's murderous aura was soaring. He didn't want to let him go. The cultivator knew that it was useless to admit defeat. His eyes were ruthless as he said, if you kill us, you won't be able to live either. Su Heng will take action. Su Tianxiong won't admit that his grandson was killed. He opened his mouth and spat out a rain of swords. More than 100 flying swords were crystal clear as if they were forged from stars. They were extremely sharp and flashed with divine light as they pierced towards Yi Fan. Kacha, kacha, everything was in vain. Using divine consciousness to take out weapons to kill Yi Fan was like using paper to extinguish a fire. Yi Fan swung the god-beating whip and broke dozens of flying swords. The cultivator screamed and fell to the ground. His cultivation level was higher than Yi Fan's, but he couldn't stop Yi Fan's attack at all. This made him extremely unwilling, and even if he died, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Pfft! Yi Fan pointed with his finger. A golden light shot out and left a bloody hole on the cultivator's forehead, ending his life. Tu Fei wasn't a pushover either. When he attacked, he didn't hesitate and swept the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar in all directions. Yi Fan stopped. The cultivators of the four extreme secret realms had all been killed by him, and the rest were nothing to be afraid of. He looked down at Su Yuan. At this moment, all 10 of Su Yuan's fingers were broken. Blood flowed, and the green light was shining. It was a little scary. His finger bones seemed to be broken, and he could no longer exert strength. Put me down. I have something to say to you, Su Yuan said in a low voice. Slap. Yi Fan gave him a slap and sneered, you're still putting on airs. You want to tell me that you're Su Qianxiong's grandson? Sorry, I already knew that. You. Su Yuan's face was pale, and he was shaking with anger. But he quickly controlled his emotions and said, I didn't mean that. I just want to talk to you. Maybe we can become friends. There's no need to be enemies. Why didn't you say that just now? Yi Fan gave him another slap and said, just now, who was the one who calmly told me to kneel on the ground and offer the myriad chi cauldron with both hands? We don't get to know each other without fighting. Although we have conflicts, we can still become friends. Su Yuan's voice gradually calmed down. He knew that the person in front of him dared to provoke even the Holy Land. If he still shouted recklessly after falling into his hands, he would definitely be slapped to death. You're right. We don't get to know each other without fighting. We only get to know each other after fighting. Yi Fan threw him to the ground. Su Yuan rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Bang! Yi Fan kicked out like he was kicking a ball, sending Su Yuan flying. In less than 5 steps, he caught up and slapped him to the ground, breaking many of his bones. Puff! Su Yuan vomited blood. He struggled for a while but couldn't get up. He gave an embarrassed smile and said, you've vented your anger. Let's talk. Actually, I don't like the people of the Holy Land. We can cooperate. How could Yi Fan believe him? Two-Fei said that this man was evil from head to toe. He had done all kinds of evil deeds. Moreover, he held grudges the most. Because he had a grandfather that no one dared to provoke and a brother that was invincible among the descendants of the great bandits, he could do anything. Pa! Yi Fan's palm landed on his face, sending him flying. Blood flowed out in a long stream, spitting out from his mouth, falling from the sky. Don't kill him. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Two-Fei came to Shrouding after dealing with the others. 2GE, we've been friends for generations. Su Yuan looked at Two-Fei and shouted. Bang! Yi Fan kicked him into the air and slapped him repeatedly with his golden palm, causing Su Yuan to wail and wail. Even though he was at the 5th level of the Holy Ji Palace, he was unable to withstand the golden palm and fingers of the sacred body of the ancients. In the end, Su Yuan was almost crippled by the golden hands. His voice didn't belong to a human's. Don't hit me. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. Throughout his life, no one had dared to touch even a finger of his. He had always been the one who ate others. Today, he had asked Yi Fan to kneel down and offer his cauldron. The result was tragic. Yi Fan slapped him one more time before stopping. He sat on the soft chair and said, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me and give me all of your origin. Maybe I'll spare your life. Okay, no problem. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. A malicious light flashed in his eyes. As long as he could live, he was willing to do anything. With a flash of brilliance, a pile of origin appeared on the ground. It weighed more than 800 kilograms and was colorful. It was especially dreamy and eye-catching under the night sky. It's just a little bit. At most, it can keep one of your ears intact. Yi Fan's voice was cold. Su Yuan cursed in his heart but didn't show it. He said, although I have origin, I can't carry it all with me. If you want, I can get it for you. Do you want your grandfather to deal with me? Yi Fan sneered. Absolutely not. If you want to live, give me 200,000 kilograms of origin and we'll call it quits. Yi Fan demanded an exorbitant price. You. Su Yuan's vision darkened and he had the urge to vomit blood. I robbed the bandits of the Anzhou and got more than 20,000 kilograms of origin. I don't think you've only managed this state, right? I don't want to listen to your nonsense. If you can't give me origin, I'll kill you. Under Yi Fan's watchful eyes, Su Yuan didn't dare to conceal anything. He was afraid that the other would use his powerful soul consciousness to check his sea of consciousness. If that happened, he would suffer. Indeed, he had supported some other bandits. He could gather around 20,000 kilograms of origin. It was his limit. He didn't have more. Yi Fan searched the entire village and found more than 3,000 kilograms of origin. At this moment, Tu Fei retrieved the gold pagoda and said, "This is the weapon that Su Tianxiong has refined personally. He really loves his grandson. It's worth 30,000 kilograms of origin." This gold pagoda was majestic and sparkling. Not long ago, Yi Fan had used the god-striking whip to whip it away. However, it wasn't damaged. It was as good as new. The materials it was made of were rare and precious. The Tao patterns carved on it were complicated. It was a rare treasure. The five-tiered ancient pagoda had dragon carvings on each level. They were natural and simple, filled with the aura of the Tao. "I'm afraid this ancient pagoda has some background." Yi Fan nodded and then looked at Su Yuan. "You can gather at most 20,000 kilograms of origin. Including this pagoda, it's only around 50,000 kilograms. If you don't have anything else, I have to kill you." Boom. All of a sudden, the gold pagoda shook. A shadow flew out of the fifth level. An old man appeared and said, "Little friend, can you show mercy?" "Grandpa." Su Yuan was surprised and then thrilled. He screamed, "Grandpa, kill them." Su Tianxiong. Tu Fei was startled, staggering backward. "Can you spare my grandson?" Su Tianxiong wore an emotionless face. He was just a wisp of soul consciousness, but when he stood there, he seemed to be in harmony with the great path. "I don't want to have a grudge with your grandson, but he doesn't want to spare me." "You heard him. He wants you to kill us. With his character, he will harm me in the future." Yi Fan hovered above the myriad chi cauldron and held the god-beating whip. "Do you really want to kill my grandson?" The old man was still expressionless as he asked. He emitted an oppressive aura that caused people to feel a chill down their spines. Buzz. All of a sudden, Yi Fan took action. Although he was facing Su Tianxiong, who was much stronger than the Blue Flood Dragon King, he wasn't afraid. Roar. The god-beating whip lashed out. Su Tianxiong's soul consciousness had been sleeping all day. Unless Su Yuan couldn't protect his life, it would wake him up. However, even if he had the earth-shaking power, he was just a wisp of soul consciousness. How could he know the magical features of the god-beating whip? Pa! The god-beating whip hit him directly. It was so fierce that the gold pagoda was blown away. Tu Fei hurried to use the sky-swallowing jar to protect his body. Su Yuan screamed pathetically as the energy waves sent him flying. He fell far away like a broken leaf. What kind of secret treasure is this? Su Tianxiong, the third bandit, had his body cracked, but he still screamed. Pa! Yi Fan didn't answer. He continued to swing the god-beating whip, smashing it into a halo. Boom, following that, he struck out a third time. The brilliance was extinguished, and it completely disappeared from the sky, turning into ashes. "You attacked Su Tianxiong's soul consciousness?" Tu Fei was startled. He didn't think that Yi Fan would be that bold. "I attacked first to gain the upper hand. I saw that he wanted to protect his grandson. I was afraid that he would use some secret technique." Yi Fan carefully examined the ancient pagoda, fearing that there was something strange inside. He said, "Since we have offended their bloodline, we have to do it cleanly. Kill them all so that they won't be able to find us. Don't kill me." Su Yuan's heart was completely cold. He didn't even know that his grandfather's divine will was in the ancient pagoda. He had accidentally met him and thought that he could escape from danger. He never thought that this would be the result. Tu Fei sighed. Su Tianxiong is really intimidating. It's just a wisp of his soul consciousness. If it's his real body, I shiver just thinking about it. After checking carefully, Yi Fan threw it to Tu Fei and said, "This gold pagoda isn't bad. You should keep it." Tu Fei shook his head like a rattledrum. "Who dares to use this toy? If Su Tianxiong finds out, he will definitely hunt you down." Yi Fan chuckled and said, "Leave it to that dog. I reckon that if it sees it, it will snatch it for itself." "Do you really want to kill him?" Tu Fei frowned. He thought that killing Su Yuan would be really troublesome. "Do I have any other choice? Should I let him go?" You know, with his temperament, he will stir up a storm to harm me, said Jifan. Don't kill me. Let me go. I promise I won't trouble you anymore. Su Yuan screamed. At this moment, he was filled with fear. His life was in the hands of the other's thought. Tu Fei thought for a while and then said, we should subdue him first and keep him alive. I'm afraid that Su Tianxiong will know about this sooner or later. At that time, we won't be able to save him. If we start a war with him, the great sage will have a headache. Alright, nodded Jifan. Unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable item to seal the pagoda. He couldn't open the Li Fire Divine Furnace. If he opened it rashly, the little Pung King, the Yao Guang Saint's son, and Yao Shi could escape immediately. Also, he didn't feel comfortable using the gold pagoda. Anyway, it was the other's weapon. Let me subdue him. Tu Fei put Su Yuan into the sky-swallowing jar. That's... Woof. The big black dog ran over. Seeing this, his big eyes almost popped out. He turned into a jet of black lightning, furiously storming towards Tu Fei. Holy sh*t. This dog is crazy. Tu Fei screamed. He found that the big black dog was enraged. He wanted to risk his life to fight with him. Yifan hurried to stop him, using the god-striking whip to stop the Black King. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? The large black dog panted heavily, and his eyes widened in rage as he asked, where did you get this jar? Damn dog, you're too greedy. It's a replica, not the real one. Why do you want to steal it? Tu Fei scolded. Of course, I know it's a replica. But without the real one, how could you replicate it? The big black dog was agitated, his giant body shivering. Tu Fei squinted at him and said, did you climb out of your grave? Everybody in the northern region knows that my grandfather has an incomplete sky-swallowing jar. Of course, he helped me replicate it. Awoo. The large black dog howled. He was as furious as he could be, and as sorrowful as he could be. He cursed, F***ck. That was the treasure that I wanted. How could it have been stolen by that old fart, your grandfather? Damn dog, how could you talk like that? Tu Fei wasn't happy. What nonsense are you talking about? My grandfather has had the sky-swallowing jar for hundreds of years. It's none of your business. Awoo. Woof. The big black dog howled and barked. He was so agitated that he couldn't calm down even after running dozens of laps around the mountain. Oh no. It's over. This damn dog has been provoked. Yifan knew that the treasure left by the cruel man that the big black dog always wanted was the sky-swallowing devil jar. He briefly explained the situation to Tu Fei so that he wouldn't irritate the big black dog further. How did your grandfather get it? After 1 hour, the big black dog calmed down and asked angrily. He picked it up, Tu Fei told him the truth. Damn it. He picked it up? The big black dog was almost driven crazy. That year, I risked my life to dig it out. I was trapped in the training field of the cruel man for many years. Your grandfather picked it up casually. Do you want to piss me off? Everybody in the northern region knows about this. My grandfather was really lucky. He picked up a jar by a dry ancient river. I didn't expect that it was the sky-swallowing devil jar that was famous in the antiquity era. Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog couldn't stand it anymore. He started to run around the mountain, barking nonstop. The Black King couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. He had risked his life but he didn't even see the devil jar. But this guy picked it up easily. Where did your grandfather pick it up? The big black dog asked unwillingly. Didn't you guys make a big fuss in the Broken Cloud Mountain range when you came to find me last time? Years ago, my grandfather picked it up by a river outside the mountain. The big black dog really wanted to vomit blood. Not only was his heart hurt, but his liver and lungs were also hurt. His whole body was injured. He roared fiercely at the sky, this is so F***king unfair. How can I bear this? In the antiquity era, the sky-swallowing devil jar was famous in the world. There were many stories about it. According to one, the emperor of the antiquity era, when he was about to die, used his nascent soul as fire, his peerless flesh as clay, and countless godly materials and the legends of the eastern wilderness to forge his own body into a jar, leaving behind an ultimate weapon for his descendants. Some people said that this emperor cultivated the indestructible heaven art. He created a divine fetus in his dying old body and forged his old body into an ultimate weapon, the sky-swallowing devil jar. Whether it's his old body or his real body, it's still his body. He was a ruthless man who forged himself, the big black dog exclaimed. This also showed how precious the phoenix blood gold and the source chi of all life were. They were rarely seen in thousands of generations, and even the great emperor might not be able to obtain them. Otherwise, who would refine their own body into an extreme holy weapon? The big black dog said. You mean your grandfather, that old B***starred, only picked up the devil jar several hundred years ago but didn't get the lid? Damn dog, how can you say that? Tu-Fei glared at him. Okay, I misspoke. Did the lid not appear? The big black dog asked nervously. Tu-Fei answered, no. In this world, there is only one devil jar. The lid is not found. My grandfather tried to find it, but he couldn't find it. The lid is the most precious part. According to legends, it's made of the skull of the great emperor with some celestial materials. It has the seal of his primordial spirit. The word devil in the ancient sky-swallowing devil jar is on the lid. It's the most terrifying source. The big black dog wasn't desperate anymore. He swore he would get the lid. Then, he gazed at Tu-Fei maliciously. Tell your grandfather to be careful. I'll find him later. Damn it. Tu-Fei cursed. Eventually, the big black dog calmed down. He finally noticed the ancient gold tower not far from him. It was just as Yifan had predicted. It pounced forward at once, snatched it into its hand, and pressed it down with its large claw, saying, This golden pagoda is SOSO, it can barely give me some time to use. This is the treasure of the third bandit, Su Tianxiong. We've subdued his grandson. Do you dare to use it? Yifan asked. Which one is Su Tianxiong? I've never heard of him. The big black dog didn't care. He's ranked above the green flood dragon king. Think about it yourself, Tu-Fei said. Damn it. The big black dog cursed, but he didn't give up. He said, I'll take it first. We'll talk about it later. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As long as there was something good, he would take it. Yifan's group didn't stay in Anzhou for long. Following Su Yuan's instructions, they went to Kuan Prefecture and started to sweep the source stones. Su Yuan was ambitious. He was secretly building up his force. Even his grandfather and brother didn't know he was planning for the future. Unfortunately, he met two people and a dog. All his efforts were in vain. During this half a month, Yifan had robbed all the bandits in Kuan Prefecture. He had seized 28,000 kilograms of source stones, which was much more than what he had expected. Kuan Prefecture was a beautiful place. Evergreen trees were everywhere, including pines, celestial maples, purple bamboos, and cold vines. Even though it was late autumn, the land was full of vitality. The celestial maples were swaying, and their leaves were crystal clear. They looked like jade trees, sparkling with green light. Besides, some trees had snow-white flowers. When the wind blew, the flowers danced. The fragrance of the petals was refreshing. In front of them, streams of spiritual spring flowed through the celestial maple forest. Ah, there's someone in front of us. It's a beautiful girl. Tu-Fei almost howled like a wolf. She's so charming. She could be considered a peerless beauty. Did you notice that she has a pure aura like a crystal heart? She's like a fairy on an ice mountain. The girl who could catch Tu-Fei's eyes and make him exclaim like that was definitely not ordinary. His highest goal in this life was to steal the saintess to be his wife. He had high standards. In the celestial maple forest, a girl in blue clothes didn't have any worldly aura. She had an otherworldly beauty. She was like a white lotus with rolling dewdrops, or a fresh snow lotus on a snowy mountain. The immortal maple trees were all like green agates, emerald green and glistening. Moreover, there were pure white flower petals drifting down, fluttering about the young lady's surroundings, sparkling and sparkling, releasing a strong fragrance, making her look like a fairy, otherworldly and beautiful. It's her. Yi Fan was surprised. The girl in blue was like a fairy under the moonlight. She had an otherworldly appearance as if she didn't belong to this world. She had both spirit and beauty. The immortal maple trees were so green that they looked like they were carved from green jade. They swayed gently with green light moving around them. Pure white petals fell from the sky. The fragrance was so sweet that it could intoxicate people. Wei Wei. Yi Fan was surprised. He saw an old friend. Wei Wei came from the spirit ruin paradise. She was the one who took Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others out of the forest outside the desolate antiquity Forbidden Lands. Her beauty was rare. The spirit ruin paradise didn't want to delay her cultivation, so it sent her to the Wavering Light Holy Land. When Yi Fan crossed the sky to the north region from the southern region and sneaked into the Wavering Light Holy Land, Wei Wei seemed to have noticed him. She didn't expose him and even gave him some advice. Yi Fan didn't think he would see her here. He waved his sleeve and put the big black dog into it. Kid, what do you mean? The big black dog wanted to bite him. You met an old friend. Behave yourself. Don't give yourself away. Recently, he had been robbing bandits. Yi Fan had used the heaven and earth changing great spell to hide his true appearance. The only thing he could see was the big black dog. You know this girl who is as pure as crystal and as beautiful as a fairy? Tu Fei was surprised. Then he shouted, You beast, you beast. Why do I feel like you have relationships with many women? Stop your bad taste. I owe this girl. She saved me before she became a Wavering Light disciple, Yi Fan said. Although they were still far away, Wei Wei's spirit sense was very sharp. When she turned around and looked at him, her eyes were like jade beads shooting out clouds, brightening the entire maple forest. Why do I feel like she recognizes you? Tu Fei looked surprised. He already knew that Yi Fan knew the heaven and earth changing great spell, so he was surprised. Impossible. I didn't just change my appearance. Even my aura is different. How could she recognize me? Yi Fan said. However, Wei Wei really walked over. She was light and graceful. Her blue dress danced in the wind. Crystal petals accompanied her. She looked like a fairy. Can she really see through my true appearance? Yi Fan was a little surprised. Tu Fei said, This world has the underworld eye, which can see through the netherworld and the underworld. Other than that, there were also a few other types of heaven eyes. Among them, the celestial spiritual eye could see through falsehood. No matter how one tried to disguise it, it could look straight at the source. I think this girl most likely has a celestial spiritual eye. Look at her, she's as pure as an immortal, born out of this world. This isn't pure, this is a kind of immortal aura, and it matches with the legendary immortal spiritual eyes. Immortal spiritual eye. Yi Fan was surprised. Yeah, it's the immortal spiritual eye. Otherwise, how could she see through your earth and sky-changing great technique? Tu Fei suddenly became excited. Capture her. What are you thinking? Yi Fan wanted to punch him. You don't know. People with the heaven eyes are favored by God. She has the immortal spirit aura. If you marry her, you will benefit a lot. Tu Fei's voice sounded like he was talking in his sleep. What are you talking about? You're just talking nonsense. Yi Fan slapped him to wake him up. No, it's true. You don't know that the Void Emperor of the Ji family became the Great Emperor because he married a goddess king. Many people say that, Tu Fei said with an envious face. Black Emperor in Yi Fan's sleeve couldn't help but scold him. Dream on. Do you think that's how the Great Emperor became? The great ancient emperors cultivate by themselves. Tu Fei argued. The ancient books have records that the Ji family will have a god-king physique every 10 generations. Because they are the descendants of the goddess king, this inheritance is immortal. There's evidence that the Void Emperor used to marry the goddess king. According to you, the Hengyu Emperor of the Jiang family also married the goddess king? Yi Fan smiled and asked. No, it's not that. Some of his descendants used to marry the goddess king, said Tu Fei. Black Emperor sneered. What did the later generations think of it as? Marrying a god king isn't for cultivation. It's to let one of his descendants have a god physique to protect his family. The Void Emperor understood how hard it was to become the Great Emperor. Since the ancient times, only a few people could become the Great Emperor. He didn't think that a family could have a second Great Emperor. It's not realistic. Tu Fei argued. Then why did some Almighty say that marrying a woman with a god physique and immortal spirit aura has a chance to become the Great Emperor? There's only one reason for that. It's because the women with the god physique and immortal spirit aura are favored by the heavens. They have the immortal aura. Living with them, they will feel like immortals. Sometimes, they can understand something. However, if they want to become the Great Emperor, it's not useful. In other words, it's useful for cultivation. Tu Fei argued. What's the use? Tu Fei and the big black dog had started to fight before Vivian could reach them. Swoosh, Vivian was like a moving light or a flying shadow. When she came to them, she was graceful and full of wisdom. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal being. Fairy, what do you want? Yi Fan didn't believe that she could recognize him. Vivian's white teeth were sparkling. She smiled, which brightened the entire maple forest. I'm here to capture Yi Fan. Yi Fan knew that Vivian didn't want to kill him. She did recognize him. Where's Yi Fan? I'm also looking for that bastard. He's worth 100,000 kilograms of origin source. Tu Fei pretended to be dumb. It's not easy to find the real Yi Fan, but there are many fake Yi Fan. Last time, Taoist priest Duan was hurt badly. If he hadn't taken out the black iron token at the critical moment, he would have been beaten to death. Today, the real Yi Fan is worth 200,000 kilograms of origin source. Vivian's lips curled up. She looked charming and bright. Haha. Tu Fei laughed. That wicked Taoist has shown his true colors. You've been recognized, haven't you? These days, they were busy robbing the roving bandits. They didn't pay attention to what happened that day. The real old Rock King has come. No matter how powerful Taoist priest Duan is, he can't escape. Vivian chuckled. Yi Fan thought that she wanted to tell him the news. Indeed, Vivian smiled. The big shots of the great sage's land are gathering in the Purple Mountain to open the treasure of the ancient emperors. The young generation and some rogue cultivators are looking for Yi Fan. Oh, who are looking for Yi Fan? Yi Fan didn't point out that they knew each other. They had a tacit understanding. Many people, and all of them are extraordinary characters. Even the Xia Prince of the Central Plains is looking for him. He wants to use the Myriad Chi Cauldron to forge the divine weapon of the Xia dynasty. There were 4 immortal dynasties in the Central Plains. They had been around for hundreds of thousands of years. They had survived thousands of tribulations and were extremely prosperous. They were all founded by the ancient emperors. Yi Fan had seen a prince of Grand Xia before. His body was shrouded in imperial draconic chi and 9 dragons soared into the heavens. He was comparable to the Yaoguang Saint Child. His race's Grand Imperial Sutra was unparalleled in terms of attack power and was said to be comparable to the Battle Saint art. I wonder which Xia prince he is. He is stationed in the holy city of the north. There is a Buddhist flower-pinching girl by his side. Vivian smiled. Yi Fan knew that it was the Xia prince he had met. The Buddhist flower-pinching girl was undoubtedly the white-clothed nun who was also the princess of the Xia dynasty. Yi Fan smiled faintly. He was going to the holy city and there might be a stone gambling battle with this prince of Great Xia. Currently, the biggest threat to Yi Fan is the Alcade 10 Masters. The Alcade 10 Masters? Between An Prefecture and Kuan Prefecture, the Alcade 10 young masters are looking for Yi Fan. Each of them is really strong, Vivian told him the news. How strong are they? Asked Tu Fei. They are the disciples of the Alcade Sex Elders. They are at the 5th sky of the Dao Palace. They can fight against the warriors of the 4 Extremes Secret Realm. Moreover, 4 or 5 of them are at the 4 Extremes Secret Realm. So strong? Tu Fei was astounded. The 5th sky of the Dao Palace could fight against the 4 Extremes Secret Realm experts. 4 or 5 of them were at the 4 Extremes Secret Realm. It was really amazing. Yi Fan frowned, asking, aren't there only 4 Extremes Secret Realm experts in the young generation of the Light-Shaking Realm? That was 1 or 2 years ago. Everybody is improving. There will always be some outstanding warriors who have broken through. Moreover, the disciples of the elders are low-key. They rarely show themselves in front of people. Did the top 10 young masters come out just for Yifan? Asked Tu Fei. Although the Alcade Saint is not the number one warrior of the same generation in the Eastern Barren territory, he is not far from it. With him here, the light-shaking realm experts won't have any other thoughts. However, he was subdued by Yifan. It's hard to say if he can come back alive. Some Grand Supreme Elders and Elders of the Seclusion sect want to support their disciples to take the throne. This time, whoever is able to kill Yifan will be able to add a great deal of glory to themselves. Why did the top 10 young masters of the Alcade sect come to An Prefecture and Kuan Prefecture? Asked Yifan. Vivian smiled and said, everybody knows that the sacred body of the ancients needs a lot of origin to level up. Some people have robbed the bandits on a large scale. Of course, they will be suspected. The top 10 young masters of the Alcade sect who have come out from the dark want to compete for the position of the saint. Of course, they are the most sensitive. Heroes are chasing after a deer, but don't let the deer kill them all, mumbled Yifan. Weiwei's immortal aura was otherworldly, incomparably pure and holy. Her eyes were clear and bright, her smile extremely moving. The corners of her lips curled up as she said, Aya, I'm going to leave. I have master's orders to capture and kill Yifan. She turned around nimbly. Her jade-like feet stepped on the crystal petals and floated away, leaving only a trace of her fragrance. The big black dog couldn't wait to rush out of Yifan's sleeve. He looked at the beautiful figure that was about to disappear into the depths of the maple forest and said, that girl is very unusual. Her celestial aura is very strong, and she has an indescribable charm. Tu Fei nodded and said, she is indeed unusual. Does she want to use us to eliminate the top 10 young masters of the Alcade sect? Does she want to be the female Saint Lord? Yifan said, no matter what, she doesn't want to kill me. She has seen through my real body twice in the South region and the North region, but she didn't ask for the credit from the Alcade sect. Tu Fei looked pensive and said, that's why I said this girl is extraordinary. I think she is the same as me. She thinks you can break the curse of the sacred body of the ancients and enter the 4 secret realms. Yifan said, since the top 10 young masters trained by the hidden elder of the Alcade Holy Land have come to the Anzhou and the Kuan Prefecture, I can't let them down. I want to kill all the so-called top 10 young masters to shock the North region. I don't want them to think I'm a piece of fat meat. Tu Fei was shocked and said, what are you doing? You just want to vent your anger. It's not rational to do this. Yifan smiled and shook his head. I'm doing this to give people the illusion that they will focus on the oases while I'm about to enter the sacred city. You want to gamble with the stone materials of the great sages' lands? Tu Fei was startled. Yifan had told Tu Fei that he had the original sky scripture. Since the other had helped him, he didn't want to conceal anything. Yeah, it's a good chance. The important characters of the great sages' lands are heading to the Purple Mountain to open the treasures of the ancient emperors. I want to get to the sacred city and gamble with the stone materials of the great sages' lands. Yifan talked to Tu Fei seriously. I need your help. After I get to the sacred city, you need to create a dense fog in the oases to make people think that I'm robbing the origin stones everywhere. Yifan had mastered the earth and sky-altering great technique. However, to be safe, he thought it was better to make more arrangements. It's easy to do that. You just need to set up a deceptive formation. I'm sure they will come to you with hope. Tu Fei smiled. The Black Emperor also needs your help. You just need to show your face and carve some formations. Then, you can go out and walk around. Yifan didn't wait for the Black Emperor to express his opinion. You know that after I've cultivated the original sky scripture, it won't be a problem for me to find the divine origin. Helping me now is helping yourself. After they had discussed everything, Yifan looked at the distance and said, before we get to the sacred city to gamble, we should finish the top 10 young masters first. We should create more waves in the peaceful North region. Before the Archaic era, the northern region was full of vitality. Lush greenery was everywhere, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was so dense that it could not be dispersed. It crystallized and transformed into an origin. There were countless spirit herbs and godly medicines. Now, however, the flowers were gone, and the vegetation was withered. The land was desolate. The red soil and the reddish-brown rocks made it look desolate. Even though there were many oases, they were insignificant compared to the Scarlet Land. They were like scattered islands in the middle of a vast ocean. This also showed that the northern region was vast and boundless, because there were countless oases, many of them spanning thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers. Between the Kuan prefecture and the Yin prefecture was a vast desert. It was scarlet and stretched as far as the eye could see. Yifan carried the god-striking whip on his back as he walked alone on this reddish-brown land. He had already learned that one of the top 10 light-shaking realm cultivators of the younger generation might pass by this place. Tu Fei had gone to the Yin prefecture, and the large black dog had stayed in the Kuan prefecture to help him search for the top 10 light-shaking realm cultivators. The boundless Scarlet Land was exceptionally desolate and cold. As far as the eye could see, there was almost nothing. It was empty and deathly silent. The only scenery was probably a few towering red rocks. On this boundless Scarlet Land, they did not attract too much attention. This was a kind of monotonous emptiness. There were no other colors or scenery. There was only ancient, withered land. Yifan did not walk very quickly, but his steps were firm. With each step, he left a footprint on his back. With the god-striking whip on his back, he entered the depths of the Scarlet Land. Suddenly, he stopped and stood there silently. He gazed at the end of the land. On the horizon, a small black dot was quickly approaching. He's here. A cold smile appeared on Yifan's face. His first battle was about to begin. This time, he had made up his mind to fight. At the end of the horizon, the small black dot was extremely fast. Gradually, he could see that it was a sturdy figure. His feet did not touch the ground, and his shoulders did not move. He was 3 inches above the ground as he stepped through the air. In the blink of an eye, the person had already closed in. His figure and appearance were clearly visible. His steps were not fast, but they were extremely fast. With every step he took, he seemed to disappear from his original spot and quickly reappeared in front of him. He actually had the profound meaning of shrinking the ground into inches. This person was definitely not simple. This was a 21 or 22-year-old man. He wasn't very tall, but he was very sturdy. His skin was bronze in color, and he gave off a powerful feeling. His long hair was jet black, and his eyes were spirited. He was very sharp, giving off an oppressive feeling, and even a bit invasive. One look and one could tell that he was a very strong person, as if he wanted to control everything in his hands. His skin was the color of wheat, and he looked very valiant. His body seemed to be cast from copper, and his every movement made people feel that he was brave and powerful. Whoosh! The newcomer suddenly stopped in his tracks. He was 3 feet above the ground and stood in front of Yifan, sizing him up. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes, like 2 sharp swords. "It's you, Yifan." He spat out these 4 words, resounding and forceful, as if a golden bell was ringing, making everyone's eardrums tremble, the scarlet earth tremble. "That's right, it's me." Yifan stood on the ground and stared at the valiant man in front of him. This person was indeed not ordinary, and even Yifan felt a bit of pressure. The man stared intently at Yifan and said, "I was looking for you, and I didn't expect you to appear." "Were you waiting for me?" "That's right, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today, I'll be the first to send you on your way." Yifan's reply was very straightforward. "Ha ha ha." The powerful man laughed loudly. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and a chill appeared on his bronze skin. He said, "Now, everyone in the northern region is looking for you, and you still dare to act like this? You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for without even looking. You've saved me the trouble of searching everywhere. Let's register." "After all, you're the first opponent I've met today," Yifan said calmly. "Gulidian." The valiant man announced his name. "The top 10 experts taught by the Hidden Elder. Let me see what's so special about you. Don't be smashed to pieces by my fist." Yifan walked forward. "You know quite a lot, and you talk quite a lot. Unfortunately, this is no longer the primordial era. Your physique was born in the wrong era. Gu Lidian landed on the ground and pressed forward step by step. He said, the top 10 experts were all mobilized for you, but I found you first. This is the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens, do you think I'm a piece of meat on the chopping block? Yi Fan laughed. You have the sacred body of the ancients and are known to be invincible among your peers. Everyone knows that, but do you think the top 10 experts are here to die? Gu Lidian mocked and laughed coldly. In this world, there is no shortage of talented people. The sacred body of the ancients is no longer favored by the heavens, and there will always be other physiques born. Even in terms of physical strength, you won't necessarily be the best. Suppressing my physique, is it? Let me see how it goes. Yi Fan walked forward in large strides. Gu Lidian did the same. He was not afraid of Yi Fan's extraordinary physique at all. It was obvious that he wanted to fight in close combat. However, in the process of pressing forward, an immortal glow shone between his brows. A piece of purple starry divine metal appeared, protecting his frontal bone and between his brows. Yi Fan was speechless at the sight of this. His powerful divine sense seemed to be useless now. Indeed, his divine sense was as vast as the sea and could kill powerful enemies with brute force. It had long been known to the northern region, and all the younger generation knew that one needed to protect their sea of consciousness first when fighting him. Gu Lidian turned into a copper bolt of lightning and rushed over in 5 steps. He was indeed arrogant, daring to fight the sacred body of the ancients in close combat. I'll borrow your head. I'll bring it back to the sacred ground and offer it to my master, he said softly. His copper skin sparkled and was actually surrounded by dragon chi. Voom, Gu Lidian threw a punch. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the ground beneath his feet shook violently. His arm was like a dragon, strong and powerful. Bam, Yi Fan waved his golden fist and met the attack. When their fists and fingers collided, there was a loud sound like thunder. Level 5 of the Holy Ji Palace, Gu Lidian had perfected the palace, and his combat strength was astonishing. He could destroy those at the first level of the secret realm of the 4 extremes. It was indeed as Vivian had said. Boom! Gu Lidian was sent flying with a look of shock. He said, you've broken through again. You're at level 4. How did you get 50,000 kilograms of source? He was full of disbelief. It was no surprise, as 30 kilograms was an astonishing number. How could a lone cultivator collect all of it? Yi Fan did not move at all. His body could definitely look down on the Holy Ji Palace and the 4 extremes. In terms of pure physical strength, few in the same generation could compare. However, he did not let his guard down. Gu Lidian was not ordinary, and he gave off a dangerous aura that was not inferior to the cultivators of the 4 extremes' secret realm. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon was heard. The red ground shook, and Gu Lidian's body shone brightly. Purple mist seeped out of his body, and his body underwent a drastic change. Purple scales grew on the surface of his body, and purple light shone around him. Even his face was the same. A demon? Yi Fan was shocked. Gu Lidian did not answer. He turned into a beam of purple light and rushed over. He was filled with a dangerous aura. His body was extremely strong, and explosive power flowed within it. Bam, the moment he rushed over, he clashed with Yi Fan. Clanging sounds could be heard, and the 2 fists were like 4 divine hammers clashing together. Yi Fan was indeed surprised. Gu Lidian's physical strength had increased by a lot, and he was actually able to block his golden fists. However, Yi Fan was not worried. He shouted and raised his battle strength completely. His body shone with golden light, and he looked like an ancient god of war. Boom, at that moment, he threw a punch, and Gu Lidian, who was covered in dragon scales, was at a disadvantage again. He was completely suppressed, and then he turned into a bolt of purple lightning and flew backward. The sacred body of the ancients is indeed extraordinary. I've been refining my body with the blood of dragons since I was young, and even after 20 years, I still can't compare to your physique, Gu Lidian said in a low voice. His master was very powerful, and he had tamed 8 dragons to protect the mountain. Since he was young, Gu Lidian would spend 6 hours a day refining his body with the blood of dragons. Furthermore, he would spend 4 hours sitting in a medicinal furnace, and his master would use all sorts of medicinal liquids to strengthen his body. As such, his physical body had reached a shocking level. Even so, he was still no match for the sacred body of the ancients. He paled in comparison when it came to close combat. No wonder he could fight against the four extremes in the Holy Ji Palace. So that's how it is. Even Yi Fan was a little envious. To refine one's body like that, one would need a lot of medicinal herbs and a lot of dragon blood. It was only because this was a sacred ground, or else no one would be able to afford it. Let me see the divine technique of Alcade, or else I'm afraid you won't get the chance to use it, Yi Fan said. Very few of the disciples taught by the secluded elders practiced the orthodox secret technique of Alcade. Gu Litian's physical body changed again, and he said, "You've already entered the fourth heaven of the Holy Ji Palace. That's beyond my expectations, but that's nothing. I just need to take your head. Anyone can talk big, but you are far from being able to compete with me in terms of physical body." Yi Fan sneered coldly. Gu Litian shook his head and shouted, "I've only cultivated my physical body. How can I stop here? Hand me your head." He opened his mouth and swallowed a purple orb. His entire body looked ferocious in an instant, and his joints crackled like beans being fried. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from him. Yi Fan was shocked and raised his hand to unleash a palm of the void. He activated the battle saint technique, and the palm turned from black to gold. Boom, the palm stretched across the sky like a golden cloud. It was so heavy that it was suffocating, and the crimson ground cracked right away. Boom, however, at that moment, the aura emanating from Gu Litian became even stronger. Purple light shot into the sky, and dragon scales flickered. He seemed to have turned into a purple dragon. He moved away like a bolt of purple lightning. His physical body seemed to be burning with purple flames, and his physical strength and combat ability increased several times over. Gu Litian consumed a dragon's orb. Of course, it was not a whole orb but a piece, but it was still enough to frighten people. At that moment, apart from the lack of a tail and horns, he really looked no different from a dragon. The scales on his body became even thicker, and the purple light was blinding. Furthermore, his hands had almost turned into dragon claws, and his nails were half a foot long. They glowed with a cold light. This was a purple dragon in human form. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Gu Litian's physique and battle prowess had increased by several folds, making Yi Fan feel a sense of danger. In the past half a year, I've torn a total of 5 cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms to pieces. You forced me to use my flood dragon transformation physique technique. Even if I die, I can be proud of myself. After Gu Litian turned into a purple flood dragon, his entire being seemed to have gained a bestial quality. He said, "I can smell the scent of primordial saint blood. Why don't I let you live and imprison you for eternity? I'll extract your saint blood every day to refine my physique." "You're speaking too soon." Yi Fan was fearless as he struck out with the embracing mountain seal. The great mountain stretched across the sky, forming a dark expanse. It blocked the sun in the sky and cast a large shadow on the ground. It possessed an incomparably great pressure. Gu Litian grinned. He was extremely powerful and did not dodge at all. His right hand turned into a purple flood dragon claw and slashed forward. Pa! The purple flood dragon claw sank into the black mountain and tore it apart. The black mountain turned into a huge pile of debris that flew in all directions. He split the mountain with his bare hands and dissolved the embracing mountain seal, turning it into a storm of energy. Dark clouds filled the sky. Yi Fan frowned. His opponent's physique had indeed reached an inconceivable level. It was on par with him. "The scent of saint blood intoxicates me." After Gu Litian turned into a humanoid flood dragon, he was extremely terrifying. He was even stronger than ordinary flood dragons, combining the strengths of both human and flood dragons. The only downside was that his bestial nature had clearly increased, to the point where it was suppressing his human nature. "You've given up on yourself. The human body is filled with endless mysteries. Instead of exploring them, you chose to turn yourself into a half-human, half-beast monster. Today, I'll show you what it means to have an unparalleled physique." Yi Fan shouted as he turned into a golden bolt of lightning and charged forward. Even though his opponent's battle prowess had increased, he was not afraid at all. His golden fist brought with it an unstoppable force, causing the space in front of him to crumble. He arrived before Gu Lidian in an instant. Wang! The void was like a painting scroll that was grabbed by a large golden hand and violently trembling. This was a horrifying scene. Yi Fan's physique was too powerful, and nothing could stop him. He was even about to break free from the shackles of space and break free from the cage of heaven and earth. Pa! The golden fist finally clashed with Gu Litian's flood dragon claw, causing blinding rays of light to fill the area. It was as if Tai Chi gave birth to Yin and Yang, and then they collided. It was as if two volcanoes erupted at the same time, causing the heavens and the earth to be dazzling with gold and violet. The ground was silently annihilated, and a huge crater appeared. The two types of energy turned the red ground into dust, and a large area disappeared. Gu Lidian roared and charged out of the purple light like a wild beast. His legs shook as he pounced towards Yi Fan, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light. Yi Fan shook his head and said coldly, "He lost himself. Even if he obtained great power, so what? How is he any different from a beast?" Boom! Yi Fan's move was simple and direct. His golden fist punched out fiercely, hitting the opponent's claws. Clang! Clang! Kacha! Gu Litian's 10 flood dragon claws were shattered and fell to the ground. Gu Lidian screamed as his 10 fingers were bleeding. Even though he had transformed into a half-human half-flood dragon and seemed to be able to compete with Yi Fan, his physical body was still not strong enough. The intense pain had weakened his bestial nature, and his consciousness had become slightly clearer. Is the sacred body of the ancients really that terrifying? He spat out a mouthful of purple blood. Then, his entire body surged with spiritual essence. Purple light wrapped around his body like a raging flame, creating a dazzling scene. Yi Fan stood in the void like a divine king. His entire body radiated with golden light. Even his black hair had a layer of golden luster. He pressed forward step by step. Gu Lidian used a secret art to increase the toughness of his body and battle prowess. His expression became even more savage, and his face was covered with dragon scales. 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon. He roared, and his joints began to shift again. The sound of bones cracking could be heard, and a chilling aura permeated the air. His body bent like the bones of a dragon and the body of a flood dragon before he charged forward with a whoosh. Murderous aura, shocking murderous aura, purple light shot into the sky. His body was deformed beyond recognition, but he became even more powerful. The 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon had almost turned him into a real dragon. The 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon had transformed from a flood dragon into a dragon. Gu Lidian charged forward and slapped with a pair of purple hands, causing the void to tremble and the dust on the ground to rise. Everything became unstable as purple mist surged. Yi Fan fought force with force and fought force with force. He slapped with his golden hands, breaking the sky with a single hand and shaking the heavens. Bang, bang, after more than 10 consecutive collisions, Yi Fan stood firm in the sky, surrounded by golden light. Gu Lidian, on the other hand, coughed up blood and fell back. Why? I clearly feel like I can suppress you, but why am I always at a disadvantage? Gu Lidian couldn't understand. Purple blood dyed half of his body red. You are overdrafting your potential. Once is fine, twice is fine, but 3 times is too much. In my opinion, you are already exhausted. Yi Fan charged forward. He didn't want to give his opponent any more chances. My 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon, become a dragon among men. Gu Lidian roared. He opened his mouth and swallowed several purple cores at the same time. The Jiao dragon cores were incomparably ferocious. Purple electricity shot out from his body and became incomparably violent. It was as if an ancient beast had come back to life. His body was stooped, and his limbs were deformed. He looked like a reptile, sinister and terrifying. Even his eyes had turned purple. The smell of divine blood. I will become stronger after obtaining your blood. His wild nature was revealed, and he seemed to have lost his sense of self. Yi Fan was like a deity with divine splendor swirling around him. His left hand formed a sun seal, and his right formed a moon seal. The 2 large millstone plates rumbled through the sky as he pushed them forward. As he pushed the sun and moon forward, it was as if a divine king had descended into this world, overlooking the common people. He was omnipotent. The sun and moon competed in splendor, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light under his hands. It was impossible to look straight at them. They were filled with a grand and divine aura. You have overdrafted your potential. You have already withered. Yi Fan's voice was vast and dignified. Peng, Gu Lidian was like a wild beast. He was incomparably ferocious as he pounced forward. However, what awaited him was only a great sun. The divine radiance shone down on his body. Pooh! Gu Lidian was like a wooden puppet as he was sent flying by the great sun. A string of purple blood splashed down. He was shocked and furious. Swoosh! He bent his body and shot back like an arrow. He attacked again, but what awaited him this time was a bright moon. It struck him until he spat out purple blood and fell from the sky. It's time to end this. Yi Fan chased after him. He struck out with the embracing mountain imprint, but it was different from last time. The black mountain peak was pinched between his fingers, and it seemed even more realistic. Gu Lidian roared. Purple light flickered in his eyes as he grabbed towards the purple mountain. He wanted to tear it apart like last time, but this time, he couldn't move it at all. Peng, Yi Fan slammed the black mountain into Gu Lidian's body, causing the surroundings to tremble. Gu Lidian held as his flood dragon body began to crack apart. Crackling sounds could be heard as the scales on his body began to fall off. Fresh blood began to pour out. Pooh! Yi Fan pointed out, and divine light flickered as he gently chopped down. Gu Lidian's head fell to the ground. Then, he struck out with the embracing mountain imprint, turning the headless corpse into dust. He landed on the ground and carved the character Yi into the red rock next to his head. The 10 great experts of the Alcade realm have all come to kill me. You will be the first one I kill. Yi Fan only left behind the character Yi. He believed that everyone understood what it meant. One character meant 10 lives. The northern domain was about to be thrown into chaos. 10 great experts, I will deal with you one by one. Yi Fan turned around, the deity striking whip on his back as he walked deeper into the scarlet earth. In this battle, Yi Fan did not use the all-secret character, nor did he take out the cauldron. He fought them head-on, attacking them head-on. He wanted to use this to test his own cultivation. Fighting against the 10 great experts of the Alcade realm was the best way to temper himself. He would use these people as a sacrifice to his blade. At noon, Yi Fan encountered his second opponent. After a fierce battle, he killed him. Before sunset, he encountered his third opponent. Even though this person was only at the 5th layer of the Dao Palace, he was comparable to a cultivator at the 4 extremities. His battle prowess was astonishing, but he was still killed by Yi Fan. The earth was dyed red with blood. Yi Fan carved the third character Yi next to the head. The setting sun was as red as blood, connecting with the red earth. It was a beautiful sight. One could imagine that in a few days, the entire northern domain would be shaken. Of the 10 great disciples of the Alcade realm's hidden elder, 3 had already been killed by him. The wind began to pick up. As it swept across the vast desert, it let out a howling sound. Yi Fan suddenly turned around. Behind him, 3 figures were coming at him against the wind. They did not waste any words and immediately attacked. He was shocked. One of them was at the 5th layer of the Dao Palace, but the other 2 were cultivators at the 1st layer of the 4 extremities. Weng, in the sky, golden divine light flashed. A huge golden gourd pressed down on him. It was extremely powerful, comparable to a golden mountain. Yi Fan dodged, avoiding the golden gourd. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. He quickly took out his cauldron and let it hang above his head. Thousands of strands of heaven and earth chi poured down to protect his body. Clang, almost at the same time, an object struck in front of him. It was an earth-shattering blow, and both he and the cauldron were sent flying hundreds of feet away. Yi Fan was shocked. If he had not sensed it and hurriedly used the cauldron to protect himself, he would have been hit. That was a blow with astonishing divine power. He dodged to look and found a shining silver ring suspended in the air. It was this object that had hit him. In front of him, 3 people stood side by side. One had a golden gourd above his head, another had a 5-colored feather fan above his head, and the one in the middle had a silver ring above his head. The 3 young men looked to be about 21 or 22 years old. They were all very handsome and had extraordinary temperaments. They looked very heroic. The source chi of all things is indeed extraordinary. Even my Vajra chakram could not penetrate it, the man in the middle said. Yi Fan was shocked. He had been puzzled just now, and now he was even more shocked. The silver ring was called the Vajra chakram. On the other side of the starry sky, there was a legendary Vajra chakram with peerless power that could trap the heavens. Had it been brought to this world? Yi Fan pulled out the deity striking whip on his back and held it in his hand as he faced them. The diamond chakram seemed to be made by nature and was extremely exquisite. It was silvery white in color, and its body was shiny. There were runes on it, making it look simple and natural. Yi Fan stared at it without blinking. He didn't know if this was the legendary diamond chakram from the other side of the starry sky. His heart was not calm. You're quite daring. You're still lingering here after killing someone. How insolent. The man with the golden gourd above his head scolded coldly. Yi Fan understood that these 3 must be the descendants of the Alcade and disciples of the Hidden Elders. They must be 3 of the top 10 experts. Buzz. The golden gourd above his head swayed and instantly became bigger. It rushed over like a golden mountain. He didn't want to say anything else and directly attacked. Crack. At this moment, the ground below suddenly cracked open. It was because the golden gourd in the sky was too heavy. An invisible pressure came from everywhere. Strands of it fell down, causing the ground to crack open and rocks to fly into the sky. This was a shocking power. The golden gourd, which was comparable to a mountain, had not even pressed down yet, but it had already created such a scene. Red rocks flew in all directions. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron above his head and the deity striking whip in his hand. He stood alone on the red ground, unmoving. Only the ground under his feet did not crack. The myriad chi cauldron descended and protected him and the ground under his feet. He was not affected at all. Buzz. The void was like a wall. It shook under the pressure of the golden gourd as if it would collapse at any moment. This golden gourd, which was comparable to a mountain, shone brightly. After a tremble, it fiercely descended, wanting to crush Yi Fan into meat paste. When the golden light slashed down like a blade, Yi Fan's left hand slapped toward the sky. Clang! The void palm was activated with the battle saint technique. Its magical power was like the sea. The golden palm was like a golden cloud and slapped the golden gourd. The golden gourd was like a giant sun that covered the sky. It shone brightly and trembled. A palm print was clearly imprinted on its surface. Go! Yi Fan shouted loudly. The huge golden hand slapped out again, and like a surging golden ocean, the golden gourd was sent flying far away. It flew into the sky and drew out a dazzling golden light. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the golden gourd trembled intensely. 10,000 streaks of sword radiance shot out from the gourd's mouth. Every single streak was as thick as a water bucket. Golden light blazed fiercely as they struck towards the ground. Swish, 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 this was a rather terrifying scene. The bucket-sized sword radiance rained down from the sky, and the crimson ground within a radius of thousands of feet was pierced through. One could clearly see that many terrifying holes had appeared on the ground, reaching deep into the ground. It was a chilling sight. 10,000 streaks of golden sword radiance pierced through the heavens and earth. The scene was horrifying. It was as if there were pillars supporting the heavens standing on the scarlet earth. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head was circulating with the myriad source chi, causing his body to become hazy. Clang clang clang, thick streaks of sword radiance shot towards the cauldron and his body. Although they could not pierce through, they had an extremely powerful penetrative power, causing him to sway. Yi Fan stood in place without moving. He only slapped towards the sky with the void palm imprint. The huge golden hand wiped out many of the sword radiance. Everywhere it passed, even though the sword radiance was like a sea, they were all destroyed. They could not stop the huge golden hand imprint. Buzz! The void trembled. The golden gourd's radiance became even more intense. It was as if there was a golden flame burning, causing the horizon to become dazzling. Tens of thousands of sword radiance shot out from the mouth of the gourd. They were even more concentrated and fierce than before. They rushed out like a tide and pressed down on the huge golden hand. The golden sword radiance that was as thick as a water bucket shattered the earth. There was no longer any intact land within a radius of thousands of feet. Even the ground under Yi Fan's feet was shattered. This area was scorched. The bottomless sword holes were extremely concentrated. They were like a huge sieve. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of desolation. Yi Fan used the myriad source chi cauldron to protect himself. He held the god-striking whip and soared into the sky. He faced the tens of thousands of sword radiance and struck towards the mouth of the golden gourd. Hiss! The master of the golden gourd gasped. The myriad source chi was indeed special. It could actually defend against such concentrated sword radiance. He was deeply shocked. Clang, 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 tens of thousands of sword radiance rushed out and turned into a boundless sword rain. The heaven and earth were a blazing curtain of light. Yi Fan was under great pressure. Although the golden radiance could not penetrate his body, it still had a terrifying impact. He was unable to move forward. Every strike was like a huge hammer smashing down. Boom! He shook the cauldron on his head. At this moment, the myriad source chi was hazy. Beams of it rushed into the sky and met the tens of thousands of sword radiance. This time, the sky was dazzling. The collision of the two beams produced extremely terrifying energy waves that swept across the heaven and earth. The myriad source chi was even more terrifying than the sword radiance. It crushed the tens of thousands of golden sword radiance and hit the giant golden gourd. Yi Fan's speed increased. He used the cauldron to protect himself and swung the god-striking whip. He rushed forward in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the tens of thousands of golden sword radiance disappeared. A mysterious light rushed out of the mouth of the gourd. It was dazzling like a waterfall and wrapped around Yi Fan and the cauldron. Whoosh! With a flash of light, he was sucked into the golden gourd. With a snap, the mouth of the gourd closed, sealing him inside. Pfft! The golden light sank. The golden gourd shrunk to the size of a palm and fell into the hands of the young light-shaking realm cultivator. Haha! He held the golden gourd and couldn't help but laugh. Sacred body of the ancients? That's all there is to it. Beside him, the cultivator with the 5-colored feather fan hovering above his head said, Junior brother's treasure is indeed powerful. It contains the mystical true light and can suck in anything. I'm afraid even a cultivator at the peak of 4 extremities would find it difficult to escape. The master of the golden gourd shook the gourd hard and said, the mystical true light will turn him into a puddle of blood in less than 10 minutes. Be careful. He has the myriad source chi. He might not be turned into a puddle of blood, the young man with the diamond chakram above his head reminded. Don't worry. The mystical true light is all-pervasive and can transform anything. Back then, my master sucked in a cultivator who surpassed the 4 extremities secret realms and turned him into a puddle of blood. Even if he has the myriad source chi and can protect him for a while, it can't protect him forever. Let's see how long his divine power can last. Boom! The golden gourd shook violently and almost fell from the hands of the disciple. What? Even the mystical true light couldn't lock him in place. He can still struggle. Be careful, don't let him destroy this treasure. The two beside him reminded as they held the peerless diamond chakram and the 5-colored feather fan in their hands. It's fine. This golden gourd was refined by my grandmaster. He added a tail of divine copper essence. It's hard to damage. As expected, the golden gourd only shook for a moment before calming down. There was no more movement. He sneered and said, just wait to be turned into a puddle of blood. Within the golden gourd, Yi Fan seemed to have fallen into a swamp. The mystical true light bound him to the center of the gourd, making it difficult for him to struggle. This guy is only at the 5th level of the Tao Palace, yet he has such a treasure. It won't be a problem for him to kill cultivators at the 4 extremities secret realms. Yi Fan frowned. As expected, the top 10 disciples taught by the secluded elder all had extraordinary skills. However, he did not panic. Ignoring the protection of the myriad source chi, Even without the cauldron, his body could withstand the corrosion of the mystical true light. He stood at the center of the gourd, searching for the weakest point of the treasure. He was prepared to shatter it in one strike and attack. It's here. Yifan shook the cauldron and used the myriad source chi to disperse the mystical true light. Then, he came to a gourd wall and swung the god-striking whip, concentrating all his strength to strike forward. Clang! The golden gourd shone brightly, causing its owner's palm to go numb. Before he could react, there was another loud noise. Clang! Ah! He immediately screamed. His consciousness was in pain and he was in a trance. Kacha! The golden gourd cracked open and exploded in his hand. His palm and fingers were drenched in blood and white bones could be seen. With a cauldron hovering above Yifan's head and the god-striking whip in his hand, he rushed out. Without a word, he swung the wooden whip and smashed down. Crack! The owner of the golden gourd did not even have time to grunt before he was torn to pieces by the god-striking whip. His consciousness turned to ash and he died on the spot. Buzz! Yifan swung the god-striking whip and swept it at the two people beside him. However, the two were prepared and had warned the owner of the golden gourd. Clang! The diamond chakram shone brightly and flickered with silver radiance like a great mountain. It struck the god-striking whip and burst out a string of sparks. The divine power was incomparably powerful. The diamond chakram's divine splendor circulated and became misty. The Tao patterns on it moved like dragons and blocked the god-striking whip without the slightest damage. At the same time, the other person's five-colored feather fan slapped over. The five-colored astral wind turned the ground under Yifan's feet into ashes and sent the large stone fan flying several li away. Bang! Yifan used the cauldron to block it. Even so, he was almost sent flying. The astral wind was too fierce and the divine power was like a tide. Dong! Suddenly, the moment Yifan was swept away by the astral wind, he opened his mouth and spat out a strand of innate origin energy. It melted with the void and formed a Tao diagram that shot forward. Innate Taishu astral energy, it turned into a scroll with Tao patterns on it. Its power was matchless as it tore apart the five-colored astral wind and hit the side of the treasured fan. Clang! The five-colored feather fan shook and flashed with splendor. It was undamaged and blocked most of the innate Taishu astral energy, but a part of it still rushed through. Pfft! A small piece of the Tao diagram was like a peerless sword. It shattered the owner's arm and turned it into a bloody pulp. He was not Gulidian who specialized in physical cultivation. Even in the four extreme secret realm, he could not block this kind of close combat. The Ji clan's innate Taishu astral energy. He cried out in surprise. This change was too sudden. He did not expect Yifan to spit out the Tao diagram and catch him off guard. Boom! Yifan activated the secret of all of the 9 secrets and was about to be sent flying by the fan. However, he suddenly stopped his body and rushed forward against the wind. His battle prowess increased by 10 times. He had no choice but to go all out. 2 enemies were in the 4 extreme secret realm, especially the diamond chakram of the other one. The 5-colored astral wind could melt anything. It blew the rocks and earth into ashes and created a huge crater. Unfortunately, it was unable to send Yifan, whose strength had increased by 10 times, flying. He was like a resplendent divine spear, unstoppable. He broke through the 5-colored divine wind and arrived before them. Whoosh! This person waved the fan with all his strength. The divine wind surged like the ocean, but it was blocked by the myriad source energy falling from the cauldron above Yifan's head. Clang, clang, clang. He opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling light. 81 divine feathers were sparkling and translucent. They were like immortal swords that hacked at Yifan. At the same time, the diamond chakram from behind also attacked. It was like a mountain hitting the cauldron with immeasurable weight. Yifan clenched his teeth and took advantage of the situation. He allowed the cauldron to fall and the 5-colored fan in front of him to temporarily escape his grasp. At the same time, the deity striking whip in his hand swung down and dozens of divine feathers were shattered. Ah, the owner of the 5-colored fan let out a miserable cry. His consciousness was injured. The fan in his hand collided with the cauldron and fell to the ground at the same time. Pfft! Yi Fan rushed over. His fist flashed with golden light and killed him. He passed through the broken body. Swoosh! He grabbed the five-colored fan in his hand. At the same time, his cauldron flew back and released strands of myriad source energy to protect him. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan risked his life and killed two powerful enemies. He wanted to train himself against the top 10, but the premise was that his life was not in danger. The situation just now was very bad, so he had to use all of his means. Buzz! The diamond chakram flew over. Its body was shiny, and its patterns were natural. It was as if it was imbued with the power of the heavens, causing the red ground to tremble. Yi Fan was moved. He wanted to test how hard the chakram was, so he took out the cauldron of myriad chi above his head. It was a holy item. Although it did not have Tao and reason interweave, it was immortal and could not be destroyed. Clang, the two collided, and the reddish-brown ground rumbled. Sand and stone surged like a flood, sweeping in all directions. Between them, the earth seemed to have turned into a vast ocean. Layer upon layer of sand surged like waves. The void was like a scroll painting. It was as if it was being pulled in someone's hand and shook vigorously. The world shook violently. The diamond chakram was indeed terrifying. It had such great power that even the cauldron of myriad chi could not shatter it. Yi Fan was shocked and said, "Is it really the divine item on the other side of the sky?" Whoosh, he turned into a shadow and disappeared, retreating hundreds of meters away. The cauldron of myriad chi flew over and hovered above his head. Boom, the diamond chakram also rushed over. As expected, it had the power to split mountains and split the sky. It caused the ground under his feet to collapse and sent him flying. After this attack, the light-shaking realm cultivator finally stopped. He held the shiny treasure in his hand and stared coldly at Yi Fan. He said, "We underestimated you. You have the sacred body of the ancients at level 4, yet you have such combat power. You even killed my light-shaking realm cultivators, 10 lives for Yi. All 10 of you came out together for me. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed," Yi Fan replied. 10 lives for one Yi. How impressive. You want to kill all 10 of us by yourself? Do you think this is before the primordial age? Yang Yi's expression was ugly as he held the diamond chakram in his hand. Regardless of whether it's before the primordial era or now, it's all the same to me. I've already killed 5 of them. Are the remaining 5 still far away? Yi Fan was extremely calm. What? You killed 5 of them? Does that mean Gu Lidian wasn't the only one who died before we came here? Yang Yi was shocked. That's right. I've killed 3 people by then. You'll be the 6th. This is beyond my expectations. While the sacred body of the ancients has declined, it's still something special. Yang Yi's expression grew even colder. Yi Fan said, "There's something I don't understand. I'd like to ask you." What is it? Yang Yi asked coldly. Where did you get that diamond chakram? What's its origin? Yi Fan stared at him. Why are you asking this? Yang Yi stood there, the diamond chakram in his hand flashing with a dreamy luster. Yi Fan said, "I just have some doubts. This kind of weapon is rare in this world. Today is the first time I've seen one. Even my cauldron couldn't crush it." Humph. Yang Yi snorted and said mockingly, "Don't think that you can defeat all the weapons in the world just because you have a holy item. Even the source chi of myriad beings is nothing before it can weave its own patterns." The blood-red setting sun disappeared completely. Night fell, and the stars dotted the sky. The night wind blew across the devastated land, making whooshing sounds. Does that mean your diamond chakram really has a great origin? Yi Fan asked. Of course. This is a secret treasure of my grandmaster. He gave it to me to kill you. Yang Yi's voice was cold. This diamond chakram is a treasure of a grandmaster? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. The Yaoguang sacred land was indeed not peaceful. With the disappearance of the sun, everyone hoped that their disciples would be able to improve, and they were willing to bestow great treasures upon them. This is one of the Yaoguang sacred land's treasures. It's a weapon forged from the dragon pattern cauldron of ultimate path and forged from Daluo silver essence. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. What was Dalua silver essence? It was definitely a peerless material for refining treasures. It was the favorite of the great sage because it was sturdy and could rot. In the past, he had met the Crow Daoist in the fire realm. The sheep-fat white jade godly metal he used to refine treasures was of the same level as Dalua silver essence and was equally precious. This diamond chakram was not much bigger than a bracelet. Its consumption was limited, but it was still extremely extravagant. This kind of peerless material was rare in the world. If that's the case, then your grandmaster must be someone with a great background. What Yi Fan was most concerned about was that this item was forged from the dragon pattern cauldron of ultimate path and not the diamond chakram on the other side of the starry sky. Thinking about it, this should be the case. How could he encounter such things one after another? It was impossible for him to always hear news about the chi practitioners of the Preaching dynasty. Moreover, the ancient diamond chakram on the other side of the starry sky was peerless in power. It could move the heavens and shatter the earth. Such a peerless weapon would not fall into the hands of a disciple of the four extreme secret realms. However, Yi Fan was still tempted. This was a weapon forged from the dragon pattern cauldron of ultimate path. It would definitely be an important treasure even in the Wavering Light Sacred Ground. I heard that the dragon pattern cauldron of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground rarely appears. They are suppressing their so-called trump cards. What exactly is that? Yang Yi harumphed coldly and said, You know quite a bit. If there was one ultimate path weapon that Yi Fan was most curious about, it would undoubtedly be the dragon pattern cauldron. This was not just because the Wavering Light Sacred Ground had chosen to forge cauldrons like him. It was also because the Wavering Light Sacred Ground had never produced a great emperor, yet they had successfully forged an ultimate path weapon. This was definitely an anomaly. From ancient times until now, this was the only one who had produced an ultimate path weapon without producing a great emperor. No one else had been able to replicate this miracle. However, it could not be said that the Wavering Light Sacred Ground had luck. Everything was determined by their strength. Before the Antiquity era, even though the Wavering Light Sacred Ground had never produced a great emperor, they had produced 28 sages. During that period of time, every generation had produced a stunning figure. The 28 sages had succeeded them. When the older sages passed away, the new sages would take their place. In total, they had spent 50,000 years refining the black dragon pattern gold. This was the result of the combined efforts of the 28 sages, as well as countless sacred lords and grand elders. Before every old sage passed away, they would carve their lifetime of comprehension into a Tao pattern and imprint it into the dragon pattern cauldron. 50,000 years. Before it had become an ultimate path divine weapon, the black dragon pattern gold had been placed on the Wavering Light Sacred Mountain and had never moved. It had withstood wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the power of the stars. During this period of time, countless disciples had prayed and worshipped it. In the end, on a rainy night filled with lightning and thunder, it had become an ultimate path weapon. It had become a supreme treasure of the Eastern Barren Territory. This also showed how terrifying an ultimate path divine weapon was. Only a great emperor could forge it. The Wavering Light Sacred Mountain was the only exception. 28 ancient sages had expended their blood, sweat, and tears. Countless sacred lords, elders, and disciples had used up their youth. Using the power of the entire sacred ground, it had taken them 50,000 years to create the dragon pattern cauldron. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt an extremely dangerous aura. An extremely bad premonition rose in his heart. He turned into a bolt of lightning and retreated, dodging quickly. It's too late. You shouldn't have given me so much time to prepare. If you want to hear the secrets of the light-shaking realm, no problem. I can continue to tell you, but only if you can survive. Yang Yi laughed coldly. He had been happy to stall for time, focusing his divine power on the diamond chakram. Boom, he raised his hand and shot out the shining chakram. It turned into a bolt of silver lightning that seemed capable of shattering the heavens. The silver light shone resplendently and rumbled. The black sky trembled violently as if it was about to shake down all the stars in the sky. As for the crimson ground, it was directly shattered, and it continued to spread and collapse. Rubble flew through the air. The diamond chakram chased after Yi Fan. It had turned into the size of a millstone. Although it was not very large, it was extremely frightening and possessed unparalleled strength. Clang, the silver light was like snow, dazzling everyone's eyes. The diamond chakram fell down and slammed into the myriad chi cauldron. A deafening explosion rang out, and the ground collapsed. Many huge rocks and endless amounts of sand were sent flying thousands of meters into the sky. It was as if the end of the world had come. Under the shocking attack, Yifan was sent flying 3 or 4 kilometers. The myriad chi cauldron above his head was buzzing, and his blood was boiling. This weapon is too terrifying. It must be something that combines the Tao and principle. Yifan felt a chill in his heart. When he thought about how this chakram was made from Daluo silver essence and was formed from an ultimate path divine weapon, he became even more uneasy. Boom, the second attack was earth-shattering. Within a radius of thousands of meters, angry waves surged into the sky. All the rocks and soil were sent flying, and then turned into ashes in the sky. On the ground, a bottomless pit with a radius of thousands of meters appeared. It was pitch black and extremely frightening. The power of one attack was so terrifying that Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air. This was truly frightening. Yifan's cauldron was sent flying into the sky and separated from him. This was sent flying by incomparable saint power, and he could not control it at all. At this moment, he realized the seriousness of the situation. The diamond chakram's terror had exceeded his expectations. The secret of all of the 9 secrets was activated, and his speed increased tenfold. He dodged the third attack and rushed into the sky. Finally, he regained control of the cauldron before the diamond chakram caught up. This can't go on. He swung the deity-striking whip and struck the snow-white silver light in the sky. Clang, an earth-shattering sound shook his eardrums and made his arm go numb. The power of the diamond chakram was too great, and its material was special. Even the deity-striking whip could not shatter it. It really makes one wonder if this is the diamond chakram from the other side of the starry sky. Yifan was sent flying several kilometers again. This kind of terrifying divine might could easily kill a cultivator at the first heavenly layer of 4 extremities. If not for Yifan's special physique, that attack just now would not have made his arm go numb, but would have completely shattered it. He hurriedly checked the deity-striking whip, afraid that it would be damaged. Fortunately, it was still simple and unadorned without any abnormalities. Damn it, does your grandmaster think I'm the saint child of some holy land? He gave you such a terrifying weapon. Yifan was full of resentment. Xianxia ignored him and once again activated the diamond chakram. It emitted a dazzling silver light and struck down. Boom, the earth collapsed once again. Rubble flew into the sky, and a radius of thousands of meters turned into a land of ruin. The pit was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Yifan was beaten until his blood and energy were in turmoil. His ears were ringing and his vision blurred. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia was a true expert at the first layer of the 4 extremes and was much stronger than Su Yuan's subordinates. The diamond chakram was simply unstoppable. After more than 100 attempts, Yifan once again activated the word all of the 9 secrets. Against a weapon interwoven with Tao and truth, even a powerful character from the 4 extreme realms might not be able to escape unscathed. He had no choice but to do his best to resist. Clang, clang, after successfully activating the word all of the 9 secrets, Yifan took off his cauldron and held it in his left hand. He attacked the sky while his other hand swung the deity-striking whip to violently collide with the diamond chakram. The tenfold power finally stopped this terrifying treasure chakram. The sky was about to explode as the deafening sound was like the ringing of a sacred bell in ancient heaven. The scarlet earth was shaking and had been beaten beyond recognition. Under the night sky, boundless divine power wreaked havoc in all directions like a surging ocean. After dozens of exchanges, the world trembled. When the effect of the word all was about to disappear, Xianxia's face finally turned pale without a trace of blood. Buzz. The void trembled as the diamond chakram froze in the air. Resplendent silver light shone as it turned into a ring-shaped black hole that swallowed everything. It was like a true black hole in the boundless starry domain that swallowed the heaven and earth. The giant rocks on the earth and the endless sand all flowed into the sky like a river. All of the rocks and soil that got close to it were crushed into dust. Nothing was left behind. No matter what it was, everything that came into contact with that place would turn into powder and cease to exist. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. He hadn't expected the diamond chakram to be so terrifying and could be used like this. A weapon interwoven with the veins of the heaven and earth is too terrifying. Its power is unimaginable. He took out the 5-colored feather fan and fanned it with all his might. The treasured fan that could shatter mountains and rivers stirred up a 5-colored divine wind that blew forward. Rumble. However, this kind of magic treasure was useless. The diamond chakram was as big as a millstone and as big as a black hole. It possessed an incomparable devouring power. With a rumbling sound, Yi Fan was pulled towards the black hole by a huge force. Your ancestral master, that bastard, really treats me like a saint, Yi Fan cursed. The multicolored feather fan in his hand fiercely flung outwards. At the same time, he enlarged the cauldron, preparing to smash into that black hole. Gotcha, something astonishing happened. Yi Fan had personally experienced the power of the 5-colored feather fan, and it was extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, the precious fan shattered in the black hole, immediately destroyed. Yes, he couldn't even resist it. With a flash of colorful light, the rainbow feather fan turned into ashes, causing Yi Fan to shudder in fear. I forgot to tell you. My ancestor was from the same generation as the Sacred Lord. His treasure had already formed the pattern of heaven and earth 800 years ago. It's not wrong for you to die here. Yang Yi's face turned even paler. He had consumed too much of his divine power. Although the diamond chakram was powerful, it was not something he could use as he pleased. Yi Fan didn't say anything. Finally, he activated the secret of all, transforming the cauldron to a height of 9 meters and smashing it upwards. However, the black hole formed by the diamond chakram had an unimaginable power. It actually shrunk the cauldron and swallowed it. Yi Fan was astonished. He hurriedly activated it and did his best to resist. The all-life source was a holy object, but it didn't have the pattern of heaven and earth. It couldn't use divine techniques and could only be sturdy. Clang, under his all-out resistance, the cauldron finally shrunk to a height of 3 meters and struck the diamond chakram. The sky shook violently. Yang Yi couldn't bear it anymore. His face was drained of all color as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clang, Yi Fan activated the all-life source cauldron and struck it fiercely, causing the diamond chakram to shake violently. Yang Yi received the impact and almost fell from the sky. At this time, Yi Fan also rushed up to avoid the black hole. He swung the deity-striking whip and smashed the edge of the circular diamond chakram. Buzz! The void trembled as the diamond chakram turned into the size of a palm and spun in the air. Silver light flickered as the black hole disappeared. Yang Yi's divine power was insufficient and could no longer support it. The black hole disappeared as a result. Yi Fan activated the great cauldron. The all-life source chi fell down and with a swoosh, the diamond chakram was collected inside. He didn't want to face this terrifying weapon again. After the diamond chakram interweaved Tao and logic, its power was so great that even he felt horrified. Clang, 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 even though Yang Yi's divine power was declining, he still persisted in activating the chakram. He still had terrifying battle power. The diamond chakram attacked the cauldron, causing it to buzz and sway. Yi Fan endured and rushed over with the deity-striking whip. He lashed out, causing the void to collapse as he went straight for Yang Yi's head. Light flickered as Yang Yi took out 7 or 8 magic treasures. But how could these things stop the deity-striking whip? Pa-cha pa-cha, shattering sounds rang out continuously as all the magic treasures were shattered. All kinds of sparkling treasure fragments turned into a resplendent meteor shower under the night sky and fell from the sky. Ah, Yang Yi's divine sense was injured. He held his forehead and screamed. Yi Fan brandished the deity-striking whip and smashed down. Pa! His head was smashed. White brain juice and fresh blood splattered everywhere as the corpse fell from the sky. Finally, everything calmed down. The stars twinkled and the moonlight was as clear as water. The earth was full of desolation, destroyed beyond recognition by this great battle. Yi Fan landed on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. This battle was finally over. The diamond chakram's power was beyond imagination. However, the harvest was also great. From now on, he had the deity striking whip for close combat and this treasure chakram for long-range attacks. With the two working together, his battle power would rise to a new level. Under the bright moonlight, the diamond chakram was sparkling and translucent. Its entire body was silvery white with natural Dao patterns. Yi Fan didn't dare to be careless. He used the all-life source Qi to hold it in place and then probed his divine sense into the chakram. He felt that even if a major character lent such a treasure to Yang Yi, it would most likely leave behind some kind of mark. As expected, when he probed the deepest part of the diamond chakram, a dangerous aura rushed over. Swoosh! He quickly retreated and a wisp of his divine sense chased after it. An illusory figure appeared in the void and pounced towards Yi Fan. Pa! Yi Fan immediately brandished the deity striking whip and struck it 3 times in a row, turning that wisp of divine sense into flying ashes. Then, he once again probed into the diamond chakram. The inside was as clear as if it had been washed. It was sparkling and translucent like a starry sky. The inside of a weapon interwoven with Tao and reason is actually like this. At this point, Yi Fan was relieved. This treasure chakram now belonged to him. After this battle, he became alert. Even with the deity striking whip in hand, some weapons might not be able to break it and couldn't do anything to the opponent's divine sense. Starlight sprinkled down as Yi Fan carved the 6th key character. Carrying the deity striking whip on his back, he walked alone into the depths of the Scarlet Earth and disappeared. 3 days later, news came from the Yin province that the 2 disciples taught by the Wavering Light Holy Land's hidden elder had died a violent death. Only 2 heads remained while their bodies had turned into flying ashes. The only clue was that a Yi character had been carved next to the 2 heads. It was bold and forceful, full of killing intent and provocation. The news that Yi Fan had killed a Wavering Light Holy Land disciple in the Yin province spread like wildfire. Many people flocked to this place. Just 1 day later, news came from the Kuan province that Yi Fan had fought with the Wavering Light Holy Land disciple Qin Tai and had used the diamond chakram to turn him into flying ashes. When this news came out, many of the oases were shaken. In particular, a few of the older generation knew that the diamond chakram was the weapon of an important figure in the Wavering Light Holy Land. What happened? How did the Wavering Light Holy Land's treasure fall into Yi Fan's hands? How did he turn the Wavering Light Holy Land's disciple into ashes? You guys probably don't know yet. The Wavering Light Holy Land's hidden elder wants to compete with the Wavering Light Holy Land's orthodox bloodline for the position of Holy Son. He sent 10 of his disciples to kill Yi Fan. Many cultivators in the nearby oases were discussing spiritedly. This is an undisguised provocation. The Wavering Light Holy Land sent 10 experts to kill Yi Fan, but in the end, one of them was killed instead. Is Yi Fan really in the area between the Yin province and the Kuan province? Could it be someone else's doing? It should be him. Someone saw it with their own eyes. He was definitely the one who killed Qin Tai with the diamond chakram. Yang Yi, Gu Lidian, and the others had been killed in the Red Land. Until now, no one had discovered it. The fact that 3 of them had been killed was enough to cause chaos in the outside world. At night, a bonfire danced. Yi Fan met up with Tu Fei and the Black Empress. That was too fierce. If the Wavering Light Holy Land knew about it, their faces would turn green. Tu Fei said after learning about the result. I really hope you can break the curse and enter the 4 ultimate secret realms. That way, you can show the supreme glory of the sacred body of the ancients again. Yi Fan said, I'm looking forward to the holy city of the northern region. I'm counting on the great sage's land stone materials for the 1 million kilograms of origin. Tu Fei laughed and said, there's only one of the top 10 warriors left. If they're all killed, the news will spread and shake the entire northern region. I want to see where the Wavering Light Holy Land will put their faces. 2 days later, Yi Fan, Tu Fei, and the Black Empress found the last person in the Kuan province. He killed him with the diamond chakram again. Many people came after hearing the news and saw it with their own eyes. Ji Haiyue, Xia Jiuyo, and some of the saints appeared there. Yi Fan saw them from afar. He crossed the void with the Black Empress and Tu Fei. If he didn't enter the 4 ultimate secret realms, he wouldn't fight with the saints. He tried his best to avoid them. After everything was settled in the Yin province and the Kuan province, Yifan set out on the road to the holy city of the northern region. Go find Li Heishui. He's been in the holy city for the past half a year. This was what Tufei told him before he left. When Yifan left, the An province and the Kuan province were shaken. The corpses deep in the red land were finally discovered one by one. The 6 words were shocking. The Alcade realm was shaken, and many cultivators of the northern region were shocked. The Alcade realm's hidden elders had sent 10 disciples to hunt down Yifan, but they were all killed between the An province and the Kuan province. It was a resounding slap to the face. The Alcade realm's so-called top 10 masters became a joke. They were all killed by Yifan's people. Even the Alcade realm's precious treasure, the diamond chakram, had fallen into Yifan's hands. It was truly a shameful thing. 1 word Yi meant 10 lives. The 10 disciples of the Alcade realm's hidden lineage had all fallen. It caused a huge wave, and many people were dumbfounded. They found it hard to believe. Those are the top 10 elites of the Alcade realm's hidden lineage. Even if they can't compare to the Alcade realm's true disciples, they are definitely extraordinary. But they were all killed by the sacred body of the ancients, Yifan? This is unbelievable. Most people had only heard about this battle. It was impossible for them to witness it with their own eyes, but the news still spread like wildfire. The young generation and the sons of the great sage were on alert. They didn't care about Yifan's current strength. Even if he entered the level 5, they wouldn't care. But what if he broke the curse and entered the 4-level secret realm? Everyone shuddered at the thought of this outcome. Even Ji Haoyue, who had the God King body, and the talented Xia Jiuyo and the others were deep in thought. However, almost everyone didn't think that Yifan could break the curse. In the past, the sacred bodies of the ancients cultivated by the great sage all stopped at the Holy Palace secret realm. The storm swept the northern region. Yifan heard a lot along the way. Half a month later, he finally approached the holy city of the northern region. Yifan headed north. After flying for more than 10 days, he passed through mountains and rivers. After who knew how many tens of thousands of li, he finally approached the northern region's holy city. The northern region's holy city was the absolute center. On this scarlet land, it was just as famous as Origin ancient mine. The northern region's residents regarded it as a divine land. Late autumn arrived. The weather was already extremely cold. On the bare tree branches, there would occasionally be 1 or 2 leaves that stubbornly hung on. The oasis where the holy city was located was extremely vast, its circumference reaching several tens of thousands of li. There were many cities here. Compared to the other provinces, Holy Province was the most peaceful. No matter how daring the bandits were, they still wouldn't dare to loot this oasis, because the various great powers all had troops stationed in this province. The northern wind swept through the white grass. The season of snow was already not far away. Many of the pedestrians on the road were already wearing beast skin clothes. The road leading to the holy city was extremely wide. It wasn't a problem for more than 10 carriages to travel side by side. Apart from the northern region's residents, cultivators could be seen flying through the sky from time to time. At this moment, Yifan was already less than 600 li from the holy city. On both sides of the road were towering mountains and broken cliffs, all of them imposing and majestic. This bluestone road seemed to have been carved out by someone. When he was less than 200 li from the holy city, the number of pedestrians clearly increased. Strange beasts galloped like wind and lightning. Most of them were cultivators. Suddenly, a muffled thunderous sound rang through the air. Several dozen riders rushed over like a tide. It had to be said that these people were extremely arrogant. They rode their beasts forward, stepping in midair. They were only a few meters above the ground as they advanced along the main road. Wild beasts roared. A crazy gale roared past, blowing many people's hair into a mess. Quite a few people glared angrily at them. One could clearly see that several meters above their heads, llama hooves and unicorn leopard claws trampled through the air. This was a great disrespect to the pedestrians on the road. The people in midair urged their beasts forward, not caring about the feelings of the people on the main road at all. They rushed towards the holy city, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Normal people definitely wouldn't dare do this, because most of the people heading for the holy city were cultivators. This would easily offend others. Which ancient family's disciple is this? He really is too arrogant, stepping on our heads to advance. There were people on the main road who were discontent. Forget it. Don't say too much. If they hear you and turn around to find trouble with you, it will be a disaster. Someone advised. I feel like it's someone from the Gold clan of the Northern Plains. Perhaps they didn't do it on purpose. Maybe they had something urgent to attend to. One of the descendants of the Gold family offended a young master of the Sky Demon Palace. Both sides fought a great battle and both sides suffered heavy losses. They are most likely rushing over because of this matter. Even before entering the holy city, Yi Fan could already feel that there was a gathering place in front of him. This city was the gathering place of the entire world. Central Plains royal family, Northern Plains Huangjin family, and even Southern Mountains experts, as well as Eastern Desolate's sacred grounds. Not long after, Yi Fan finally approached the #1 city in the north region. This was a pure land. Outside the holy city, everything within a radius of 150 miles was lush and verdant. One could not feel the change of seasons. Although it was already late autumn, this place was lush and did not feel cold at all. It was like a spring day with warm winds caressing one's face. The plants were lush and the spirit spring was gurgling. The spiritual chi here was extremely dense, many times denser than in other places. Ancient trees towered into the sky. They were hundreds of meters tall like small mountains. Their branches stretched towards the sky and ancient vines crawled all over the cliffs like dragons. It's already late autumn. Why is it still so lively? Someone was like Yi Fan. He was puzzled and asked the people on the road. Holy City has existed since ancient times. It is the city that has affected the environment of the region, someone replied. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yi Fan finally saw the legendary Holy City, which gave him a great shock. The ancient city was extremely majestic. The city walls were like an endless dragon lying on the ground. They looked like they were cast from copper and shone with a metallic luster. The majestic city gate was hundreds of meters tall. It was extremely majestic and majestic. Looking from afar, the huge ancient city gave off a suffocating pressure. This is the heart of the North region. From ancient times until now, there were many legends about the Holy City. After looking through all kinds of ancient records, people would be shocked to find that it was really too ancient. It was impossible to trace back to the era of its origin. Since the beginning of written records, the city had never changed its location. It was unknown how long it had existed. Divine City was also its name. It was rumored that countless years ago, it was suspended in the sky and only fell to the earth during the Desolate Era. This ancient city was many times larger than the capital of a great country. It was extremely majestic. If one didn't fly and walked like a mortal, it would take a day to pass through the city. The city was very prosperous. There were palaces in great numbers and wide ancient streets. There were gambling dens, immortal towers, Wind Moon Palace, Holy Lord Watchtower, Demon King Pavilion, and many others. It was extremely luxurious. Mortals and cultivators mixed together. People came and went in the city. Half of them were cultivators. In such a place, no one dared to act rashly. They might accidentally bump into a descendant of an ancient family. If they were unlucky, they might directly step on the feet of a grand elder of a holy land. This wasn't impossible because there were many such people in the holy city. Yi Fan found that his eyes weren't enough. The ancient city was huge and the layout was exquisite. It was very mysterious. He suspected that some palaces were as old as the city. On the side of the bustling street, there would occasionally be a palace that occupied an extremely large area. It was richly ornamented like a palace. What is this place? He asked the passers-by from time to time. This is an inn opened by the Five Elements Palace. It's not bad. A palace as an inn. Not bad. Yi Fan was a little dumbfounded. After walking for a short distance, he saw a palace garden. The garden was magnificent, and the buildings were towering. What is this place? This is a gambling den. It's too small. I suggest you go to the gambling dens in the Holy Lands, the person beside him answered. This kind of palace garden is considered a small gambling den. Yi Fan was really speechless. Not long after, he saw some pavilions that were suspended in midair. They weren't messy and were arranged in a very orderly and elegant manner. "Uncle, may I ask what this place is?" Yifan couldn't help but ask again. "It's your first time in the holy city, right?" The old man in his 50s glanced at him and said, "This is a restaurant." "It's not bad." Yifan rubbed his chin. He really didn't know what to say. Everything was extremely luxurious. The old man in his 50s said, "If you have enough energy, you can go up and have a meal. There are all kinds of delicacies in the world. Female cultivators will pour wine for the guests and play the zither." No one flew in the city. Even if they were cultivators, they still strictly followed the city rules. On the bustling street, people came and went, rubbing shoulders. After walking for a while, Yifan finally arrived at a quiet place. This was a Taoist temple. It wasn't grand or tall, but it occupied an extremely large area. There were many ancient trees planted in the surroundings. The Taoist temple was hidden in the vast mortal world. It was much quieter than other places, giving off a feeling of returning to nature. This was a very special place. It seemed to have the aura of the Grand Tao flowing around. There were clearly many people coming in and out, but it was quiet and peaceful. "Uncle, I want to ask, where is this place? Why is there a Taoist temple?" Yifan asked a middle-aged fat man in his 40s. "You're new, right? I can tell that you just came to the holy city." It was this sentence again. Every time he asked someone, he would hear this sentence. The middle-aged fat man chuckled and said, "This is the Tao One Holy Land Stone Square. It's quite famous and is a very good place. Recently, their saintess often appears and stays here. If young people want to see her beauty, they can't miss this opportunity." "Uncle, why are you smiling so vulgarly?" "Hee hee. You don't know, but this place has been very lively recently. 8 lunatics jumped out of nowhere and declared that they would gamble on stones in the Tao One Holy Land and win their saintess." "Uncle, I see that you really like to gossip." Yifan glanced at the middle-aged fat man. These 8 lunatics have a great background. Even the Jiang family's grand elder couldn't suppress them. After they took out a scarlet jade token, the Jiang family's old man turned around and left. "Who are these 8 people?" Yifan asked curiously. "Who knows?" The middle-aged fat man muttered, "Come, let's go in and take a look." Yifan declined politely. The middle-aged fat man chuckled and wretchedly walked into the Tao One Holy Land Stone Square alone. "Who wants to win against the saintess of the Holy Land? Why are they competing with me? But this is good too. If there are more people like this, it will be easier for me to fish in troubled waters in the holy city," Yifan muttered. After turning a corner, there was a large lake in front of them. The lake water was dark blue, like a huge sapphire embedded in the ground. Many people were walking along the riverbank. The willows swayed and the warm wind blew. Many dragon boats and phoenix pavilions were docked in the lake, and the melodious sound of stringed instruments could be heard. Yifan found that most of the people on the shore were young. When he looked up, he was even more surprised. In the depths of the lake, the sky was shrouded in clouds and mist. There were also many large boats floating, as well as some palaces and pavilions. "What is this place?" Yifan was puzzled. This time, he was not called a first-time visitor, but was looked down upon. "You're already here, but you still think you're an innocent young man. Big brother, I really don't know what this place is. Tell me about it." Yifan asked humbly. People came and went, and willows lined the lakeside. The man glanced at him and said, "You don't know the famous Miaoyu Nunnery in the holy city? What kind of place is Miaoyu Nunnery?" "It's my first time in the holy city," Yifan said. "Of course it's one of the top 10 brothels in the holy city. Recently, the successor of Miaoyu Nunnery is about to be born. I guess some holy sons and successors of the families of the ancients have secretly come here. You came here on your first visit to the holy city. I'd like to see it, but I really didn't know about it before." The man glanced at him and said, "It's lively here at night. The lights are brightly lit, the immortal lake sparkles, and the jade palaces and jade boats appear in the sky. The most outstanding successor of Miaoyu Nunnery is about to be born, so some holy sons and young people of the families of the ancients may come here secretly. Is Miaoyu nunnery that famous? Yi Fan was surprised. Miaoyu nunnery has an ancient heritage and is extremely powerful. Naturally, it's extremely famous, not much weaker than the Holy Lands. Among the top 10 brothels in the Holy City, Miaoyu nunnery could be ranked in the top 3, not to mention its heritage and strength. It was said that the previous nunnery had inexplicable relationships with some holy sons when they were young, and some of those holy sons later became holy lords. Yi Fan was beaten until the blood in his body was churning. His ears were ringing and his vision blurred. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Yi was a true expert at the first layer of the 4 extremes. He was much stronger than Su Yuan's subordinates. When he wielded the diamond chakram, it was simply unstoppable. After more than 100 attempts, Yi Fan finally triggered the all-character of the 9 secrets. Facing a weapon that was interwoven with Tao and truth, even if a powerful figure of the 4 extremes came, he might not be able to escape unscathed. He had no choice but to do everything he could to resist. Clang, clang, after successfully triggering the all-character of the 9 secrets, Yi Fan took off his cauldron and held it in his left hand. He struck it towards the sky while his other hand swung the deity-striking whip and violently collided with the diamond chakram. A tenfold increase in battle prowess had finally stopped this terrifying treasure chakram. The sky was about to explode. The deafening sound was like the ringing of the sacred bell of ancient heaven. The scarlet earth was shaking and had been beaten beyond recognition. Under the night sky, boundless divine power wreaked havoc in all directions like a surging ocean. After dozens of blows, heaven and earth trembled. When the effect of the all-character of the secret art was about to disappear, Yang Yi's face was finally as white as snow without a trace of blood. Wang! The void trembled. The diamond chakram was fixed in the sky. Silver light shone resplendently. It was ring-shaped and turned into a black hole that swallowed everything. It was like a true black hole in the boundless starry region. It swallowed the heaven and earth. The huge rocks on the earth and the endless sand flowed into the sky like a river. As soon as the earth and stone approached it, they would all be crushed into ashes. Nothing could be preserved. Regardless of what it was, as soon as it came into contact with that place, it would all turn into powder, no longer existing. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. He didn't expect the diamond chakram to be so terrifying and could be used like this. A weapon that can interweave heaven and earth patterns, it's too terrifying. Its power is unimaginable. He took out the 5-colored feather fan and fanned it fiercely. The precious fan that could shatter mountains and rivers surged with 5-colored divine winds that blew forward. Hong Longlong, however, this kind of magical treasure was useless. The diamond chakram was as large as a millstone and the black hole was also as large as a stone. It possessed an incomparable devouring power. A rumbling sound rang out. Yi Fan was pulled by a tremendous force towards that black hole. Your ancestor, that scoundrel, really treats me like a saint child, Yi Fan cursed. He threw out the 5-colored feather fan with all his might and struck forward. At the same time, he enlarged the cauldron and prepared to collide with that black hole. Gotcha, something astonishing happened. Yi Fan had personally experienced the power of the 5-colored feather fan, and it was extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, the treasured fan shattered within the black hole and was instantly destroyed. That's right, it couldn't even resist. With a flash of rainbow light, the 5-colored feather fan turned into flying ashes. This made Yi Fan's heart jump. I forgot to tell you. My ancestor and the Divine Master were of the same generation. His treasure had already interweaved heaven and earth patterns 800 years ago. It's not an injustice for you to die here. Yang Yi's complexion became even paler. He had consumed too much of his divine power. Although the diamond chakram was powerful, it wasn't something he could use as he pleased. Yi Fan didn't say anything. Finally, he activated the secret character of all again, turning the cauldron 9 meters tall and smashing it upwards with all his might. However, the black hole formed by the diamond chakram possessed an inconceivable power. It actually shrunk the cauldron and swallowed it. Yi Fan was astonished. He hurriedly activated it and did everything he could to resist. The source energy of all things was a divine object, but it didn't contain heaven and earth patterns. It couldn't use divine techniques and could only be sturdy. Clang, under his all-out resistance, the cauldron finally shrunk to 3 meters tall and struck the diamond chakram. The sky shook violently. Xianxia couldn't bear it any longer. His face was drained of all color as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clang, Yifan activated the source energy cauldron and struck it fiercely again. The diamond chakram shook violently. Xianxia received the impact and almost fell from the sky. At this time, Yifan also rushed up and avoided the black hole. He swung the deity striking whip and smashed the edge of the circular diamond chakram. Buzz, the void trembled. The diamond chakram turned into the size of a palm and spun in the void. Silver light flickered and the black hole disappeared. Xianxia's divine power was insufficient and he couldn't hold on any longer. The black hole disappeared as a result. Yifan activated the great cauldron. The source energy descended and collected the diamond chakram with a swoosh. He didn't want to face this terrifying weapon again. After the diamond chakram interweaved Tao and reason, its power was so great that it made even him feel frightened. Dang, 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 even though Xianxia's divine power was declining, he still persisted in activating the chakram. He still had a terrifying battle power. The diamond chakram attacked the cauldron, causing the great cauldron to buzz and sway. Yifan endured and rushed over with the deity striking whip in hand. He swung it, causing the void to collapse as he went straight for Xianxia's head. Light flickered. Xianxia took out 7 or 8 magic treasures, but how could these things block the deity striking whip? Crack, crack, the sound of shattering rang out continuously as all the magic treasures were shattered. All sorts of sparkling and translucent treasure fragments turned into a resplendent meteor shower under the night sky as they fell from the sky. Xianxia's divine sense was injured. He clutched his forehead and screamed. Yifan brandished the deity striking whip and smashed it down with all his might. Bang, Xianxia's head was shattered. White brain matter and fresh blood splattered everywhere as his corpse fell from the sky. Finally, everything calmed down. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the moonlight was as clear as water. The earth was a scene of desolation, destroyed beyond recognition by this battle. Yifan landed on the ground and let out a long sigh. This battle was finally over. The diamond chakram's power was beyond imagination. However, the harvest was also great. From now on, he had the deity striking whip for close-range attacks and this precious chakram for long-range attacks. With the two complementing each other, his combat strength would rise to a whole new level. Under the bright moonlight, the diamond chakram was sparkling and translucent. Its entire body was silvery white, and the Tao patterns were natural as if they were made by nature. Yifan didn't dare to be careless. He used the source chi of all things to lock it in place and then probed his divine sense into the chakram. He felt that even if a major character lent this kind of treasure to Xianxia, it would most likely leave behind some kind of mark. As expected, when he probed the deepest part of the diamond chakram, a dangerous aura rushed over. Swoosh, he quickly withdrew and sent out a wisp of his divine sense. A phantom appeared in the void and pounced towards Yifan. Bang, Yifan directly brandished the deity striking whip and struck it 3 times in succession, turning that wisp of divine sense into flying ashes. Then, he once again probed into the diamond chakram. The inside was as clear as if it had been washed. It was flawless and resplendent, just like a starry sky. The inside of a weapon that interweaves Tao and reason is actually like this. At this point, Yifan was relieved. This precious chakram was now completely his. After this battle, he also became vigilant. Even with the deity striking whip in hand, some weapons might not necessarily be able to shatter it. He couldn't do anything to the other party's divine sense. Starlight scattered everywhere. Yifan engraved the 6th key character. Carrying the deity striking whip on his back, he walked alone into the depths of the scarlet earth and disappeared. 3 days later, news spread out from the Yin province that the 2 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land's hidden elder had died a violent death. Only 2 heads remained, while their bodies had been turned to dust. The only clue was that the character Yi had been engraved next to the 2 heads. It was bold and forceful, full of killing intent and provocation. The news that Yifan had killed a Wavering Light Holy Land disciple in the Yin province quickly spread, and many people rushed over. Just a day later, news came from the Kuan province that Yi Fan had fought a great battle with the Wavering Light Holy Land disciple Qin Tai and had used the diamond chakram to turn him into dust. When this news spread, many of the oases were shaken, especially a few of the older generation. They all knew that the diamond chakram was the weapon of a great figure in the Wavering Light Holy Land. What happened? How did the Wavering Light Holy Land's treasure fall into Yi Fan's hands and turn the Wavering Light Holy Land's disciple into dust? You guys probably don't know yet, but the Wavering Light Holy Land's hidden elder wants to compete with the Wavering Light Holy Land's main branch for the position of Holy Sun, so they sent 10 of their disciples to kill Yi Fan. Many of the cultivators in the nearby oases were discussing this matter. This is an undisguised provocation. The Wavering Light Holy Land sent 10 of their top experts to kill Yi Fan, but in the end, one of them was killed instead. Is Yi Fan really between the Yin province and the Kuan province? It couldn't have been done by someone else, could it? It should be him. Someone saw it with their own eyes. The person who killed Qin Tai with the diamond chakram was definitely him. Yang Yi, Gu Lidian, and the others were killed in the Crimson Land. Up until now, no one had found out yet, but the fact that the 3 of them were killed had already caused chaos in the outside world. At night, a bonfire danced. Yi Fan met up with Tu Fei and the Black Empress. That was too fierce. If the Wavering Light Holy Land knew about this, their faces would turn green. After Tu Fei learned of the result, he said, "I really hope that you can break the curse and enter the 4 ultimate secret realms. You'll be able to recreate the peerless glory of the sacred body of the ancients." Yi Fan said, "I'm looking forward to the sacred city of the northern region. I'm counting on the stones from the great sage's land to get 1,000,000 kilograms of origin." Tu Fei laughed and said, "There's only one of the top 10 warriors left. If they're all killed, the news will spread out and shake the entire northern region. I want to see where the Wavering Light Holy Land will put their faces." 2 days later, Yi Fan, Tu Fei, and the Black Empress found the last warrior in Kuan Prefecture. He used the diamond bracelet to kill him. Many people came to see him with their own eyes. Jihaoyue, Xiajiao, and some saints' sons were there. Yi Fan saw them from a distance. He crossed the sky with the Black Empress and Tu Fei. If he didn't enter the 4 ultimate secret realms, he wouldn't fight with the saints' sons. He would try his best to avoid them. After everything was settled in Anzhou and Kuan Prefecture, Yi Fan started his journey to the sacred city of the northern region. "We're going to find Li Heishui. He's been in the sacred city for more than half a year," Tu Fei told him before he left. When Yi Fan left, Anzhou and Kuan Prefecture were shaken. The corpses buried deep in the red ground were finally found. The 6 words on the ground were terrifying. The Wavering Light Holy Land was shaken. Many cultivators in the northern region were shocked. The Wavering Light Holy Land had sent the top 10 disciples to kill Yi Fan. However, all of them were killed between Anzhou and Kuan Prefecture. It was a resounding slap to the Wavering Light Holy Land's face. The so-called top 10 warriors had become a joke. Yi Fan's people had killed them all. Even the diamond bracelet, the precious treasure of the Wavering Light Holy Land, had fallen into Yi Fan's hands. It was a disgraceful thing. One word Yi meant 10 lives. The top 10 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land had all fallen. It had stirred up a wave. Many people gawked and found it hard to believe. They were the top 10 elites of the Wavering Light Holy Land's hidden bloodline. Although they couldn't be compared to the outstanding disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land, they were still extraordinary. However, the sacred body of the ancients, Yi Fan, killed them all by himself? It's unbelievable. Most people had only heard about this battle. It was impossible for them to witness it with their own eyes. However, the news was still spreading like wildfire. The children of the great sage of the younger generation were on alert. They didn't care about Yi Fan's current strength. Even if he were to enter the 5th level of heaven, they wouldn't care. However, what if he broke the curse and broke into the 4-level secret realms? Everyone shuddered at the thought of such an outcome. Even Jihaoyue, who had the God King body, and the talented Xiajiao and the others fell into deep thought. However, almost everyone didn't think that Yi Fan could break the curse. In the past, the sacred bodies of the ancients cultivated by the land of the great sage all stopped at the Holy Palace secret realms. Yifan heard a lot about this storm in the northern region. Half a month later, he finally approached the sacred city of the northern region. The god city at night wasn't quiet. There were people on the streets and alleys, and melodious music could be heard from the temples. On the side of the streets, there were countless palaces. They were all dazzling and brightly lit. As far as the eye could see, light flickered. The song was faint and ethereal, moving people's hearts and intoxicating them. Saint City was a city that never sleeps. There were many palaces with divine splendor and auspicious clouds blossoming. It was a dreamlike scene. Yifan said, "Most of the people in Saint City are cultivators. Why is it so luxurious? It doesn't look like a godland, but a demonic city." Li Heishui smiled, "Cultivators are people too, not emotionless immortals. We all have emotions and desires. This is the god city of cultivators." Starlight fell and the moonlight was like water. The entire city was covered in a layer of holy veil. It was a scene of beauty. Singing and zither music could be heard. The fragrance of wine wafted over from the sky. A majestic palace shone brightly and floated in the sky beside the street. "Good wine, it's definitely aged for 1,000 years. It's the best wine in the world." Li Heishui looked up at the palace in the sky and revealed an intoxicated expression. "I'm afraid someone important is entertaining guests here." "Even important people are so high profile?" Yifan was surprised. Li Heishui shook his head, "This isn't high profile. It's lonely at the top and the path to immortality is endless. Why do we have to cultivate? There are thousands of ways to cultivate, and different people have different paths. Some people pass themselves in the world of mortals, especially those important people. Once they reach a certain realm, they don't need to go into seclusion. Many people experience the 5 colors and enter the world of mortals to find a chance to break through." Yifan revealed a surprised expression, "You know quite a bit." "That's not my understanding," said Meng Hao. "It's what the great bandit grandfathers said. We see the mortal world as the mortal world, but they see it as the immortal world. Different people, different daos, different scenes. It is indeed a matter of realm." Yifan nodded and said, "So, in the eyes of others, the extravagance in my eyes might already be a celestial world, or a lively pure land." Li Heishui said, "Actually, there are people in the younger generation who have reached this mental realm, comprehending the world of Tao alone in the world of mortals." "Who?" Yifan was shocked. "I don't know, the elders didn't say. But I think it's only mental realm. Their true strength can't be that high. Otherwise, it would be too scary." Li Heishui shook his head. High up in the sky, a palace floated with dazzling lights. The rich fragrance of wine drifted through the air, intoxicating one to the bone. Musical instruments were pleasing to the ears, and the singing was moving. "It's most likely that a supreme elder from the sacred land is entertaining a banquet." Li Heishui speculated and said, "Today we are going to Miaoyu Nunnery. Next time I will invite you to this drunken immortal tower, so that we can spit out blood and be extravagant." "How much does it cost to host a banquet here?" Yifan asked. "It's hard to determine the grade. The lowest banquet costs 5 kilograms of source. The most luxurious immortal banquets often cost tens of thousands of kilograms of source, or even more. It's impossible to measure." Yifan heard this and gasped. This was too extravagant. One meal cost tens of thousands of kilograms of source. What were they eating? Isn't this too exaggerated? It's not exaggerated at all. Dragon ginseng, divine phoenix wings. Just from the names, you should know how rare these things are. There's even enlightenment tea that can make an immortal have an epiphany." Yifan opened his mouth, speechless. After a long time, he said, "Who opened this drunken immortal banquet?" "The Golden Family of the Northern Plains. It has a frightening background. There are 8 great restaurants in the sacred city, and it can be ranked in the top 3. After I sweep away all the stones in the lands of the great sage, I'll invite you here every day to eat immortal banquets." Yifan smiled. "Immortal banquets are only occasionally held when the sacred leader invites an immortal. Let's not think too much about it." Li Heishui shook his head. The night in the divine city was really different. Along the ancient streets, there were many palaces. It was as if they had arrived in the immortal world. It was like a dream. In front, there was a sea of sparkling Miaoyu Lake in the night. It was as warm as jade, shining with blue light like a huge gem. The shore of the lake was already filled with people. Most of them were young people. They were all waiting eagerly. The night view here is really not bad. All kinds of flowers and plants on the shore were shining with multicolored light. Together with the sparkling and translucent blue lake, it was like an otherworldly divine garden. Silver-white moonlight sprinkled down. A dozen jade boats floated on the lake, each with a beautiful woman in a fluttering dress and a melodious jade flute. It was as if it came from an otherworldly pure land, cleansing one's mind. Further away, dragon boats and phoenix pavilions were all flowing with five-colored radiance. They looked very misty in the night. The sky in the depths of the lake was even more magnificent. Jade palaces were faintly discernible. They were surrounded by the night and fog, sparkling and translucent. It really is like coming to an immortal palace. Miaoyu nunnery is really good, making the romantic scenes so holy and otherworldly, Yi Fan said. Of course. Few in the Divine City can compare to the romantic scenes they run. Only the Shueiyue Lodge and the Moon Tower can compare. Many people should know what's going on. Why do they flock to it like a flock of ducks? Even the heirs of the Holy Lands are no exception. Li Heishui smiled and said, those heirs have hearts of steel. They might not have come because they are tempted. It's just romantic scenes. Yi Fan nodded and said, that's true. Miaoyu nunnery needs the support of the future sacred leader. The heirs of the Holy Lands also want to meet the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness. It's hard to say. After all, and Miaoyu is different from the previous nunnery master. She is peerless. Such a flawless woman might really make some heirs fall for her. Yi Fan smiled and said, what about you? I can win the beauty. Of course it's wonderful. Li Heishui laughed. You better not fall for her. You do have to be careful, especially you, little Yi. You're still young and not very determined. You've never seen this kind of scene before. Don't fall for it. Yi Fan was a little speechless. Don't doubt me. I'm telling the truth. The previous Miaoyu nunnery master made some sons of saints and heirs of the clan of the ancients fall for her. Not to mention this generation's in Miaoyu. She is one of the most beautiful women in the vast eastern wilderness. I'm being modest. I'm afraid she's the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He said, romantic scenes are only as beautiful as people's hearts. If she offers me her body, I'll accept it. What else can I have? Don't underestimate her. If you do, you might really fall for her tricks. Li Heishui showed a rare solemn expression. He said, apart from their heritage, they're not much worse than the Holy Lands. Their cultivation methods are very strange and impossible to guard against. What kind of cultivation methods are they cultivating? Are they comparable to ancient scriptures? In the past, they had the ancient Taoist dual cultivation method. I only learned recently that they obtained another cultivation method 1,000 years ago. It's said to be a secret Buddhist scripture from the West Desert. Now, they've developed the dual cultivation method to a mysterious level. Dual cultivation works like this? Although Yi Fan had heard of it, he didn't believe in such a cultivation method. You'll know in a while. Li Heishui chuckled. Buddhism. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and didn't say anything else. Suddenly, the sound of musical instruments rang out. The beautiful song lingered under the night sky, moving people's hearts. I'm in Miaoyu, and Miaoyu finally appeared. She was like a goddess of the moon, ethereal under the moonlight. Her white robe fluttered as she flew toward a flower boat. It was a 5-colored jade boat piled with flowers and specks of auspicious light. It carried her into the depths of the mist of the Great Lake. What's the meaning of this? Some people didn't understand. The main event is coming. If you want to see her beauty, only Hua Yuan can do it. The lakeshore immediately erupted with commotion. Many people fought to be the first to buy a jade boat and row towards the lake. It was extremely noisy. Yi Fan and Li Heishui went up to ask. The required source was ridiculously expensive, leaving them speechless. However, many people didn't care. They only wanted to be able to see Miaoi up close. Isn't it just an Miaoi? Is there a need to go so far? Li Heishui was a bit speechless. They couldn't even buy a jade boat. It could be said to be an astronomical price. However, there were just too many people who had source. Can't we just fly over? Yi Fan asked. It's too embarrassing. Moreover, we might be beaten back. Li Heishui thought for a bit and searched through the crowd. Then, his eyes lit up and said, "Found it." He stared at a disciple from a great sect and chuckled. That's the 7th disciple of Five Elements Palace's sect master. I've seen this guy before. This disciple from Five Elements Palace spent an astronomical price and boarded a huge dragon boat. It was much taller than the jade boats beside it. It was extremely majestic. Yi Fan thought that he was going to hitch a ride. Who would have thought that Li Heishui walked over and called a follower of the 7th disciple to the side and whispered into his ear. In the end, that follower boarded the dragon boat as if his boat was on fire and went to report. What? The 7th disciple's expression immediately changed. He quickly got off the dragon boat and hurriedly passed through the crowd. Li Heishui swaggered onto the dragon boat. Then, he waved at Yi Fan and invited him to board as well. The surrounding people were baffled. They didn't know what was going on. The dragon boat just changed owners. However, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask. They just watched as they entered the lake. What did you say to him? Yi Fan asked. He only provided a piece of information. He said that his tiger-like fiancé has arrived. Li Heishui replied without a care in the world. Aren't you slandering him? Yi Fan had a preliminary understanding of Li Heishui's way of doing things. Li Heishui snickered. His fiancée is the youngest daughter of Five Elements Palace's sect master. Even if he is suspicious, he won't dare to stay here. This concerns his future. There were many jade boats in the lake. However, there were limited dragon boats like this. They were all reserved by the disciples of some great sections. They stood at the bow of the boat and used their divine power to steer it. They rode the wind and waves and arrived at the depths of the lake. Killing intent, the two of them felt the killing intent. It was very strong, but it wasn't directed at them. Not far away, there was a divine boat that was even larger than their dragon boat. On it stood a man in purple. His hands were behind his back. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were extremely deep. Sky Demon Palace's young master. Li Heishui said in shock. On the other side, there was a large golden boat. It was also extremely grand like a tower. A man also stood on it. He wore a golden battle robe. He looked majestic and his skin was bronze. His face was sharp and his eyebrows reached his temples. He looked extremely handsome. The descendant of North Plains Gold family. Li Heishui snickered and said, not to mention the Holy Lands, just these two coming will be a good show to watch. They fought a great battle not long ago. Sky Demon Palace and the Gold family. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan had heard of this. Before coming to the Holy City, he had even seen the Gold family of the Northern Plains. Their horses had crossed the sky and stepped on people's heads. They are all superpowers and are on the same level as the sacred grounds. Li Heishui chuckled. Tonight, let's wait for the show. There is a dragon boat over there, much bigger than ours. It seems to be the prince of the Xia. Yi Fan looked to the other side. Yes, that white-clothed nun is here too. Interesting, brother and sister coming to such a place together. Li Heishui laughed. In the distance, the Xia prince's black hair flew in the wind. He was handsome and his armor was dazzling. 9 streams of dragon energy curled around his body. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. At his side, that pure little nun's large black eyes swiveled about. She was curious about everything, sizing up the surroundings in an extremely pure and innocent manner. He's here too. Yi Fan was startled. On the shore, there was a golden divine hoe. It was bright like a divine fire. A white-clothed man sat on it. He was handsome like jade and had a hint of heroic spirit. Some people could stand in a sea of people and still be recognized at a glance. They were like the favored children of the heavens. It was impossible not to attract attention. Xianxia, this was a disciple of the Jiang family. Back in the southern region, he had brought little Tingting and Uncle Jiang back to the Jiang family. Yi Fan had a deep impression of him. He had even suspected that the Jiang family's divine body was him. Is little Tingting okay? How is Uncle Jiang? Yi Fan asked himself. Time passed quickly. 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He didn't know how the grandfather and grandson were doing. Yi Fan hadn't been with them for a long time, but it was the first time he felt like he was at home in this world. The time he spent with them was very warm. The golden divine Ho came over on the moon. Its 4 hooves stepped on the surface of the lake. Xianxia's white robe was especially eye-catching. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. One look and I can tell such a person is extraordinary. Even Li Heishui praised. Do you know who the Jiang family's divine body is? Very mysterious, no one knows. Li Heishui shook his head. Maybe it's him. No way. Li Heishui was shocked. After a short while, Yi Fan and the others arrived at the deepest part of the lake. The lake was shrouded in mist, and the air was filled with a holy aura. The lake water was sparkling, as if they had arrived at the Jade Sea. There are too many powerful people here. Li Heishui looked in another direction. There was a large ship that flickered with black light, and a man dressed in black stood on it. He looked very cold and aloof, as if he was 1,000 miles away. This is Su Heng, the eldest grandson of the third bandit, Su Tianxiong. He is the #1 expert among the descendants of the bandit. He is invincible and a top expert of the younger generation in the Eastern Barren territory. He's Su Heng? Yi Fan sized him up carefully. Su Heng's skin was snow-white and sparkling. It was extremely special, like frost, like cold snow. However, there was not the slightest bit of feminine aura. His sharpness was hidden within, like a divine sword hidden in its sheath. You and Tu Fei are really daring. You subdued his brother. Be careful. Don't let him know. All the ships anchored in the deep part of the lake because the phoenix ship with flowers was right in front of them. In the sky, the majestic heavenly palace was shining brilliantly, giving people a surreal feeling. Immortal music echoed as if it came from the 9 heavens. 9 women started to dance. Under the moonlight, they were like fairies from heaven descending to the mortal world. Their graceful movements mesmerized people's minds. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. Once the beautiful women of the cultivators entered the mortal world, their charm was endless. No matter how beautiful the mortal women were, they couldn't dance like immortals in the sky. To many people, they were the fairies in their dreams. All of a sudden, someone rode a divine sword with divine light, illuminating the lake of ingenious desire. It was a man in yellow clothes. He looked heroic and elegant. The saint son of the Super Yin Holy Land, Xianxia. Yi Fan was surprised. Why did these people come without disguising themselves? That's not right. Li Heishui also sensed the abnormality and said, the young master of the Sky Demon Palace, the heir of the Gold family, the prince of the Great Xia, the hero of the Jiang family, and Xianxia of the Super Yin Holy Land. The forces behind them are towering in the clouds. They shouldn't act like this. They should hide their identities. Yi Fan nodded and said, that's right. Miaoyu nunnery doesn't have a good reputation. Why would these people be so high profile? There must be a reason we don't know. The 2 of them guessed that there must be a reason. Otherwise, even if these people came to Moon Breeze, they wouldn't show their true bodies because of their reputation. Suddenly, the music in the sky stopped, and everything quieted down. In front, and Miaoi's white clothes fluttered in the wind. She stood against the wind, otherworldly as if she wanted to ride the wind. Once worried too much, damaging one's cultivation. Entering the mountain, one fears the cold teacher's feelings. How can there be a perfect method in this world? Not letting down the nameless, not letting down you. The sound of nature drifted in the night sky. And Miaoi's fine black hair danced in the wind. She was ethereal and otherworldly, beautiful and elegant. She was born with jade-like bones and an unparalleled celestial beauty. Everyone was stunned. Miaoi must be referring to the various wonderful desires, Nameless was referring to the great Tao, and Yu was a respectful term for others. The meaning of these words was obvious. How can there be a perfect method in this world? And Miaoi's voice was moving, her beautiful eyes sweeping across everyone. Everyone was surprised that she actually said such a thing. Could it be that she wanted to leave Miaoyu Nunnery and live in seclusion in the mountains? Did she want to jump out of the mud that was Miaoyu Nunnery? There were many jade boats in the lake. Everyone was shocked. This most beautiful woman in the eastern wasteland was indeed extraordinary. Farian, I understand your difficulties. I am willing to live in seclusion in the mountains with you, someone immediately shouted. Plop. Unfortunately, this person who stood out was unbearable and was thrown into the lake by someone else. Farian, you are elegant and pure, like the divine moon in the sky. When you leave Miaoyu Nunnery and leave the mud, I am willing to walk with you. Although this person did not say live in seclusion in the wilderness, his meaning was more or less the same. It was already very straightforward. In the end, he was also thrown into the water. You are a beauty of a generation. Of course, you should stay away from the wonderful desires. I am willing to travel to Xianxia with Farian Plop. Another person who stood out was thrown into the lake. His whole body was covered in water. The others did not dare to speak, afraid that they would become public enemies. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Forget it. Tonight, we will only talk about Dharma and Tao. And Miaoi's voice was very pleasant, as if it came from above the 9 heavens. What does she mean? Could it be that she really wants to be a holy and pure fairy, unwilling to be covered in the filthy wonderful desires? Evenly Heishui revealed a look of surprise. And Miaoi wanted to choose some people to talk about Dharma and Tao all night, but she did not want to leave the others cold. She decided to play a zither under the night moon and dance lightly. Her snow-white dress fluttered as she flew into the air. A huge bright moon appeared behind her, reflecting her whole body. The bright and pure divine moon had a diameter of 3 meters, making her look incomparably pure and holy. She was truly a fairy of the moon. She danced with the heavenly winds, her beauty enough to topple cities. Not far away, a jade zither floated in the air. It was sparkling and translucent. And Miaoi's skin was like ice and bones like jade. She danced within that divine moon in a graceful and moving manner, as if a fairy from the 9 heavens had descended into the world of mortals. Her white hands lightly plucked. Specks of divine light flew out, plucking the strings in the distance, releasing the 9 heavens' immortal music. She danced while releasing immortal light, landing on the jade zither. And Miaoi's dance was exceptional, making people think that a goddess had descended into the lower realm. Meanwhile, the zither's music was even more so immortal music, making it difficult for people to control themselves. She danced within that divine moon, and could even play this kind of immortal music through the air. It made people exclaim in admiration, all of them becoming extremely intoxicated. Suddenly, a few birds flew over from the night sky, all of them carrying sparkling flower petals in their beaks. They surrounded her and danced together. The people below were all stupefied. A rain of flowers drifted down from the sky. Waves of fragrance wafted through the air. Hundreds of birds danced with her. It was truly unimaginable, shocking everyone and making them even more intoxicated. And Miaoi began to sing, her wonderful voice resounding in all directions. Even the fishes in the lake leapt out of the water, dancing to her rhythm. Song, dance, and zither. Even Yifan was stunned. This flawless woman who was known as the most beautiful in the eastern wasteland was truly astonishing. She was close to the realm of Tao in every aspect, displaying a type of unmatched beauty. Within the divine moon, flower petals sparkled like rain. She danced about gracefully, the zither's music sounded, hundreds of birds merged, and fishes leapt out of the water. All of this became a wonderful scene. The zither stopped, the dance stopped, and the song vanished. The world became quiet. And Miaoi stood alone. Only after a long time had passed did many people wake up as if they had just woken up from a dream. Everyone was stunned. Miaoi is willing to discuss the Tao with everyone. And Miaoi was like a fairy under the night moon. She flew upwards gracefully and entered the bejeweled jade palace. There were many palaces there, and then she disappeared into a jade pavilion. Many people woke up from their dreams. They all rushed into the sky, all of them wishing to meet her up close. It's over. This woman has moved my heart. She really has a special charm, Li Heishui said. Brother Heishui, don't tell me you've already fallen for her? Yi Fan said with a smile. I say, little Yi, don't act like you've seen through the world at such a young age. Young people should fall for such a woman. Otherwise, it would be abnormal. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, and he said, all right, then let's discuss. Whether she really wants to leave Miaoyu Nunnery and become the purest fairy in the eastern wasteland, or if she's deliberately manipulating people's hearts, we'll think of a way to take her away. What do you think? Li Heishui gave him a sidelong glance and patted him, saying, let's go. Brother Heishui, I want to bring the beauty home. In the night sky, the bejeweled jade palace flowed with radiance. It was like a pavilion from the immortal realm. As one ascended, it made one feel as if they were in a dream. And Miaoyu had already entered. The jade palace was full of people, but they were all blocked by a beam of celestial light. Not many could enter. This is the celestial gate of enlightenment. Without a certain level of enlightenment, one can't enter at all. Cultivators below the 4 extreme secret realms will definitely be blocked, except for a few. Li Heishui was surprised. The prince of the Great Xia walked with majestic steps. Dragon chi surged around him, and his divine armor shone. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. The celestial gate of enlightenment could not stop him, and it automatically parted. He pulled the little nun in white and strode in. Swoosh, with a flash of light, the young lord of the Sky Demon Palace walked in calmly, his purple robe fluttering, and his eyes deep. Then, the saint of the Holy Land of Super Yen, Xianxia, appeared on a divine sword. He flashed in, leaving only a beam of holy light behind. In the distant sky, a golden divine hoe came over on the moon. On it was a man in a snow-white robe. He leaped into the air, and his temperament was refined. Xianxia also entered the celestial gate. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This person was indeed not simple. He was even more suspicious that he was the divine body of the Jiang family. Why did these people reveal their true forms? He thought of this question again. Brother He, it's all up to you. I can't use my divine power. I suspect that person just now might really be the divine body of the Jiang family, and he will be able to sense my presence. Alright, I'll do it. Li Heishui stepped forward, and a seal of the way rushed out. The celestial gate of enlightenment opened automatically, and he and Yi Fan walked in calmly. There were more than a dozen people who could enter the Jade Tower. Without a doubt, they were all the top cultivators of the younger generation, and all of them had reached the 4 ultimate secret realms. Yi Fan looked around and could recognize half of them. They were all people with great backgrounds. The young lord of the Sky Demon Palace, the heir of the Gold family, Su Heng, Xianxia of Super Yen, the son of all beginnings, Jiangyifei, the prince of the Great Xia, and the little nun in white. The people who had arrived earlier had already started talking. Yi Fan and Li Heishui found a place and sat down. Miaoyu heard that the combat power of the sacred body of the ancients is unparalleled among those of the same level. Do you know the truth? And Miaoyu asked softly. Her bright eyes were kind, and she did not have the charm of Miaoyu Nunnery. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect Miaoyu to mention the sacred body of the ancients, so he remained silent and listened to the discussion of the others. I once heard that the sea of bitterness of the sacred body is golden, not lifeless, and possesses unparalleled divine power. I've also seen a few words in an ancient text. Their Taoist palace will not give birth to gods, and all the power will be used to nourish their bodies. 2 people spoke up, one after the other. Yi Fan was surprised. These people were really knowledgeable, knowing even this. He did not know that the Taoist palace would be like this, and he used to think that there was a problem with cultivation. Su Heng was dressed in black, and his skin was snow-white like jade. He was like a divine sword hidden in a sheath, with its sharpness restrained. He said, for people with such a physique, their blood is comparable to divine medicine when they reach the great accomplishment. It was mentioned in the notes of an ancient alchemist that it is priceless. I'd like to hear more from you, Brother Su. I'm all ears. And Miaoi's long eyelashes fluttered as she looked at Su Heng with her big, spirited eyes. Su Heng had a strong background. His grandfather, Su Tianxiong, was even more terrifying than the mighty Green Dragon King. He was the third greatest bandit in the North region, so his family was well learned. His temperament was a bit cold. Even his smile was like a frosted flower. He said, "That was something my grandfather accidentally saw on a stone wall." Su Tianxiong was a person with great fortune. He had already become famous in the North region more than 1,000 years ago, and he once saw the notes of an alchemist of the antiquity on a cliff. Years ago, a great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients was bestowed with half a bowl of sacred blood, which was refined into a pill by the alchemist and medicinal herbs. Not only did it save a dying person, but that person also broke through to a great secret realm. It has such a magical effect? Many people were moved. Before the Antiquity Age, the world was chaotic. Even the sacred body of the ancients had battles that lasted for days. A man in a golden battle suit said. His skin was the color of wheat, and his face was sharp and angular. His name was Xianxia, the heir of the gold family of the northern plains. He was extremely powerful, and his status was comparable to that of the Xia kingdom's prince. He had also seen relevant records. Years ago, a great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients used his own blood to save many of his dying friends. It was recorded in ancient books that 10 drops of blood could bring a person back to life. Was the great earth very chaotic before the primordial era? And Miaoi's eyes roamed about as she looked at Jin Qishao. It was indeed chaotic with demons running amok. However, they were eventually suppressed by the sacred physique and ancient emperors. Jin Qishao said. Beside him, a purple-clothed man sneered. He had an imposing appearance and was indescribably noble. His eyes were even deeper than the starry skies. Demons running amok? I think it's because the ancient creatures haven't gone extinct yet and are running amok on the earth. His name was Zhao Yuekong, and he was the young master of the Sky Demon Palace. He came from the west of the East Baron. This ancient demon palace had existed since the beginning of time, and it was comparable to the sacred grounds. Yao Yuekong, what do you mean by this? Jin Qishao asked coldly, his brows furrowed. Just now, you said that during the desolate antiquity era, the world was in chaos and the demon race ran amok. I was asking you what you meant by that. Qi Yuekong's purple robes fluttered in the wind. He sat there without moving, but he gave off an oppressive aura. The ancient Yao Palace intimidated the world. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many powerful Yao kings had appeared. It was said that even the green flood dragon king came from this palace. Yao Yuekong's identity was indescribably noble, and his strength was naturally terrifying. Could it be that what I said was not true? Jin Qishao opposed with equal harshness. He was not afraid, because he also had a great background. The Huangjin family was located in the northern plains, but it was also connected to the north region of the East Baron. It was said that they came from the East Baron in the past. There were even rumors that they were the descendants of ancient creatures, and had the blood of the immemorial golden race. This bloodline status in the northern plains was like the immortal dynasty Grand Xia status in the central plains. It was unshakable, and they could naturally compete with the Sky Demon Palace. Yao Yuekong snorted and said, in the past, the ancient creatures stirred up trouble and were suppressed by the ancient emperors. Some of the families had no choice but to leave the northern plains and the East Baron. The two had fought a great battle not long ago, and the enmity between them ran deep. Now that they were at loggerheads, it was very likely that they would have a life-and-death battle again. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. He gradually realized that the Huangjin family and the Sky Demon Palace had such a long history and were so mysterious. Yao Yuekong, we are the golden royal race of the human race. Don't try to slander us. Some ancient creatures stirred up trouble in the past, but now they call themselves the golden royal race of the human race. Although they were enemies, the two did not have the intention to fight. Soon, they calmed down. They did not want others to watch the show. And Miaoi personally poured the wine, and with a flip of her hand, 2 jade cups flew towards Jin Qishao and Yao Yuekong. Miaoi salutes the 2 young masters, there is no need to fight over this. Please drink this wine. Although it was a bit stiff, no one would argue in this situation. They could not turn against each other, so they drank the wine. Someone next to him asked, Brother Yuekong, the Sky Demon Palace has existed for a long time. In the past, many great monsters came from the Sky Demon Palace. In the Desolate Era, they once fought against the Saint Physique. How much do you know about this? Yao Yuekong's black hair danced in the wind, and he said calmly, although the demons and humans once fought, it is all in the past. Now, we live in harmony, and the grudges of the past have been buried in history. Brother Yuekong, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. The man quickly stood up and cupped his hands. To him, the Sky Demon Palace was even more terrifying than the sacred grounds. And Miaoi smiled faintly. Her teeth were sparkling, and her eyes were bright. She said, Brother Yuekong, please don't mind me. I wanted to ask this question as well. We really want to know more about the sacred body of the ancients. Yifan did not understand why this woman was like this. Was she really that interested in the sacred body? Complete sacred body is invincible. This was the evaluation of the sacred body of the ancients by Yao Yuekong's ancestors. In the Desolate Era, the demons were extremely prosperous. The Sky Demon Palace could not be said to be the ruler of the world. There were many great monsters, but they paid a bloody price in the battle against the sacred body. The giants of the demons fell one after another, and they were almost wiped out. The sacred body can subdue all kinds of phenomena, and all domain laws are ineffective against him. He is unstoppable in battles of life and death. Most of the people present were at the level of saints. Some of them had cultivated ancient phenomena and could fight across secret realms. If they were to encounter the sacred body, there was no doubt that all of this would be useless. This was unsettling news. Yifan felt a bit uneasy. These people were almost digging out his secrets with their words, which was not a good sign. Yao Yuekong did not reveal anything further and said, Didn't some of the sacred grounds cultivate the sacred body of the ancients? He glanced at Xianxia and the son of all beginnings. The others also said, I've heard about it, but I don't know the details. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xianxia and the son of all beginnings. And Miaoi personally poured wine for them and said, Brother Xiang, can you tell us? That was tens of thousands of years ago. Unfortunately, it still failed, Xianxia said. The Holy Land of Super Yen once discovered a sacred body by chance tens of thousands of years ago. They spent millions of kilograms of source to help him ascend to the 5th level of the Holy Ji Palace. It was a bottomless pit. Although the Holy Land of Super Yen was able to produce millions of kilograms of source, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Many seniors speculated that even if they were to help him break into the 4 levels of secret realms, he might still encounter other unimaginable difficulties. What happened to the sacred body after that? Someone asked. This was the question that everyone was most concerned about. Xianxia did not answer and remained silent. I heard that the sacred body was quite pitiful, Su Heng said in a lukewarm tone. Back in the day, although a sacred ground could produce millions of kilograms of source, they could not see any hope, so it naturally ended, Xianxia said. Nowadays, the lands of the great sage have opened up a large number of source mines in the northern region. If they were to produce millions of kilograms of source, it would not hurt their vitality at all, someone said. Unfortunately, the loss outweighs the gain. Who knows if there will be shackles after the sacred body enters the 4 levels? No one is willing to gamble. The son of all beginnings shook his head. Li Heishui interjected, Now, there is a sacred body of the ancients, right? I think the lands of the great sage should consider nurturing an invincible fighter. Many people did not respond. What a terrible idea. Putting aside the grudge between Yifan and Alcade, the fact that he was not a disciple of the sacred grounds from a young age was enough to directly reject it. Why is Goddessin so interested in the sacred body? Yifan suddenly asked. Miaoi is wholeheartedly focused on the path, wanting to understand its source and its essence. I read in the notes of the seniors that the sacred body is close to the great path, so naturally, I want to understand more. The Prince of Great Xiao laughed and said, The sacred body was famous all over the world in the past. I am more and more looking forward to him breaking the curse and entering the 4 levels of secret realms. And Miaoi suddenly stood up, her jade-like body graceful. She came to a jade table and held a small bronze cauldron in her hand. She said, "Everyone, I would like to invite you to take a look at this item." What is its origin? This small cauldron was covered in green rust, and there were some fish, insects, birds, and beasts carved on it. It was very simple and unadorned, but it did not have any divine power, and the Tao patterns seemed to be damaged. Everyone's expression changed. It was impossible for Miaoi to casually take out something for them to see. The reason she invited them here tonight was most likely for this item. Everyone came forward one by one and observed it, but they did not see anything unusual. When Yifan held it in his hand, his heart skipped a beat. He saw a familiar imprint on the cauldron, a grimace. This was the item left behind by that ruthless person. Jiang Yifei was dressed in white, looking extraordinary and refined. He did not say anything from the beginning until he took the small cauldron from Yifan's hand. His expression froze. "Goddessin, where did you get this? Brother Jiang is indeed well learned. You must know what it represents." And Miaoi's eyes were like water as she looked at Jiang Yifei. The imprint left behind by a great emperor. At this moment, Sky Demon Palace young Lord Yao Yuekong's heart also shook. "Behind you all is the most ancient inheritance in the Eastern Baron. You are indeed knowledgeable." Miaoi is impressed. And Miaoi smiled. "Goddessin, are you trying to tell us that this item represents that we can find the other half of the extreme weapon?" Jiang Yifei asked calmly. And Miaoi nodded. "Yes. However, it requires the divine body, the saint body, and the sky demon body to be able to obtain the other half of the extreme weapon." Dong, suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and their bodies trembled. What is that sound? At this moment, the entire holy city was shaken. The sound of a huge bell echoed throughout the entire holy city. Suddenly, Jiang Yifei's expression changed. He said, "Someone crossed the void and entered the barren ancient path platform of the holy city. However, only the great sage can do this." What happened? The young people's expressions changed. At the same time, the entire holy city was in chaos. No one could remain calm. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He had heard the sound of a bell before. It was unforgettable. This was the sound of a bell from inside the Purple Mountain. A great sage crossed the void. It must have come from the Purple Mountain. The sound of the bell followed him here. What happened in the Purple Mountain? Did the great sage escape to the holy city? The holy city had existed for a long time, and its origins could not be traced. It had existed since the beginning of human records. In the eastern wastelands, many great powers, holy lands, and Huanggu families all wanted to take it for themselves, but this was not realistic. After all, there was only one divine city. In the end, many great powers discussed in secret and exercised their authority together to control the city. Regarding the secrets of the divine city, outsiders almost did not know. Only a small number of secrets were made public and had been exposed to the world. The desolate ancient Tao platform was located in the center of the divine city. It floated in the sky. This was a grand immortal platform, and it was densely covered in Tao patterns. Without a doubt, these were complex Tao patterns. They were profound to the point that even many holy lords could not understand them. Almost no one could understand them. In the past, everyone thought that they could cross the void from this place and reach a mysterious place. They were all excited and tried many times. Reality proved that the desolate ancient Tao platform was indeed an imprint of the great Tao. It was an imprint that could cross the void, but no one could cross to other regions. Some records vaguely mentioned that the Tao platform could send people to a divine place. There were great fortunes there, but no one had been able to realize it. The reason why there was such a saying was that several ancient great emperors had successfully crossed the void here. Unfortunately, no one could prove it. However, everyone discovered other benefits. There were 9 stone orders on the Tao platform, and no matter where they went, as long as they held the stone orders in their hands and used their divine force, they would be able to quickly cross the void and return to the center of the divine city. This was a shocking discovery. There was an old holy lord who tried it. He went to the central plains and used his divine power to cross the void and return to the center of the divine city. Of course, the consumption was also great. If it was a normal person, their divine power would have been sucked dry and they would have died a violent death. The 9 stone orders were divided among the Holy Lands and Huanggu families. In the past, there were more Holy Lands than there were now. Some of them almost went to war because they could not obtain them. The stone orders were all in the hands of the great sage lords. Only they could cross as they wished and return to the floating divine city. On this night, the center of the divine city was dazzling. The desolate ancient Tao platform vibrated with endless spatial power, and 7 or 8 figures appeared at the same time. They waved their sleeves, and countless figures fell from their sleeves. Everyone knew that something major had happened. 7 or 8 holy masters passed through the void together and retreated to Divine City's heavenly imperial court. This was something that had never happened before. This was especially the case just now. The great golden bell shook heaven and earth, the long and drawn-out bell sounds making everyone's souls tremble. Even the Divine City resonated because of it, as if it was going to collapse. The sound waves made the entire Divine City resonate. This was something that had never happened before. Everyone in the city was startled. They all rushed out to watch from the distance. This is the Emperor's might. Heavens, this is the divine might of a great emperor. An elder cried out in alarm. Even someone as powerful as a holy master couldn't make such a sound. Everyone's soul had been moved by the sound waves. There was no need to think too much, there was no need to guess. Almost instinctively, many people linked this to the might of an ancient emperor, causing their hearts to tremble. Heavens, could it be that there's an ancient emperor that hasn't died yet? This is shocking. No, those great emperors can't be in this world anymore. No one can live for so long. Could it be that someone has become a great emperor? Heavens, it can't be that a new great emperor has appeared, right? Many people revealed expressions of disbelief. The emperor's might just now was too shocking. The divine city was the center of the northern region. It gathered the winds and clouds of the world, so naturally, there were many extraordinary figures. There were the imperial uncles of the great Xia of the Central Plains, the almighty figures of the northern region's golden clan, and the giants of the southern mountains. Several people rushed towards the sky at the same time. Yi Fan and the others naturally rushed out as well. Even though Miaoi was the most beautiful in the world, she couldn't compare to the emperor's might outside. This night, the divine city was destined to be sleepless. Many people couldn't calm down. Something has happened to all the holy masters. The Purple Mountain must be in great danger. Jiang Yifei pondered for a moment. He turned around and mounted the golden divine hoe, stepping on the moon. His white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look exceptionally elegant. I'll visit Fairy in another day. Goodbye, everyone. A voice came from afar. The golden divine hoe turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared from the shore of the lake. Farewell, we have to leave as well. The saints of Dian and Myriad Beginnings left in a hurry. If something happened to the great sage lords, it would affect them greatly. It would affect whether or not they could become future lords. Miaoi respectfully sends you all off. And Miaoi transmitted her voice. Since things had come to this, everyone dispersed and left. 2 days later, the news finally spread, shocking everyone. The great sage's first attack on the Purple Mountain ended in failure. They were almost completely wiped out. The Jiang clan, Ji clan, Alcade, and Jade Pool all had extreme weapons. That night, the Divine Sun Cauldron, the Dragon Pattern Cauldron, and the other 2 replicas were all shattered and turned into dust. In addition, the weapons of several other holy masters had been intertwined with Tao and reason. They were also turned into dust and turned into nothingness. All of this was because of a bell. It wasn't the birth of a true great emperor. When the bell rippled, many experts were shattered. They couldn't resist at all. The Holy Lands and the clans of the Clan of the Ancients studied the Purple Mountain for many days. They believed that this place definitely contained the secrets of an ancient great emperor. 9 dragons surrounded a mountain. Such a terrain was almost impossible to find in the world. They thought of many plans, but in the end they felt that going deep into the Purple Mountain was too dangerous. It was better to combine the strength of the Holy Lands and cut it in half. Unexpectedly, this led to a great disaster. The Purple Mountain hadn't been broken, but it caused the extreme Tao divine bell to shake the world. The bell waves destroyed everything. Everywhere they passed, everything was turned into dust. More than 100 famous experts were turned into dust on the spot. They didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies and souls were destroyed. They couldn't resist at all. The great sage reacted quickly and made a decisive decision. They used their great divine abilities to put away the others. They held the stone tokens and flew through the void. As for the extreme Tao weapon replicas and Holy Master weapons, they were all shattered. When the news spread, the northern region, the eastern wasteland, and the whole world were shaken. The name Great Emperor without beginning appeared once again, surfacing to the surface of the water, shocking everyone from history. Most people in the world didn't know about it, but the ancient inheritances of the world would never forget this name. In the era when Great Emperor Wuxia dominated the world, he displayed the might of an ancient Great Emperor to the extreme. At the end of the Path of Immortals, Wuxia's Tao became empty. This was the highest evaluation of him. Even though hundreds of thousands of years had passed, the ancient inheritances would never forget that once Wuxia appeared, the great Tao became empty. The holy city was in an uproar, and the world was shocked. This great emperor didn't leave behind an inheritance. The Wuxia bell had already disappeared in history, which made many cultivators feel deeply regretful. Yes, if great Emperor Wuxia couldn't leave behind an inheritance, it would be a great loss to the human race. It would be an immeasurable regret. Today, when the Wuxia bell rang, the whole world was moved. The old holy master who was about to die felt gratified, but even more people went crazy. The inheritance of great Emperor Wuxia, which had disappeared for countless years, was about to appear. This affected everyone's nerves, and it was an irresistible temptation. Is this true? Great Emperor Wuxia's inheritance is actually about to appear. Great Emperor Wuxia shocked the ancients and dazzled the present. He was unrivaled under the heavens, an unsurpassable monument. In just a few days, the world quickly understood some of the secrets of Great Emperor Wuxia. The news spread too fast. Of course, all of this was revealed by the ancient inheritances, including the Holy Lands, the gold families of the Northern Domain, and the 4 undying dynasties of the Central Continent. I would rather fight a grand completion Saint Physique and never see Wuxia again. These were the words left behind by the ancestors of the Sky Demon Palace. From this, it could be seen how much the great demons of the Desolate Era feared him. Before the Desolate Era, the world was very chaotic. The demon race and the human race often fought, and in the end, they were suppressed by the ancient emperors. When the great demons roared through the world, they naturally fought against grand completion Saint Physiques and ancient emperors, so they deeply understood how terrifying they were. This Wuxia is too terrifying. Before becoming a great emperor, he actually resisted the ultimate weapon of the Central Continent with his bare hands. After understanding the secret, even the people of the Central Continent were stunned. They couldn't help but stare with their tongues tied. In the past, there was no need to talk about great Emperor Wuxia's heaven-warping talent when he was young. He absolutely suppressed all his peers in the world, and even the older generation was intimidated by him. He was a living heaven-defying monster. And when he finally succeeded, it was even more profound and unpredictable, making it impossible for others to estimate his depth. Before becoming a great emperor, he once fought against the people of the Central Continent at the border of the Eastern Baron. That was an era of geniuses, and it was precisely because of the emergence of countless geniuses that made great Emperor Wuxia unreachable. An unparalleled genius of the Central Continent's undying dynasty was heroic and majestic, rarely seen since ancient times. He was about to create a miracle in that era, succeeding the founder of the dynasty and becoming the new great emperor. In the entire world, there had never been 2 great emperors from the same inheritance. If he succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a magnificent feat and a miracle. That genius had indeed touched the edge of becoming a great emperor, and if there were no accidents, it was very likely that he would succeed. Unfortunately, he encountered Wuxia, who hadn't become a great emperor yet. At the border between the Central Continent and the Eastern Baron, he fought against Wuxia and even used the weapon of extreme path, but he was still defeated in the end. The genius of the Central Continent was infinitely close to great emperor. If he used the weapon of extreme path left behind by first ancestor, he could definitely display the divine might of a great emperor. However, Wuxia received the weapon of extreme path with his bare hands, and he wasn't turned into ashes. Instead, he suppressed his opponent and shocked the world. Great Emperor Wuxia was a person with a big heart. After becoming the Great Emperor, he returned the weapon of extreme path to that dynasty and didn't make things difficult for them. This is a heaven-defying monster. After hearing this news, Yi Fan sighed. Li Heishui said, as long as you break the curse and break through the 4 extreme secret realms, with your performance today, you will become another heaven-defying monster. I want to loot all the stones in the lands of the great sage, and I must enter the 4 extreme secret realms. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated from the various secrets of Great Emperor Wuxia. These sacred masters are about to leave. They won't retreat just like that. The temptation of Wuxia's orthodoxy is irresistible. Li Heishui thought for a moment and said, the only thing you have to pay attention to are those sacred sons. They definitely won't be sent to Mount Purple. They have all seen you before, so you mustn't make any mistakes. Sooner or later, I will block the gates of the lands of the great sage and beat them until they don't dare to come out. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. Li Heishui laughed loudly and said, looks like you are filled with resentment from being chased by these people. What a pity. Even someone as talented as Emperor Wuxia, who shook the past and dazzled the present, ended up as a pile of dirt. Yi Fan sighed. Immortals really don't exist? Li Heishui also sighed. As expected, the sacred grounds wouldn't give up. They started their second attack on Mount Purple, and it was said that they might use weapons of extreme path. It might be the Divine Sun Furnace, Dragon Pattern Cauldron, or even Void Mirror. The second attack would definitely be earth-shattering, and they might really open up Mount Purple. In the past, once the Saint Physique appeared, the world would be subdued. Everywhere it passed, heroes would retreat, not daring to face it head-on. Unfortunately, it had declined for too long. Nowadays, even the disciples of small sects would add the word trash physique when talking about this physique. As the years flowed and rose and fell, the Saint Physique faded away from the masses and could no longer display its supreme elegance. The cycle was unstoppable. Yi Fan wanted to break the curse and change the current predicament. He urgently wanted to become stronger, especially after hearing the secret of Great Emperor Wuxia. His emotions fluctuated greatly. The Divine City was really too big. After so many days, Yi Fan was only limited to a corner and didn't go deep into it. Of course, this was mainly because he wanted to gamble on stones. It was impossible to look at the flowers on horseback. After choosing a stone square, he would have to stay for a long time. Today, Li Heishui took Yi Fan a bit further. This ancient street was very wide, but there weren't many pedestrians. It was exceptionally quiet. On both sides of the road were ancient trees. Their branches reached the sky and their bark was dry and cracked. Even a dozen people wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around them. They covered the sky and covered the sun, giving this place a sense of eeriness. After walking forward for a while, Yi Fan found that something was wrong. There was a stone square on the side of the road. It was quite large and occupied a vast area. However, it was exceptionally desolate. Weeds were overgrown and the old trees were growing crazily, almost submerging the building. It was obvious that no one had taken care of it for many years. It had almost become a wild land. I'm going to faint. Yi Fan was dumbfounded because he actually saw a rabbit. That's right, a wild rabbit jumped out of the weeds and rushed into the depths of the garden. This was the Divine City. Every inch of land was worth gold. How could such a huge palace be so desolate? Unexpectedly, no one took care of it. It had become a strange place with ancient vines and wild trees. It was indeed a bit special. The most excessive thing was that wild rabbits had appeared. Very soon, Yi Fan found 2 wild chickens. They flapped their wings and flew into the depths of the shrubs. He was quite speechless. This was too strange. What is this place? Why would someone in the Divine City be willing to abandon such a precious place? This place is the stone square of the heavenly jade holy land, Li Heishui said. In front of him, there was a magnificent doorway on the side of the road. It was covered by ancient trees, and there was a mottled bronze plaque engraved with 2 ancient characters, Merak. It's that holy land. Yi Fan was surprised. He walked closer and carefully sized it up. No wonder. He thought of crazy Ol. Years ago, when this holy land was at its peak, it used the whole sect to attack the forbidden land of the barren antiquity, but it was almost destroyed. Don't the other holy lands have any thoughts? Yi Fan asked. In the distant past, there were more holy lands than there were now, but up until now, many of their inheritances had already been severed. The treasures they left behind were all divided up by the other holy lands. This was also one of the reasons why the holy lands were becoming more and more powerful. Back then, only 3 or 4 people from the heavenly Jade Holy Land managed to escape. How could they suppress the other holy lands who were eyeing them covetously? Many of the treasures they left behind were divided, including the vast source mine outside the absolute beginning forbidden land. Why hasn't this place been divided? Yi Fan didn't understand. Of course, there are reasons. Li Heishui explained. The heavenly Jade Holy Land was located in the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. The 3 or 4 people who escaped from the heavenly Jade Holy Land died not long after. The other holy lands wanted to divide the heavenly Jade Holy Land equally, but later on, there would be cries coming from the heavenly Jade Holy Land every full moon. A few sacred lords went to investigate at night, but they couldn't find anything. Not long after, the biggest stone square in the divine city also heard sorrowful cries when there was a full moon. The other holy lands sent experts to investigate, but they didn't even see a shadow. In the end, they didn't dare to touch this place. In the following years, every 1,000 years, the sorrowful cries would appear in the middle of the night, and it really shocked all the holy lands. Until now, no one dared to touch this place. Huh? The door is open. Yi Fan was surprised. So many years have passed, and only an old guard is left. He's the descendant of that loyal old servant, but he's about to die out. Now, this guard doesn't have any descendants. Can I go in and take a look? You can go in, but the stones have long been transported away by the great sage's lands. There's nothing good left. Can we gamble on stones here? Yi Fan was a little surprised. The old servant who guards this place also needs to survive. He only guards this old house. As for the stones, if anyone wants to buy them, he will naturally sell them. Back then, the great sage's lands had transported many precious stones away first. The cries only appeared in the middle of the night. Although they didn't occupy this place, they couldn't return the stones. The broken stone steps and the collapsed palace were all covered by grass and trees. An old man with blurred eyes and a hunched back sat on a piece of green stone. He was old, and he didn't have much lifespan left. He was almost at the end of his life. Looking at the desolate garden overgrown with weeds, his eyes were filled with nostalgia and sadness. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. This was a loyal family. Their ancestors had guarded this courtyard without any future or hope for generations. The old man was a little stiff. He slowly turned his head. His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were turbid. Young man, are you here to buy stones? What a sad old man. What is he waiting for by guarding here? Yi Fan didn't know what kind of power or belief supported the old man. I want to buy a lot of stones. Yi Fan nodded and placed a lot of stones in front of the old man. I don't need so much. There are no valuable stones here. The old man was trembling. He pushed the stones back with his rough old hands and said, Moreover, you haven't chosen a stone yet. I'll go choose now. Yi Fan said. Search carefully. Maybe you can find 1 or 2 treasures. Occasionally, there will be legendary figures who come here to search for treasures. The old man's eyes were lifeless. He looked at the ruined garden with sadness and said, There was another person who came in just now. He went to the depths to search. Maybe he is one of those people. Li Heishui smiled and joked, Maybe we are lucky and will really meet a legendary figure. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression turned sluggish. His heart was thumping because he really saw a terrifying figure. In the depths of the wormwood grass, there was an old Taoist wearing an ancient Taoist robe. His body was withered and he was squatting on the ground looking at the stones. It was actually the red dragon Taoist. Fortunately, Yi Fan's chi cultivation was good enough. If it was someone else, they would have cried out in alarm. He calmed his emotions in an instant and his pulse was not chaotic at all. This was the Peacock King's sworn brother, a super terrifying existence that even the great sage lords feared. Yi Fan had never thought he would meet him here. He couldn't help but glance at the old man and Li Heishui. He didn't know whether they were jinxed or they had great prophecy skills. They really pointed out a super terrifying figure. The Red Dragon Taoist glanced over and then at the old man and Li Heishui. He didn't say anything. A few months ago, the Red Dragon Taoist chose a pile of stoneware in the stone stronghold. In the end, Yi Fan took it all away and even the foundation of the villagers' houses were uprooted. Not even a hair was left for him. Yi Fan could imagine the Red Dragon Taoist's expression when he returned that day. He didn't dare to reveal a single flaw. If the Red Dragon Taoist knew he was the one who did it, he would most likely ruthlessly beat him up. He and Li Heishui casually searched for stones under the ancient tree and didn't reveal any strange expressions. Not long after, the Red Dragon Taoist chose a dozen or so broken stones that didn't seem special. He piled them up in front of the old man and was about to pay. Suddenly, the Red Dragon Taoist seemed to have sensed something. He emitted a terrifying aura and disappeared from where he was. He rushed out as if he was chasing after something. Why did he leave? The old man was puzzled. He then said to Yi Fan and Li Heishui, "Why don't you guys stop picking and buy these stones? They are all good ones." Yi Fan was a little hesitant. Could it be that he had to plunder everything the Red Dragon Taoist wanted? Bye. If that ox-nose doesn't come back, I'm very lucky. If he comes back, I'll do him a favor. Yi Fan secretly made such a decision and walked over. Just cut it here. Li Heishui didn't care much. He didn't know the identity of the Red Dragon Taoist. Wait a little longer. Yi Fan was afraid that the Red Dragon Taoist would come back. However, after waiting for a quarter of an hour, the other party still didn't return. He secretly thanked his luck and directly cut the stone. After peeling off 13 stones, there was nothing inside. It was empty. The 15th stone was only the size of a fist. As soon as Yi Fan cut it open, he smelled a fragrance. It was like orchid musk, refreshing and intoxicating. He was shocked. This smell was too familiar. Not long ago, he had cut it out from the stone tools left behind by the Yuan Taoist master. It had poisoned the greedy big black dog to death. Why is the Red Dragon Taoist's eyes so sharp? Does he also know the most profound Genesis technique? While Yi Fan was shocked, he also had endless doubts. Of course, at the moment, he had a headache. He had cut out something like this again. Was it going to be wasted again? I cut out a treasure. Li Heishui shouted excitedly. Such a strong fragrance coming from the stone must be a rare treasure in the world. Even the old man next to him, his turbid eyes were no longer dull, revealing a look of surprise. Yi Fan peeled off the stone, revealing a pink fruit. It was only the size of half a fist. It was exactly the same as the last time, just that it was half the size. Shwa. Suddenly, a light flashed, and the Red Dragon Taoist silently appeared in place, revealing a look of shock and anger. Why did you touch my stone? Yi Fan didn't answer immediately. He wanted to sell the Red Dragon Taoist a favor. He absolutely couldn't let the other party blame him. You went and didn't return, so I took the initiative to sell it to them. At this moment, the old man next to him replied. Taoist Red Dragon was a little surprised and could not help but look at the old man. We've already bought it. If you want it, bring enough source energy to buy it. Even though Li Heishui could tell that the Red Dragon Taoist was extremely powerful, he would never have thought that the other party was so terrifying that he could be the big brother of the Peacock King. Let's not talk about these useless things first. Hurry up and take out the jade artifact to seal it. Otherwise, the most conservative estimate is that something worth hundreds of thousands of kilograms of origin source will be ruined. The Red Dragon Taoist was incomparably anxious. His head was drenched in sweat. He searched his entire body but could not find any jade artifact. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms? Li Heishui almost bit off his tongue. Damn Black Emperor. At this moment, Yi Fan had the urge to curse, and the corner of his mouth almost twitched. Damn, this greedy damn dog bit down on more than 200,000 kilograms of origin source in one bite. In the end, it didn't even bother to do anything. It poisoned itself until it foamed at the mouth and twitched for half a month. At this moment, Yifan had completely peeled off the pink fruit. It didn't crack, and the fragrance was intoxicating. Li Heishui swallowed his saliva. It's definitely a rare divine medicine. If you want it, then take out 300,000 kilograms of origin source. Li Heishui was asking for an exorbitant price. He didn't know the Red Dragon Taoist's identity and had no scruples. As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle and poured out the pills inside. He put the pink fruit inside very neatly. This is the stone I chose. The Red Dragon Taoist was expressionless. But I did sell it to them. The old man guarding the gate of the heavenly jade holy land said weakly with the help of his walking stick. Yes, Taoist, you won't rob it by force, will you? This is a disgrace to your identity as a senior. Li Heishui said. Yifan quickly stopped him, afraid that he would say too much and bring disaster. This old Taoist was like the peacock king who didn't respect the laws of the world. He did things his own way and almost killed the Alcade Holy Lord. Taoist, if you really need it, I can give it to you. Yifan was prepared to do him a big favor. How can you give it to him for free? This is more than 100,000 kilograms of origin source. Li Heishui shouted. Yifan didn't dare to use telepathy. At such a close distance, he was afraid that the Red Dragon Taoist would hear him. He only pulled on Li Heishui's sleeve and told him not to go too far. What kind of person was Li Heishui? He was full of evil thoughts. He immediately changed his tone and said, You really want to give such precious origin source to this Taoist? Aren't you being too generous? The Red Dragon Taoist took the jade bottle and sealed the fruit. Only then did he say expressionlessly, I won't take advantage of you. Taoist, you've misunderstood. We didn't mean that. We saw that you didn't return for a long time, so we bought it and cut it open. Now that you've returned, no matter how precious this fruit is, we won't take it anymore. This is the stone you chose, so just give it back to you. Yifan didn't want to make the Red Dragon Taoist feel disgusted. Otherwise, the Red Dragon Taoist could easily crush them with an excuse. Thus, he generously gave it out, looking like he didn't want anything in return. Sure enough, the Red Dragon Taoist's expression softened and he said, After all, you bought it first. I won't let you suffer a loss. The so-called source is useless to me. Only this fruit is meaningful. The Crimson Dragon old Taoist's sleeves shook. Walala sounds rang out, and a large pile of energy appeared on the ground. They shone with a myriad of colors, radiance rushing into the heavens. The spiritual energy was like clouds and smoke, so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. There was a total of 15,000 kilograms of source energy, but he had thrown it out without a care, as if he was throwing an ordinary stone. I only have this much. I'll think of a way to give you the rest in the future. Taoist priest, please don't do this. It makes me feel uneasy. I don't dare to accept the source energy like this. Yifan repeatedly declined. The Crimson Dragon held the jade bottle, continuously stroking it. After obtaining this fruit, he was in a good mood, his expression gentle as he said, If I tell you to accept it, then accept it. These things are like the copper coins of the secular world to me, they have long lost their use. If that's the case, then I will accept it. However, it would be disrespectful to refuse, and I am ashamed to accept it. Yifan no longer declined. Then, he revealed a look of doubt and asked in a serious manner, Senior, can I ask, what is the use of this fruit? The Crimson Dragon old man glanced at him and said, This fruit is called the human essence fruit. It has many uses. In the hands of a master alchemist, it can be used to create a divine pill. In my hands, it can extend my lifespan by 50 to 100 years. Refining a divine pill, extending one's lifespan, this was definitely a peerless treasure. One has to know that normal spiritual medicines were of no use to this kind of character. Only the legendary divine objects could be of some help to these powerhouses. This pink fruit could actually extend the life of the Crimson Dragon for 50 years. If it was a normal person, how many years would that be? It was indeed a priceless treasure, The Crimson Dragon old man had been trapped by the Emperor's formation for 1,500 years. He was already around 3,000 years old, and his lifespan was reaching its end. To him, this item was definitely the most precious. Can this fruit increase cultivation? This was what Yi Fan wanted to know the most. The mortal essence fruit is even more precious than the divine source, but you can't eat it carelessly, because it is extremely poisonous and needs to be dissolved first. Only the fragrance has a magical effect, and it should be able to increase one's cultivation, but no one will waste it like that. The Crimson Dragon old man's words were very obvious. Those who sought this fruit were all antiques, and they definitely weren't looking for it to increase cultivation. In different people's hands, its value is different. Right now, it is worth hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source in my eyes, but in the hands of the old saint who only has a few years left, it is much more precious. The Crimson Dragon old man floated away. Li Heishui spoke telepathically, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source, you gave it to him just like that? Do you know who he is? The Crimson Dragon Daoist, the one who almost killed the Alcade Saint last time. He is a super terrifying existence. What, it's him. Li Heishui was shocked. He already knew that the old man's identity wasn't ordinary, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. This was a giant who could do whatever he wanted in the Eastern Barren Land. Yi Fan said telepathically, didn't he say that he will be in the Holy City recently? If there is anything, you can go to the stone square in the Holy Land to find him. This is a great help. I might directly enter the Heavenstone Garden of one of the Holy Lands. If there is too much of a commotion, I will need him to suppress it. Li Heishui nodded and said, I am also a little worried that you will gamble too much and cause a big problem. Today, I met the Crimson Dragon Daoist by chance. What a pleasant surprise. Old man, please take some source. Yi Fan said to the last gatekeeper of the Heavenly Jade Holy Land. This isn't my source, I can't take it. You have already paid a lot when you bought the stones. The old man was hunched and weak. He supported himself with his walking stick and shook his head. Yi Fan rolled up his sleeves and put away a large pile of source, but he left a small portion and walked out with Li Heishui. Today's harvest is very big. 15,000 kilograms of source. If this goes on, you will be able to gather all the source you need in a month. On the way, Yi Fan asked Li Heishui which auction house had the best reputation in the Divine City. There are 7 big auction houses in the Divine City. I feel that Sky Demon Palace's treasure tower is not bad. Li Heishui pointed to the sky and said, there, it's in the sky of this area. It was a majestic sky tower, majestic and towering. It was Sky Demon Palace's treasure tower. What do you want to auction? Li Heishui couldn't help but ask. I want to auction half a fruit, but I must be anonymous. I can't let others know. What fruit? Don't tell me it's the same as the pink fruit. Li Heishui was curious. Yi Fan took out a jade box. After opening it, there was half a tattered fruit inside. A faint fragrance wafted out, and one could clearly see some teeth marks on it. Why do I feel that it's really similar to the fruit just now? Li Heishui was shocked and revealed a doubtful expression. Why do there seem to be teeth marks? It's the fruit just now. It was bitten by a dog. This was the pink fruit that was bitten by the Black Emperor. After the matter, Yi Fan kept it. He didn't throw it away because he felt that it might be of great use. When he understood what had happened, Li Heishui almost vomited blood. He shouted, this prodigal dog bit off 200,000 kilograms of source in one bite. It really should be skinned alive and eaten. Yi Fan was also very depressed. Having so much source bitten off by a greedy big dog, anyone would be speechless. The medicinal power had dissipated. In this state, it could at most be auctioned for 20 to 30,000 kilograms of source. He thought for a moment and said, now is not a good time to auction it. Wait until the Holy Lands have attacked Purple Mountain and suffered heavy casualties before selling it. No, wait until a Holy Lord is about to die to auction it. F***ck, can't you be more shameless? Auctioning a fruit eaten by a dog for a Holy Lord to eat. Li Heishui was dumbfounded. Why not? I'm saving their lives. Not only do they have to give me source, but they also have to thank me. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Little Yi, you have a bright future. Li Heishui patted his shoulder and smiled. I'm waiting for that moment. Just thinking about it makes me happy. On the ancient streets of the divine city, people came and went without end. Both sides of the street were filled with heavenly palaces. At this moment, the two of them weren't going to the stone squares of the Holy Lands because it was very shocking to spend money there. It wasn't that young Master Yuan couldn't go in, but Yi Fan's ambition was too great. He wanted to go to the Holy Lands to gamble on rare treasures and wondrous sources. He didn't want to leave his name there prematurely because of his initial accumulation. In the following days, Yi Fan went to the smaller stone squares to carry out the so-called primitive accumulation. However, these so-called small stone gambling squares were also palatial gardens, many times larger than the biggest stone squares in the oases. For 8 days, Yi Fan left early and returned late, spending most of his time in the small stone squares in the southeast corner of the divine city. During these 8 days, he constantly bought source stones and cut them himself, collecting more than 5,000 kilograms of source stones. Li Heishui's jaw almost dropped. This was too shocking for him. He was so envious that he was drooling. For other cultivators, this was a huge amount of wealth that could be squandered as much as they wanted. They might not even use this much in their entire lives. However, for Yi Fan, this was only a fraction of what he had. It was far from enough. He had a long way to go. He frowned. Even though this speed was shocking, it would still take more than 2 years to gather all the source stones he needed. Moreover, he couldn't do anything during this process. He had to put all his energy into stone gambling. It seems that I really need to go to the Heaven Stone Gardens of the Holy Lands to gamble on rare treasures and exotic source stones. The Heaven Stone Gardens of the Holy Lands were very special. One couldn't buy the stones and cut them themselves. They could only cut the stones there because the people of the Holy Lands wanted to observe and summarize their experience. This was a hard and fast rule, and no one knew when it had started. Some people guessed that it was because the Genesis Heaven Masters of the past had made the Holy Land suffer a lot, and they had ended up with this Genesis technique. In fact, after so many years, the Genesis techniques of the Holy Lands had indeed improved a lot. Most people with profound attainments in Genesis techniques might not be able to compare to them. Over the past few months, Yi Fan had imprinted the Book of Source Heaven into every inch of his flesh and blood. Even when he entered the holy city and was busy with stone gambling, he didn't stop studying it. It could be said that his Genesis technique had reached an amazing level. Even the stones that contained source stones could almost be seen. From today onwards, I will begin to sweep the lands of the great sage. You're finally going? That's right. I can't wait. Yi Fan made up his mind. On the 9th day, Yi Fan and Li Heishui came to the Dao One Holy Land. They had heard that there were 8 madmen who had been causing quite a ruckus recently, saying that they wanted to win the Dao One Holy Land Sanctus. The 2 of them wanted to fish in troubled waters. The young Taoist priest of the Daoi Holy Land had left a deep impression on Yi Fan. She had purified thousands of evil people with her heavenly voice and the words infinite celestial being. He wanted to see who dared to be so unscrupulous and unafraid of the Holy Lands. If they could join forces, it would be a good idea to let these 8 go to the other Holy Lands to stir up trouble. The Daoi Holy Land was surrounded by towering ancient trees that sprinkled a large area of shade. The Taoist temple was very quiet. In the luxurious divine city, there was a sense of returning to simplicity. In the mortal world, this was like a pure land. The Taoist temple flickered with a faint golden light under the sunlight, looking incomparably holy. This Taoist temple occupied a large area, hidden in the grass and trees. As soon as they got close, Yi Fan saw 2 familiar people. It was the great Xia prince and the little nun in white. Beside them, there were some people following them. It seemed that they were not ordinary young people. This time, is your highness going to gamble with Jin Qishao of the Gold family or with Yao Yuekong of the Sky Demon Palace? Someone asked. There's no rush. Let's see who those 8 freaks are. I've heard of them for a long time, but I haven't seen them, the great Xia prince answered. His black hair was like a waterfall and his eyes were like torches. One of them saw Yi Fan walking over and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, this country bumpkin is actually here. Is he going to stare at a watermelon stone again? Brother Wu, do you know this young man? Someone asked. I've seen him in a small gambling den. He actually foolishly bought a pile of watermelon stones and ran away happily, Wu Ziming teased. Hearing this, the others immediately laughed, including the great Xia prince and the little nun who couldn't help but smile. He is the head disciple of the Five Elements Palace. His name is Wu Ziming, Li Heishui said to Yi Fan. Through his introduction, Yi Fan learned that this group of people were disciples of some big sections. Even if they couldn't compare to the great Xia prince, their status was still extremely high. With a teasing smile, Wu Ziming waved at Yi Fan and teased, "Do you want to buy watermelon stones from the Dao One sacred land today?" "What's wrong with watermelon stones?" Li Heishui asked. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. Wu Ziming shook his head and said sarcastically, "Even if you can cut out the source stones, they are just a few seeds. The source particles are pitifully small. Do you understand source stones? Coming here is a disgrace to the Daoi Holy Land. Young man, go back quickly. This is not a place for you." Someone shook his head and teased. "Don't, come with me. In a while, you will pick up watermelon stones behind me. I will leave them for you." Wu Ziming laughed loudly. Many people couldn't help but laugh. The great Xia prince also smiled and shook his head. "What's wrong with watermelon stones? Why don't I bet watermelon stones on you guys?" Li Heishui had great confidence in Yi Fan's source technique and called out to those people. "Haha, did you hear that? Someone wants to bet watermelon stones with us. Two bumpkins, I really don't know what to say." Wu Ziming laughed and said sarcastically, "Let's go, pick watermelon stones behind me today." The great Xia prince couldn't help but laugh. "Ziming, you guys are bullying us." Wu Ziming teased, "It's not that we are bullying them, it's that they want us to make fun of them. If we don't bully them, they won't do it themselves." Yi Fan said to Li Heishui, "These birdmen, prepare to collect the source stones later." End of chapter 329. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.